TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Oh shit! It's Vince Russo!
Oh yeah, you could be king of these nuts. You know what I'm saying?
You will feel the power. Period.
What a glorious day to be me!
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity and I don't give a damn!
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me episode number 29. We are a TNA history podcast where we go through TNA 1 month at a time. This is our September 2004 episode. I'm Garrett Kidney and I'm joined by my indubitably co-host Liam Jones.
Does that even make grammatical sense?
It does not, but I think it's better that it doesn't make grammatical sense.
What is the definition of indubitably?
Without doubt.
Well, I am your co-host without doubt.
So there you go. I feel weird in that this is the first time in like 3 months where you're doing an episode every 2 weeks. And it feels like we shouldn't be doing an episode this soon because we were doing an episode every month for a while.
Yeah, we should stop recording and just do it in 3-4 days.
Yeah, it feels weird to be like on time and on schedule.
Well, when there's like 9 less hours than normal, it's pretty easy to get the stuff watched.
It is much easier. Like I binged the last 3 before recording, before I went to bed last night. And I was mentioning to you, there's like 3 Impacts is roughly the same length as a full weekly pay-per-view. And yet somehow 3 Impacts feels half as long as a weekly pay-per-view.
I think it's the frenetic pace.
It's just, yeah, even though it's just squash matches, things do in fact happen. And new things happen every 2 minutes.
But also those squash matches are like 4 minutes and it's all go, go, go. So
before we start talking about TNA though, tell me, how are you, Liam?
it is the spoopy month.
Mm-hmm.
And I have fully embraced it.
You're watching all the spooks?
I'm watching all the spookies.
I usually do some amount of spooky watching, but I haven't done any other than seeing Halloween Ends, and that's just a new movie out, so that barely counts.
I watched every Chucky. I watched all the Screams. I watched Silent Hill. Then they announced the second one, so you're welcome.
Isn't it a third one?
It's a second one.
I thought they made a second movie.
They did, but it's bad, so who cares?
So they're just
By
not
second one, I
counting
mean
it?
that the new one is an adaptation of Silent Hill 2.
And
But
discounting the fact that they did in fact make a Silent Hill 2.
And I watched Monster House.
What is the best spooky movie you have watched in this spooky season?
Black Adam.
Oh, that film's not spooky.
Or good. No, I don't know. I watched... What's the scary? I don't know. None of them are really scary.
Oh, are you super brave boy? Never been scared?
I mean, I'm watching Scream and Chucky. I'm not exactly hitting the the spookiest ones, am I?
That doll is super creepy, Liam. Do you not see him?
He's not that scary.
Anybody that wears overalls can't be trusted.
I guess do you just like have an anti-mechanic sentiment?
Yes. Again, they can't be trusted. How many times has like a killer in a movie worn mechanic overalls? Mostly the entire Halloween franchise. So there you go.
I think Jason hit up some mechanic overalls too at some point. I was watching the third Friday the 13th, and but the funniest thing about that movie to me is that he's just walking out like around in a nice button-up long sleeve T-shirt. It's so funny to me to go from the second Friday, where he's like in overalls and with like a bag on his head, and then like in the third one, it's like he just looks like he could be going out on the town.
Yeah, he wants to make himself decent. Isn't that film in 3D?
Yeah, and don't they let you know?
So they want you to see a nice, respectable shirt. He's dressed up for 3D, so when he pops out of the screen, you're like, he is killing those children, but also he is quite well dressed while doing it.
Killing the fashion game.
Well done to him. Is the most horrifying thing Chucky has ever done NXT?
By far. In a franchise that's completely built on the relationships of the actors and actresses in real life, somehow doing NXT and WCW is still the most incestuous thing that's ever come out of that.
I do appreciate that he did torment Braun Breaker after tormenting Rick Steiner.
Didn't they just do it again?
Yeah, it's just like Chucky's back because his new show is back, so they just put him on NXT. I didn't see what he did most recently on NXT, but I'm sure he did something.
I think he just did the Braun Breaker bit again.
Which is good. That's long-term storytelling, Liam.
Well, it's about time they do long-term storytelling.
If Tony Khan could just learn how to do that kind of long-term storytelling, everyone would be happy.
What horror mainstay should Tony Khan bring in to counter-program Chucky?
Leatherface.
That'd be so sick.
Chainsaw
Charlie.
Shark Boy.
He's not scary.
Relic. Do you not kill us for backwards?
Relic did scare me as a kid.
He is quite spooky. And Black Rain doing the multiple personalities deal.
Black Rain didn't scare me.
Gold Dust. You're like, that's Gold Dust. I know he's not scary.
No, just like looking at him.
I've seen Dustin Rhodes from the NWA. That's not a scary man.
Yeah. I don't know. But Relic did freak me out. And famously, I was also scared of the Boogeyman. So it really shows you.
You were actually scared of the Boogeyman?
I wasn't so much the Boogeyman. It was the Boogeyman's Titantron.
You were like, he's coming to get you.
Have you ever seen?
He's coming to get me.
His Tron?
No. Well, I probably have, but I don't remember it.
Pull it up right now.
All right. Let me pull up the Boogeyman Tron to see what Liam's irrational fear is.
He's like creeping through a house. He's like doing it in Chucky perspective.
Okay, there's his spooky eyes. Boogeyman in weird font. That's a door. Is he gonna burst in the door? No, he's not.
But you don't know. He could be anywhere. He could be anywhere in your house. He could be behind any door. He could be creeping down your stairs. He could be walking through that open door. He could be smiling at you.
I like the way they do like these suspenseful shots through the house, and then they just cut to him in like just a generic WWE
Smackdown
office space. Yeah. Put a jump scare in there.
I just got jump scared. That could be your door, Garrett. How could you ever know? It could be the Boogeyman.
So you just sat there watching this thinking the Boogeyman is going to be around every corner of your house.
Yeah, basically.
You're going to walk around the corner, you're going to see the Boogeyman, he's going to smash a clock over his head and eat some worms.
Now I would love to see the Boogeyman.
Because he's coming to get you.
Because I just want to hang out with the Boogeyman.
Would you eat some worms with the Boogeyman?
No, I'd be like, how old are you? And he'd be like, 30. He'd be like, how old are you? 30. How old are you? 30. No, how old are you for real? 40.
So that's Spook Month for you?
Yeah. The scariest movie was... yeah.
Cool.
Child's Play 1, I guess.
The only remotely spooky movie I've watched other than Halloween Ends is Sleepy Hollow.
What's Sleepy Hollow about? Give me the full synopsis of Sleepy Hollow.
So Johnny Depp...
Ah!
He goes to a small town.
Say no more. I'm already scared.
Who has a headless horseman problem. He's running around beheading people. Then he's like, headless horsemen aren't real. I'm a man of science.
That's so cool. I love the idea of a big dumb headless horseman being a serious horror movie, like, evil guy.
Then he sees the actual shoot headless horseman and he's like, fuck! Science is wrong!
Does he have a pumpkin head?
No, but they do have some people in the village, Sleepy Hollow, try to torment him and trick him, and they ride along on a horse and throw a flaming pumpkin at him at one stage.
Fucking awesome. I'm a big fan of, like, things that are so stupid being, like, played for horror.
Mm.
Like, just the idea of a big, dumb fucking dude with no head on a horse being, like, a terrifying beast that you're afraid of is hilarious to me.
There's also some, like, sick action scenes where the Headless Horseman almost baby faces himself, even though it turns out he is a Nazi. So maybe not that much baby faces himself, but he starts, like, doing sick backflips and cutting people's heads off.
That's sick.
He's like, oh, he's cool. He's actually cool in killing people.
Maybe he's doing the Nazi bit as an ironic thing.
Then there's, like, a bunch of subplots about witches.
That's cool. Witches be cool.
Because I watched the Sleepy Hollow TV show, which is a lot of fun. and I should actually finish because I only watched 2 seasons of it. But that show rocked, so I was like, I should watch the movie, and it's a Tim Burton movie, so you get a lot of Tim Burtonisms.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
So there we go. It's the only remotely spooky movie I've watched.
Spooky games?
No, I'm scared and a coward.
Same. I read about them. I'm a gigantic Silent Hill fan who has never played Silent Hill for more than like 2 hours.
The only Resident Evil I played is the 2 HD remake fancy version.
Those are spooky.
Yeah, that game scared me, and I was like, this is why I don't do this. There's zombies everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know. I was scared of everything up until like 4 years ago, so...
You're growing your brave boy shoes.
Yeah.
Gaining credibility in the horror community.
Yeah. So also, I can play Among Us Halloween Edition.
Do they just turn all of the characters orange?
That's scary as hell.
Is Taz the most Halloween wrestler?
I think Halloween is the most Halloween wrestler.
You raise a good point.
I'd argue the Tasmaniac is more Halloween than Taz.
But was he orange then?
Do you think Hook dresses up for Halloween?
Yeah,
right? Because you think you know the
Halloween.
answer, and then you're like, wait a minute, it could go either way here.
Yeah, because you think, like, he's a cool man who is too cool for Halloween, but also, like, no, he's a cool man who probably has a sick costume for Halloween.
Yeah, for sure. I err on the side of yes.
And he wears, like, the coolest costume you've ever seen in your life.
Or he just buys, like, a jacket from the Riverdale guy. And that's, like, as much effort as he puts in.
But also, he still looks like he has a killer costume because he looks like a guy that's straight out of Riverdale.
Yeah, like, that's the benefit.
It's like, wow, you nailed it.
So, I think, the answer is he puts very little effort in, but still manages to succeed.
Typical Hook. Alright, that brings us to TNA. Just TNA from now on. I will no longer call it NWA-TNA because this is the month where we did have the debut of the Barry Scott Stinger on the September 8th show with the TNA wrestling, with the new face of professional wrestling. Or this is TNA, the new face of professional wrestling to be precise. So that's I think the formal point at which we separate NWA-TNA from TNA. So this is just TNA now, Liam.
And it feels it too.
It does, and like that's the first big thing this month is that it is the end of the Asylum days. That September 8th show, the date with fate on September 8th, is the final Nashville show, the final weekly pay-per-view, the final show TNA will hold in the Asylum televised until 2019. So we'll be waiting a while to get back to that building, and I'm quite pleased, to be honest.
You know what? I'm disappointed.
All right, please eulogize the weekly pay-per-views for me, Liam.
Bad. Not fun. Look like shit. Bad wrestling.
Right.
Bad angles.
Of course.
Bad booking.
A given.
I hate it.
Why are you disappointed?
That it didn't die quicker.
Oh, those poor Nashville shows. Like, when you look at this is the end of the first phase of TNA history, the first, like, block, that Asylum era. And I think the biggest disappointment is that it would be worth it if you could say it just took them that time to work out their identity. But as they come out of those Nashville shows, it's like they couldn't have less of an identity.
As soon as the Nashville shows ended, it instantly felt like a better product. Because it felt like, and we talked about it a couple episodes ago, what this company needs is a focus point to aim everything towards. And almost immediately, you saw that start to come to fruition with Victory Road, right? Like, you were already starting to build matches, and they had a clear point where the matches were going to fucking conclude at, and it just feels like, this is how wrestling is supposed to be booked.
Yeah, and like the idea of weekly pay-per-views, it's a bad idea in the first place. But when you look at the execution of it, in that they just booked it like an endless series of television, Like, the odd time they did build toward, like, big shows, there was Jarrett Raven. Even this month, they did build toward The Date with Faith. That was, like, they spent 6 weeks or so building toward that show. Not particularly well, but they did build toward it.
They did, you know what? They've still a better build to that match than the supposed NWA title match at Victory Road.
Well, to be fair, they do have 9 weeks of television between the final pay-per-view and the first Victory Road match, or between Victory Roads. So we watched 3 weeks of that, which is very much the preliminary, and one of them doesn't count, basically, which we will talk about why when we get into the news about why one of those shows didn't count. Basically,
and one of them had the best match of the entire month on it.
Yes, which was the one that didn't count. Like, the way they booked those shows, the way they put together and structured their week to week of it, where it was never like, we're giving you 2 hours worth of wrestling for value for money. It's just like, we're just doing TV on pay-per-view, and it kind of stunk.
Don't say kinda, it did stink.
No, there was periods where it didn't.
Yeah, like, okay, sorry, the 10% of the entire history of the company where it was kind of okay.
No, I think all of 02 and 03 up to October... Are even when not good, they were interesting. You know, it's a new company, they're trying things.
I'm talking about, like, actual good, which was, like, a handful of months.
I don't care for actual good. I just want to at least be entertained in some capacity.
Okay.
Whereas the second we ticked over into that Jarrett and Dutch regime, it's like, this is just fucking terrible. It's terrible.
Worse than terrible, it's boring.
They just produced the most nothing happening bad wrestling, and it got worse, and then we're just at the point in September where it's bad. But, you know, they threw all those ideas at the wall in 03, and some of them should have stuck. None of them did stick. Then they switched to a regime that had literally no ideas that we've had to put up with for pretty much a year now, and they're just not good. They don't have an identity. It's like they didn't spend 2 years throwing stuff at the wall to find out that, like, that's it. You know, that's the thing that works for us. They spent 2 years throwing stuff at a wall and then decided to do absolutely nothing for a year. God, 04 is bad.
And to be honest, coming out of it, I don't even really know what this company's they're going for.
Yeah, like, there's an increased focus on the X division a little bit, but not as much as to be like, that's our thing. But it is more of a thing than it was, say, in 03 as like a key cornerstone of the company. And, like, there is some Asylum success stories. There's AMW. There's some of Raven, but not all of Raven. The more recent Raven stuff, a tad spotty, and he's basically not on television this month. The only thing he does is stand in the background of the Jared Hardy match. That's all the Raven you get in September.
Yeah, I guess I'm assuming he's hurt or something.
No, he's on the outs for reasons that we will get into in a moment.
Ooh, drama. That's why we're here, really.
Yeah, it's a weird time. I think 03 is the year you should probably watch out of it, because it's the period with the most good stuff and the most wacky stuff, as opposed to 02, which is like finding their feet, and 04, which is boring as shit.
I think you can make a solid, like, top 10 compilation match list from these first 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about it.
And then you could put every match past that top 10 is like a 2.5 to 3 star match that you'll never forget.
That's why you don't go past the top 10. There's no disc 2.
There's like a series of memorable moments. There's like the head.
Oh yeah, you'd have like a cool little compilation video as the extras of all the angles, of all the wackiest angles. But like, yeah, I don't know. It's not exactly quality TV.
It's probably the period at which the most like old and fun wrestlers showed up, even if, like, you know, Kurt Hennig or Mike Awesome didn't do anything particularly notable. We did have that kick-ass Mike Barton Perry Saturn match. Remember that? That ruled.
Kenzo Suzuki.
Yeah, Kenzo Suzuki, Takawa Mori. Remember Takawa Mori?
Yeah. The Briscoes.
Oh, yeah, getting chokeslammed by Malice and having the big noise in the middle of the ring.
Awesome.
It is like the wackiest period in TNA history for just guys showing up, which was a lot of fun.
I think that's the thing too. I do have a fondness for like that first 6 months or whatever when it was just stupid. The problem is most of it just devolved into boring.
When you had Puppet and you had the Dups and you had Bruce and you had all of that
Bruce,
stuff.
surprisingly great worker. That's one of the biggest surprises of the NWA-TNA.
It all went downhill when Brian Lawler stopped showing up.
It's true. Man, I haven't thought about Brian Lawler in forever, and it makes me sad now.
And yeah, I'm shocked he never, ever, ever came back. Not even for a one-off.
29 months later.
So that is the Asylum days. A failed experiment in so many, many, many regards. But it kept the doors open. So that's about all it needed to do.
But here we are now. Now this is like functionally, visually, everything. This is TNA now. I was watching the Petey Williams squash on one of the last impacts, and I was watching it, and it was bright, and they had I guess they had new cameras. It all was so bright, and the reds were popping, and the crowd looked good, and he was doing a Canadian Destroyer, and I'm like, TNA.
This is TNA. Barry Scott is right with that. By the way, the first time you hear Barry Scott's voice in TNA history is that September 8th, or with the debut of the This is TNA stinger. That's
quite poetic.
Yeah, you hear the iconic voice of Barry Scott for the first time there, and it is increasingly, you realize, I think the TNA that people know and love as an identity is basically created by Dave Sahadi.
Yeah. Well, I think it's that thing that you can associate with, right? It's that thing that you kind of snap back to. It's like, I guess similar reactions would be to different Raw and SmackDown intros over the years.
Because yeah, you get a lot of those production elements, like the Barry Scott voiceover, but just the general vibe. To get that all those promos start positioning the company as the actual true, honest to goodness alternative to WWE. Whether it is or not at this stage is an open question, but they are positioning the company as something, and that's David Sahadi, whose work people rave about this month, and you see bits and pieces of it seeping into the show. There's a lot more video features on the impacts later in the month, especially the ones building to Victory Road that are oh, these are just worlds above JB's effort and Moody Jack, but to stitch into this show together in premiere, and this is stuff that has actual vision to it.
It does feel immediately after the pay-per-views, and I it's interesting that they did it this way, because I don't think they necessarily had a reason to, but it did feel like an extended reboot, and they framed these post NWA-TNA pay-per-view impacts as if they were presenting it to a brand new audience again, which is interesting, because they're not. It's the same people watching. It's not like they've got on a new channel or something and people are flipping it over and catching it for the first time. But it's interesting that they went with that decision, because I think as viewers and people who have seen every show up until this point, it is really refreshing to get that new coat of paint on it.
And it's funny, it's the second time this year they've done that. They did that kind of reboot heading into the launch of Impact, where it's all right, we have a bunch of people watching for the first time. We need to, set our champions back to Styles, AMW, and Jarrett, their default positions. Reintroduce TNA via Impact. And yeah, you're right in that, the first Impact after the pay-per-views end, the September 10th Impact, ends with Mike Tenay is oh, we have this great video package that will introduce TNA to you, and it is a pretty good video package, and it ends with the 30-second spot for Victory Road, which is a real good spot too. It's not a reboot. They're still telling all the same stories they were telling the 2 days before on the pay-per-view. It's not like they've dumped all those stories. A lot of those stories continue through to Victory Road on November 7th, but it does feel like it's all right, we kind of need to reset here because what we're doing isn't working.
The main event story is a story designed to introduce you to all the main eventers. Who's going to be the number one contender? Well, let's have a bunch of squash matches with our top talent so you can see them as they are all fighting to be number one contender. But this is also a great excuse to show everyone who these people are and run vignettes on the people who aren't on the shows.
And they move into a little mini tournament in September to crown a number contender, or in November even, or October. What's the month after September, Liam? It's October. Spook month, the one we're in. I think part of that is actually there was indecision about who should be main event Victory Road. The original plan was to do a 2 pay-per-view program with Monty, which they lost their bottle on. So now they're what do we do if it's not Monty?
I have no clue.
Well, you will find out when watching in October, but this is September, and we will talk about it in depth. Let's get into the news. We'll start with the thing I was mentioning there a second ago, which is the debut of David Sahadi, whose influence you do see increasingly on these shows. That's like, oh, there's actual like production elements on these shows now, as opposed to some just fill in the gaps in the story video packages. So David Sahadi is producing the new pay-per-view commercials, and those who have seen a preview are very impressed. He's using strobe lights and close-up camera shots, and observers predict that the commercial shots will be dramatic improvements over past TNA commercials.
I mean, probably not a hard bar to pass.
Because yeah, you see the Victory Road promo, which is at the end of that package on September 10, and it is very much the case that, you know, that's a promo with style, it's a promo with vision, it's this promo with like an identity, and it's like, my god, this man is bringing character to this wrestling show.
It helps too. He's working with a lot of really cool stuff, you know what I mean? Like he has a cool group of people to highlight with a company that has a cool aesthetic.
Yeah, because like, say what you will about the Asylum days, and you can say a lot, but coming out of it, the company does and thankfully we no longer will have to. But the company has come out of those days with America's Most Wanted, with Triple X, with AJ Styles, with Abyss, with Monty Brown, as homegrown new guys that they're introducing, and now they can make them seem cool because they are cool. It's like, it's not hard to make AJ Styles seem cool, especially given the one like true pro point you have over the Asylum days is that you can see AJ develop from raw potential into real deal, and like, he's real deal now, and he was raw potential in 02. So that's like probably the biggest success story of the Asylum days, and now it's just like, let's just market him as the real deal.
Yeah, I think it's what comes out of this too is like the general aesthetic that TNA will become known for is born here too. Just that like very modern, fast-paced, frantic look, and high flashing lights and music playing and the close-ups. Like, these are all staples and production staples that we will be getting moving forward, and becomes kind of the identity of the company.
And there's a little bit of swagger in it. At the moment, unearned.
There's also a coolness to it.
Yeah, like, there is a little bit of pep in the step that's like, this is TNA. You know, this is the new face of professional wrestling. There's a confidence, again, slightly unearned, but there is a confidence that's like, we're not just throwing shit at the wall, we believe in this, and you should too.
We're not just throwing shit at the wall, we are the shit being thrown at the wall.
TNA workers and fans are raving about the job Dave Sahadi did on his first video for the promotion. It's a short video hyping Victory Road, but it's unanimously thought to be a reminder of how the production work David Sahadi does is several levels above anybody else in the industry. Basically, if you loved the WWF promo from like 97 to 2001, it was probably, or 2004ish, it was probably his creative vision that you saw right there. Like, David Sahadi, who still works for Impact.
Examples for the people, and by the people I mean me, who didn't watch.
Oh, you know the Freddie Blassie WrestleMania promo?
Yeah, of course.
Him.
That one was so good they used it for like 5 years in a row.
Yeah, that's the one that like is the probably like the one that you can be like, creative genius. You know?
Did he do the Here Comes the Pain one?
I'm not sure.
Because that seems like similar vibe to it.
So, like, his work is almost above wrestling. He's too good for it. But like, he still works with Impact to this day. And I think Impact's video production, I think, still more, a lot of the times, leads the industry. Even relative to people with a lot more resources.
I mean, I agree. I think there's one thing I've always given Impact credit for, is that I think they've made the best out of their production.
Jerry Borash and Moody Jack had been doing an admirable job on production for TNA, which, to be fair, they really have. For two guys who didn't have any backing or any resources and did it all themselves, they got the job done pretty darn well, but they obviously, like, it's just not their full skill set. But David Sahadi's a clear level above them. Sahadi had worked for WWE until last year, when he surprised Vince McMahon by quitting. He had reached a point of burnout and earned enough and saved wisely so that he didn't have to support himself anymore. McMahon is known to expect virtually a 25-hour workday from his staffers, because he's a psychopath. Even today, sources within WWE production say morale is down because the work environment is so grinding and thankless, and the equipment is said to be outdated at this point.
It was the grinding in his work environment that got him in the end.
When you think back to many of the WWE videos over the years or show openings that stand out, he was the person behind most of them. Although WWE still has a great production staff, it's not the same without him. Sahadi and Jeff Jarrett, being about the same age, had become good friends in WWE while working together on various videos in the production department. Sahadi missed working with wrestling but didn't want to return to WWE, and it's a grueling schedule and political environment, so TNA ended up being a perfect fit for him. He had a cameraman with him most times behind the scenes. He just comes up with one idea after another on how to film wrestlers in creative ways with different lighting and backdrops, and then melds it with non-wrestling scenery in artistic ways that grab attention. His passion, vision, and artistic creativity is fascinating to see in motion, says one TNA wrestler. He clearly loves what he does and is a genius at it. He knows how to make a viewer feel a certain way using imagery. You can't help but feel emotion when seeing his work. Sahadi was apologizing to some for not knowing the wrestlers' characters that well, and he said he'd get better once he got up to speed. So people raving within TNA about the work of David Sahadi, and as we mentioned, you can already begin to see it on the show itself.
Yeah, it seems like a guy who's really, really good at what he does.
A guy who's like an actual genius in wrestling, as opposed to all the people that end up getting called a genius in wrestling. And
Ooh. Say names, Garrett. Call him out.
I'd just say Jeff Jarrett.
Wow, listen, I never want to disrespect one Jeff Jarrett.
We literally did this on the last show, where we're like, yeah, his creative vision for wrestling stinks.
Oh no.
And we're going to talk pretty extensively in a few minutes about how a lot of people in this company think his creative vision for wrestling stinks. But before that, multiple sources confirm that Scott Hall and Kevin Nash, aka The Outsiders, have agreed to appear at the November 7th Victory Road 3-hour Sunday night premiere pay-per-view. That's teased extensively this month, where Jeff Jarrett is constantly talking about whether or not Russo will bring quote-unquote outsiders, and he reinforces the word outsiders over and over, and then suggests maybe he's beaten Russo to the punch.
What could he mean?
Well, what could it mean to say the word outsiders so much?
I'm not exactly pumping my fist at the idea of the outsiders coming in, but Paparazzi Productions needs to happen. So, I guess I just gotta take it on the chin.
Yeah, and like Nash ends up being like not quite a TNA guy, but he's with TNA for 6 years, give or take.
Am I excited about the prospect of Kevin Nash working matches? No. Am I excited about the idea of Kevin Nash cutting promos? Yes.
Yeah, and goofing off and being stupid.
Which is honestly what every old dude who comes into this company should do.
There's also some speculation that Sean Waltman will appear with Hall and Nash as an outsiders-like faction. There's no word yet as to whether the group will actually work a match at the pay-per-view or if it will simply serve as their debut. Jeff Jarrett was reluctant to bring Hall and Nash in due to their locker room reputations, but has apparently decided that he needs to do something special for the first Sunday night pay-per-view. It is literally the Vince McMahon lethal dose of poison promo that Jarrett's doing within himself.
I get it. Like, I understand bringing them in. I get doing a big debut for the first pay-per-view, make it stand out. I personally am not that interested in seeing any of these guys work, but it could make for some interesting discussion.
And like one of the things we've hit on recently is like how star-light these shows are. They're doing an okay job of like boosting up their homegrown guys. But like, yeah, still only got Jarrett and Raven as like recognizable names, and maybe Conan and BG, and maybe a little bit Ron, but not much Ron. So like, there's not a ton of household names, and you can say a lot about Hall and Nash, but they're household names, and they're names that get attention, and they're names people pay attention to. And that's the call they make here. Like, they know what they're getting with them. They're not like in denial about it. Oh, well, they have Jeff Hardy too. I should mention Jeff Hardy, but they're not in denial about what you get with Hall and Nash. But it's pretty similar to Hardy in that like they know Hardy will burn them. They know he will. They're counting the days until it happens, but they need him. And it's a similar case with Hall and Nash. They need them.
Yeah, I think Jeff has a lot more value, but. Listen, I'm not opposed to it. I'm sure it'll make for some good podcasting content.
The locker room reaction to reports that the Outsiders are scheduled to be joining the company has been positive. In fact, some wrestlers are hoping that Hall and Nash will play some political games they've been known throughout their careers. We need anything that will get Jeff and Dutch away from the book. If it's a power play, so be it. We need something, anything, says one wrestler.
Yeah, right, I'm into it now. They're winning me over because they brought up a very good point. It's like, you know, normally what makes you worried when these guys come in is that they might ruin a good thing. Not really a good thing to ruin, so might as well bring them in.
I like that that's the locker room attitude too. It's like, listen, these guys are known for making like life a nightmare and rooting places and playing politics. But listen, the guys in charge suck, so yeah, do it. Do it.
Yeah, that has actually swayed me quite significantly.
The locker room is so frustrated. They're like, bring the biggest politicking assholes in here to boot out the shitty people.
We'll see how that goes.
Scott Hall and Kevin Nash are said to be excited about going to work in TNA. Hall lives in Orlando and Nash lives nearby in Daytona Beach, so they are both within driving distance of Universal Studios. They like the fact that they won't have to work house shows, and they expect to have a large say in the way their characters are booked on television.
I'm sure nothing controversial will come out of this ever.
No, Nash has some controversy too. I was going to say Nash is pretty good, but there's a whole thing about him for Glory next year, so...
Might have been what I was referring to.
And well, Hall will have multiple controversies. Yes. I did like Nash doing the Austin show where he was just like, I worked for TNA, I'd drive down to Universal Studios, I'd work a 6-man tag in which I did 2 moves, go to the steakhouse, eat a giant steak, drink some wine, get paid 10 figures and go home. It's like, yeah,
sounds
dream job.
Wonderful.
There's people who be like, you stole money. It's like, nah, all power to you.
I love Big Sexy.
And one of those TNA just can't let this idea die things. TNA officials have had discussions with Rupert Bonham of Survivor fame in hopes of signing him to work. It's probably Bonham, but the E is there, so I'm going to pronounce it. It's Bonham. In hopes of signing him to work a match against Johnny Fairplay at the November 7 pay-per-view. Dixie Carter is a big advocate of the match because she is a fan of Survivor and believes the match will appeal to the casual and even non-wrestling fans.
What's the difference between the casual and the non-wrestling fans?
I guess the casual fan is someone who does not watch but has an interest in wrestling, and non-wrestling fans is somebody who does not watch but has no interest in wrestling but may watch because a Survivor character they like is doing something elsewhere.
You fell in my trap of advocating for the casual fan, Garrett.
I advocate for the non-wrestling fans.
That's us, actually.
However, Rupert's asking price is rumored to be $40,000.
That's Kevin Nash money.
That's probably more than Kevin Nash money. And he's playing hardball by telling TNA officials that he's already been offered that amount to work a match against Fairplay for a rival promotion once Fairplay's contract expires, which feels like utter bullshit.
I saw old Johnny Fairplay on fucking Rogan's goddamn show, Fear Factor.
Oh, I thought you meant like literally Joe Rogan's podcast. I was like, no, Johnny, no!
No, I never watched that. Yeah, and some woman punched him. Because I think she was doing like a swimming challenge which was like drowning, and then like he was just heckling her the whole time.
I appreciate his commitment to being a TV heel.
Yeah, and Rogan's like, he was doing a strategy, don't assault him.
Oh, Johnny Fairplay. There's something there with that dude, but the like 5 times he showed up and did promos, he was kind of terrible, so... I don't know.
I think he found his life's calling, which was to be a reality TV show heel.
And it didn't really translate to wrestling.
Like I think that's all it ever was gonna be, and unfortunately that's not a sustainable path. But it was his.
And I think ultimately his biggest problem is I don't think he's actually charismatic.
I think he's charismatic around regular people, but he's not charismatic around people who perform for a living.
Yeah, he's just not larger than life enough for pro wrestling.
He's your friend who's funny, but couldn't do stand-up.
Right. Meanwhile, Jeff Jarrett and other members of the office have spoken out against the match because they don't care for fair play and don't understand the appeal of Survivor. One, alright, you don't care for fair play, but Survivor is like the best reality show of all time. Come on.
Yeah, I've never seen much Survivor.
Survivor rules, and it rules in a way that is actually timeless. It's not one of those things that like outstays its welcome. You can watch like a new season of Survivor now, and it's like, nah, this show still rocks. Like it is a timeless television format.
Well, we see that because isn't that one of the shows that constantly like cut into Dynamite ratings or whatever?
Yeah, it still does numbers now, like over 20 years into its run.
Does the same guy still host it?
Yeah, it's still Jeff Probst.
Hell yeah.
Fairplay's biography was removed from the TNA website over the weekend, so his status with the company
Garrett versus Liam Survivor
is up in the air at this time. What, we go to a desert island?
and we fight to the death.
I would lose comprehensively, but that's not how Survivor works. It's a game of the mind.
We play checkers and the loser gets shot in the face.
My favorite thing about Survivor is, like, it is a game of the mind. It's a game of politics. But there is the odd time where someone's like, I'm super jacked and I can win all the challenges, so I'm just going to win immunity for as long as I can. And then they go on runs of winning immunity by winning the challenges, and then they will lose one and they get voted out. It's like, yeah, you sucker.
Yeah, you got to be a schemer.
So TNA are still trying to make this reality match work, and it never does.
Still no Mike the Miz Mizanin, who was also on that fucking Fear Factor episode.
Was it just reality stars?
Yeah, it was reality stars representing different television shows. He was the Real World team, and Fair Play was obviously the Survivor team.
Did either of the pro wrestling men win?
I didn't watch the full episodes, watched the clip.
Have you ever watched the WWF episodes of the Fear Factor?
No, I watched the WWF episode of Silent Library.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Weakest Link, which is also very enjoyable.
I have seen the Weakest Link one.
We should do a Patreon show just watching WWE reality show things. And TNA was on Family Feud once, so we can throw that one in.
I think I've seen that too. I just want to watch Spin Cycle.
Well, we can.
The greatest reality show of all time.
There has been clear increased disagreement between Jeff Jarrett and his father, Jerry Jarrett, about the direction of the company in recent months. Jerry has less and less involvement as time goes on in the project, and now that there aren't weekly events in Nashville, he may get out entirely. He doesn't own any of the promotion and has been helping out because his son has financial stake in the company. He is telling people he has the promoting bug again and is going to begin running weekly Saturday events with co-promoter and longtime friend Burt Prentice in Nashville at the fairgrounds, basically filling in where TNA is leaving off, where the weekly pay-per-views have been taking place. The promotion, called USA Pro Wrestling,
terrible name,
will use much of the same talent that is driving distance and affordable that TNA has been using, but probably not his son. There is some speculation that like he basically thinks TNA is wrong to be leaving Nashville and wants to prove them wrong. But if you read Burt Prentice's book, he talks a lot about how they couldn't promote in Nashville anymore, especially in that building, because TNA scorched the earth giving away free tickets. And so Jerry being like, I'll show you, we're not giving away any free tickets, ended up not being able to sell tickets because they burned the market out. They will produce a TV show which began airing on WNAB TV in Nashville this past Saturday in time slot previously occupied by TNA Explosion.
I wonder if we could track down a couple of those episodes.
Find the USA Pro Wrestling. There is that YouTube channel that was posting a lot of Nashville adjacent stuff, particularly like, of course, the stuff that aired, the TNA stuff that aired on networks there, but other like indie stuff that aired on networks there. It's where the Punk and Colt Cabana match finally showed up. So there's probably some stuff on that, I'd imagine.
Maybe we can have a little look around.
Jerry is not the only person disagreeing with his son these days. The frustration with the creative direction of TNA is widespread. Although most wrestlers are too concerned with their job security to say anything to Jeff Jarrett or anybody else in power, some of the company's top wrestlers are even grumbling with friends in the locker room. When is the company going to start doing business? One wrestler asked while venting his frustration. The company is crumbling. They have to pull the trigger on Jeff and Dutch. The wrestler added that although the office believes the frustrations are limited to a few disgruntled wrestlers, it's much more widespread than that. It's the whole locker room, says the wrestler, according to PW Torch. This is a reoccurring theme. There's about 4 other notes we'll read to you in a moment. That the pressure is piling up on founder of the company, Jeff Jarrett, to start delivering creatively or just get the fuck out of creative.
Well, yeah, it's not like they're taking very big swings in creative, are they?
No, and yeah, you could justify it if you're like, we're just trying this thing. You know, we're doing this new idea and we're hoping it works out. They're just not doing anything, and the show is badly booked, and it revolves around Jeff, and everything seems to be booked around Jeff. So you do reach the point where everybody else in the company is like, what the fuck are we doing here?
This is kind of just what ends up happening in every pro wrestling company, you know? when you have guys like Jarrett and Dutch just kind of... I don't even want to say, like, booking bad. It's not booking at all. It's just... It's so weird. It's such a nothing show.
So the anti-Jarrett and Dutch sentiment continues to grow in the locker room. Wrestlers resent the fact that Jarrett is pushing himself as the centerpiece of the promotion, and even more so that he continues to treat them as if they should feel indebted to the company for booking them. Dixie has to get rid of the biggest problem, which is Jeff, one wrestler said. Others have pointed out that even top wrestlers with the best contracts are quote-unquote miserable. America's Most Wanted have been complaining about their push for weeks, and even AJ Styles is said to be unhappy with the company's direction. So, even AJ, who is famously like the most loyal man on earth, like he will go to the ends of the earth for you and not question anything, is being like, God, this is a bit shit, isn't it?
Yeah, like I said, I don't think it feels like it's a bad thing. It just feels like no one's got anything meaningful going on.
Speaking of that, Raven is in the doghouse and has major heat with Jeff Jarrett and Mantell for complaining to Dixie Carter. You'd think people would have figured out the score on that one and from what happened with Johnny Fairplay. But to be fair, Raven has a lot more pull in this company than Johnny Fairplay
Raven isn't
does.
Johnny Fairplay.
I think when Raven says the booking sucks as opposed to Johnny Fairplay saying the booking sucks, I'd take a little more credibility from Raven.
They should put Raven in charge.
Yeah, like a wrestling genius Raven.
Put Raven and Dusty in charge. Let things get crazy.
Well, they might do one of those things.
Raven.
Conan and the Jarretts had a blowout this week. You could see it was coming after Conan's appearance on Wrestling Observer Live, as he talked about how he and BG James have more name recognition than almost anyone on the roster. They get a better reaction in Nashville and Orlando than almost anybody, but never get any major storylines. The company's feeling has always been they are good for a pop, but TNA was afraid to book them in major programs because of the in-ring.
True.
Both were aware of it and got in better shape and have performed better.
No.
At least based on the glimpses Dave has seen. He's not seen enough of them. And get a good reaction from live crowds as anybody, particularly in Orlando, where you have a lot of people coming who don't know the new guys. Conan complained about how they get strong reactions, and both he and James have gotten into better shape and can do promos, but haven't been moved to the top. This came after they complained they were put into the Dusty Rhodes storyline as a backdrop. Conan was on the air with frustrations about getting Jeff and Mantell to listen to his complaints. He complained that it become like WWE, where they cut everyone off booking wise so nobody can rise to the top, and was mad because he felt he'd done good promos and his stuff had gotten over, but he's done nothing but run-ins on these shows. Like, Trio K, their role most often on all these shows is to run out to stop a beatdown.
Which is honestly the best way to book them, because I don't want to see them wrestle.
Like, he's not wrong in that he is probably one of the more over people on the show. Like, his catchphrases do get over. Conan was a legit star in WCW, a legit part of the Wolfpack, a legit, like, upper mid-card guy who got great reactions every single night in WCW while during a period where millions of people were watching. Same with BG on the flip side in the WWF as a catchphrase guy who got over there and who people had a fondness for until they started tweeting constantly. So, like, they're not entirely wrong in that, like, they are two guys who have name recognition and, to be fair, in TNA even, are getting over, but also the point of you just never want to see them wrestle.
Yeah, and plus, as soon as they do wrestle, it's not like they're killing it when they get the opportunity. So it's hard to really get behind anything that they say here. I wouldn't mind the idea of, like, Conan and Ron, like, doing stuff together, but I have no time for BG, and Conan is good for a couple spots, but he's not like, I'm excited for him to come burn it down either, so, you know,
Yeah, and, like, in theory, the idea of Trio K is that even though you have the two not very good people, you do have Ron there too, but that hasn't really worked out that way, has it?
Yeah.
Also, they just don't really work as a trio at all. They don't even, like, use them as a trio.
It's a tag team and a singles that are loosely aligned at this point.
Yeah, so, like, you can't even apply the theory of, like, Ron does the heavy lifting, wrestles most of the match, while those two hit their high spots. Like, they don't even do that.
No.
There is also legit heat between Vince Russo and Jerry Jarrett. When it comes to those two, you always have to be suspicious, I guess. Jarrett wrote something in his new book which we read verbatim on the show in the 2002 episodes, basically calling Russo a horrible fraud, saying some of the early scripts looked like something put together on LSD. Russo found out and was upset, both publicly responding, saying that shows why he thinks the wrestling business is the worst in the world, and he also wrote a private email to Jerry saying he couldn't understand how one Christian could do that to another Christian.
Shut the fuck up.
There is fear that Jarrett has been pushing things too hard and didn't give himself enough time to recover from heart surgery, as he was back in hospital over the weekend, which is... Jerry, look after yourself. Also, Vinny Roo, he's right.
Yeah.
But no, he's a Christian man. How could he say that about Vinny Roo?
Christian's notorious for not judging or passing judgment.
Yeah, especially Christian Cage.
He judges Jungle Boy very harshly.
He does. He's looking at him all the time, being like, you failure of a son.
I want to fuck your mum.
Your dad's dead.
Haha.
What a character. And as if all of this wasn't bad enough for Jeff, as if basically everyone in the company thinking he's no longer fit to run the company, a glass pipe considered drug paraphernalia was found in Jeff Jarrett's luggage at the Nashville airport earlier this month.
Who planted this?
I love the idea that, like, we're fucking sick of this guy. Let's sully his public image by planting drug paraphernalia on him that'll get caught in the airport so that he'll be removed from his booking position.
But like, that's definitely what happened, right?
Yeah. Airport police were involved, but in the end, Jeff was neither charged nor cited. He said he didn't know how it got in there.
He should just be like, guys, I work in the wrestling industry.
And they were like, yeah.
Fair enough, move along, sir.
There was no drug residue in the pipe and no drugs found in the rest of his luggage, which was searched. There was great concern within TNA at first that this would damage Jarrett's reputation.
Then they realized no one cared.
And could affect his image with cable networks in the future. It didn't turn into a big media story. A wrestling message board in Tennessee was the first to break the story, and since then it's been reserved to just wrestling websites. So, all sorts of schemes to get Jarrett out of the book.
I mean, I love a scheme. What can I say?
TNA cancelled its September 14th Impact tapings in Orlando at Universal Studios due to concerns from a potential third hurricane in the area. It's thoroughly hurricane season because the Don West mentions earlier in the month that, like, thank you to all the fans who came out despite the hurricane. And now they're like, no, we're going to cancel this one.
There's a hurricane.
No, this one was Ivan, not Helms.
Oh,
With many Floridians evacuating and tourism down, there may have been no crowd even if the wrestlers did show up. There was talk of the potential cancellation last week at the final Thursday taping in Orlando, and the decision was made final on Friday, at which point some of the wrestlers were told by office workers Bob Ryder and Tim Welsh. TNA tapes extra matches, usually 2 or 3 at every Impact taping. Those matches will begin to be used for Explosion, TNA's syndicated program, but may be used to fill the gaps on this episode. The plan is to get back with the first Tuesday taping on September 21 as they begin promoting their November 7th Victory Road pay-per-view.
Mm-hmm.
So that resulted in a weird Frankenstein Impact, which was the September 17th episode, which was a combination of matches taped for Explosion and matches that had already broadcast.
So that episode's really funny because the first match on that show was the one that I messaged you about the production being different.
Oh, well then, nope, it's the same thing.
Because it was the 6-man, right? That I think was filmed from. I think it was filmed like right after on the last week's episode. Because then immediately after that, the production quality dropped back down to being saturated and like washed out. I was like, this is very confusing for me.
That 6-man originally aired on the second episode of Impact back in June.
Did it?
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting.
Did you not even notice PD didn't have the X title with him?
I did not.
So yeah, it was PD, Bobby Roode, and Eric Young against Heavy Metal, Abysmal Negro, and
I
Mr.
noticed
Agwell.
the Elite Guard coming out in that episode, and I was like,
Yeah, because another match on that show, the other non-new match, quote-unquote, was Jarrett against Lex Lovett, which originally aired on the July 30th episode, which was funny to me in that, like, that match is Jarrett wins, and then he ends shouting about Monty and Jeff Hardy.
Which they frame it like, oh, he's calling out the challenges.
And I think that this match aired before it was the Monty Hardy number 1 contenders match on the Nashville show. But yeah, they're like, oh, look, he's calling out his challengers. It's funny how, like, evergreen some of this stuff is.
Want to know a fun fact?
Shoot.
First time this match aired, I gave it a 2 out of 5. Second time it aired, I gave it a 1.5.
Oh, what does that tell you? Okay, what did you give to the 6-man? That's an interesting question. 225. And I hope you're inconsistent. 2! It's better the second time round, you tell me, Liam.
What can I say? They picked it up.
Mm.
Did you purposely go back and make sure you matched your ratings?
You're damn right I did.
Hey man, I was in a different mindset.
That's interesting.
I kind of liked the Jeff Jarrett Lex Lovett match for a 1.5.
It's an interesting insight into Liam's mentality when watching these shows. Maybe it's not the matches that are bad, but Liam's willingness to give them a chance.
Wow. I really enjoyed these impacts because they were really easy to watch.
Keep what I just said in mind when we're talking about a certain America's Most Wanted Triple X feud. Just saying, guys. Just keep it in mind. The other 2 matches on that show was a Kid Cash in Dallas against Amazing Red and Chris Sabin match, which was taped September 9th before Impact. Cash won the Frog Splash. And then the main event, which was like a brief reprieve for Goldilocks, who we will talk about, will not be appearing anymore, but suddenly popped up on this episode because AJ Styles faced Alex Shelley in the main event.
In the match of the month.
That was taped on August 27th and aired here. And if the Hurricane didn't hit, that match probably would have never aired. So there you go.
I'm glad I enjoyed that match.
I was thinking they were damn lucky that they didn't have Abyss at ringside for that one, because then they couldn't have used it.
Or they would have just changed some shit.
So yeah, that's the weird September 17th episode. If you ever watch that episode and you realize, hey, I've seen this Team Canada against Heavy Metal Abysmal Negro and Mr. Aguilar match before, you're not Liam, for one. And 2, that's the reason. Hurricane hit, they had to put together an episode with previously used matches and a couple of unaired explosion style matches.
I noticed it with the Jeff match.
The
Jeff match, I noticed it, and which is why I was so confused by the production thing, because I was like, I think part of the reason I didn't notice the opener was I thought it was new production.
Because yeah, they did get new cameras, but I think it's more for the backstage stuff. Because I didn't notice any difference. So I was like, I know that there was a note they got new cameras, but I thought it was for like pre-tape and post-production stuff, not shooting.
I just thought things looked a little brighter.
They're clearly putting more money into these Impact tapings at the start.
Yeah.
Sabu is out indefinitely with cysts in his back and a viral infection. As mentioned, I think last month, we're not going to see Sabu for a good while until over halfway through 2005. TNA president Dixie Carter is pregnant. She has no prior children. There has been typical TNA. Like, the woman's pregnant, they're like, how does that affect us? There have been some concern within TNA that becoming a mother could move her priorities from making a money-losing wrestling promotion succeed to other matters like, her fucking children. But those who know her best say that she remains steadfast in saying she and her family are committed to the TNA project for the long haul. TNA is said to have a 1 or 2 year commitment at Universal Studios. So Dixie's pregnant. Congratulations, Dixie.
Yeah, congratulations for 15 years ago.
Yes, for your child who's now in high school. Oh no, that child's 18. That child is an adult.
Should be starting in the Impact Dojo.
He's 17 based on when she gave birth. But yeah, God, that's upsetting. After the final Wednesday taping in Nashville, wrestlers were encouraged by Jeff Jarrett to go out into the crowd and sign autographs. Styles, Hardy, D-Ray, Shark Boy, and Amazing Red were among those signing autographs to say goodbye to the Nashville fans.
Shoutouts to Jeff for doing it. He got a big dog that. He could have been like, nah.
Yeah, he didn't have to, but like, yeah. Apparently, like, there's a lot of talk that Jeff is pretty down to earth in this run and pretty up for actually working for TNA as opposed to just taking money.
Speaking of people who want to work for TNA.
Diamond Dallas Page desperately wants to work for TNA, but Jarrett remains opposed to the idea of hiring him. Jarrett's biggest concern is that Page's ego will insist that he get a mega push.
You're bringing in the outsiders.
Which other wrestlers find funny, as they see similarities between Jarrett's concerns over the way Page wants to be pushed and the way Jarrett books himself.
Owned. Fucking owned.
Realistically, Jarrett sees... the DDP, you could go all in a DDP more than you could go all in a Jeff Jarrett. DDP's an actual
for
star.
Sure.
But Jarrett's like, he'll want to be pushed, and that'll eat into my push, so let's not bring him in even though we desperately need name stars. Several TNA wrestlers have been ignoring the company's policy regarding independent bookings ever since the company announced the decision to end the Wednesday night pay-per-views. Everybody's doing it, said one wrestler, who doesn't feel guilty not informing the office of his indie dates because they cut 3 paychecks a month by making the taping change. So like, we're not giving you our cut, you're not giving us enough money. And I hope they're like, yeah, that's fine.
That's basically what we said last time too, was that there needed to be some changes with that system.
TNA wrestler Johnny Devine underwent 4 hours of surgery after being stabbed during a bar fight on Sunday in Nashville. Andy Douglas of the Naturals tag team in TNA was stabbed in the leg but didn't require surgery. The 2 wrestlers got involved in a fist fight during which the other men pulled out knives. Nobody has been arrested. The incident received media coverage in Winnipeg, where Devine is from.
Cool.
I thought this might be the last we see of Johnny Devine because he's not really a regular again until 06. But we do see a little bit of him toward the end of 04 and start of 05 before he basically disappears for a year.
Imagine how big of a story this would be now.
A wrestler getting stabbed going into surgery.
Yeah.
And even Andy Douglas is there too.
It's Andy Douglas and Johnny Devine.
Yeah, this stuff doesn't really happen anymore, does it?
No.
I guess wrestlers are more low-key these days. They're not going drinking and fighting as much as they used to.
Yeah, all they do is they go to the cancelled Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu gym, they roll around, and then they go eat, like, fucking Panera bread. And they go home and they play fucking virtual pro wrestling too.
Yeah, and then stream to their fans.
Yeah. They don't even do hardcore drugs anymore. What's the point? Oh my god, I am turning into a Territories guy.
Yeah, you're becoming Jim Cornette pilled.
I really am. Like, all I've been doing is watching Territory Wrestling, and I even downloaded a Jim Cornette podcast.
What?
In my defense,
Liam.
it was the 89 WCW retrospective. It wasn't any of his modern stuff. I don't care about hearing him do a gimmick where he hates modern wrestling.
Back in the day when podcasts were but a mere folly, Jim Cornette did have one then too with Bill Barons that I listened to a bunch of, where they just talked about old wrestling.
Yeah, I love Cornette as a historian. He's great in that aspect. I just don't care about his like modern views and his racist videos.
No, what I'm hearing is you endorse everything about Jim Cornette.
What I'm trying to say is, I'm a member of the Cult of Cornette.
All of our thumbnails and posters are now going to become South Park style.
Oh my god, I really want to make one now.
Which, by the way, our Victory Road poster, which you won't see for 2 weeks, that poster rocks.
I've seen it, guys. When's Cornette coming in? I want to start putting over Jim Cornette.
Yeah, you'll have to wait till mid-06.
I'm excited. Isn't it weird that like now we're that far away from 06 as we were to like from 05 at the start?
Yeah, like we're closer to Cornette debuting than we were to now when TNA started. So
I am so excited for like the next 5 years of covering this fucking promotion.
Because it's either good or insane, which is again the two good things.
Like, it's really gonna be boring from this point on. It's just gonna be fucking nuts and gonna make us mad, or it's gonna be good, or it's just gonna be funny.
As we were talking about this, I think 2011 is the next time we'll be like, this promotion is boring, please do something.
Don't worry, we'll be dead by then.
Jerry Lane is recovering from shoulder surgery stemming from an injury caused by Juventud Guerrera, who did not protect Lynn while performing the Hoovy Driver a few months ago.
And now he's gonna wrestle Chris Jericho.
Do you think they're actually doing that match?
Probably not. I think he's just gonna attack ROH champs, and then Nigel can wrestle him or something.
Jerry is 60.
Yeah. And he took the safest tombstone in the world.
He did.
Which, like, I'm not shitting on. You should.
But yeah, Jerry Lynn we'll see once in 05, and then not until the end of 06.
I was thinking, watching this, how it's, like, the end of it, you know?
Yeah, this is the end of Jerry Lynn's run as a regular. We'll only see shorter runs as a one-off in 05, a little bit of a run in 06, 07, and then the return in 2011. But yeah, this is Jerry Lynn who was like a fixture of these Asylum days, is no longer a fixture of TNA.
I was that was part of the whole like me watching the PD thing and thinking of how this feels like TNA now, and part of that it was me reflecting on Jerry being gone as well. It's like that Jerry was a very NWA-TNA guy, and now we're in TNA and he's not really part of that.
There is a substantial shift. Like over the next few months, you'll see a lot of the Asylum acts that weren't any good fade away. Like
And also one that was the best act in company history.
Goldie, yeah, that's sad. But yeah, seeing Lynn fade away and the likes of, you know, Watts and Goldie and Gilberti and Scott Hudson and Swinger and Diamond hangs around. But a lot of those people who have been relative fixtures for a while just kind of disappear.
Most of them I'm not too broken up about.
Scott Hudson and Goldie, the interviewers, are the ones you're really broken up about.
Yeah.
I think Scott Hudson does some of the pay-per-views. I can't remember when exactly Scott Hudson is done. I don't think we've seen the last of him, but we're getting close.
Well, he's really good at his job. It's sad to see him go.
The worst part is he's better than Franchise at the job.
Oh, for sure.
And that's a bummer.
But Franchise has a name.
Does he?
He has kind of a name.
As a backstage interviewer, though?
I know, but like, there is something to be said about going, ooh, look at Shane Douglas. That's the guy who threw down the NWA title, remember that? That's my impersonation of the casual wrestling fan.
Ooh, look, it's Scott Hudson.
Oh, look at Smear, look at Scott Hudson. That guy
from
did
WCW
nothing. He
Worldwide.
works for the FBI.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Las Vegas is out as a location for the first pay-per-view. It was a first choice, but when found out there was a hockey game there right before at the Orleans Arena of Global Force Wrestling fame.
My God. Jeff really just does the same fucking shit over and over again, doesn't he?
He has like 3 ideas. But because there's a hockey game the night before, they didn't have adequate setup time. They also talked about Norfolk or Fort Hood, Texas, because they'd be able to draw a military crowd and let servicemen in for free. It ultimately ends up in Orlando. So there you go.
I watched a Clash of the Champions that was held in front of a rowdy military crowd.
Was it good?
Yeah, it was a good crowd. The main event was Funk and Steamboat.
I feel like companies don't really do that anymore. Being like, even WWE, like, you know, Tribute to the Troops is a less big thing than it used to be. It's like an add-on to a show these days, as opposed to being like, we're going to fly the entire roster over to Iraq.
Yeah. They should send him to the streamers instead.
They no longer support the troops.
They gotta send him to Twitch HQ. Our real heroes.
Our content creators.
Our content creators. Braver than the troops.
Tribute to the content creators.
Tribute to the gamers.
No, it's too far.
You gotta send them to our esports leagues.
No.
In front of our esports troops.
We consider their analyst, our State Farm analyst desk, and
it would be so much fucking fun to send like a wrestling crew to like an esports like a sponsored house and just watch them playing games on their PCs. Just watching them play like Overwatch 2 and League.
Would it be fun though?
It'd be fun for me because I hope they send like not like Woods and Cole, like people who would be into it. I want them to send like Sting.
Yeah, Sting, Michael Cole,
Jim Ross,
Johnny Swinger, all of the gamers. Yeah, Abyss, just showing up all together. The gamers gaming together.
Then they make him do like a fight. Send Taz. Make him do a 5v5 versus the esports gamers.
Taz is talking about all the tips his son Hook has given him.
What do you think Hook's game of choice is?
Because he's a young dude, so he probably did play games. But he feels to me a guy who does just play Call of Duty.
Yeah, he does seem like I've finished work today. Time to relax with some Call of Duty.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit down, log on with the boys, drink a White Claw, and shout some racial slurs.
Not that we would suggest Hook would ever do such a thing.
Of course not. I'm just talking of his ilk.
Just the general gamer stereotype.
Specifically the Call of Duty stereotype. Dropping hours into Warzone.
Where are we dropping, boys?
Yeah. Do you think he plays Fortnite? Or do you think he's like one of those guys who's like, oh, Fortnite is for losers because there's building?
I think he's like, Fortnite is for babies. I play the real games like PUBG and Warzone.
I don't think he plays PUBG. I do think he plays Warzone. I think he plays the Call of Duty game on his phone.
Oh no. Oh.
I think he's backstage at AEW playing Warzone on his phone. we're back for the podcast. This is coming in during our intermission. Just want everyone to know to please donate to the Redbubble so I can buy one of those cool fans that don't make any noise as we're about to enter summer here. Again, only do this if you're rich. If you're rich, I don't care that you give me your money, but please do. I would like a big dumb fan that doesn't make noise.
We mean rich as in wealthy, not Rich Craich.
Or Rich Craich, technically is my boss, I guess. So, write it off on tax or something. I don't know how you guys work that system. All right, now put it in.
Alrighty, that brings us to broad topics. We're going to be a little lighter this month because there's only 2 pay-per-views and then 3 impacts, one of which is like a basically non-canon Hurricane episode.
Also, we're not going to talk about a bunch of squash matches.
Yeah, and the other 2 of which are like the first 2 weeks of a 9-week build to a pay-per-view, so there's not like a ton of meat on them, but we will talk about them nonetheless. We'll start with Dusty because that's one of the shorter stories and it'll lead into Jarrett and Hardy. So we had the continuation of Liam's favorite story. It's heel Dusty Rhodes.
Oh, it's definitely heel. He's a whiny bitch who pokes his nose into everyone else's business, and I'm sick of him.
Liam is sick of Dusty Rhodes' a lack of authority.
Or I'm sick of his incredulous, self-imposed authority.
You don't think he should be interfering in Vince Russo's decision making?
No, he has no authority. There's no he's making matches, he's stopping things, he's interfering, he's showing up when Vince was very nice to him that one week. He's like, hey man, just take a week off, come back in next week, we'll get it all sorted, and he still had to fucking poke his nose in.
Yeah, so if you remember, Dusty has been suspended. He was suspended in the last show of last month for all of his antics. Vince Russo was finally fed up of him. He suspended him for 1 week. So September 1st, the weekly pay-per-view, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 110, was the show in which he was meant to be suspended. Hudson had Russo. He was like, Dusty's suspended. And well, there's definitely going to be a new champ next week in the title match. And Trial K were meant to have a 6-man tag. It was meant to be BG Conan and Dusty against Team Canada. But they were like, oh no, we're going to be a man down, but we've got the new member of Trial K here, a new mystery partner.
Who the fuck could it be?
Backstage, Trial K in a promo said, tonight is the end of the American dream.
Yes.
And the beginning of the American nightmare.
In my soul, my name's Cody fucking Rhodes.
And Conan does a promo about how you're not a wrestler if you learn a bunch of holds. You're not a wrestler if you do a bunch of tape study. It's like, we have been on the road 300 days a year with broken marriages, concussions, and we've been to drug rehab. That's pro wrestling, baby.
I mean, he's not wrong.
That is the actual promo Conan cuts.
Yeah. I mean, I took note. I was like, yeah, right. It's the first 3LK promo that my ears perked up for.
Oh, you were like, drug rehab?
I think, because they were perked up for it too,
So that leads us to the tag match in which BG James and Conan had the mystery partner, the debuting Midnight Rider.
Yes. I had just seen some of the Midnight Rider stuff previously.
So you jumped out of your chair at Territory Wrestling.
I was like, yes! No, I got the bit.
My favorite part of the entrance was Don West on commentary being like, the Midnight Rider, Dusty Rhodes, pause, panic, is not here tonight because he's been suspended.
So now the Midnight Rider is here. It's unrelated.
Because Mike and Don had some fun on commentary, playing dumb. It's like, that's not Dusty, he's much slimmer than Dusty.
Yeah.
Where Scott D'Amore freaked out being like, come on, it's Dusty.
It's a good bit to do the guy that is obviously the guy.
And the heel is the only person who will actually see it, while everyone else, even impartial, objective babyface announcers, are like, it's the Midnight Rider, it's the guy from the 80s.
Mike Tenay's like, I'm a big fan.
So BG Pump handles Divine, and the Midnight Rider drops an elbow for the win. And Don is like, I've never seen a move like that before.
Yeah, this was some fun stuff.
It's good shtick, it's good antics.
But then, my least favorite thing is that he just shows up again at the end of the day. They couldn't just have this be the bit. They had to oversaturate it.
I will say, Dusty coming in and being like, oh, geez, I missed the Midnight Rider. He was one of my faves, daddy.
You think, how many people in that crowd understood the bit, knew Midnight Rider?
I'd say in that Asylum crowd, probably like 60%. Because like I think that's one of the older skewing crowds in wrestling history. You look around that crowd and there's a lot of people in their 50s.
Yeah.
So I think there's a decent number of people who had either seen Midnight Rider stuff or were at least aware of it.
That's fair enough.
So yeah, Dusty interrupted the on-camera. Russo came out. He was mad that Dusty was there, even though he was meant to be suspended. He asked Dusty, like, what do you want? Dusty said, I want D'Amore one-on-one. But Russo banned Trill K from ringside, banned Team Canada from ringside, made himself special referee, and then booked Dusty versus Scott D'Amore next week, with the stipulation that if Dusty loses, he'll have to leave TNA.
Good.
Don West immediately repeated that stipulation, to which Dusty replied, I know that, Donny West. I heard what he said.
God, these two are great together.
They should be on call. Get Mike Tenay out of here. Never mind the man who should be nominated to the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame. Get Don West and Dusty on the desk.
That's perfect. Imagine the chaotic, like, childlike energy those two would bring.
It would be insane. So, Impact on September 3rd, Scott D'Amore had a squash match over Jason Rance, and he won with a moonsault and a demoralizer. And then he sang the anthem at Dusty.
So what do you want to talk about Jason Rance, huh?
I said the name very quickly so you wouldn't hear it. He did come out to the old AMW theme.
Yeah, you want to talk about him? Anything to say?
When Scott D'Amore was being introduced, he made JB do the big introductions, which is not at all also associated with a problematic person. the over-the-top exaggerated introduction. JB and Don West were aghast when Scott said he weighed 203 pounds. When JB read it, he did like the look up deadpan very well. And then Don West on commentary, maybe when he was born.
So mean to Scott D'Amore.
He was wearing the Bobby Roode, it's a Terry Taylor robe, but Bobby Roode would go on to wear that red and black robe. So, and
you know what? The very mean to Scott D'Amore. I test. Man is still a hunk.
Yeah, hits a sweet moonsault, hits the demoralizer, which is just a cradle shock, for the win.
Yeah.
Super worker Scott D'Amore deserves more respect from these people.
By these people, we mean Mike Tenay and Don West.
And JB.
True.
Franchise had Dusty later in the show, and he did his little hard sell promo for the pay-per-view. And then next show, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 111, the final Asylum show, September 8th. We did have the big match between Dusty Rhodes and Scott D'Amore. They both had backstage interviews earlier in the show. Scott said that he hates just the very concept of the American dream because it represents the selfishness of Americans.
True. They all think that they deserve to be special, that they deserve to have their dreams achieved.
And D'Amore buried Dusty because he's like, he preaches about tradition and honor, and then he jumped to the Fed for a payday and wore polka dots, so he's full of shit.
Ooh.
Shooting on Dusty Rhodes. Then Dusty did a promo right before his match where he talked about how he's rooting for Jeff Hardy to win because he was the guy who brought Jeff Hardy to TNA, and wouldn't it be politically beneficial to him if the guy he did the deal for and brought into the company would then win the NWA title? So it's like, it's not even subtext that like Dusty's out for himself, he's being a little selfish. It's text. He says it out loud. Well,
once again, I was ahead of everyone else in the crowd. I knew that this guy was full of bullshit, and now he's gone out and just straight up said it.
Your Vinny Roo defending ways are running rampant.
I was proven right.
So then you did have Dusty against Scott D'Amore. A nice little match. It's exactly what you think it is. Russo's a special referee. Russo kicked Trill K out. Dusty accidentally elbowed Russo, even though if you look at the way he did it, he looked right at Vince Russo as he elbowed him. So like, I'd almost prefer to read that as he did do it on purpose.
I think you can go either way with it.
Yeah, so then Russo picked up his baseball bat, which was in the corner, and he teased hitting Dusty with it, but then he didn't. Dusty dropped an elbow, picked up the win. Dusty offered Russo a handshake, but before Russo could accept Team Canada attacks, then Vince Russo goes beast mode, pulls his shirt off, and does like chest bumps into Scott D'Amore before Trill K make the save.
I think it was some good work to have this match be on this final NWA-TNA pay-per-view, because it was a match that like you would expect to see on like a monthly pay-per-view schedule.
Yeah, and like as a match on the final Asylum show, you have Dusty, who has been, barring recent events, one of the highlights of the Asylum era against Scott D'Amore.
Vince Russo, barring recent events, has also been one of the highlights.
And you have Scott D'Amore, who has been one of the recent highlights of the company. Like, one of my bigger disappointments is like they didn't do anything to make the final Asylum show feel like, other than the fact, like, obviously they promoted the main event real hard as like the biggest match in TNA history, but they didn't do anything to make like it feel like a special night, you know, the final Asylum night. There was no like Asylum nostalgia,
No recaps.
no recaps, no video packages, no special guests, not even any talk about this being the final Asylum show. Maybe because they didn't think it would be. Maybe they did think, we'll come back for some pay-per-views, so we shouldn't like lean too hard into it being the end of the era. But it was the end of the era, and it kind of went unacknowledged.
I think perhaps they thought if they played into it too much, the crowd might resent it.
Yeah, because it was their biggest crowd in ages, 1,300 sellout. Don West mentions on TV the next week that, you know, they had 1,000 fans turned away. It looked packed on TV. It was the most packed it looked in a very long time.
Yeah, I could see a worry that maybe they thought the crowd would try and hijack the main event.
To be mad that they're taking the show back to Orlando, and it's like, you're abandoning us in our Nashville days. What would Chad think?
What would Chad think?
I hope Chad was there.
I hope he booked the show.
It would feel bad. What if Chad is Vince Russo?
I'd be stunned.
But yeah, that's the most of the Dusty Russo stuff. There's some more stuff we'll talk about in a minute that mostly ties into the number one contender story, the Jeff Hardy story. So that takes us back to the big NWA World Heavyweight Championship match that's been promoted for the best part of 6 weeks. It's the Date with Fate on September 8. It is Jeff Jarrett versus Jeff Hardy for the NWA title.
So, not as good of a build as the Raven match.
Mm-hmm.
Not as good of a match as the Raven match.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about it, yeah.
Yeah. There's not a but there, is there?
No, I don't really have any positives to say. I appreciate that they did try to actually build to a match.
They tried to do the thing that wrestling is supposed to do.
Well, I think it's just something sorely missed from the product.
So NWA-TNA favorite number 110. Jarrett opened the show. He did his like go home promo, called it the biggest match of both men's careers. Talks about how the eyes of the wrestling world will be on the match. It's the last Wednesday pay-per-view, but Hardy should be careful who he trusts.
What could that mean?
There's a little small thread that runs through this show and the next one where Jarrett's talking about how he has the figure 4, but Hardy has no answer to that. So main event of that show, there's the big brawl in the schmoz because that happens every week. Hardy made the save. Jarrett ran out. He locked in the figure 4, but then Hardy reversed the figure 4 into his own submission maneuver, Liam. The spine line.
It's the TJP move.
Yeah, so he crosses the legs and then does a Boston Crab. So it's either a Boston Crab with the legs crossed or a Scorpion Death without the foot put through, however you'd like to describe it.
I think TJP calls it the figure 4 deathlock.
I think he does it better than Jeff Hardy does.
He does, for sure. I mean, I don't mind the move. I just, it looks a little awkward when Jeff does it. It looks like it's kind of off kilter.
I'm a little upset that Jeff didn't keep the spine line. It's only a thing he does in this feud with Jarrett freely. He didn't, break out the spine line.
Everyone should have a submission finish that they can go to.
Wish he was wrestling Triple H and he broke out the spine line. Imagine the pop that would get.
From us.
Just us.
We should go back... Oh my god. We should go back to territory wrestling, where everyone just does drop kick, scoop slam, figure 4, and that's it.
I did send you a DM recently being like, every wrestler should just have a cool finish and a catchphrase.
Yeah. Well, a cool finish, a submission finish, and a catchphrase is basically it.
So you're saying all Monty Brown is short is the submission finish?
Yeah, then I'd be into him.
Because you're not into Monty otherwise.
Nah. He should turn the pounce into a submission.
It should pounce him.
He should pounce into them and then catch them in a bear hug and then just run around with them.
I was trying to work out how you pounce into a Koji clutch for some reason.
Whoa.
So it would be very impressive if you could do it.
Like, pounce up, but instead of throwing them off, you grab them into the bag, and then he just keeps running. He never stops.
And he like bashes them into the turnbuckle until they submit, which would cause a rope break, so it's not a very good submission. But
I don't think he like bashes them. I think he just picks them up and then runs in circles with them in a bear hug.
While rubbing his head on the rope, doing his Monty Brown head rub thing.
No, again, that would cause a rope break.
Just improving on perfection here, clearly. September 3rd, Jarrett opened the Impact as well, doing another go-home promo. This is where he started mentioning that Hardy is an outsider, and no outsider is welcome in TNA unless they're friends of his. Hardy should keep his enemies close and his friends even closer. There were a bunch of predictions throughout that show, the entire roster predicting the winner of Jarrett and Hardy. All the heels picked Jarrett and all the baby faces picked Hardy. Would you be surprised at that?
No.
And that brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 111, September 8th. The main event, the final match of the Asylum Era. The date would fate on September 8th for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship.
It was bad.
There was a lot of discourse, particularly from Wade Keller, about the length of this match.
Okay, what did he want it to be longer than this?
So I'm going to read you a sentence and I'd like your immediate reaction to just the concept. After weeks of hype and setting expectations high, TNA should have booked 45 minutes for the match. Jeff Hardy and Jeff Jarrett should have plotted a match that at least appeared to be striving to be a match of the year contender, says Wade Keller in the PW Torch.
Wade. You wanted more of this?
He wanted it to be approximately 4 times longer than it was, Liam.
Wait! You wanted this to be Okada Omega? Like, what's your problem here, man?
This match went 11 minutes, and he's like,
and it was still too long.
And it was still too long and no good. And Wade Keller looks at that and says it should have been 45 minutes.
Wade, what are you doing?
It's madness. Apparently, it did run short. It was meant to go 14 and ended up going 11. So
should have gone 4.
Yeah, Wade Keller, you madman. What are you on? What's wrong with you? Come on.
It's a chaotic force.
To be fair, Jarrett paid tribute to the legacy of the Asylum by doing one last Asylum brawl.
And doing his bigger one-arm kick out. So
yeah, so ref got bumped. Hardy hit the swanton, but Jarrett did his one-arm kick out when the ref did the slow count getting back in. Jarrett tried to leave. Dusty came out, tossed them back in.
Once again, Dusty putting his fucking nose in other people's business.
Jarrett decked Dusty, so Dusty unloaded punches on him. Russo came out to shout at Dusty. Referee was all distracted by the commotion between Russo and Dusty on the floor. Hardy looked to use Russo's bat, but Russo pulled it out of his hands.
Okay, I have a real problem with this spot.
Mm-hmm.
Hardy picked up the bat. The referee saw him with the bat in his hands and was like, I'm going to leave the ring now.
As we explained on the watch-along, Liam, when you go to referee school and you sit down there and Earl Hebner teaches you about how to be a referee.
Excuse me, I got my bachelor's in refereeing.
Now, there's an order of operations where outside interference trumps foreign object.
No, that's the opposite.
So you deal with outside interference before you deal with foreign object.
I mean, but you saw the weapon in his hands.
But then you saw Dusty and Russo, and it's like, oh, I gotta stop that.
If Jeff Hardy had a gun,
right,
in the ring,
mm-hmm.
Do you think it'd be more important to go to the outside?
Who is more likely to meddle, Dusty Rhodes or Jeff Hardy's gun?
Both.
It's Dusty, and you know it's Dusty.
No.
But yeah, so Hardy grabbed the bat, but Russo pulled the bat out of his hands. Hardy missed the swanton. Jarrett hit him with a guitar and retained the NWA World Heavyweight title.
This is my first ever 3rd star.
Oh, you gave it 2 1/3. I like the fact that this is the match. You could not decide between 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, so you gave it 2 1/3 stars.
You know, sometimes you gotta go out on a limb for something. You feel it in your bones.
By the way, you can of course go to tnachat.com or patreon.com/kiddingme if you would like to see our star ratings.
It's only $100 a month.
It's a buck. You can get the star ratings for
wow, what a deal that is!
a single dollar. You can get the star ratings.
I would have been for sure paying $100.
You also get the ad-free episode on the $1 tier. So it's
wait, there's bloody more.
Yeah, or you can get our other series such as Global Force Wrestling.
What?
You can get our Ring Cat King show.
Ring Ka King?
You can get Review It For Her, our brand new The Wrestling Society X show.
Well, that's a fantastic name.
That we didn't come up with. Dude on Twitter did.
Shut up. And we have a New Japan series.
Yes, Rain Takers is there too, as well as Watch
Garrett,
Alongs.
that's insane. Next thing, you're going to be telling me that we have like a YouTube channel which hosts all of our best clips.
That's pretty much all of our clips, but yes.
Holy hell. God, if this podcast had some sort of Redbubble where you could donate, I know I would for sure.
Well, you said red bubble instead of red circle. That's for merch
Fuck.
rather than donations.
Yeah,
but
coming soon.
you can also go to tnhchat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme if you'd like to get money in,
My God.
in exchange for... If you'd like to
Goods
get
and
content in
services.
exchange for money, not the other way around.
Wow. I cannot believe there's so many ways to connect to your best friends online.
So, yeah. Jarrett, Hardy. The match was fine.
See, the reason I did that there, okay? Because
Uh-huh.
now when you clip this to put on the YouTube channel, because it talks about Jarrett and Hardy, you're going to have to put this large bit in the middle up on that video.
But you see, you made the mistake of it'll be right at the... I guess it'll be in the middle of the world title segment.
So
on
yeah, what I want
YouTube,
to say about this Jeff Hardy, Jeff Jarrett match, right?
Yeah, okay, go.
A big thing that I want to put of an interesting thought that I had was when they bloody finally got to because they did the whole like pre-match brawl. Once they finally rang the bell and these dudes locked up, they had already killed the momentum. The crowd didn't pop for it.
Yeah, because they did this weird thing where like they came out and they kept on brawling and security separated them. They kept on brawling.
Well, they're trying to set it up like it was like these guys hate each other and they can't wait to get at each other.
Which I don't buy for this feud, by the way.
Of course not. It's a badly booked feud.
JB was desperately trying to finish the introductions while they kept on brawling.
Now you see, Garrett, what I did there was actually brought up a point about the match now, so now you have to put that interlude in there.
The thing like about Jeff Hardy, it's like he doesn't
What
talk.
is the thing about Jeff Hardy?
He doesn't open his mouth.
Okay, what about when he goes, ah?
It's like it's so strange that they spent like 6 weeks building to this match. They announced this match far in advance, and they didn't let Jeff do a single promo. And like, fair enough, you might be like, we don't trust him in a middle of the ring setting because he's traditionally not a great
A
promo.
pre-recorded one.
Yeah, do a Mike Tenay one. Sit him down, let him just do like be like charismatic, normal Jeff Hardy, and do a hard sell that way. But like, your babyface contender who people love and is a legit star, you don't let do a promo for your big world title match? What are you doing?
Maybe he just didn't want to. He didn't even say creatures once.
He didn't. But it's more of a 2010 TNA thing.
Creatures!
He would like them to mount up.
But, you know, the most important note of this entire match is that we got Modest with the lyrics in it for the big match.
Oh, yes, which thankfully, for some reason, actually on the next Impact, it was Styles and Hardy against the Naturals. It was back to the old version of Modest, and I was quite mad. But yes, Modest finally has lyrics, and we're gone from the terrible instrumental version of Modest.
Obviously, the lyrics for Modest is like the big match theme.
No, make it as always theme, because the other one is bad, and this one is good.
Doo-doo-doo.
So the rest of the month begins the build to Victory Road on November 7th as we want to crown a number one contender. As mentioned, Styles and Hardy have a match against the Naturals. Perfectly fine. Styles hits Andy Douglas.
I thought it was a good reintroduction for their first show back.
Yeah, Styles hits a brainbuster on Douglas. Hardy falls with a swanton.
Thumbs up.
Jeff Hammond does his 6 points of impact, talking about the reasons Jeff Jarrett beat Jeff Hardy.
Number one, he's booking the show.
That should have been it. See what they edited out. Because most of these Jeff Hammond things are on location. He had like Elliot Sadler there, who I believe is brother of Hermie, I want to say.
Ugh.
And he's like, I respect wrestlers.
I want to give a little positive to the Impact shows.
Mm-hmm.
They're not 75 matches anymore.
Yeah, they're usually only 4 instead of, I think one of them was 7 at one stage. It's like, good lord, how are you squeezing that much content? But they've stripped them back down to 4 because there's more promos and angles on them now because they're building the pay-per-views.
And I feel like they give a bit of a chunkier main event.
And even a chunkier opener on some of them as well.
Yes, I think that's been a good change.
Like, Styles and Hardy against the Naturals doesn't end up being a particularly competitive match, but it is like the team who were just tag champs against the 2 top baby faces in the company.
I also thought it was a pretty good match. I had fun with that one.
So Jeff Jarrett comes out. He gloats that he retained over Hardy. He has both a bandage over his eye. Because to be fair to him, he did do a pretty good blade job in that Hardy match. And he also had a black eye. There was dueling chants of "We want Hardy, we want Monty." As Jarrett says, line up the challengers. He'll beat them all. Maybe even bring in some outsiders. Or did he already beat them?
So this is the point where like Jeff Jarrett jumped the shark for me.
That was for me like 2 months ago, but go ahead.
Again. I was watching this promo and I was like, man, I just do not give a fuck about this guy. And he's not like compelling or interesting or tough or cool looking or anything. He's just a guy who happens to have the world title.
Yeah.
I think he'd be fine as a mid-card heel. I think he'd actually probably excel because he'd bring some like gravitas to it. But as the top champion in the company, it just doesn't work for me.
And he has none of like the charm or occasional silliness that you actually enjoy to heel Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah, when he's a goofball, he's great.
Whereas here, he's just like dead serious. I'm Jeff Jarrett. I'm NWA champion. I'm the best wrestler. I'm Ace. And it's like, no, you're not. You're just not. You're not that guy. You will never be that guy.
Yeah, it's very frustrating.
So he's still talking about whether or not Russo should bring in some outsiders.
Who could it be?
The next show had Jarrett in a squash against Lex Lovett, which was a match re-aired from earlier in the year because of the hurricane. Also to feature on who will be Jeff Jarrett's next contender. And then last show of the month, feature on Jarrett. Jarrett came out. Mike Tenay questions whether Russo could be meeting with an outsider because Russo wasn't at that show because he was trying to decide who the next contender would be. Jarrett did a promo. He wants to know right now who he'll face at Victory Road. It reinforces the outsider bit over and over again. Monty interrupts. Monty says not to worry about Raven or Hardy because he needs to worry about Monty. Jarrett, again, repeating the same shit every week. He does the AA ball player now to make it in the major leagues.
But it must be a bit at this point.
That he's like repeating the same 3 lines over and over again.
Yeah, like he's doing it so much that it has to be like, that's the joke.
He says that the ring is a mountain rather than a Serengeti, and that he is the king of it.
No, the ring is a movie, Jeff.
Yeah, he's going to watch that tape and be killed by Sue Young.
He's going to watch the really cool, awesome American remake.
Of what?
The Ring.
Isn't that the version everybody watches, though?
Oh, no, Garrett.
I didn't even know there's a Japanese movie.
Oh, Garrett.
I have only seen the American remake. I'm sorry, Liam.
I'm trying to work out if it was Japanese or Korean. There's so many The Rings I'm learning right now. Sorry, keep going. I'm diving into the Ring history. That movie made a lot of money.
Yeah, it was a big hit. Given out to me that I only know it as a freaking Naomi Watts movie.
I'm sorry. You didn't watch the 1998 Ring.
It was based on Ring by Hiroshi Takahashi and Ring by Koju Suzuki.
And Ring. You know. Sorry. I'm sorry, okay? I'm actually going to take the L on this one because I've never seen the American Ring.
But have you seen the Japanese Ring?
I have seen the Japanese Ring.
So yeah, it's a 1998 movie based on a 1991 novel.
I was really worried for a second there that I had like Mandela affected the Ring being Japanese because when I clicked on the Wikipedia, it only listed the novel for a second, and I was like, oh god, did I make up this?
So Jarrett pie-faced Monty, they brawled, then Dusty wandered out, they went to break, they came back. Larry was shouting at Dusty for getting involved again. Dusty insists that Hardy will get his return match. He thinks that they should raise the stakes as well to make it a stipulation match, perhaps. Larry says, you have no authority here, Dusty Rhodes.
True.
And next week, I'm bringing another member of the championship committee to get you in line. And Dusty thought that meant Terry Funk.
Hell yeah.
It's not going to be Terry Funk.
No. Maybe brings in Jack Briscoe.
Well, the other member of the championship committee is Harley Race, but sure.
Harley Race, of course, beat Jack Briscoe for the NWA title, Garrett. I know, facts.
You never answered my question. Liam told me he loves Jack Briscoe,
no.
and then I asked him who is better, Jack Briscoe or Jay Briscoe, and you never gave me an answer. So right now, right here in this podcast, who is better between Jack Briscoe and Jay Briscoe?
So Abyss defeated Frankie Capone in a squash match on the last Impact of the month.
Absolute coward. All right, that takes us to the X Division, I guess, if Liam's not going to answer. Which we continued the feud between AJ Styles and Kid Cash. The main event of the September 1st pay-per-view was AJ Styles and Ron Killings facing Kid Cash and Dallas in an Asylum street fight. AJ Styles and Ron Killings dressed up like each other. Well, actually, AJ dressed like Ron.
That's the highlight of the entire match.
Highlight the entire month, AJ dressing like Ron.
I wouldn't go that far.
All right, what would you prefer? AJ dressing like Ron or Ron dressing like AJ?
I think I want to see them do both. I want to see Ron dress like AJ, but AJ dress like Ron.
I'm a little disappointed that when there was a trio with Jeff Hardy, they didn't also do this shtick, so that they should have changed it so that like every time they team, it's like they dress like AJ
They didn't
this
have
week.
another pair of pants.
They dress like Jeff Hardy this week, and they dress like Ron this week. It was your classic Asylum brawl. Good match. Brawled around the building. Truth won with an axe kicks. Team Canada ran out as PD held the belt in AJ's face. Cash ran at Styles through a table. Trio came in to save to set up a tables match between AJ Styles and Kid Cash on the final Asylum show. 2 out of 3 falls tables match, in fact. Which I think all tables matches should be. I insist upon this. That like the idea of building a match around a single table bump in 2022 is stupid. So do 2 out of 3 falls so you can at least do 2 table bumps so everyone's entertained.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment.
Cash German Styles through the table, but it only kind of broke, and the referee was like, nah. So Cash picked him up and slammed them through the table. It's like, well, poor AJ.
Yeah.
Styles dropkicked Cash off the apron through a table, and then Styles won with a Styles Clash off the ropes through a table after Dallas accidentally hit Kid Cash.
Yeah, I enjoy these dudes doing plunder more than regular plunder because at least they're like doing crazy shit while they're doing it. Same reason with that table match too, you know.
This was your match of the month. You gave this 3.5 stars.
Did I?
Yeah, you love this match.
Yeah, I did.
Which we did the watch along for, by the way. TNAchat.com. We did the watch along for the September 8th Date with Fate final pay-per-view in Nashville.
Yeah, yep.
Liam is trying to remember why he enjoyed this match and failing.
Because I'm pretty sure, like, the spot I'm thinking of where they fell off the thing didn't happen in this match.
No, that was in their street fight where they fell off through the table.
Oh, they did the German where, like, it didn't break, and then they got mad?
I mentioned that a minute ago, but sure.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was reading Ryan Satin's Twitter.
Stop reading Ryan Satin's Twitter.
I got distracted by his weird wedding.
Because, like, I respect Louis Dangor. Because that...
That's gonna be such a stupid clip out of context.
Because nobody is a better poster. Like, he is insane. Like, there's people who post in a way where you can predict what they're going to post all the time. Dan Gore is not that person, because he will accidentally back himself into like saying something racist at least twice a month. It's sensational. He's the best poster. I admire his posting, as opposed to Satin, whose posting stinks.
Yeah, and congratulations.
Congratulations on the wedding. Yeah. Yes, Liam's match of the month: Styles and Kid Cash. Styles beat Cash with a Styles Clash through the table to win the match.
I think this is the match where I did the Dave system of starting at 0 stars and building up as it went.
So clearly, just put 3 table bumps in a match, and Liam will at least go 3.5.
It's true. It's 2K22 logic.
Styles is said to be thrilled at getting away from working with Cash and going toward Williams. Styles has a certain type of high-flying match he likes to do, and most veterans don't want to do it, so he tries to get opponents who do.
Yeah, I'm excited for the Williams match. It feels like a big deal.
And I like the story here in that Petey is the one, as the champion, being aggressive toward AJ as the challenger. He's jumping him multiple times. He hits him with the Canadian Destroyer after this match, because it works on 2 levels. Because it's a subversion of like the trend with the champion attacking the challenger, but also it cements AJ's position as like the gatekeeper of the X division.
Oh yeah, he feels like the guy, and this is like the new champ trying to step up.
Yeah, and the idea that like Petey as champion is insecure as champion if he can't beat AJ,
which is kind of like because AJ is the measuring stick of the whole division.
So we get soft build to that match through the rest of the month. PD has a couple squashes. There's Styles against Alex Shelley, which is the main event of the September 17th show, which is one of the better matches this month because it's just a good 6-minute wrestling match.
Yeah, it's just Alex Shelley and AJ Styles wrestling.
And then also Petey Williams faces Jarrell Clark on the last show of the month in a real nice little match, actually.
I've enjoyed the Jarrell Clark stuff.
Because Jarrell Clark and Mikey Batts have,
And Mikey Bats.
they've been signed to deals this month, so they're guys going forward. But yeah, it's good. I enjoy PD. He's coming along. He's becoming PD. Though he does do this face buster thing where it's the worst move. So he holds a guy in a reverse DDT position and then shifts them into a face buster, and it's a move that just makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
It's like a worse overdrive.
And a fun little note about the Alex Shelley Styles match. That was meant to be Alex Shelley's debut, if you remember, before Styles had to miss that show. So you finally got the Alex Shelley debut match against AJ Styles. I find that the positioning of Styles and Hardy as a dream team funny, but also during that match with the Naturals, the crowd chanted AJ's better at Jeff Hardy.
I love that their name is the latest professional wrestling dream team.
Yeah, the latest. What's the first? What's the first professional wrestling dream team, Liam?
Ricky Dozan and fucking Luthez.
Who is the current professional wrestling dream team?
Dominic Mysterio on the Judgment Day.
Ah, yeah, you're not wrong. Big Dom. Love Dom. Alright, that brings us over to the tag division for a thing you hated and I enjoyed. So let's argue.
I hate this whole story.
So first show of the month, the Naturals face AMW and Triple X. If you remember, James Storm hurt his back at the end of last month, so they build this match around the idea that Storm's back is hurt for, I think, a pretty compelling match between the three teams.
I just don't care about AMW and Triple X.
I really like this story. I think the match where they win the belts at first, we'll talk about the sec, not great, but I like this story. I think it's a fun idea.
Well, let's dig in.
Yeah, so Storm's back is hurt. He's selling. He's on the floor. Don West starts doing some Steiner math in this match because this is the triple threat rules where three men are in at all times.
Yes.
And Don is like, with Storm on the floor, you've gone from a 33% chance of winning to a 50% chance of winning.
I wish that the Young Bucks, Roppongi Vice, and Red Dragon were in this.
Doing this exact same injury angle.
Ooh, yeah, because you do it with Matt Jackson.
His back is permanently hurt. You're not wrong.
It was really great when they did it.
Yeah, they built to the hot tag where Storm finally got the tag. Harris won wild. I thought they built all that very nicely.
I will admit that these matches have had really cool finishes.
Yeah, the finish of this match was so good. So yeah, Storm gets the hot tag to Harris, runs wild. Then Storm looks to go for the super kick. He gets back in, and his back gives out in like the most realistic way you'll ever see in your life.
Yeah, Storm's really good at that kind of stuff.
Like, he goes to throw the super kick. I think he even like does a thigh slap for the sound of his back going out, which sounds stupid, but I think works.
But it's awesome, actually.
It actually really, really works. And like, he throws enough of the super kick that you have a brief moment of he might have hit it, but no, he didn't. His back is freaking out.
His back is freaking out.
It is. It's going wild, man.
His back just saw the Ryan Satin tweet.
Oh.
It's going crazy.
Daniels hits the Angel's wings, but then the Naturals steal the pin to retain the titles.
It's okay.
Yeah, so then it takes to the final Asylum show where the story is meant to be that the Naturals will have two title matches, the first against AMW, and then the winner of that match will face Triple X in the second title match. But Storm's back is injured, so that match becomes just simply Triple X against the Naturals. Then there's a pre-tape on that show where the Triple X are talking to Scott Hudson, talking about how they're going to win the belts, and when they win the belts, they'll give AMW a title shot because they're very honorable. But then the Naturals jump them and attack Daniels' previously injured shoulder with a chair. So Storm of AMW is taken out. Daniels of Triple X is taken out. Larry Zbyszko is like, there must be an NWA tag title match. We've advertised one. So he books the match of the Naturals against AMW's Chris Harris and Triple X's Elix Skipper.
I think something that hurts my enjoyment of this match is it's the two people on each team that I care about less.
Especially Skipper, who, like, I have a lot of time for Skipper. I think he has some very good tag matches and, of course, has probably one of the defining moments in TNA history. Skipper's not a great wrestler. Skipper needs to be carried, and Harris wasn't quite the person to do it here.
Yeah. If this was Daniels, I think I'd be a little more into it.
So yeah, because I get it makes sense that like they play off the previously injured Daniels shoulder injury, so like that it makes sense that it was Daniels that was the guy taken out, but it does make it a worse match.
But also, Skipper's just annoying in these matches.
Why?
Because he's just a whiny complainer about everything, and he does it in this match, and he does it in the next match, and it's just like, okay, I'm sorry, dude, that you're in an awkward situation, but fucking grow a pair.
Yeah.
You're fighting for the NWA World Tag Team titles. It should at least look like you give a shit.
Chase Stevens grabs the chair. He's going to use it on Harris before Skipper hits the chair into Stevens' face. Harris follows with a spear on Douglas, and your new NWA World Tag Team champions are Chris Harris and Elix Skipper. Like, I like the story. This match wasn't good. This match was long and boring.
Yeah.
But I do like the story, because the main event of the next Impact, you get Bobby Roode and Johnny Devine against Elix Skipper and Chris Harris. D'Amore hits Harris with a hockey stick. Skipper took him out with a dive, but then Roode followed with a Northern Lariat to Harris to allow Team Canada to score the win.
I didn't mind this match. I thought it was a cool combination with Roode and Devine.
You do love Johnny Devine. You're probably deeply devastated that he got stabbed and he's not going to be on the show for a while.
Yeah, I really do like Johnny Devine. I think he brings a lot to the table. He's an A1 guy.
Just because you mix him up with A1 does not mean you can do that wordplay.
Come on.
You can never remember the difference between A1 and Johnny Devine.
I just like the name A1 too much.
This was like one of those things where like they had this match, you know, Harris and Skipper didn't get along, Team Canada won. You could have just ended the television show there. It's fine.
Yeah.
That's the point at which you can end a show. You did a main event, you told a little story. This is like the point at which the big ass brawl with they do fucking every week. But this was like my breaking point. It's like, you did not need one here. You did not need Team Canada, who already won.
Well, let me tell you why they did it.
Sure, tell me.
Because this was the week that they were running the tag team pay-per-view recap thing. So they wanted to end the show with all the tag teams to get people excited to buy the tag team year in review.
They already ended the show with a tag match.
I'm just saying, that's the reason they had everyone go out there. I'm not saying it was a great decision, but I'm telling you the reason.
Stupid. Because, yeah, all Team Canada win, and then they jump them after the match, which is stupid in its own right. Then Daniels and Storm make the save. The Naturals, Renaud Trail K make the save. And
Excuse me, Stormy Daniels.
Stormy Daniels. Oh, no. Oh.
Thank you.
Final Impact of the month opens with Triple X and AMW shouting at Larry Zbyszko. Russo's not here tonight, so Larry's your authority figure. They want a Triple X versus AMW match to determine the true tag champs, and Larry's like...
Which, by the way, this is another reason why I hate this fucking feud.
Why?
That's a great thing to do. They gave a perfect out for this terrible scenario, and then Larry Z's like, haha, actually, I'm going to do the stupid thing.
No, I actually prefer what Larry Z does, because it's like, just because you want an AMW versus Triple X match doesn't mean that's how it works. Harris and Skipper are the tag champs.
Oh, but you can just put any two guys who have never won a tag team match together in for the titles.
Yes.
This should be Jarrell Clark and Mikey Batts.
Well, they lost the Shazarians, so sorry.
Shake my damn head.
But like, it does make more sense that it's like, just because you would like it to be that way doesn't mean it can be that way.
No, but I would like it to be that way, so I find it stupid.
Because two of you are tag champs on opposite sides of the team. So Larry then starts stirring shit, because the match he books is Skipper and Harris against Daniels and Storm. I love this match, and you hate it. I thought this match was really smartly worked, where it's like these two teams on opposite sides, occasionally taunting each other. Like the bit where Daniels is like, trying to get Storm to do a double back elbow on Harris is fantastic, where he's like, double back elbow.
That was like the only part of the match I liked.
And he does it himself, and he's like giving out to Storm for not doing it with him.
I like that part of the match, and I like Daniels picking up the chair and like definitely considering whacking Skipper with it, because that's what I want out of this. Like that's why my problem with Skipper is in this, and I think even a little bit Harris. I feel like those two don't actually want the tag titles, but I feel like Storm and Daniels are like, oh, we got this opportunity and we want to do it.
But isn't that a fun contrast between the different partners? Harris and Skipper are like loyal to their partners, whereas Storm and Daniels are like, tag titles are nice.
I do think that's a fun contrast. I don't like the match itself. Like this match, I liked about a minute of it, and the other 9 minutes I was like, this is just dreadful boring.
And I love the touch that AMW and then the Triple X came out like as like together. AMW came out and then Triple X came out, and then they like did the little swap in the ring.
Yeah. Again, I do want to give credit to the finish here. I think it was a really cool finish.
But there's like a ton of little details in this match. Like Storm tagged in at one stage, but he was in there with Harris, so he pushed Harris into Skipper for the blind tag. I really liked this match. I thought this match was really smartly worked.
I don't know.
So Harris stopped Skipper from using a chair on Storm, which caused them to implode. Then Daniels hit a BME for an ear fall. Daniels picked up a chair. Skipper turned around thinking Daniels was going to use it, which distracted Skipper, allowing Storm to hit the last call. So Daniels and Storm beat Harris and Skipper for the World Tag Team titles.
That's right. Stormy Daniels is the NWA World Tag Team title champion.
Yeah, they beat Prime Cats and Stormy Daniels.
Stormy Daniels and...
Wild Time?
Wild Time. I like Wild Time.
Wild Time and Stormy Daniels are the names of these teams. Yeah, I really like this story. I think it's new and fresh and novel, and I don't think anybody's ever done something like this before, with the mismatched tag partners becoming tag champs. I think it's a cool, fun idea. Before we get on to our usual ending highlight of Goldie, there's a couple other tag division stuff. First show of the month, Shazarian beat Red and Sabin. Tracy was bumped off the apron by Red. Red showed concern and turned right into a Michael Shane superkick for the win.
Red looking a little rough.
Red does look bad, and it's very sad to see how bad Red looks. It looks like a dude who definitely came back from injury too early.
Yeah, it's good to know that he does get back there, but yeah, he hit like the Code Red really poorly.
And there's a couple this month as well. He does one on Kid Cash as well on Impact, where it's the Red and Sabin against Cash and Dallas match, where he hits another one that just... part of that is I think Cash didn't sell it particularly well, but also it's just another like mounting up of sloppy, amazing Red stuff in 2004.
Yeah, it's just a bit sad to see. It's also kind of sad to see like Sabin just being this.
He's just Red's pal in random X Division matches doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, just X Division tag job guy.
Which is a bummer. Though he is X-title contender by the end of the year, so at least he does something.
It's just, I don't know, it feels like, let's just get to the fucking machine guns, you know what I mean?
Well, that's 3 years away, so...
Yeah, it's just around the corner.
We didn't mention, PD did defend the X Division title against Sanjay. Perfectly fine match. Sanjay went for the Hindu press, the more distracted him. Dutt missed, Canadian Destroyer, PD retained. We also had a little X Division gauntlet match that took place on September 8th. So it wasn't an X Division match, even though it had X Division wrestlers all over it. No, it was called an X Division dominance match, even though it was a tag team match. Weird. So it was an X Division dominance match, which was Jarrell Clark and Mikey Batts defeating Shazarian, Sanjay and Delirious, Shark Boy and D-Ray, PD was Giant Divine, Amazing Red and Chris Sabin. It started as a battle royal, then the final two men, their partners, came back in. They had a regular tag match to determine the winners. The final two teams were Jarrell Clark and Mikey Batts and Shazarian, and then Clark and Batts picked up the big upset win. Yeah,
it's a part of this kind of mini Jarrell Clark, Mikey Batts feud that we've coming out of the NWA-TNA into the TNA era, which I'm enjoying. I like these two, and I'm enjoying them whenever they pop up. And people who got mad at them for getting signed suck a fat dick.
It's very mean. The word in the TNA locker room was that Mikey Batts and Jarrell Clark were signed to contracts worth $200 per night for 20 dates. One wrestler, who said he had nothing against Batts or Clark, questioned the company's decision to give them contracts. Quote, "Why would you sign them?" asked the wrestler. "They're not going anywhere."
Was that Kid Cash?
These poor souls signing their first pro wrestling contracts, and you're like... They have such a low ceiling, you should have never even bothered signing them. No one's going to pick them up.
Let him make that $200.
I will say, like, I was a little disappointed that then they were just beaten by Shazarian.
Yeah, I thought we were at least going to get an Impact, like, title challenge.
But, alas. There you go. They didn't do much else. You did have the cool Jarrell Clark match at the end of the month against PD. That match was good. Also, 3LK beat Marcus Dillon and Mike Hannigan in a squash. Two tremendous jobber names right there, Marcus Dillon and Mike Hannigan.
I saw these two motherfuckers come out and I was like, oh.
There was the 3LK team of Conan and Ron Killings because BG wasn't there because of damage to his house from the hurricane. I
think it's interesting that these job guys always get like mini entrances.
I do appreciate it.
Yeah, I look at them and I'm like, look at these guys. Who's gonna... That's funny, whenever there's a singles match and I'm like, alright, is this gonna be Abyss or is this gonna be Monty killing this guy?
It is always a 50-50 shot. But yeah, why would you give Jarrell Clark and Mikey Batts that win when you're just gonna beat them on TV in 3 minutes the next time? What's the point?
I don't know.
It's stupid.
Like, at least, I'm just saying, like, you don't need to do much with them, but like, just let they beat the tag champs. They won that match, just give them a TV title match.
But alas.
Well, or at least like run it back with the Naturals or something.
Here we are.
Tell the story with the Shazarian breakup by like having them get like an upset win on them and then just having them lose to the Naturals or to the tag champs.
Yeah, lose to Harris and Skipper.
Yeah, you could do that instead of the Team Canada match.
So that brings us, of course, to how we close out the show every time, but also for the final time. It's Goldilocks time.
I just, I don't think I'm ready for it. I'm imagining a TNA without Goldilocks for the first time, and I don't like it. It's scary, and we're gonna lose the most compelling character on the show, the most consistent character on the show, and like whose baby bear is Shelly gonna be? You know, like
You'll be aimless, lost, wandering.
I'm not ready for it.
You will hear Goldie's voice in the future, but you will not see Goldilocks on a TNA Impact broadcast until 2022.
Oh, my heart just broke.
But think of the pop when do the watch along for Slammiversary 2022 in like 10 years.
Again, we'll be dead.
In like 10 years, you will jump out of your chair when you see Goldilocks again. First show of the month, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 110, September 1st. Goldilocks had a match. It was Sonny Siaki and Eric Watts against Abyss and Alex Shelley in an emancipation match for Shark Boy and D-Ray's freedom. Before the match, he was locking Shark Boy and D-Ray in a cage so they couldn't interfere.
Which I thought was fun. It was the old Abyss cage.
Oh yeah, this is good long-term lore.
I also appreciate Goldie like trying to suck up to Abyss.
It's like, darling, you've always been my favorite.
Who told you to stand in that corner?
Have I ever told you how much I love you? Oh, I love you.
So, guy, out of all of pro wrestling's like long illustrious history of emancipation matches, where does this one rank?
I think it's the best. I think it's the best emancipation match in TNA history and the best emancipation wrestling history.
Wow. Anyone listening, feel free to submit your favorite emancipation match.
So I did like Scott Hudson being like, "You've always abused Abyss," and she's like, "Shut up, Scott."
Shut up, Scott.
Then you did have Siaki and Watts against Abyss and Shelley, in which continues my theory that I think Watts is actually secretly a good tag team wrestler. That the dude can hit a power slam on Abyss like nobody's business.
Yeah, when he doesn't have to like work the whole match, he's always fun. I'd pick your spots kind of guy.
Watts and Siaki had the pin a couple times, but the referee was pulled out. Goldie sprayed mace in Desire's face before Georgie Watts made a return, running off Goldie,
Oh, I fucking hate Georgie Watts.
allowing Siaki to roll up Shelley for the win. Shark Boy and D-Ray are free!
Why would you want to be free? And at what cost?
Why would you not want to work for Goldie?
Seems like a great boss. To be fair, Shark Boy and D-Ray never looked like they weren't having a good time.
Well, Shark Boy and that shrimp incident.
They seemed a fan.
Whereas D-Ray didn't seem a very good limo driver. He did run over that cone.
But he did seem to enjoy it.
Yeah, he didn't seem to have an active problem with being a limo driver.
The only person who was having a bad time was Abyss.
He was being relentlessly bullied.
Yeah.
September 3rd, Impact. We have the wacky match of the 3 Live Crew against Abyss, Alex Shelley, and Nasawa.
Yes, of course, Nasawa, big fan of Goldilocks.
Because Don West on commentary is like, you know, you might be asking, why is Nasawa teaming with these people?
And you'd be like, you are correct, I am asking that.
And it's like, I think Goldilocks used her powers of manipulation and perhaps some feminine wiles to get Nasawa to team with Abyss and Alex Shelley against the 3 Live Crew.
The femme fatale Goldilocks.
And yeah, they have a match. 3 Live Crew win. It's perfectly fine.
It's just nice to see Nasawa interact with the best acting company history.
3 Live Crew.
Abyss.
Shelley and Abyss argued on the floor, allowing Truth to pin Nasawa with an axe kick. It is not quite the last time we'll see Nasawa, but close enough. One more match from Nasawa.
Pretty consistent.
Yeah, he's been a perfectly solid 2.5-star mid-card wrestler. Well done, Nasawa. He also wrestles on one of the Wrestle One shows, I guess. The Wrestle One Impact crossovers.
Crossover that episode will be.
Yeah, the big Nasawa return. You'll be like, oh, it's NWA-TNA star, not the Wrestle One star.
Man who is retiring in the Tokyo Dome.
As one should. And then NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 111, September 8, 2004, which is the last time I will tell you the name of an NWA-TNA pay-per-view. Eric Watts, Desire, and Sonny Siaki defeat Abyss, Goldilocks, and Alex Shelley.
What is there to say? Tell me a lie that you won't go. No more yesterday.
It is the end of an era. Abyss was about to kill Desire before Georgie Watts ran out. Goldie berated Abyss, told him to choke slam Desire. Abyss was like, maybe I won't want to. Then she slapped Abyss, and he snapped, and he dropped Goldie with a backbreaker, allowing Desire to pick up the win. And that is not quite the last time we'll see Goldie, because of that AJ Styles Alex Shelley match where Goldie was also at ringside. But this was the write-off of Goldilocks. Asylum Era legend coming to an end in the last Asylum show. It's the only real tribute to the legacy of the Asylum that it is the end of the Goldilocks arc.
Yeah, from backstage announcer to prank show host,
of course, the highlight of the run,
to the fucking Joker.
You forgot about the lover of Eric Watts in between.
Oh, sorry, sex maniac. To the Joker.
Yes.
To the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase.
What an arc.
One of the most fulfilling character arcs in all of pro wrestling history.
Not just pro wrestling, I'll extend it to television.
One of the most compelling character arcs in media.
Damn right. Mary Shelley could never.
And it's all over, but why is it all over, Garrett?
Goldilocks is done for now, if not for good, according to the Wrestling Observer. The September 8th show with Abyss was scheduled to be her blow-off to begin with, but then she got on everybody's bad side because she refused to do much of anything. She refused to take a chokeslam, she refused to take a black hole slam, she refused to take shock treatment, and they finally got her to agree to take the backbreaker, which Dave says looked weak. I think it looked fine.
But also, she's not a fucking wrestler.
Abyss could protect her.
Yeah, sure.
Or he'd just kill her with a black hole slam, either way.
He'd probably just kill her.
There is a possibility she'll be brought back for a new role, but everyone was talking about it like that was the end for her.
It's the end for me as a fan of this show.
There's also another Goldilocks note. Wrestlers are still laughing over Goldilocks' antics during a recent bar outing. Goldie was quiet and reserved until Janet Jackson's Nasty was played in the bar. Yes. Witnesses say she suddenly leapt to her feet and began dancing intensely to the point she was doing the splits on the floor. Yes. According to a wrestler who was there, it was the single most embarrassing thing I've ever seen in my life. And she doesn't drink, so she doesn't even have an excuse. People were laughing so hard they had tears coming out of their eyes.
She doesn't need an excuse to be fucking based.
Yeah, these wrestlers, they don't get it. They don't understand the wonders of Goldilocks.
Oh, they don't have a rack of coke up their nose. They don't know how to have fun.
She can just hear Janet Jackson's Nasty and release all inhibitions and dance like the world is ending.
In her defense, if you hear Janet Jackson's Nasty and you don't act like that, then there's something dead inside of you.
So, speaking of dead inside, that is the end of Goldilocks.
I'm depressed. I'm angry. I'm old. I work with fucking children. I'm hurt. Mostly just hurt.
That's it.
We have to end on such a somber note.
We do. It's the end of the Asylum era, but we are moving into the pay-per-view era, Liam.
We're on the Victory Road.
That is September 2004, but our next episode will be October-November, covering as far as Victory Road, the first TNA Sunday 3-hour pay-per-view.
2 months, and we'll somehow watch less footage than a regular month.
Well, it is 6 episodes of Impact, but good luck with that.
It's only, so 6 times 40.
Which is the equivalent of 2 weekly pay-per-views. So there you go.
So, yeah, it's still way less.
So our next episode will be the Victory Road episode. You can look forward to that in roughly 2 weeks' time. Next weekend, we'll be back with the next episode of Review It For Her, our Wrestling Society X show. Episode 2 of that will be in your Patreon feed next weekend, tnachat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme. There is a watch-along of NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 111. I lied. Now that's the last time I will say the name of an NWA pay-per-view. The September 8th show, that's in your Patreon feed right now.
Garrett, what NWA-TNA episode was it?
111. Damn it, you tricked me. September 8th, 2004, the last Asylum show, the last Nashville show. That's our watch along. That's tnachat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme. All there for you right now, including show notes, including an ad-free episode, including all the other content we talked about earlier while Liam shoved that plug into the Hardy and Jarrett segment. You can follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. Follow us on YouTube. Just search You've Got to Be Kidding Me, you'll find it.
Follow us on it.
Yeah, you can listen, I don't use YouTube's verbiage. Follow us on TikTok if you want. We have like 16,000 followers.
Yeah, no big deal.
Follow Liam on Twitter at the Gleetmuda. Follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. Thanks for listening.
That's you.
And bye-bye.
Do the damn thing. Rest in peace, Goldilocks. She's not dead.
Just the character.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Oh shit! It's Vince Russo!
Oh yeah, you could be king of these nuts. You know what I'm saying? TNA is my world. Welcome to Planet Jarrett. You will feel the power. Period.
P.D. Williams is an amazing athlete.
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity and I don't give a damn!
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me episode number 30. We are a TNA history podcast that covers TNA 1 month at a time. This episode we're covering October, November, technically 2 months, all the way up to Victory Road 2004, the first 3-hour Sunday pay-per-view. I'm Garrett Kidney. I'm joined as always by Liam Jones. Liam, it's a pay-per-view.
I know, right? It's a proper, for real pay-per-view. Who would have thought we'd ever see the day?
None of these shitty, small, 2-hour weekly shows on pay-per-view. Get out of here, $10 shows.
Not TV disguised as a pay-per-view.
Well, actually, when you think about it, there's a little TV disguised as a pay-per-view on that pay-per-view when you look at it like the top to bottom of it.
To me, that felt like a pay-per-view.
There's like a middle hour of it that has the Roddy segment, that has the Dusty segment, that's like, this is like not fully TV on pay-per-view, but it's not fully TV on pay-per-view.
I don't know, to me, watching that show, it felt like a for real deal pay-per-view.
So we'll get into all things Victory Road 04 and Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan again coming up in a little bit. But before we get into that, before we get down to business, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Life continues to go on.
Mm-hmm. Liam is incredibly gotten to because someone once gave out to him about giving out about the weather on the podcast. And before we started, he's like, it's so hot. But now he's like in his head about whether or not he can give out about how hot it is on the podcast.
I'm saving it for when it's really, really hot. Like, it's hot, but it's not, I'm dying here hot yet. And you gotta remember, it's probably 25 outside, but in this room, it's about 30.
Yeah, you ramp that heat up. You suffer for this podcast.
Yeah, well, it's because I'm in a room with no ventilation and I have a PC running.
If you don't end these 3 occasionally 4-hour recordings with some degree of heat stroke, are you really podcasting?
Oh, there was some times where I would leave these podcasts, like, disgusting. Like, covered in sweat.
You've earned it then. You've really earned it. You're a podcaster.
And then Garrett's like, oh, in the 3rd hour you get tired. And it's like, well, yeah. I've lost 70% of my body weight as I've sweated it out.
Yeah, it's a workout. It serves multiple purposes.
I want to talk about the A24 Von Erichs movie real quick.
Go for it.
I find it incredibly interesting. It might be my most anticipated movie coming up. The one thing I'm very curious about is they got the dude from Shameless and from The Bear on Disney to play Kerry, and that dude's 5'2".
Mm-hmm.
And Kerry was not 5'2", so I'm very interested in what cinematic movie magic they used to make him look tall.
A lot of Andre the Giant tactics. Filming from below, standing on boxes, all that stuff.
Yeah, is he gonna be standing on a box when he's in a scene with fucking Efron?
Well, Efron's not that tall himself, is he? He's 6 foot tops, right?
Yeah, but he's still got 8 inches on lip.
Which is still substantially taller than the other guy. You're not wrong, but still.
Yeah. So, and I assume Kerry was on par with Kevin.
I think they've nailed the aesthetics of that movie based on everything I've seen so far.
Yeah, Kevin and Kerry are the same height.
So yeah, a lot of boxes and film tricks.
Yeah, I'm also excited to see if Jeremy Allen White, I'm very curious if he's also gassed to the gills.
They'll just conveniently shoot every scene where in the same room where one of them is standing and one is sitting.
Yeah, it's gotta be some stuff like that, right? Because I haven't even seen a photo from him for this goddamn movie yet.
Yeah, it's what's this movie? I know the Von Erichs has a very clear end point, tragically.
Yeah.
But what's this movie actually going to be about? Is it just going to be wrestling, drugs, death? Is that just going to be it?
Well, it's the biopic, so I imagine that's where it all ends.
Have they cast the Fabulous Freebirds yet? because I'm going to need to see a Michael Hayes in this movie.
Yeah.
Because I feel like if you do a Von Erichs movie, you have to have the Freebirds in it, right?
Oh, they'll be in it. Just, will they be main characters, or will they just be like mentioned and in the background for scenes and shit? Like, seems like we only got the actual Von Erichs cast.
Announce your frickin' Michael Hayes. There's nothing I want more.
Yeah. My favorite thing is like seeing like the discussing films post, and then everyone in the comments posting like the soulless Mr. Incredible meme, and they're just like people who know how this ends.
It's like the Titanic for wrestling fans.
Yeah, I think it's worse. I think it's like,
I don't think it's worse than the Titanic. I don't think it's...
I mean, it's definitely more like tragic. Like a big ship blew up, ooh, versus like everyone dying with incredibly like depressing individual deaths. As a film, that is a structure that is more, brings itself more to being like depressing.
People also died in the ship incident, Liam.
Yeah, but like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, all right, you know how we were talking about on the podcast about the principle of sitting on one nail versus sitting on a lot of nails?
Yeah, we were talking about that in the watch along, which you can listen to on tnachat.com.
It's like the Von Erichs are like sitting on one nail, then another nail, then another nail, and the Titanic's like sitting on one big nail. A bunch of nails. Like it's not bad in comparison. I'm looking at the IMDb to see who was cast here.
It's 1,500 nails, just to be precise.
Sure.
Just so you know. Just, you know. But I'm interested to see what this film actually ends up being.
They have cast their Harley Race, then their Bruiser Brody.
Who's their Harley Race?
Kevin Anton.
Good for him. Who's their Bruiser Brody?
Cassie Lewis Carigno?
Also good for him. I don't know who either of those people are. Maybe I'd recognize their faces.
Kevin Anton was a henchman on the hit television series Gotham.
I watched like 5 episodes of Gotham.
Mm-hmm.
Then I got bored.
I've seen all of Gotham.
Did you also get bored?
Nah, at points probably.
This
guy seems familiar. I want to see if he's in anything I know. Oh my god, he was in Grimm.
I watched like 3 seasons of Grimm. I liked that show until it got too repetitive.
He seems to be a lot of stunt stuff. Big stunt guy, this guy.
I couldn't tell you anything about those 3 seasons of Grimm.
What about? Can you tell me about the character of Harold Big Johnson for 6 episodes?
Nope. And I probably watched the show while he was there, and like, nah, it's gone. There's people who have tremendous recall for shows and movies they watched, and there's me who's like, the second it's gone out of my mind, it's gone forever. Couldn't tell you the lead character's name of Grimm. Couldn't tell you the real plot of Grimm, other than it's about monsters and fairy tales, kind of. It's about Grimm's Fairy Tales. That's the name of the show. That's pretty easy to infer. And that, like, I don't know anything about it anymore. And I watched like 3 seasons. It's not like, you know, Gotham dabbled for a few episodes, wasn't interested. Like, I was committed to this show for 3 seasons would be the bones of 2 years, I guess. Well, 3 years, really. And don't remember a thing about it. Gone.
I have a pretty good recollection for media that I've watched.
You see, I save all the space for TNA facts.
Oh, that's fair. Lily James is in this.
Who's she playing?
I assume she's going to be the Kevin Love interest, but she doesn't have a name here. But she was really good in Baby Driver, so
It's going to be pretty heartbreaking for her, I think.
No, it depends if she latches onto the right Von Erich.
It's true. Alright, other than the Von Erich movie, what else is going on in your life? I've discovered a newfound love of melted cheese sandwiches. Not that I didn't have a love of them in the first place, but I realized through my life I've been over-toasting toast to my preferences. And I prefer a lightly toasted toast, and I've only discovered this recently, and I'm like, what have I been doing with my life?
I think that's an important life discovery to work out.
Exactly how you like your toast?
See, I'm a diverse toastman.
Go on.
I can do a lightly toasted, or I can do a like fucking borderline on burnt, and I'm happy.
If I were to ask you to go make toast right this second, which would you make for yourself now?
I think I'd go near burnt.
Ooh.
I love a near burnt toast with like Vegemite on it because it's just like powering your senses. It's like a punch in the fucking face.
You're a monster is what you're saying. He doesn't deny it. I've never actually had Vegemite, so I can't tell whether I'm one of the people that will love or hate Vegemite. But yeah, I don't know. You never know.
Depends how much you put on it.
Oh, so you're so if you like slather it in Vegemite, you won't like it?
No. These fucking Americans on these goddamn YouTube videos, they're like, oh, let's try some Vegemite. And either they just fucking chuck a spoon in the fucking thing, or they spread it like it's goddamn chocolate. When it's not a sweet thing that you can just slather on there. Like, you get your butter on there to cut it a little bit, and then you get like a tiny little piece and you make an even spread across. It's very simple. And then eventually, once your body is used to taking on a gigantic amount of salt, you can increase it.
So you have to build up the Vegemite tolerance over time.
Well, if you want to go to that extreme of like slathering it on, yeah, you don't start off at 100.
How long do you think it would take to build up the slathering extreme tolerance?
I don't know. I do not know. I think you do it pretty quickly. Give it, like, if you're eating it every day, give it like a month. I don't know. Gradual increase.
That should be Patreon content.
I don't think it'd be very interesting.
The Vegemite tolerance builder. Just every day I have a little bit more Vegemite, and
No, that feels like TikTok content.
it's like 15 seconds every day of me just nibbling on something with Vegemite, being like, a little bit more today. Nom nom nom.
Becoming a Vegemite enjoyer. Day 1.
On the topic of Patreon, you can head over to tnachat.com or patreon.com/kiddingme. If you would like to support the show a little more, you'll get our Wrestling Society X series, our full Ring Cat King series, our full Global Force Wrestling series, our full Monday Night Wars series, our ongoing Reign Taker series, our recent AEW and Ring of Honor draft, the poll of which is still open. You can go to Twitter and vote in the poll. I think you're currently winning, but it was
Who's
quite
winning
tight.
who's winning that poll right now?
I think it was 5-4 to you last time I checked, so it's tight.
It's definitely more than that now.
Go on, give us a live poll update.
Oh, I have to go to the You've Got to Be Kidding, but it's 63.6% Liam.
Let me call up Scott Hudson and he can give us the election results.
Yeah, we're still waiting on the results from Connecticut or whatever.
Yeah, there's a server overload in Connecticut, and you know, our home territories of Cork and Mildura are locked down, but we're battling over Belgium.
Yeah.
So you could go to tnachat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme, listen to our full draft, and then vote on who has the superior draft and or card, whichever way you want to vote on.
It's me.
Liam was very nice to my card while we were doing it, and now he's like, no, it's me, you suck.
Well, no, now I'm in campaigning mode. I never tore down your card once today. I just said that mine's better.
Could at least say mine was good.
Yours was, yeah, good.
Oh, the yeah there just breaks. That's like cuts right through me. Yours was like, yeah, it's good. Yeah. Shit.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, bud, you do a good job.
Just keep getting higher pitched while you tell me how good I am at my drafting. I'm undefeated on You've Got to Be Kidding Me drafts.
I don't know, is that true?
Well, we've done 2. I've won 2.
Did you win 2?
The 2 official NWA-TNA drafts of 02 and 03, I defeated you, and soundly, might I add.
I thought one of them was close.
Either way, I still won. And you have to drag us into the world of AEW in order to try and break my drafting streak. It is petty malice, some might say.
I just like to draft.
So yeah, Patreon. Like 15, 20 hours of work goes into just this podcast for me. Never mind the actual Patreon content. So, you know, anything you can throw our way is nice. Patreon.com/kiddingme. So, Liam, October, November 2004, taking us all the way up to November 7th, Victory Road. I have 3 questions for you I would like you to answer in succession. The first.
I'm excited. I'm ready. Let's go.
How do you feel about the Victory Road card as like a card, including all the like talky segments, for their first 3-hour pay-per-view?
Subtracted away from the build?
No, build will be question number 2. So just the card, just the succession of
the
matches.
The card itself, I think, is fine. I think AJ Petey on paper is very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Triple X AMW stuff on paper is interesting. I think the main event is decent for that show.
Do you think it's the right main event? Jarrett Hardy in a ladder match?
If it has to have Jarrett in it, yes.
Not Monty?
No, it's Jeff. You gotta have Jeff. If it, like, in an ideal world, Jeff won the last match, and I'd just take Jeff Monty. But if Jarrett has to be in it, I think Jeff's the right opponent.
I suppose, especially for the first 3-hour Sunday pay-per-view, Jeff is there with Raven as the guys who are there regularly, who have the most name value.
Well, that's another one. I do think the Monsters Bowl match is a really good match on paper too. The tag match is bad on paper.
You don't like the 3 Live Crew?
Oh, what a shocking development.
Yeah.
I don't know if like the 4v4 was even like promoted.
They did mention it. They didn't mention who was in it, actually, on television. They did mention there's an 8-man tag when Johnny B. Bad had a match on the Go Home show, and they mentioned Johnny B. Bad would be in the 8-man tag, but didn't say what the 8-man tag would be.
Okay, well then that's irrelevant to this point. And I think the X Division Gauntlet was like is something that definitely should have been on this show. So I think if I had to give it a grade, I'd give it like a B-. To
be fair, I wasn't paying enough attention to the scroll on the Go Home show. They might have listed the 8-man tag there, but I wasn't paying attention to it.
Well, if they did list it, then I'm giving it a C+.
No, stick with B-.
So you better hope they didn't announce it.
To be fair, that 8-man tag was meant to be Killings and Dusty against Cash and Dallas, but again, Kid Cash had a month, which we will talk about in a moment. So B- for the card itself.
For the card on paper.
I think I broadly agree. It's like you get your X Division Flippy-Doo match. You get your defining tag team feud with Triple X and AMW. Like, Hardy is probably the right guy for the main event. I would have thought about Monty. I would have thought about Raven. But Raven's probably too cold at the moment. It would have needed a longer build.
Also, Raven's a heel.
And if you were going to do Monty probably has to win. So if you want Jarrett to retain, Hardy's probably the right guy.
I maybe would have done Jeff versus Raven as the main event and then had Monty beat Jarrett on the undercard.
That would require Jarrett losing multiple matches.
Yeah.
Good luck with that one. Yeah, Styles and PD is like the first time ever X Division dream match, the up-and-comer champion versus the guy who's the established X Division guy. That makes sense. You get your minis match just for variety. You do get the tease of the Outsiders, which brings mainstream appeal. You do get the Roddy Piper segment, which brings mainstream appeal. You might not love it, but those guys are stars and names and will attract some attention on pay-per-view. Yeah, I'm with you. Like a low B, maybe as high as a B. No, B- feels right.
Yeah, if it had like a... See, I can't get too mad at it, because this is just on paper talking about it. I can't get too mad at Jarrett and Hardy, but not a match that excites me personally.
At the very least, it's a ladder match. It's Hardy's first ladder match in TNA. You get a little bit of, pull from that.
There's a little spice to it.
Alright, so we've talked card. How do you feel about build?
I think I'd go as far as a B to a B+ on the build.
You did learn comprehensively that P.D. Williams is an amazing athlete.
Well, Garrett, did you know that P.D. Williams is an amazing athlete and the first X Division champion with a deadly weapon that no one has been able to survive, the Canadian Destroyer?
I'm gonna wake up in a fever dream in 6 months and just hear the words, P.D. Williams is an amazing athlete.
So for those of you who don't know, I think we have a new contender for most played vignette
ever
throughout the entire series.
History of wrestling. Never mind this series, ever.
A minimum of 7 times in 6 weeks.
They played this because it's a nice idea that it's like TNAWrestling.com presents a feature about Victory Road, and it's like it'd be great if they had more than one. They didn't. They played the same one
or
over
if they
and
didn't
over.
run 3 of these features in a row on one of the episodes,
including they ran this Styles and PD package twice on one of these episodes, and I'm like, guys, please, I don't want to hear the words PD Williams is an amazing athlete ever again.
Yeah, I have PTSD about it. But overall, I actually really thought the build to this was good.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they gave a lot of time to everything. It kind of proves our point from a few months ago that wrestling should probably just be TV building to a big event, because I think all the shows benefited from this structure, unless you're doing a New Japan touring schedule. But I think that the main event was well built, even though it wasn't necessarily built around the match as much. I think it was a 50-50. I don't think it was 70 Outsiders, 30 Hardy, because once Hardy won the number one contendership, they did start building pretty heavily to the actual match. I think that the X Division stuff had fumbled a little bit at the start, but throughout the attacks and the build, I think they got the Team Canada AJ stuff feeling good. I think that the tag match that should have been the title match, AMW and Triple X, was really well built throughout. I thought they did an interesting story, but obviously not a great payoff there. The title match, who gives a shit, kind of thrown together it feels like, but whatever. I think the Roddy Piper, although problematic, was pretty decently built to his segment.
Problematic in so many ways in the end.
Yeah. I think TNA like sometimes falls into this pothole of we're just gonna go out there and throw the X Division multi-man on the show with no real build. Like, even this had build. It was only a couple matches, but you got to see everyone in the lead up to the X Division Gauntlet. So I think that was well done as well.
Yeah, because when you look at like the build to the X Division Gauntlet, which we'll get into beat for beat, but they spent a few weeks announcing competitors, and then a few weeks of those competitors having matches, the matches of which had stakes. So yeah, pretty good job to even make that feel at least somewhat important.
I love the Monsters Bowl build. It's just these three dudes murdering each other every week.
So B for the build, B- for the card itself. And then, without getting into specifics, which we'll go through all the specifics later, gut feeling after the pay-per-view. Thumbs up, thumbs down, success, failure.
It's
a complicated question, isn't it? It's a complicated show.
If I were to give it a grade, and I will, it would be a passing grade.
Mm-hmm.
But not a grade that you run home to mum and show her. Like a C?
Yeah, because there's like energy to the show, unlike a lot of the Asylum shows, even the big ones.
Oh, this felt like, the Asylum shows felt incomparable. Like, this show felt so much bigger and more important than anything they've done. With the exclusion of maybe the Raven Jarrett main event.
It helps that it's in the Impact Zone, in like the more aesthetically pleasing building. It helps that crowd was like fully invested in this night as being a special important night in company history. So there was great energy around the show. Even the throwaway tags, the crowd were into them all. It's not a show that was built for, I think, the likes of you and me to come away from it being like, you know, great match after great match, even though there are some very good matches on this show. But it's not like that home run, 4 great matches you'll be talking about for the rest of your life kind of show.
It wasn't an NXT takeover, you know?
Yeah, it's more like, here's a little bit of everything, and a lot of that is good, and then some of it is not so good.
I don't know, I'm sure it was comparable to like any Fed pay-per-view at the time.
Probably even better than most. Like 03, 04 is a bad period for WWE. It's not good, so...
Yeah, I wouldn't like agree with anyone saying that this was like an awful pay-per-view.
And I think it's better than most Asylum pay-per-views. I came out of most Asylum pay-per-views thinking bad shows, bad company, occasional good things. And I come out of this one being like, if I were here in November 2004 and I plumped down my money and I watched this pay-per-view, I'd be like, I'll probably come back next month.
It also wasn't boring, which is like the biggest thing, where most of those Asylum shows were just dull. And this did feel like an event.
Yeah, especially the last year of the Asylum in particular. We've covered that to death. We can leave it behind us in the NWA era. Alright, we'll talk much more about Victory Road when we get into the matches and stories themselves, but let's get into the news first. So the big note from Victory Road, the final point. The debut of the Macho Man Randy Savage strolls out at the end of the show, points at Hall, Nash and Jarrett, and that's it. That's our hook for TV. But because it's TNA, Liam, you cannot have somebody like Randy Savage showing up without drama.
I mean, I would be disappointed if there wasn't drama.
So we talked extensively back in 03 about how TNA wanted to bring in Hulk Hogan, about how TNA wanted to build their first 3-hour Sunday pay-per-view around Hulk Hogan. He was meant to wrestle Jeff Jarrett. They delayed that Bound for Glory 3 times before cancelling it because Hogan wasn't going to show up. Well, guess who showed up to Victory Road 04, Liam?
Yeah.
The Hulkster himself was just hanging around.
Didn't want to come hang out? Didn't want to go shoot a segment?
So Randy Savage made a surprise appearance at the end of TNA's Victory Road pay-per-view after negotiations with Sting fell through. They wanted a lot of people. They didn't get them all, but they wanted DDP for these shows too, but couldn't get him in time. He showed up on TV though. Savage was supposed to come in what was supposed to be like the beginning of a main event run. 2 days later, he cancelled his TV taping appearance, citing the involvement of Hulk Hogan in TNA as his reason. Hogan was invited to attend the TNA pay-per-view near his Florida home by TNA owner Bob Carter, father of TNA president Dixie Carter. When Hogan arrived, he bumped into Savage. Savage and Hogan have had a love-hate relationship, which we documented on Patreon because we reviewed the Be a Man album.
Be a Man, Hulk.
Great song. All-time diss track. But they've had a love-hate relationship over the years, mostly hate on Savage's side, since Hogan's wife Linda provided a safe haven for Savage's then-wife Elizabeth when she was separated from him. Hogan told Savage backstage something to the effect of, "You know I've always got your back, bro." Savage snapped back, "Yeah, that check will clear." There was reports that maybe they had a scuffle, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Savage walked away and avoided Hogan for the rest of the night. Hogan, once again, is negotiating with TNA about potentially coming on board, but apparently there wasn't serious talks about him actually appearing on camera at Victory Road.
You think that he's such a glory hound that he'd just do it?
Especially this is a success story for the company and all of a sudden Hulkster's there, smelling like blood in the water. There's attention for me now as opposed to these shitty Asylum shows.
Yeah.
Savage, now 52, informed Jeff Jarrett late on Tuesday afternoon he wasn't going to attend that evening's taping as scheduled, saying he wouldn't work with TNA as they were working with Hogan. As of last word, TNA had apparently soothed over the problem with Savage and expected him to return to TV the following week. So you get the debut of the Macho Man. You get what is legitimately a great moment to end the pay-per-view on. A big hook that the Macho Man Randy Savage, one of the biggest stars in professional wrestling of the 20 years prior, has debuted even though he's 52 and not looking quite like the Macho Man anymore.
It looks like Jeff Jarrett Last Outlaw.
He does. That's where clearly Jarrett got the look from. He also looks like Bonesaw from the Spider-Man films. Striking resemblance.
If he wrestled, he should have worn the Bonesaw.
He should have done the Bonesaw's really catchphrase.
His classic catchphrase.
That everybody knows and loves from Sam Raimi's Spider-Man.
That's everyone's favorite Randy Savage line.
It's Randy Savage, big star, and in typical TNA fashion, it blows up in their face because fucking Hulk Hogan finally decided to show up.
They should have just not invited Hulk. They should have moved on.
Well, especially when you get Savage. It's Savage agrees to appear, not just show up, not just hang around backstage. He agrees to be part of the product in a main event push.
Seems to be into it.
And that's your program moving forward, Savage and Jarrett, for as good as that's worth. And you blow it up in his face immediately by inviting him in. He claims he felt double-crossed, that TNA was an unsafe work environment. There was also some thought that he was looking for an out, that he agreed to do the one-off payday for, I think it was 25 grand was the number reported for the... And all he does is walk out for 40 seconds.
And also, it's not like he's selling pay-per-views. They didn't promote it.
Yeah, it was a surprise. So I guess the idea is to come back the next month with the big Savage match to hook everybody, which is probably not the worst idea.
Well, then sign him to a 2-appearance deal at minimum.
Well, that's classic TNA, because they do the same thing with DDP. DDP's first appearance is also without a deal.
Great.
There's also a bunch of hand-wringing this month about them starting to mention Hall and Nash on TV, also before they had actually put pen to paper.
Yeah, well, worked out.
That worked out fine, but this company learns absolutely nothing. So some thought Savage was taking the payday and then looking for an excuse to back away, something he did do with the World Wrestling All-Stars, a cursed company that we may be talking about more towards Christmas with our friends over in Days of Thunder, but it's their own fault for putting him on TV without a contract.
I was going to say it's our own fault for getting involved with Days of Thunder.
Oh, it is. Them throwing slander my way on their recent episode. Clearly, I shall use my platform here to retaliate and not plug alargemanappears.com.
Make a horrific rumor about one of them.
Dave likes Elon Musk. That's the best I can come up with. Which is a horrific rumor in its own right.
Is a notorious royalist.
Oh, that will hurt Dave personally.
Yeah. You know what I heard?
Oh, go on.
Garrett, I heard that Dave was at Queen Lizzie's funeral and was one of those I was hanging out with one of those Tories in his button-up shirt and he was crying on camera.
He was one of those who stood in line for 27 hours just to see her in rest.
Yeah, I heard Dave had protected tweets where he was going after anyone that was making light of Queen Lizzie's death.
Oh, the Christmas episode's going to be fun this year.
Depends if they hear this.
Observers say there were no serious talks about having Hogan appear on camera at the pay-per-view, despite internet reports to the contrary. Hogan spent some time talking with TNA owners Dixie and Bob Carter, whom witnesses describe as marking out for Hogan.
They were marking out all show too.
Oh yeah, because you could see them. They were, third row in the actual stand. So you have the pit and then you have the stand in front of it. They were like third row. If you watch the spot where Abyss is powerbombed to thumbtacks for the first time in TNA history in the Monsters Ball, there's actually a reaction shot of Dixie in there.
Fair play to the cameraman who got that shot.
She was very concerned. It's actually very funny to think about, like, that was an era where no one really knew what Dixie looked like.
Well, we only picked up on it because we know now.
Yeah, so she wasn't a television character, obviously, at that stage. She was long from being a television character, 5 years away. But also, she just wasn't, like, a particularly visible public figure. So she could probably sit in the crowd. I'd imagine some people would be like, that's the owner of the company. But it's not, like, a thing that, like, she couldn't do that in 2010 without drawing serious attention. She'd sit in, like, the front row in those days on the opposite side of the hard camera, as opposed to, like, being literally in the crowd on the hard camera side.
Fun little Easter egg.
Hogan arrived at the pay-per-view in a decked-out Mercedes that impressed nearly everybody. He rode to the pay-per-view with Brian Knobbs. Savage, on the other hand, arrived with Brian Adams of Chronic. Battle of the Brian entourage.
What is this motherfucker's deal with trying to get Brian Knobbs into this goddamn company?
Get into every company he's ever worked. In fairness, there's one thing you can say about Hogan. He's loyal to his guys, even if his guys are fucking dog shit.
He's loyal to his guys until he's not.
He's loyal to Eric and frickin' Brutus Beefcake and Brian Knobbs.
Yeah, really excited to relive those eras.
We'll have more drama with Savage coming up going into Turning Point, so you can look forward to that next month. But he does come back, so there's that. It would be a lot funnier if he walked out at the end of your big first 3-hour pay-per-view. Your big moment is Randy Savage is here, and then he's never seen again.
I'd be down for it.
Which would be the ultimate tribute to the Asylum Era of people showing up and never being seen again.
Yeah, that would be kind of a nice little bow on it all.
Remember Gorgeous George at the end of the King of the Mountains? Like, Jarrett wins the belt.
I do.
They cut to Gorgeous George in the crowd, and she's seen like one other time also in the crowd before disappearing.
That's good. That's good times. Vader, Road Warriors.
So you asked me a question on the watch along. Why wouldn't you pull the trigger on Jeff Hardy? Turns out there's a pretty good reason these days. We mentioned that when you sign Jeff Hardy at this stage of his career, you absolutely know positively he's going to burn you.
Or, apparently, any stage of his career.
Well, that's true too. But here, he begins to burn TNA. Jeff Hardy was a no-show for the September 28 TNA tapings, which would have been the first Impact of October. Office personnel attempted to reach him by phone several times, but he did not return their calls. Jeff Jarrett was said to be very upset by Hardy's absence, not so upset to take him out of the pay-per-view main event. Wrestlers say that Hardy entered the company with the right attitude. He told several people he was excited to be there and was motivated for the first time since leaving WWE. However, in more recent weeks, he quietly complained to his friends, saying that he no longer enjoys himself because he felt like he was there to put over Jarrett. He felt used, reported one locker room observer. Hardy did show up as scheduled to the tapings later in the month to tape his number one contender matches, basically.
Listen, he has a point.
He is very much there as a guy to amplify Jarrett, but also if you're going to start no-showing, and like this isn't the first time he's been a little unreliable in TNA, fair enough, he hasn't no-showed yet. This is his first of what will become multiple no-shows. You can't invest in a guy you can't rely on, and if there's anybody TNA can rely on right now, it is co-founder of the company, Jeff Jarrett.
I mean, in a sense, like, he'll be there.
That's like he'll be at the shows, which I guess that's the bar.
That's the bare minimum.
Even though Jeff Hardy no-showed the taping, the decision was made to go with Jarrett versus Hardy at Victory Road rather than Monty Brown versus Jarrett. Brown is said to be being pulled from the title match well, as he seems to understand that he lacks the name recognition that Hardy possesses, which is important for their first Sunday night pay-per-view. Monty still feels good about his role in the company and knows that his time as a main eventer will come eventually.
Don't laugh.
I'm more sad than laughing. I guess he is a main eventer.
Yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, he clearly is a top echelon guy in the company. He's just not Jeff Jarrett.
And never becomes Jeff Jarrett. Hardy says he left a miserable company to come to another miserable company.
Big Andrade tweeting energy.
When Jeff Hardy showed up at the October 5th Impact tapings after having no-showed the previous week without calling ahead of time, no big deal was made of it by anybody. The feeling is that it was an issue between Hardy and management, and based on Jarrett and Hardy getting along and hanging out together during and after the tapings, a week after his no-show, it was obvious all was forgiven between them.
Sure. We'll see how that plays out.
Sure will. He was also late to a bunch of tapings this month, so it wasn't an isolated incident. Jeff Hardy was a day late to tapings last week. It was for the October 26th tapings. Company officials wanted Hardy to arrive in Orlando on Monday, like everybody else does, but he didn't arrive at the building until after the tapings had started. Yeah, it would be one thing to be like, I'm not going to arrive on the Monday for the Tuesday tapings, I'll come in Tuesday morning. But no, he's like, I'll show up after the tapings have started.
Fashionably late.
Jarrett and the other management members were understandably in panic mode as they had invested heavily in Hardy as it pertains to the Victory Road main event. When asked if TNA officials confronted Hardy about his tardiness, one wrestler said he did not think so, nor did he think it would have done any good. How can you confront somebody who doesn't care? Asked the wrestler. You can't get through to somebody like that.
Sure. We'll see how it all goes, but that's the Jeff Hardy principle, you know?
Yeah, especially at this stage of his career where, as mentioned, they know he's not the most reliable person in the world, but they need him, and they put him in a high-profile spot, and also asked him to lose a bunch, so I guess this is what you get.
Yeah. Garrett.
Yes, Liam.
It's the end of an era.
We had the end of Goldilocks in the September episode, and now October, November. Vince Russo notified company officials that he is resigning from his creative role within the company in the next 30 days. Basically, that the November 7th Victory Road pay-per-view would be his final night.
I am crying. I am depressed. I have locked myself in my room. I refuse to leave my bed. I don't know how to go on watching this promotion. I'm devastated. My vote didn't count. The election was rigged. I don't know how to live in a world without Vince Russo.
You know, I met Vince Russo once.
Oh, did you?
I was at Bound for Glory 2010, where I was there with my brother, and we were just walking through the halls of the hotel where there were a bunch of wrestlers because we were staying in the same hotel because it was part of the fan experience or whatever you call it, the travel package for Bound for Glory. And
awful.
And my brother said to me, if we ever see Vince Russo, I have to take a picture with him with the biggest smile on my face I can muster. And literally we rounded the corner, and who else did we run into but Vince Russo?
Did you take the photo?
Damn right I took the photo of me and Vinny Roo.
Oh, please upload that photo.
I'll upload the photo after this episode goes up. My brother's actually been pestering me to tell that story for 18 months worth of TNAs. He's ever since Russo showed up. Also, this means this is the episode where the "oh shit, it's Vince Russo" is taken out of the open. This will be the last one that's in there.
Oh my. We'll have to find something just as impactful.
Yeah, so that's also the end of an era. We're also changing the theme song for this episode, not just the clips, but the theme song will go to the Impact theme song now rather than the pay-per-view theme song.
You should put in the clip of me calling Dave a royalist.
Petey Williams is an amazing athlete. Dave's a fucking royalist.
Yeah, it should just be that over and over again.
I don't want to put people through that. We've already suffered enough.
Yeah, with the loss of Vince Russo.
He told friends that he is simply frustrated with how the company is run and how little input he has in the creative process.
Speak on it!
He's simply tired of arguing with Jeff Jarrett and Dutch Mantel over the direction of the company and feels that it's pointless to continue bickering with them since they make him feel like he is insulting them by questioning their booking decisions. Russo says he plans to stick with the company until his angle with Dusty Rhodes plays out, which means through the November 7th pay-per-view and the election for the Director of Authority. There's always a chance that Russo could have a change of heart. He doesn't now, at least, especially if he and Jarrett can get back on the same page. This wouldn't be the first time he's threatened to leave the company, but we know, for once, he does follow through with it.
Once he does commit to his word.
Again, the classic, all these quotes come from Disco. One source said that Russo had done his best to keep his cool, but has been voicing his frustrations to friends for quite a while now. He's a very loyal guy who loves the business, but just can't take the BS anymore, said the source.
No more BS, Vince Russo.
It'd be so funny if it turns out this is actually AJ talking to the Torch and not Disco.
It's David Young.
So there is a growing power vacuum here because obviously Russo's on the way out. Jarrett, his attention is being pulled away from like booking and company responsibilities because the cancer returns in his wife, and his father Jerry is having heart trouble. So there's a lot of problems going on at home for him. A lot of things that demand his attention more than silly little wrestling companies. Also, Joey Your Legend said awful things about Jeff Jarrett this month. Terrible, terrible man.
Really?
He said something to the extent in a media interview that Jarrett deserved his wife getting her cancer back. And I was like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?
What a cool guy.
Like, there is no amount of wrestling bullshit. None. He could have fucked your career altogether that would have justified you saying that to another human being. And he didn't even do that much to him.
That's rough.
What a horrible man. But yeah, Jarrett's attention is being pulled away. Russo's on the way out. There's a ton of locker room dissatisfaction with the way things have been booked over the last 6 months or so. We mentioned that in the last episode. It's been mounting. So a change is on the horizon.
This is the point where it's like, you hit Dusty Rhodes music and he runs to the ring. Power vacuum daddy.
Dixie Carter has told several people over the last few weeks that she realizes the product stinks right now. She has been openly questioning...
Now?
Well, like, there is periods, in the middle of O3, it's not good, but it feels hot-ish. Hot is probably a generous term, but it doesn't feel dead.
Yeah, but now?
But yeah, she's finally reached a stage where it's like, maybe it does stink.
This is like the best it's been in a year.
She has been openly questioning the idea of filling Impact with squash matches, which Jeff Jarrett and Dutch Mantel defend by saying it's the only way to get over new characters. One of the reasons Russo grew so frustrated with his role in the company is that he grew tired of telling some of his favorite wrestlers and friends that the company didn't have any storylines for them. Among those said to be Russo's favorites are Raven, Glenn Gilberti, Johnny Swinger, Pat Kenny, Sonny Siaki, and Eric Watts. The true dream team of TNA right there.
Oh my god, all of the bad people in Raven.
Although most TNA wrestlers are frustrated with the office these days, the locker room is actually more united now than it has been in quite some time. Although there are occasional issues, mostly involving Kid Cash.
My name is Kid!
The wrestlers actually have a common bond in their disappointment with the office. They've been unified by their hatred.
It's a great way to unite people.
It's like, it's so shit and we all hate it, so we all like each other in unity against the shitty booking.
Ah, well, worked for Vince.
A number of the wrestlers compare notes on what they are told by office members and figure they are better off staying aligned rather than letting politics get to them.
TNA is unionizing.
One of the reasons that wrestlers are so gloomy these days is there is a shared concern with the Carter family that they will pull the plug if the move to Sunday night pay-per-views is not successful, even though they do reaffirm their support of the company this month.
Well, as we know, the company does not die in 2004.
Vince Russo has been telling everyone his final day in the wrestling industry will be Victory Road.
And that man never lies.
He doesn't. He's never going to be seen again in the entire history of wrestling.
He's going to go be a priest or something.
That is what he wants to do. It's a minister, not a priest, but yes.
Same difference.
What is the difference between a minister and a priest? I don't even know.
Let's have a Google. Most basically, a priest is a religious official who performs sacrifice. Is that true?
Yes.
And a minister is a religious official who provides pastoral ministry.
That has made it so much clearer for me. Thank you, Liam.
So, what? Oh my god, there's so many quotes in this article.
Do you know, I've discovered recently that I now instinctively scroll to paragraph 3 of literally anything I read on the internet, knowing the first 2 paragraphs will be useless fluff.
Okay, so what my idea here is that a priest is next level minister. A minister's entry level. You don't have to go dedicate yourself to an actual become a clergyman. You can just kind of do your thing.
Cool.
But if you think about it, maybe he is training to be a priest by killing the company.
He should be training under Father James Mitchell.
Oh my gosh. Do you think he was offended by James Mitchell?
Well, he didn't understand how another religious man like Jerry Jarrett could stab him in the back with his book like that last month, so you never know. Speaking of Jerry, there continues to be a great power struggle behind the scenes between Jeff Jarrett and Jerry Jarrett. Sources say that the falling out between the father and son is severe, as now Jerry is attempting to get control of the company from Jeff. During a recent conference call, TNA owner Bob Carter pressed the issue of when he could expect the company to have a profitable month. Jerry has apparently been telling Bob Carter that Jeff Jarrett is part of the problem and the company won't turn around with him in charge. Jerry has been using Hulk Hogan as a bargaining chip with Bob, stating that if Bob took power away from Jeff, who does actually own still a small stake in TNA at this stage, and gave it to him, he would put Hogan in charge of booking.
Okay, so Jerry has quickly dropped to the person I value least behind the scenes now.
That's real traitor shit, isn't it?
Yeah, you cowardice.
It's one thing to disagree with the direction, but to actively try and undercut and boot out your own son? That's some Shakespearean shit.
That's not my problem. If you want to boot him out, that's all good. But putting Hulk Hogan in charge, that's where I draw the damn line.
Yeah, put Disco in charge. He has ideas.
Put James Mitchell in charge.
It would probably be a better show.
It 100% would be a better show.
Certainly be a more interesting show. There were rumors last week that made it all the way to WWE's front office that Hulk Hogan and Jerry Jarrett would be taking over control of TNA and moving Dusty Rhodes and Terry Taylor into the booking position and ousting Jarrett and Mantell. Says one wrestler, "I don't know what's going to happen, but backstage there is a sense lately that something is about to go down. Some people would be happy with major changes, but not everyone is sure change will necessarily be good." Some within TNA react to the rumors of Jerry's power play with disgust. Jeff put everything he has financially into this company, and now his own millionaire father is trying to rip it away from him. It's disgusting, says one source.
Millionaire?
Oh yeah, Jerry has a whole side business that makes lots of money.
Very well.
He's in the construction business as well as wrestling, where he also made lots of money, to be fair. There is fear that if Jerry were to gain control, pay would go down across the board, since Jerry's method has always been to cut talent pay as much as possible, arguing that if you're willing to work for it, it's by definition fair pay. That's not how that works, Jerry.
I hate this guy now.
This is the Jerry Jarrett heel turn.
Jeff Jarrett says workers' rights.
He believes with so few options, wrestlers would work for TNA for less than they're currently receiving. Those in favor of Jerry's actions are fearful that if Jeff remains in charge, TNA will never be profitable and they'll end up out of work anyway. Dixie, meanwhile, is said to be a staunch supporter of Jeff, and according to one source, despises Jerry for undercutting his own son.
I like to imagine Bob's like, whoa, let's just listen to the man first.
And Dixie's like, how dare he, traitor, betrayal.
Oh, listen, anyone that's in favor of putting Hulk Hogan in any power position, I'm not exactly going to be ecstatic with.
I get why, increasingly this pressure is mounting, because
I just don't know if this is the answer.
the company has been losing money for a while now, and they're reaching the monthly pay-per-view thing where they have to get this right. If this one flops, it is probably donezo for the company. But also, yes, the answer is not give control to fucking Hulk Hogan. Speaking of non-problematic folk, Kevin Nash and Scott Hall have agreed to financial terms for TNA, but as of October 12th have not signed paperwork assuring they will actually be at Victory Road. I think it was as of the October 15th Impact. Don't quote me on that, but I believe that's the first time they were named. They've been teasing the outsiders or nameless outsiders for a while, but then Jarrett just flat out said, "You want me to say it, don't you? Scott Hall, Kevin Nash."
Yeah.
So they didn't actually have paperwork signed until closer to Victory Road than it probably should have been. They could have ended up with another situation where they advertised stars and then couldn't deliver them, just like they did with Hogan. But it all turned out fine, so everything's fine.
Yep. Good business.
Sean Waltman, who had at least one discussion with Dixie Carter and was assumed to be part of the mix with Hall and Nash, is now not part of any current Victory Road plans. With Waltman not coming in, even if Hall and Nash are finally signed, there will be no one to actually wrestle, which is a fair point. Who's going to carry the actual work rate of those matches?
Big Sexy, baby.
Well, Big Sexy does take a bump for AJ Styles on Victory Road, which I did not expect from him.
A big-ass bump, too.
Yeah, AJ takes a dropkick and he takes a big cartoon, full, spread back bump.
Yeah, we were talking about this on the watch-along. It's do you think just everyone loves AJ, all these legends that come in? Because they all seem to bump huge for him.
And I suppose this is night one where they probably want to be at least somewhat liked by the locker room, because they are guys that, for as much as they do politic and shit,
they are the boys.
Yeah, they are the good brothers, some might say. And they want to make a relatively good impression. Hall bumps all over the place in that main event. Hall's the super worker in that ladder match.
He's the best part of the main event by far.
And Nash takes a bump for AJ, so there you go. They are working. Dallas Page has also talked about being part of the Outsiders angle, but there have no hints on TV yet, and he doesn't debut until after the pay-per-view. TNA is not allowed to refer to Hall and Nash as the Outsiders, which they do everything in their power to get around. And honestly, I think cross the line. They don't just run up to the line of whether or not they can actually call them the Outsiders. I think there's times where they do just say the Outsiders.
It's a couple of outsiders.
But like even like the tail of the tape before the Jarrett Hardy match, there's literally one of the bullet points is the Outsiders.
The comma outsiders.
Could be any Outsiders.
Yeah.
Scott Hall was up to his old antics at last week's TNA tapings. His antics received mixed results among wrestlers, but mostly positive. Jeff Jarrett was holding a talent meeting at ringside where he was informing the crew about the Best Damn Sports Show period tapings. We'll talk about that in a sec. Some wrestlers have even suggested that Jarrett held the meeting to show Hall that he is the authority figure in TNA, because Hall was actually at the tapings. Nash was busy filming The Longest Yard in the build-up to Victory Road, so he was never actually at TV. Hall was at some of the TVs, but never actually appeared like in the building. They just did those vignettes. Hall quickly showed everyone that he doesn't respect Jarrett. As Jarrett was talking from ringside to wrestlers sitting in the bleachers, Hall mocked him from behind. As Jarrett was telling wrestlers that they need to arrive on time, Hall clowned around running in place. As the meeting continued, Hall climbed inside the ring without Jarrett knowing, snuck up behind Jarrett, and did several cross chops from directly behind his head. A few of the wrestlers were giggling, but most did their best to keep a straight face so that Jarrett would be none the wiser to what Hall was doing.
What a child.
Good kind of child, though. Like, listen, on the level of wrestling antics, that's good stuff.
I hope he at least had signed the paper at that point.
Also, if you're Scott Hall, what the fuck are they gonna do?
Yeah.
You know, they're gonna punish you? You just goof around. You know, that at least...
Jerry's watching it like, yes.
Undermine him. On the other side of antics, the bad side of antics, there was a backstage fight at the September...
By the way, there are so many backstage fucking stories.
This is like the busiest month. Like, there is another, I don't know, 2 pages of notes about backstage stuff before we even get into the pay-per-view stuff. And there's a lot, unlike last month where there wasn't a lot of stuff on the shows themselves, we'll be talking about a lot in the shows themselves as well. So, a busy month in TNA history right here. There was a backstage fight at the September 28 TNA event between Kid Cash and Chase Stevens.
Didn't Chase Stevens just get stabbed?
Now, Andy Douglas got stabbed. Chase is fine.
One of my favourite signs came out this month too.
What?
Which was Get Well, Andy Douglas, and who else was
Johnny
there?
Devine. You still can't remember the poor man's
Get Well,
name.
Andy Douglas and Johnny Devine. Another reason Florida is better than Nashville.
Just to pardon the pun, just turning the knife there, aren't they?
That pun was 100% intentional.
I said pardon the pun. I didn't say it wasn't intended.
Fair enough.
Cash has been feuding with the Naturals for months. He's been hard on them because he considers them green and doesn't think they've earned the push they've received. But just fuck off. Stop it. In fact, he's made it clear that he thinks the only reason they are getting a push is because they're friends with the right TNA office staffers. Especially this month where they lose the belt and they immediately become jobbers.
Yeah. Also, they've been good.
Yeah, they had that great cage
listen,
match.
I'm not in there working with them. I don't know if they're stiff or if they're unreliable or whatever, but as a viewer, like, this is the month where it feels like they've kind of gotten it together.
On Tuesday, Cash was mocking Stevens' tag team partner Andy Douglas for getting into a bar fight that resulted in Douglas and Johnny Devine being stabbed by another patron. Cash accused Douglas of making the rest of the wrestlers look stupid by getting into a fight in public.
Oh, if I'm fucking Chase Stevens, I'm throwing the fuck down after that. You're not insulting my friend to my face and calling him a bitch. Yeah, okay, we're throwing down.
Douglas was stabbed in the leg and was in no condition to fight, so he didn't have much choice but to take Cash's verbal abuse. Stevens was on the other side of the room, but eventually caught wind of what was going on, got right in Cash's face. Stevens and Cash nearly came to blows, but Monty Brown and Conan were among the wrestlers who intervened.
When Conan's someone who's like, hey, bro, it's coming down.
Mr. 2 months ago doing the drugs, fighting, rock and roll promo is what pro wrestling is, and he's like, guys, come on.
I'm sure Kid Cash has matured and is a nice fella now, but if, you're slapping him in the face. This is an RVD pick a hand situation, you know?
And pretty justifiably. Apparently wasn't just hold me back so they can look good stuff. They were ready to go. Cooler heads prevail, but most wrestlers don't believe this will be the end of Cash versus the Naturals backstage feud. It certainly wasn't on camera where they were teamed on the pay-per-view, so...
There was that backstage promo with Cash and Dallas and the Naturals, where Cash kind of undermined them.
Yeah, the whole idea was that, like, I'm the veteran, you're the rookies, you just follow me.
And I'm now curious if the faces that they made at the end were very real. Because they were like, fuck this guy.
Taking the Tony Khan mentality of, hey, it makes for good angles, I guess. One of the things Kid Cash told Andy Douglas that led to the fight between Cash and Shay Stevens is that he should get on the gas, gain some weight, and he'd still kick his ass.
Why, like, Jesus, really ripping into this dude who was stabbed.
He has, like, the biggest Napoleon complex known to man, Kid Cash.
But it seems like it's exclusively to people in the business.
Follow-up from Cash, who told the Daily News Journal of some place I can't pronounce in Tennessee.
Murfreesboro.
Well done. That he plans to retire from wrestling within 3 years and become a chiropractor. I have settled down mentally and spiritually, says Cash. The wrestling world is such a dog-eat-dog industry now. I'm just not as gung-ho as I once was. What a cunt.
I'm gonna dust off a Rich Craig line here.
Uh-huh.
Eat shit.
What an asshole. What a just, like, natural-born asshole Kid Cash is.
Yeah. Let's talk about a little something here with a worker just working and getting the fucking best case scenario ever.
Miramax Pictures is planning to release a movie called The Adventures of Shark Boy and Lava Girl.
Great film.
Yeah, Taylor Lautner's in it, isn't he?
Yeah, got me my first kiss as a child.
I don't know who played Lava Girl.
Oh yeah, they did like a reboot of this shit recently, huh?
I hope he got paid again.
I imagine. I don't think they called it Shark Boy and Lava Girl.
Oh, cowards.
What? Okay, so it says Taylor Dooley, but was she the original Lava Girl? Yes, it was Taylor Dooley.
I don't know who that is.
She pops up in a lot of things. A working actress.
Important note about Shark Boy and Lava Girl, though. They never bothered to clear the rights to the Shark Boy name, which are owned by the wrestler Dean Roll.
Give me a shell, yeah.
The story we'll see develop over the next few months, and Shark Boy gets paid.
I come from money. I come from cash.
TNA did announce the names of their next 2 pay-per-views for December and January, sending a message to potential customers that they're in this for more than a one-time event. The second event will be on December 5th, entitled Turning Point, and the third will be January 16th, named Final Resolution.
Okay, TNA, all-time great pay-per-view names. No one's ever done it better.
Oh, yeah, like the first 12, you get Victory Road. Great name.
Bang. Here you go. I'll give grades to each name.
Okay,
Go.
Victory Road.
B+.
Turning Point.
B+.
Final Resolution.
A.
Against All Odds.
A.
Destination X.
A.
Lockdown.
B+.
Hard Justice.
A.
Slammiversary.
A++++++.
No Surrender.
A+.
Sacrifice.
A fucking plus.
Unbreakable.
Alright, B+. A little generic, but alright.
Bound for Glory.
A goddamn A.
You also got Genesis after that.
And A.
All of them. Just absolute bangers. They really did. They absolutely nailed it.
Again, like, TNA's biggest strength has always been aesthetics. And part of that is, like, just pay-per-view names that are perfect.
They really did. Like, there's something about wrestling pay-per-view names that you can't put your finger on what makes them right until you hear them, and it's like, yes. Because some of them you get, like, the TEW randomizer or EWR, whichever one had the pay-per-view name generator, that you're just like, that's a fake pay-per-view name.
Do you want me to pull up some?
Sure.
You tell me if they could be a TNA pay-per-view.
And then you get something like Against All Odds or Bound for Glory, and you also have to say bound. You hold the bound. It's not Bound for Glory. It's Bound for Glory. You always hold the bound. It's very important.
All right, I'm gonna give you 5 from the TW pay-per-view generator.
Okay.
TNA, the end is near.
That's like a Dying Days of WCW pay-per-view name.
TNA, hotter than hell.
No, absolutely not. That's one of, like, the mid-2010s Great Balls of Fire one-offs that they never do again in WWE.
TNA, no turning back.
Too many words. All these are too wordy to be... Because TNAs are crisp. A lot of them are one words.
TNA, exit wound.
That's an Exhibit movie? DMX? Exhibit? I think it's Exhibit, right? Exit Wounds?
TNA, ambition.
That's not the furthest
That
away.
one could make it. That one could make it.
That would be like maybe a later one they introduce as like a one night only, but it's one that could work.
TNA XX Explosive.
No, that's the name of Raw in like 3 weeks.
Are they changing Raw's name?
No, because you know the way they're doing the 30th anniversary of Raw?
TNA Last Gasp.
So the logo for the 30th anniversary of Raw is like the Raw is War font, except it's Raw is XXX for 30. It's like,
Is it really?
yep.
I've got to Google this.
I don't think you should.
Raw is sex?
I don't think you should Google the words "raw is XXX." I don't think I can promise the things that are going to appear for you if you Google the words "raw is XXX."
It's so... You know what it is? Like, it's so gross that it has the modern WWE logo on top of it. Like, just bring back the scratch WWE logo if you have to, you know? Like, that makes me upset. I really don't like that logo.
Yeah, well, good logos for Turning Point and Final Resolution in TNA's next 2 pay-per-views. Chris Harris and Jabe Storm have re-signed with TNA according to numerous sources. They had been talking to a number of people within the company about jumping to WWE, but apparently decided to stick it out in TNA.
What's the 2004 WWE tag team scene looking like?
They're gonna work with La Resistance
I like La Resistance.
and the Dudley Boys.
Oh, well, you know, they'll never get that chance if they stay here. Kenzo Suzuki and Rene Dupree.
Oh, that's the poor man's La Resistance.
Charlie Haas and Rico.
That's the poor man's world's greatest tag team.
If they wait a bit, they could get like an Eddie Mysterio feud.
That would be pretty good. They would have good matches with Rey Mysterio and probably Eddie Guerrero.
Eminem.
They'd have great matches with Eminem. You can see the chemistry there.
Yeah, you could also see like how aesthetically pleasing that matchup is.
Oh, especially if you did it like Gail Kim era AMW and you had like Gail and Melina facing off as well.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, that works.
Someone put us in charge of a wrestling company in 2004 to 2005.
AMW have both been miserable with the way they've been booked over the past few months and have not been shy about voicing their displeasure with their storylines. More than one wrestler said Harris and Storm are being laughed at by a number of people for making such a big claim about the possibility of jumping to WWE, yet re-signing with TNA when push comes to shove, though you could also argue that they probably got a better deal from TNA because they did that, so shut the fuck up.
100%. Let's be real, it's probably like a bunch of jaded assholes who have already been there and who would go back in a second who are making like fun of them anyway.
Yeah. Victory Road will be available to the entire pay-per-view universe in the United States thanks to an agreement with DirecTV.
Pay-per-view universe.
Yes, except just in the United States. You can't use, again, I'm going to give out the PW Torch. You can't say the entire pay-per-view universe and immediately bounce the phrase in the United States off the word universe. That's not how the word universe works.
Yeah, you fucking American-centric nerds. Other places exist.
Thanks to an agreement with DirecTV last week, DirecTV has 13 million subscribers. Several months ago, DirecTV's contract with TNA expired, and they pulled their agreement. But TNA will be able to be available on Dish, In Demand, and DirecTV for Victory Road, which they do promote on the pay-per-view itself. TNA wrestlers took part in a special taping for Fox Sports' Best Damn Sports Show period on October 27th.
I hate this show.
Well, you'll have to watch 2 hours of it for the December episode, so good luck with that.
What?
Because they shot 2 one-hour specials with Best Damn, what they would title Best Damn Wrestling Show period, that they aired on back-to-back days.
Oh.
That are the next 2 TNA shows you'll be watching, pal, so get excited for it.
Great.
Footage from the matches and skits will air in November, giving TNA its first primetime basic cable exposure.
I'm sure nothing controversial happened.
There was a negative reaction backstage when Best Damn Sports Show period co-host Chris Rose wore a t-shirt to the ring that said, "Wrestling is fake." Wrestlers groaned when they saw it, as Liam highlights Chris Rose, so I know he's Googling him to find out so he can find out who he is. I could have left that unacknowledged to our podcast fans, but I'm like, nah, calling you out.
He was the play-by announcer by ABC's 2015 revival of BattleBots.
There you go. Wrestlers groaned when they saw it. That shouldn't have been allowed, says one TNA locker room veteran. The feeling was that it was cliche, disrespectful, and that another t-shirt slogan could have accomplished the same thing without bringing up a stale, outdated 20-year insult. One particular person got particularly offended. Roddy Piper was genuinely offended by the comment, and it showed when he confronted Rose during the TV segment. Piper, quote-unquote, went into business for himself by excessively spraying Rose with a fire extinguisher. No one bothered to tell Rose how to sell the bits, so he walked backstage with a big smirk on his face. Once he was backstage, Rose complained to his producers about Piper's antics. TNA production whiz Dave Sahadi played damage control by telling Rose and the producers that the fire extinguisher simply malfunctioned.
Dave Sahadi is the greatest of all time.
Oh, what a genius cover.
Put him in the goddamn Observer Hall of Fame.
Legitimately, like, I think he's a good candidate for it. It's always hard to assign, like, the criteria to, like, that to a non-wrestler. But, like, in terms of the quality of his work, he's damn well a wrestling Hall of Famer.
I'm tweeting it. I'm that passionate about this.
You're going to be campaigning for Dave Sahadi in the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame?
Yes. Also, free invite to come on the show. Oh, Mia Yim was on Raw.
Oh.
She's a part of the Bullet Club now.
Oh, well, good for her, I guess. Lex Luger was backstage at the TNA tapings this week. He contacted the company the week before through someone who was acting as his agent. The agent assured the company that Luger was clean and sober and that he would be willing to lower his asking price. When Luger finally got on the bus after being about 40 minutes late, he appeared to be out of it and apparently didn't recognize someone he knew well. One wrestler says the wait was annoying, but what was even worse is that we were all hungry. Wrestlers are always thinking with their stomachs, aren't they?
Yeah. They gotta get like their billion calories.
He was sent back to the hotel Tuesday but came back to the taping on Wednesday in a much better state of mind. Wrestlers say Luger spent most of his time sitting on a golf cart waiting for people to come up to him. The reason given that Luger wasn't used at the Tuesday taping was that Jarrett was too busy to do what was planned with Luger. A vignette was taped but may never air. No word yet as to whether TNA intends to use him, but most wrestlers say they would be shocked if the company ends up putting him back on television.
Alright, Garrett, we have to think of things to say about Lex Luger because the last video did really, really well. So, Lex Luger, fuck.
I will say, like, this is a company who, when you look at the people they're bringing in, is very clearly desperate for stars. They wanted to bring Sting back in, couldn't get him.
One day.
They do bring Hall in, they do bring Nash in, they do bring Savage in, they do bring Piper in, they do bring DDP in. So this is a company who's like, we're moving into having to sell a big pay-per-view every month. We need marquee attractions. So we're chasing big names. And it tells you what the general perception of Lex Luger was at this time for many reasons, a lot of which are justified, some of which might not be. But that, like, even though he is a name, even though he is a star, we don't want to be near him.
I mean, he's just I can't believe I'm saying that. He's a little too toxic even for TNA standards.
He's also just no good.
Whoa.
Like he was terrible in the dying days of WCW, and this is even further on from that. Like, he hasn't had a good match since the early 90s. I know there's like a Luger revival, which I'm on board with for his like early NWA stuff, where he was actually a good wrestler.
Yeah, we watched that Flair match together like years ago.
But by the time you get to like 98, 99, 2000 WCW, the dude is so checked out. Like, couldn't be further from being like mentally checked into pro wrestling. So like, no one wants anything to do with him, and it's fairly justifiable, especially at the price. And for as much as he is a star name, he doesn't bring anything else. Like, you can argue Nash is like still a pretty good wrestler. He's no worse a wrestler than he was in like 96.
Scott Hall was the best guy in the main event. So. Yeah,
and like Savage is totally washed, but Savage is like a top 5 name in wrestling history for the 20 years prior, you know? Which Lex Luger necessarily isn't. And yeah, you just want nothing to do with him.
Yeah, makes sense.
Jerry Jarrett is taking heat from wrestlers who blame him for bringing in Lex Luger. While it's true that Jarrett did agree to let Luger come to the show, he also made it clear that there were no guarantees regarding work, that the main reason Luger was coming in was to show that he was clean.
Seems to have worked out.
Well, he's not... Actually, he is seen in TNA again in 2006.
Hey, Garrett.
Yes.
New Elon just dropped.
Oh, fuck. Go on.
Just in, Elon Musk has discussed putting all of the Twitter behind a paywall per The Verge.
Good. Fucking kill it. Just kill it.
So make sure everyone subscribe to our Tumblr. Get on the YouTube, please. The Patreon.
We have a 16,000 follower deep TikTok. We don't need the Twitter for this.
Yeah, fuck you. Go follow us on TikTok, alright? We'll start doing the dances.
We just crossed 500 subscribers on YouTube, too.
Look forward to Garrett's Vegemite eating series on TikTok.
I'll shape the Vegemite in the shape of TNA wrestlers.
Garrett can play Sonic Frontiers on the YouTube and I'll watch.
Oh, God.
Lots of good content that we can do. We don't need this hell site.
USA Championship Wrestling, the group Burt Prentice is running that Jerry Jarrett was supposed to be booking, ran its return show on the 2nd of October in the Nashville Fairgrounds. This was a test as Jarrett was hoping TNA had cultivated an audience in Nashville that the characters were giving up the show without giving free tickets out did about 175 fans. It's a bad month for Jerry, isn't it?
He's taken L's everywhere. Well, to be fair, he could have capped off this month by getting control of the company, so...
They used some TNA wrestlers, including Storm as a ref, Michael Shane and the Naturals, as well as Ryan Wilson. That sounds like an appealing card. I'd show up for that. And one of those stupid, dumb shit, dumbass, dumb fuck wrestling stories, as opposed to the contrast with the harmless Scott Hall one. Here is the Jarrell Clark story. At the 28th of September tapings, he and Mikey Bat beat David Young and Lex Lovett when he pinned Lovett after his 630. Many in the company thought he had changed the finish, as the original finish was supposed to be a roll-up. They wanted to protect Lovett because there had been thoughts of doing something with him down the line. Just stupid in its own right. Terry Taylor, not knowing the finish was a roll-up or any of this, told him he could do the 630. He never went back to management or the original agent to clear it, even though Terry Taylor is an agent and in management.
Okay.
Supposedly, as retribution. Management told Shane and Kazarian to work very stiff with him on the 5th of October. Clark came out of the match with 1 broken rib and 2 cracked ribs from very hard chops and kicks in the chest.
Clark, showing his lack of savvy, then came home and didn't tell the story, but did address a lot on his website, saying he was feeling dejected, and listed a bunch of lessons he learned at the show the day before, including don't get on the massage table, that if a second agent changes what the first agent did, make sure to report the first agent. He also said he was reprimanded for getting in more than 2 moves on a hot tag, and said everyone knows what's going on but you, in reference to the fact a lot of wrestlers as well as tag partner Bats knew about the retribution coming in the match, but he had no idea. He went to the doctor after the show, who told him he needed to take some time off to let his ribs heal. So naturally, because he needs the money, he's not taking any time off, including working indie shots.
This is like just the worst.
That's some peak Dave shit there, by the way.
Some Dave-ass sentences. But this is like the worst wrestling bullshit. In that he was told one thing by one person, told another thing by another, and instead of it just being like a harmless misunderstanding, that like this wasn't even a TV match. This was for fucking Explosion or whatever. Like this didn't even air on Impact, and you're making this big ass deal of this dude because he did his finish on Lex Lovett. It's not like he went in there and like pinned Jeff Hardy before the fucking Victory Road main event.
It's not like he went in there and shot on someone.
He did his move in a match he was already booked to win, and this is the bullshit that comes of it. And it's not even like, oh hey dude, clear that by the original agent from now on, okay? That's how you deal with that situation. That's how you deal with it as a normal human being, not a dumbass, stupid, idiot fuck wrestling nonsense where you're like, oh yeah, shoot him, we need to teach this kid a lesson.
And also it's like, for a business that's based entirely around protecting each other, it's such a ridiculous sentiment to be like, go out and hurt the guy.
I hate wrestling sometimes. I hate it so much.
That's just such a silly aspect of the business.
I'm glad it's probably not all gone. You probably still get shit like this happening, particularly on indies, with people have big league and younger talent.
You get it on shindies. That's the funniest thing. You get it in companies that don't matter and will never be relevant.
Yeah, because it's a bunch of like old timers clinging to the position of locker room leader and like
who never made it, like who never did anything.
Yeah, and they'll haze new guys. Where I don't think you get this in real companies anymore. At least I hope not.
I mean, did you see that Athena Jody Threat match?
Oh, went into business for herself.
Yeah, when Jody Threat was smiling the whole time, she was definitely feeling like Jarrell Clark.
Alright, that brings us to broad topics, starting with, not the date with fate or anything, it doesn't have a tagline this time, which is quite disappointing, but the Jeff Jarrett versus Jeff Hardy match, the main event of the first 3-hour Sunday pay-per-view.
Jeff squared.
Jeff squared, see, that would be pretty good, wouldn't it? Takes us to the October 1st Impact. Jeff Jarrett had a squash match, he wrestled Brian Gamble.
Yeah? What are your thoughts on Brian Gamble?
He wore some pants. They were blue.
I gotta be honest with you. All these squash matches are blended together in my brain. I imagine one squash guy.
So you can't differentiate Brian Gamble from Mark Stevens, from Luther Jackson, from Roderick Strong, from Jason Picaro, from Spider Nate
one
Webb.
of them. One of them.
From Ryan O'Reilly.
Yeah, no.
To be fair, you do get some interesting job guys. Ryan O'Reilly, he shows up, he's Big Con. You get Roderick
Eric
Strong.
Stevens.
Eric Stevens shows up. So there is some names this month. It's not all just nobodies.
I'm talking about the nobodies.
I did like how Jarrett launched Brian Gamble over the ropes at one stage of this match. It's like, Jarrett, you are not Abyss. Stop treating this wrestler like you're Abyss. I also somewhat admire Jarrett's commitment to always doing walk-in brawls, even in his squash matches.
He's so, like, Jeff Jarrett pilled that it's, like, impossible for him to do anything else than what he knows.
So he's going to take that dude out to the floor and throw some punches, maybe a whip or two into the rail, even when it's a freaking 90-second squash.
That's great. I admire the commitment to the bit.
So he beats Brian Gamble with the stroke. Jarrett grabs the microphone and insists he's not leaving the ring until he finds out who his pay-per-view challenger at Victory Road's going to be. He then takes a seat on the announce desk. He puts like a chair on the announce desk and sits on the chair on top of the announce desk, which was a fun visual. Jarrett with some fun visuals around announce desks this month.
Yeah, Jeff Jarrett is my favorite wrestler who I don't enjoy seeing wrestle.
Russo comes out. The crowd chants, "You killed Nitro" at Russo.
It wasn't just him.
And as Days of Thunder are covering right now, not like it was in a good state before he arrived.
Can you hear the thunder? You know what I've heard about Days of Thunder?
What? No, we've done enough. Russo says he spoke to the same outsiders and they didn't cut it. So there'll be a mini tournament to crown Jeff Jarrett's contender for Victory Road, which will feature Raven, the alpha male Monty Brown, the Monster Abyss, and the charismatic enigma Jeff Hardy. Raven needs a nickname. The Maniacal Raven?
Yeah, is he the Maniacal?
The Rowdy Raven?
The Ravishing Raven.
To be fair, WCW canon did at one point suggest that Roddy Piper might be Raven's father, so...
Oh my god.
You can take the Rowdy name. But the winner of that mini tournament will challenge Jarrett. Jarrett said if Russo isn't going to bring some outsiders to Victory Road, then he will. Then there's some more X Division stuff that we'll talk about when we get to AJPD.
I like that he's like, he's still being coy about who they are, but Russo's like, I talked to him. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, and they suck. They can't do it for number one contendership.
Okay, if you had to add another 2 matches, ignore how the finale would pay out, what would you make in the next 2 matches if you had to put Kevin Nash and Scott Hall in this tournament?
Oh, so who would you pair them with?
Uh-huh.
Well, you'd need Nash against someone who can be good.
AJ.
But you don't want AJ to take
AJ's
the job
losing.
to Nash. So I'd probably say Hardy.
No, you can't use people already in the tournament.
Oh, but I was going to book Scott Hall against Abyss, and that match would rule. And also, this company doesn't have other main eventers.
Or other, heavyweights.
Who are you going to put in there?
Conan and BG.
Oh, why have you said such a thing?
Okay, it'd probably be Bobby Roode. He's not doing anything.
And probably Ron would be the only other main event.
Yeah,
guy.
so, okay, Ron versus Nash, Roode versus Hall.
That would be alright.
Alright, we solved it.
Alright, October 8th Impact, we had the first of the 2 semi-final matches, probably the most loaded episode of Impact.
And boy, did they tell you.
Well, justifiably though, they had Hardy against the Abyss and Monty and Raven on the same episode.
And AJ Roderick Strong.
Which was the best match on the show as well. But having 2 actual matches between stars on Impact, which is a thing they just don't do. They don't have 1 match between stars on Impact usually, never mind 2.
Yeah, this is when it started to feel like a different show, you know? We're getting big matches, big stars on the show every week. I really enjoyed this episode. I thought this episode flew by.
Yeah, it's a rare 3-match Impact, so I think that helped in the pacing, because it was 3 not long matches.
My god, I would kill for a 3-match Impact every week.
They weren't long matches, because the 2 tournament matches were given special 15-minute time limits, but I think both went in and around 10-ish. 1,000 Strong was about 5 minutes as well.
How many episodes are they taping at once at this point?
I think they're still only on 1.
So, and Explosion, I guess.
And Best Damn as well toward the end of the month.
Alright.
But I think they do move to bulk tapings, if not straight after this, shortly after this. So the first of these matches was Jeff Hardy versus Abyss. Hardy had the instrumental Modest on the in, but then the lyrics Modest when he won. It was very upsetting.
I'm very confused about the Modest law.
I think they just fucked it up the first time. I think it's just meant to be lyrics Modest now. There was some very mean chants directed at Jeff Hardy here. There was some "We want Matt" chants. There was some "Go home Hardy, go home" chants.
Which I still attest is just them wanting Jeff to win the match quicker.
That's true. Abyss, this scrub, this nerd, this Goldilocks dweeb should be losing to Jeff Hardy much quicker.
I'm very sad about Goldilocks.
There is a moment on one of these shows where they're on commentary, look how much more successful Abyss and Alex Shelley have been without Goldilocks. And it's God, guys, you don't have to rub it in.
Stop. She's already dead.
So as mentioned, this match had a 50-minute time limit. Didn't come close to the time limit. Hardy got the referee to help him with a whisper in the wind, which seems like cheating. Or sorry, not the poetry in motion, not whisper in the wind.
I mean, it's involuntarily.
There's probably like a setup they could have done that would have actually seemed relatively organic to use the referee as the launch pad for the poetry in motion. But no, he just said, get down, and the ref got down, and he did it.
You could have, like, Irish whipped Abyss into the corner and had Abyss, like, take out the ref as he does it. And that way, like, the onus of the move happening is still on Abyss, so it leaves a little 50-50, as to, like, why you wouldn't just immediately DQ Jeff Hardy.
Yeah, or just not do it.
He's got to hit He's got to hit it.
Hardy went for the Swanton, he missed, then Abyss...
A real rough miss on the Swanton, too.
Yeah, that's a thud.
He just kind of thumped it.
He rolled through on a chokeslam for the win. He goes to the final next week. And then the other match, Monty Brown faced Raven.
I actually thought this was pretty fun. It was just two big dudes beating the piss out of each other. Which is, my kind of wrestling.
There is a conversation at this stage about whether or not Monty Brown is ready for this level. And you can argue, what does this level mean when the main event
Yeah,
of this
that's the
company
thing.
is
It's
shit?
like, can he do a 3-star main event? Probably.
I'm pretty sure anybody can do like the standard of main event Jeff Jarrett is churning out. So like that's kind of a false premise in the first place. But even if you take it on the like regular can he work main events, like he works this match against Raven and then he works the finals against Jeff Hardy. And at no point did I think he's not ready.
No, he felt exactly on par with everyone.
Yeah, he felt like a guy who can have a 10-minute TV match with Raven, and it's pretty good. Same with Jeff Hardy. He did not remotely look out of place. He looks and feels like a television star. Like everything about his look and his moves and his presence in his promos scream TV star. And you could argue, like, can he carry a 20-minute main event? Maybe not, but again, neither can Jeff Jarrett, so...
Yeah.
So Raven tried to use a chair, but Monty charged into both Raven and the ref. Raven hit the chair toe hold, but Monty kicked out.
There's a big kick out too.
Raven missed the chair swing. He got pounced. He'll face Jeff Hardy next week, as Jeff Hardy came out and watched from one tunnel while Jarrett watched from the other. There was some heat on Raven for his match with Monty Brown. Impact is taped live to tape, which means they time it and do the shows like it's a live show. Raven, who called the match as a veteran, went 40 seconds to a minute long, fucking God forbid. And they edited some things out of the show to make up for the missed time. They had to take out probably one P.D. Williams is an amazing athlete video package just to make up for this main event.
Oh no. I like Dave's little sass here with the NYC video package that nobody missed.
Yeah, it was apparently an NYC package that was taken out. And yeah, the world wept at the loss of this New York Connection video package.
They really wanted to see Disco walking shirtless through the streets in New York.
Brown was mad because he thought Raven called the match to make him look bad and took too much of it. I didn't think that at all watching the match.
I was going to say, I don't know if I agree with that.
Monty, you're out to lunch. Which led to October 15th, Hardy versus Monty Brown. Winner faces Jeff Jarrett in the main event of Victory Road. Again, a 15-minute time limit. TNA's favourite staple, Abyss watched on from the crowd. Raven watched on from the rafters.
And you looked at the camera really weird.
Yeah, so Raven is like literally in the sting spot in the rafters. And they show a camera shot from there in the ring. And then they pan up to Raven, who turns and looks like maniacally into the camera.
To me, it looked like he was waiting for his cue.
Because he does do a run in this match, and he does a run in like 2 or 3 minutes after he's shown on camera, so he like had to book it down those steps.
What if he just like ate shit?
This did feel like a big match though.
Yeah, but like all Jeff Hardy matches in this company, it's really disappointing.
Well, yeah, because Jeff's not good.
Yeah.
So Monty caught Rudy with a stray elbow. Hardy hit a swanton, but there was no ref. Abyss comes in. Black Hole slams Hardy. Monty pounces Abyss. But then Raven comes in, cracks Monty with a chair, drops him with the Raven effect. Hardy hits the twist of fate, but Monty kicks out like right at 3, but they call it Jeff Hardy wins.
I thought this was interesting that Monty didn't take the easy win and capitalize. He went after Abyss, but Hardy very much did.
And in theory, like, Monty's not a babyface yet.
Yeah.
But Jeff Hardy is a babyface.
And Jeff Hardy was like, a win's a win, baby.
Yeah, so the heel is like, no, I'm not going to take the easy win, but the babyface does.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting choice there.
Jarrett is interviewed by Franchise later in the show. Jarrett asks what they're going to do, paint their face and have a clown match.
Yeah, it's pretty good. They should do that.
Oh, by the way, during that Monty Hardy match, the crowd chanted, "Break his neck" at Jeff Hardy. Like, guys, come on.
So mean.
Cool your jets. No super freak is going to knock Jarrett off his mountain.
Super freak, super freak, super freak, yeah.
Franchise wants to know about the outsiders. That's where Jarrett finally says the names Hall and Nash. Says Hall is coming in on Jarrett's side, and then warns Nash about potentially being on Hardy's.
Nash is on Jeff's side.
They're all on Jeff's side. Even Hall says he's on Jeff's side, even though in this promo he's like, I got Hall.
They're all on Jeff Hammond's side.
That's true. He's the most powerful Jeff in this company. He's always just off watching NASCAR.
He controls all 6 points of impact.
October 22nd opens with Jeff Jarrett versus Ryan O'Reilly, who you might know as Big Con from Current Violent by Design.
Yeah, Big Con.
Who only just showed up on Impact last Thursday, and now here he is, popping up in a match against Jeff Jarrett.
Our influence knows no bounds.
Hardy ended the last show atop a ladder. Mike Tenay is like, I think this suggests he's challenging to a ladder match, even though he just did like ladder mimes. I think if you were to go to a Christmas party, you should bring Mike Tenay because he's a master of charades.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Are you a good charades participant?
I don't think so. I don't think I'm either a good charader or charadee. I'm not a good charade guesser either. I'm not imaginative.
Very analytical.
I did enjoy Hardy miming climbing a ladder despite the fact that he was standing atop a ladder.
He's climbing the second ladder. He wants a double ladder match.
Oh, is that a relation to the paintball?
I'm literally thinking of how it could work in my head.
So Jarrett had this squash match against Ryan O'Reilly. Hardy had set up ladders all over the Impact Zone, trying to goad Jarrett into accepting the title match in a ladder match. Jarrett used a ladder a bunch against Ryan O'Reilly, which, again, wasn't a DQ for some reason. The rules in this company are loosely applied.
You can kind of just do whatever you want.
Especially when you're Jeff Jarrett, I guess.
Yeah, well, 100%.
Jarrett won with the stroke. He whipped O'Reilly into the ladder after the match, but Hardy did the save and then did the same to Jarrett. Hardy climbed the ladder looking for a swanton, but Jarrett bailed.
I'm very excited for this future Big Con Jeff Hardy team.
Taking down Jeff Jarrett. So end of that show, you had the main event, which was Styles, Hardy, and Killings against Team Canada's Bobby Roode, Eric Young, and the newly debuting Ruffy Silverstein, filling in for the absent Johnny Devine, I guess. Babyfaces won. Hardy hit a twist of fate on Silverstein, and then Hardy hit a swanton off the ladder onto D'Amore, but then Jarrett hit him with a guitar shot and literally said, like, ladder match, and the show went off the air.
Well, got to the point.
So I guess that was, in fact, Jeff Jarrett accepting Jeff Hardy's ladder match.
Ladder match. Which is funny, because that's normally Jeff Hardy's key catchphrase.
No, he doesn't say anything in this company.
He goes, ladder match, and that's it.
It's so bizarre. We talked about it, like the build to the last one, the Date with Fate match, that they didn't let Jeff Hardy do a single promo. And now you're building to your big Victory Road pay-per-view main event. Like the first Sunday 3-hour pay-per-view, you have this legit star as the pay-per-view title challenger, Jeff Hardy going into his match, a ladder match, and still you don't have him utter basically a single word.
Do they just not trust him? Let's do a pre-tape.
Yeah, you can do the Mike Tenay sit-down style interview that you can heavily edit, and that you can, like, if he bombs, you can just ditch it. Maybe they did that. Maybe that's what happened. That, like, they did do promos and they stunk. But, God, let your main event babyface challenger speak every now and again.
If they did that, I feel like we would have heard about it. Because we hear about everything backstage.
This is the leakiest locker room. Like, if people think AEW's locker room is leaky, just listen to all the notes we went through in the first hour of this podcast.
Yeah.
Jeff Jarrett arrived to the October 29 Impact with a ladder. He's fully embracing being a ladder boy.
Yeah, he loved that ladder. He took it everywhere he went.
Yeah, during that show, Petey had a promo. Petey and D'Amore had a promo with Franchise because Petey is facing Jeff Hardy in the main event. Petey hates all these pretty boys like Hardy and AJ, and then Jarrett walked in with a ladder and also did a promo on Jeff Hardy, leading to the main event, Jeff Hardy versus Petey Williams.
High hopes that were disappointed. So, the Jeff Hardy experience.
I will say, like, Jeff Hardy's not a big guy, but in comparison to Petey, he was like twice his size.
Yeah.
Man is much bigger than Petey Williams. Yeah, like them. There's again, it's a Jeff Hardy TNA match, so there's nothing like technically bad about it, but there is no spark or inspiration there whatsoever.
Also, it goes like 3 minutes.
Which is every Jeff Hardy TV match as well, even the squad, like the supposedly competitive ones. Like Petey's ex-champ, he shouldn't be beaten. Like, fair enough, AJ runs in, hits the reverse DDT, helping Hardy get the win. But yeah, this is where Jeff Jarrett did do commentary from the announce table, but he was sitting atop a ladder.
In a great fit.
He did. He looked great. And like Don West is kind of looking at him with awe, and then Mike Tenay was like rolling his eyes the entire time, which is the perfect dynamic there.
This is just another case of the X Division champ being used to put over the world title feud, so...
Yeah, it's like Jarrett pushed Hardy off the top as he goes for a swanton that distracted the ref. Petey sets up for the Canadian Destroyer, but AJ ran out, hits him with an inverted DDT, and helps Hardy win. So it wasn't clean, and it did build toward Petey's pay-per-view match, but you just didn't need to do it.
Do you know what my biggest takeaway from this was?
Go on.
That Petey Williams is an amazing athlete, and the first Canadian X Division champion, with a deadly weapon that no one has been able to survive, the Canadian Destroyer.
God damn it, you set me up for that one. To be fair, they didn't air the package during this match. It was during the 6-man tag the week before, the Styles Hardy Killings against Team Canada 6-man tag, that during the break they did air the Petey Williams is an amazing athlete package. Impact Go Home Show, November 5th. It's the first time they did like an angle between Jarrett and Hardy. First time they did like an angle on Impact, honestly, full stop.
I love it. This is TNA, baby.
So this show opens with Jeff Jarrett beckoning franchise, and he demands that they play a tape. He's in the production truck. He's like, play me a tape.
Yeah, let's play this footage of me committing assault on someone in a public space.
I have recorded myself doing a crime, and I would like you to play it to the public.
Now, here's my question to you, Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
Is Alex Shelley filming this?
No, Scott is actually. They do directly address Scott D'Amore, so.
Damn it.
Scott D'Amore, who is Alex Shelley's trainer.
Maybe he was also his trainer in videography.
Yeah. So Mike Tenay's in the ring. He's hyping up Victory Road. He runs down the lineup before Jeff Jarrett and his ladder interrupts. Jarrett implies he took out Hardy last night. They roll the tape of Jarrett and Team Canada sneaking into Hardy's hotel room. PD dressed up as a maintenance man. They knock on the door. PD's like, maintenance?
There was no reason for him to wear the maintenance man outfit. Jeff never opened the door to see him.
But that was so they could get into the building. You didn't see how they got
It's a public space. You could just walk in.
No, this is a highly secure hotel.
Did not look like it.
Dude, you see the size of Jeff Hardy's hotel room?
Yeah. Didn't look secure.
But it was pretty big. He had like 2 couches in there. They had like a whole couch area. And any hotel room that has a couch area is a fancy hotel. So yeah, maintenance man PD gets Hardy to open the door before Hardy and Jarrett jump him, and they're like, ha, we've taken him out. He's not gonna make Victory Road. It says he'll need a new pay-per-view opponent. It can't be Nash because his knees are shot. Can't be him. He can't walk. Dusty comes out. Dusty says things will change when he's in charge. It says the next time Jarrett pulls this to make sure they get the job done. Hardy attacks Jarrett and climbs the ladder. PD runs out, distracts Hardy long enough for Jarrett to push him off the ladder to the floor. So Hardy's little comeback here got nowhere, and then Dusty and AJ checked on Hardy.
Jeff Hardy's also like covered in fake blood.
Yeah, and he was being stretchered out, and Jarrett did the whole attack him while he's stretchered out gimmick. It's a go home angle. It's not the worst. They did probably add a little bit of juice to this match.
I much prefer the hotel attack though.
They should have just left it at the hotel. I suppose they couldn't leave it in doubt as to whether.
No, you needed to have some like valiant babyface coming out.
Yeah, and you couldn't end the go home show with the question of being, will the babyface challengers show up for our first pay per view? I guess you can't really do that. The main event was meant to be Styles and Hardy against Jarrett and Petey. Hardy had to be taken out of the match. It was replaced by Ron Killings. So Jarrett hit Killings with the belt. Styles pulled the ref out. Then Jeff Hardy showed up.
Hey, wait a minute.
Man not in the match. Came out, hit the Twist of Fate, followed with a Swanton Bomb. The ref counted 3. I don't know why. Hardy's not in the match. They did build up he pinned Jarrett with the Swanton. It was the first time that Jarrett has been pinned since he lost the belt to AJ in that steel cage match earlier this year, which I think was March, or was it April? Either way. So it's been a while since Jarrett was pinned. Hardy's the first person to pin AJ. This is the first time Jarrett has had a competitive match on Impact, full stop.
And what a match it was. Perfect for the Jarrett regime.
Oh, during the promo segment on the show where Jarrett interrupts Tenay, there is the all-time Mike Tenay face.
Yeah.
Where he's like looking up to the ceiling, rolling his eyes. He's looking mad and frustrated. It's one of the ones that's like one of the defaults on Twitter. If you search for Mike Tenay, it is like one of the best Mike Tenay faces.
We also got another great one when they announced that Victory Road was happening in Florida.
Oh, the big suspenseful announcement.
Yeah, where he's like sucking in his lips and he's just nodding.
God bless Mike Tenay. I love him so much. So we talked about the Hardy and Jarrett side of this pay-per-view main event. We haven't talked about the Outsiders side of this pay-per-view main event.
The Outsiders.
Whoever they could be. So Hall and Nash do debut kind of on television in the build-up. They both have individual promos.
I fucking hate the Scott Hall one.
Why? Tell me why.
It annoys me more than the PD one.
Where he's like, hey yo, hey yo.
Hey yo, hard cut. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. I hate it.
Petey Williams is an amazing hey yo.
So you don't want me to start doing the other quotes?
Yeah, like, I don't know, it's fine for what it is. Both of them, I guess, needed a presence on the show in the build up to the pay-per-view. They didn't give away either of them actually appearing until the pay-per-view. They did like 60-second promos. It's fine. The promos were nothing special. I did like Nash's like maniacal laugh toward the end of his.
Yeah, I like how he just cut it in his hotel room.
Yeah, he was just busy filming a day of The Longest Yard, like getting off set with Steve Austin, getting off set with Bill Goldberg to tell him that I gotta go back to the hotel room and shoot this TNA promo.
They're both like, what the fuck's TNA?
There's a line in, I think it's The Torch, it might be The Observer, I don't remember, I didn't put it in the show notes, of Austin being like, what the fuck are you going there for? TNA stinks.
Because they're paying me, Steve.
But it was during the period where like they hadn't signed the deals, and Austin was like, get Vince to cut you a check, come on.
That's so funny.
So that brings us to November 7th, the TNA Victory Road main event, Jeff Jarrett versus Jeff Hardy for the NWA World title in a ladder match. Scott Hall comes out earlier in the show, he does a promo, he just basically reinforces everything. He does tell us that Kevin Nash is not here, which it turns out he is.
We do get the return of Marvelous Me.
It is lyricless now, which is a little, well, it has occasional like Marvelous Me, but it doesn't have the full everywhere you turn you'll see. Which is a tad disappointing, but the instrumental version is still pretty darn great.
Yeah.
So yeah, he says Nash isn't here. He points out that he's both a TNA original, he was on the very first show, and that he invented the ladder match, which isn't true. He did popularize it. So he has a clear interest in the main event, and he says, may the best Jeff win.
Jeff Bezos.
So we do get that main event. It is a ladder match. Scott Hall comes out and interferes pretty early, which I kind of appreciate that they didn't like do a whole deal about Hall interfering. He just comes out and hits Hardy with a razor's edge pretty early into the match.
And he also is the best part of the match. So this match is boring and bad, but Scott Hall does fucking work his ass off and for some reason takes a spot where they're both on top of a ladder and they just fall and the ladder lands on Scott Hall for no reason. There was no reason to take that spot, but he did because he's a madman.
Yeah, so there's a ladder set up on the floor, like, opposed to the ramp, and Hall is just lying on the ramp selling, and Hardy and Jarrett set a bump up so that they fall off the ladder onto the ramp, but also onto Scott Hall in the process.
Yeah, it's just the ladder just eating him directly in the shoulder.
Which is like, Hall, there was no need for this. He eats a swanton, he's bumping all over the place. He is the hardest working guy in this match, especially because there's a spot at the very end of the match where Hardy goes to sunset flip powerbomb Jarrett off the ladder, and Jarrett just fucking nopes out on taking the bump. And I lost so much respect for Jeff Jarrett.
Then followed up by them trying to redo the spot to the outside, and Jeff once again not wanting to take the bump.
It's like, dude, don't put the bump in the match if you don't want to take it. This is the pay-per-view main event of your biggest show ever. One of the most important shows this company will ever run. This show needs to be a home run. And it's like, it's teetering on the knife edge of whether it's like a success, never mind a home run. And you're out here not even taking the sunset flip powerbomb bump? Come on.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough one. But, like, it's a weird match because there's a lot of stuff I like in it, but I hate most of it, so it's hard to rate.
Yeah, I was saying on the watch-along, which you can listen to at tnachat.com, which we did for the full Victory Road pay-per-view, that I could give this match anywhere from 2 stars to 3.5. Like, anybody could give a rating on that spectrum, and I'd be like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah. I guess it depends on how much the big, like, car crash spots land with you.
Yeah, they do some cool stuff, like Hardy does the thing where he stands on the rungs of the ladder to drive the pointed edges of them into Jarrett's back, which is a pretty cool spot.
It's not something I've seen very much before.
No, they usually do just stand on them, as opposed to like literally just driving the pointed edges into the back of Jarrett, which is a really cool thing.
It's an interesting one.
And like, yeah, Hall worked his butt off. There were some like decent Hardy level bumps that you would expect from this, particularly the one on the floor that we mentioned. But it's not a great ladder match. It felt special, I'll give them that, because the first Jarrett Hardy match didn't. That just felt like a match, whereas this did feel like a pay-per-view main event. It did seem to have the crowd investment. It did feel big, as opposed to their first match on September 8th, which really didn't.
But I wonder how much of that was because of the circumstances surrounding it, not necessarily the build itself.
Yeah, it's the main event of the first pay-per-view. You have Hall there, who is like a legit star. Like when Hall came out earlier in the show, he got a big reaction. Yeah, so Hardy hits Hall with a swanton and begins climbing, but then Jarrett hits him with a chair. Jarrett starts climbing, holding a guitar in hand, but big sexy Kevin Nash's music hits, and Nash walks out in his frickin' satin tracksuit, holding two guitars over either shoulder in like prime Kevin Nash form.
Just looking like a stud.
Jarrett, Hall, Nash all have guitars. They all hit Hardy with a guitar, which allows Jarrett to retain the NWA World title. Nash does a promo. He's like, Hardy is a little green with envy, because he was wearing green face paint, because he saw me at the urinal earlier today. That's the first line Nash says in TNA history. It's a dick joke.
That's on brand.
He's like, we're taking over, and if anybody in the back has the problem, they should come out and deal with us right now. The first person to do so is AJ, who does run wild. He takes out Hall and Jarrett with a dropkick, takes out Nash with a dropkick before the numbers game gets the better of him. 3LK also run out to make the save, but Jarrett strokes Conan. Hall razors edges Truth. Nash jackknifes BG. So if you're wondering for the trivia question, who takes the first jackknife powerbomb in TNA history, it's BG James, and not a better man for it.
Yeah, AJ survives.
Then the mystery man, we were teasing earlier in the show that there's a limo backstage that the driver won't let franchise see who's in it. And he's like, he demands multiple times. And the driver's like, nah, fuck no. I'm not letting you see who's in this limo. Go away. But it turns out it's the Macho Man Randy Savage. His music hits a rocky version of Pomp and Circumstance. He walks down, he stares down Hall, Nash, and Jarrett, and the show goes off the air.
Yeah, I mean, for people who cared more or were there in the moment, like the Macho Man stinger probably worked, but I don't care, so...
Yeah, because, again, I asked this question a while back about, like, the random... Like, would people be excited about Dusty Rhodes in TNA the same way they'd be excited about, not quite CM Punk in AEW levels, but, like, DDP doing an AEW spot, or Sting in AEW, or somebody like that. And, like, it's quite equivalent to get a guy like the Macho Man showing up. It's not a too far equivalent from Sting. Sting is much older now than Macho Man was then. Sting's probably a better worker now than Macho Man was then. Not even probably.
There's
definitely.
no probably.
Yeah, that's probably firmly the case. But, yeah, because when you think about the people who are backstage at this show, you get Scott Hall, you get Kevin Nash, you get Randy Savage, you get Hulk Hogan, you get Roddy Piper, you get Jimmy Snuka. It's like this backstage environment must have been wild.
I imagine like all these guys who are like 2 years in the business who are backstage watching this.
You just get Chase Stevens just walking around backstage and running into like Jimmy Snuka.
And then Kid Cash trying to kick his head in.
Yeah, it's like he probably had like a respectful conversation with Kevin Nash and then turns around and Kid Cash is beating the shit out of him.
He's like, what the fuck?
What is wrong with this business? But yeah, like you do have a huge injection of star power, unlike what this company has ever seen. Like this is Hall and Nash. Like they hadn't teamed a lot in recent history. They did this very short run in WWE around the time they brought in the NWO, but Hall was out very quickly. Like Hall didn't make it past April, May. So that was like a 3-month run there. They weren't together in WCW since like 1999. So Hall and Nash together is, I think, an attraction still in 2004.
For some people, sure.
Like they are stars of an era when people actually watched television. And like Nash can still go to the level he could always, which is not very, but at least it's not actively worse than he used to be.
Yeah, it's not like he's deteriorated.
And like Hall was still a pretty good worker in 2002 TNA, but I don't think he's in the same shape now he was even then. But even then, he's probably still a pretty good worker because he's still Scott Hall.
Yeah. There's like a base level, but both of those guys still hit.
But at the end of the day, it does send the message that like this is our coming out party, our big 3-hour pay-per-view. And like Styles got punked out by these guys. 3LK got punked out. That's no loss. But it's the Savage, Nash, and Hall show. It's not the Styles, Monty, and AMW show.
It's the Savage, Nash, Hall, and Jarrett show. Thank you very much.
And I guess you could cynically think that is among the bigger problems as well. That like all of this is once again revolving around Planet Jarrett, which he does that promo for the first time this month, by the way. He does the "This is Planet Jarrett and you're just living in it," or whatever the actual line is. He does that promo for the first time. And yeah, it really is just Planet Jarrett now, isn't it?
Yep. It's not exactly an exciting feeling, but hey, it's where we are, and we have to deal with it to get to the good stuff, so...
Obviously, like, the direction coming out of this is Jarrett versus Savage.
Great.
Which is a match that never happens. Thankfully,
Great.
Probably. But we will see Macho Man at Turning Point. So the next story, the continued feud between the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, and Vince Russo finally comes to a head.
This is just a bunch of segments.
Yeah, so they set up pretty early in the month. Vince Russo and Dusty have at odds for months and months and months and months and months and months and months now. Longer than I think anybody could care. So the October 1st episode, they're all in an office. That's where Funk was supposed to be there, but it turns out that it was actually Harley Race as the other member of the championship committee was called in, as opposed to Funk. So there's a bunch of vignettes that night where they're all in the Director of Authority's office. Larry walks out. He's like, "This is a waste of time. It's so stupid." Harley Race walks out and he's like, "Dusty sucks, but Russo sucks just as much." And then Dusty walks out and he's like, "They have a failure to communicate, Daddy, and I have my own agenda," and he's going to take care of business.
I like that Larry calls Dusty Rhodes goofy.
He does. He uses the word goofy, which is quite good. I do approve of it. Also, if you look at the background of all of these segments, there's a Chronicles of Riddick poster.
I was curious what the poster was.
Yeah, so there you go. We should review all of the films that feature on posters in TNA.
Nah.
Oh, how could you not love this suggestion? So, October 15th, Impact. Franchise has Dusty again. Dusty says Hardy will up the ante tonight as they build to the ladder match. Russo wants to know what Dusty's talking about, and Dusty's like, "Don't you worry, Daddy." He's like, "I run the show, would you stop it?" Dusty wants an election between Russo and Dusty to see who will be the Director of Authority.
Great.
So, this is 04. This is moving into, the Bush and John Kerry election, right?
Yep.
So they're playing off of that. As the next week, we did have a bunch of campaign ads. There's a Dusty Rhodes campaign ad and a Vince Russo campaign ad.
Yeah, but I like Vince Russo's kind of one where he's like, he's tearing down Dusty Rhodes, and he's like, "Oh, there'll be a show full of promos."
It's like interviews on an endless loop, said in like the full political attack ad. It's like, "How did you know he would have interviews on an endless loop and his bionic elbow? It's fucking stupid."
Yeah, and it's like, all right, and then Dusty has like a local man running for like council style ad.
Yeah, he's like, he has the experience, knowledge misspelt, by the way, spelt KNOWLDEDGE here. And this promo aired at least 3 times this month, including on Victory Road itself, and they never fixed the typo in knowledge.
You know what? I take it back, Dave Hardy out of the Hall of Fame.
It's either like masterful political satire or bad quality control. And I'm leaning toward bad quality control, but still.
Yeah, I'm not giving them the credit for that one.
Because it would be a good bit to satirize political ads and misspell the word knowledge. That would be actually a pretty good bit, but I don't think it's a bit.
It sure would be a good bit.
Yeah, and then Russo ran the actual attack ad. He's like, "I'm a law-hardened man from the mean streets of New York."
And he carries a big stick.
He does carry a big stick. He does have his baseball bat. The franchise has Dusty on that show. Dusty admits to planning a negative campaign. He's like, "I'm not going to have moral high ground here. We're taking each other down." Talks about how he'll make decisive decisions. Jarrett's mad, asks what Dusty's role even is. He's the voice of Liam Jones in this one.
Yeah, exactly. Dusty has no role. He's just a fucking sociopath who's making decisions when he has no actual authority to do so.
Jarrett shouts at Dusty for like a minute, and then Dusty just deadpans, "Why, Jeffrey, are we crossed with each other?"
Good, he's so good.
And that's the outline as well, which is very good. October 29th opens with a Dusty Rhodes campaign stop. He has a campaign event at the start of Impact. He comes out to the Hail to the Chief song alongside D-Ray 3000, who has a Dusty 2004 sign.
I know who D-Ray's voting for.
Okay, he should have legally changed his name to D-Ray 2004, where the D stood for Dusty.
Ah, Dusty Ray.
Dusty hit immediately the God Bless America line. The man is playing the hits, can't blame him. He does his final campaign speech before he introduces Trio K as the next tag team champions in AMW. We're like, hey, what's up with this?
Yeah, you're a member of our team, you fuck.
Yeah, what happened to American Dream's Most Wanted?
He's like, I saw you being a part of Stormy Daniels, and I know that's not good for my campaign.
So yeah, he's lining up all of his validators. He has Trio K there. He has a bunch of people ringside. He introduces AJ as the next X-Champ, then Hardy as the next World Champ.
Well, he was wrong about 2 of the 3 of these.
So clearly he shouldn't have won the campaign.
Spoilers, Garrett, come on.
Russo interrupts, says it may be the last time he speaks in front of a wrestling audience. Crowd cheers. Dusty then got feisty. Russo said he's used to people trying to run him out of the wrestling business because he's the only one who sticks up for the younger talent.
Yeah, this is insane to me, right? Like, listen, I don't know if it's true or not. I don't watch no WCW, but it does feel a lot like Russo's like, I'm leaving. I'm going to make myself look like the good guy as much as possible.
If you look across Russo's history of booking shows largely by himself, you could probably make an argument that he does lean toward younger guys than older guys. Or like, he makes a like, it's not a concerted effort. It's more of like a token effort toward putting young guys in positions that look on the surface like pushes, but really aren't. Like the Billy Kidman one in WCW is the prime example, where like he was meant to be feuding with Hulk Hogan and to the point of elevating him, and it did everything but elevate Billy Kidman. And there's a lot of that throughout his booking history, where like he would put a guy like Eric Young in a new position, but the push would never last, it would peter out, and it would always just end up being like Scott Steiner instead. So it's to be fair, it's more complicated than just saying no, he never does that. But also, it's very much him seeing himself as the guy who gives young people opportunities when the opportunities he does give them might not necessarily be particularly good.
Yeah.
Like AJ in TNA is like a perfect example, where it's like, well, yeah, AJ did become world champion, but as a dumbass idiot heel turn where he played second fiddle to you the entire time.
So, like, on a base level, sure. But if there's any sort of meaningful analysis here, it's like, not really.
Yeah, he then accuses Dusty of stealing the young guy's spotlight.
Which he literally does. Like, but also Vince does that.
Yeah.
Literally. He ruined AJ's entire fucking title run.
How dare you bring up the past? He's a better man now, Liam. He's learned from those mistakes.
Although, I will accept that whole run just for those clips of AJ doing flips into the pool to impress his dad.
And Joey Legend's New York accent, despite his problematic thoughts this month. He says, regardless of the result, he knows he did the right thing, and then they do a little pull apart.
Just a little one.
It's an itty-bitty pull apart. Later in that show, Roddy Piper comes out. We'll talk about the other Piper stuff later, but this ties directly into the Russo Dusty stuff, because he comes out to do like a vox pop of the crowd about whether they choose Dusty or they choose Russo. But that's not before he does a promo where he calls Scott Hall fat.
He was like... They started playing him off, he was going on for so long.
And he still did like another minute afterwards.
He's like, fuck you, I'm gonna keep going.
Like, he ends this promo being like, baby, they should not take the chains off me. It's like, you're right.
And they're like, maybe we shouldn't.
Yeah, so he's walking around ringside being like, are you voting for Dusty or are you voting for Russo? Like, one guy says Dusty, one guy says Russo. Then he turns to a third guy and he's like, what about you? And he's like, Dustin.
And which, you know what? Fair. It should be Dustin Rhodes.
I don't think he's making a joke or anything. I think he just has no idea what's happening. And Piper's like, you mean Dusty, pal? Nah, he's a good kid. He's a good kid.
Do you think him saying Dustin popped Piper?
I'm just imagining this one dude who just went to Universal this day. You know, he wants to get the Minion or the Thing 1 and Thing 2 t-shirt. He wants to see the globe.
Minion.
Minions weren't invented yet. The Minions are all over the place in the future, but in 05 Universal, it's pure. It's only Thing t-shirts there. No Minion t-shirts.
John Carpenter's The Thing?
No, Dr. Seuss's The Thing.
No. They should do a collaboration.
So he just wants to ride the Mummy coaster, he wants to ride the Hulk, and he sees this live wrestling shows here, so he's dragged in.
He wants to see the Chronicles of Riddick.
Yeah, he sees that sign and he accidentally finds himself front row in the Impact Zone, and suddenly Roddy Piper is asking him questions.
I like to imagine he's just a big Dustin fan.
Yeah. Oh, but for this segment, like, now Tenay and West are just talking, they're doing the usual on camera, and bagpipes start playing, and Mike Tenay is like, what? And then Don West starts shouting, bagpipes! Bagpipes!
Don West just had flashbacks.
To all the Asylum promos, he does, yeah, he hates bagpipes. So that does bring us to the show itself, Victory Road, November 7th. The Deciding Vote, sponsored by Backyard Wrestling 2.
Yeah, which is awesome, by the way. My favorite thing about this entire segment is the fact that there's like a 30% of the crowd that is chanting for Russo.
Well, to be fair, Scott Hudson informs us that the vote at the start of the show is 54.8% Dusty, 45.2% Russo. So that, you know what? That's about the right percentage of people chanting for Vince Russo.
It's fair enough.
They did a bunch of like fun little political satire about how Russo carried New York, Dusty carried Texas, but Georgia's up for grabs, and how there's been a web server breakdown in Stamford, Connecticut.
Which is a great bit.
Like, they're more aggressively positioning themselves as like the WWE alternative. Like, there's those 30-second ads. I think there's 3 of them this month.
And they're old-timer ads.
The We Have 6 appeal ads, they're the big guys, the size doesn't matter ad, and then there's a third one as well. Like, I like them. I think they're really charming.
Yeah, why not?
It's like, yeah, like even just the wordplay. It's like, We Have 6 appeal, whereas they're just regular old squares. It's like, that's clever. Well done.
That's a good bit.
That's much better than I smacked it Raw. I want more TNA.
I take it back.
So yeah, Scott Hudson updates us throughout the night on the status of the poll before Mike Tenay comes to the ring and announces that Dusty Rhodes received 55.6%. Vince Russo received 44.4%.
He looked so sad. One final sad face for the road.
He really does sink it in. His saddest of sad faces. And this is his last night with the company. He's done after this. He is actually gone.
Good. I mean, actually, I don't know. Maybe.
Dusty's your new DOA. He does a speech. He announces Triple X against AMW and 6 Sides of Steel at Turning Point. We'll get into their full feud in a minute. Puts over the upcoming Best Damn Sports show special. Says Hardy will win tonight. And it's like, the boys up north, they're glued to their TVs thinking we have a fight in our hands now. And then Dusty kind of loses track of his promo and keeps talking for a minute, and then it just ends.
What a blow off to the Vince Russo legacy.
Yeah, this is, I believe, the end of Vince Russo as an on-air character. I have in the back of my head, I think he does like one vignette other than this. Well, like a real quick one. But like, he's not director authority, he's not a manager, he's not an on-screen character in a meaningful, consistent capacity at all for the rest of TNA history. So Liam, this is the end of Vince Russo retrospective.
Well. There's been some highs. There's been some lows.
Name the highs.
That previous aforementioned segment where he was AJ Styles' dad. Mm-hmm. When he was a complete psycho, I think he was enjoyable on television.
Even like the early days of Sex, he did some good promos.
Yeah, he was like an insane person, and that was great. As soon as he got like all boring and religious-y, there was like no purpose to him in any capacity.
He found Jesus and got boring.
Happens to the best of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not exactly... I don't care. I'm glad he's gone, but like... There was a certain level of something to seeing Vince Russo on your screen at the start.
And like all the way back to the oh shit it's Vince Russo, like his very first appearance. I don't want to say he felt special because he didn't.
He felt something.
There was something that you felt something. I think that is actually the best way to put it. That like no matter what, when he was on screen, you did feel something. Whether it was anger, occasional entertainment, or just disbelief at whatever he was doing. Like, Vince Russo did make you feel something. through his entire TNA run, and the creative was better off when he was slightly more involved.
Which is, like, crazy to think about.
Yeah, it's like when you look at the first 2.5 years leading up to this show, you're like, well, the 6 months there where it's like they found the balance of like Jarrett, Disco, D'Amore, and Russo, and they were all chipping in ideas. It's like they had a pretty good like 3-4 months there before Dutch came in and ruined it.
Yeah, which honestly goes back to Hulk Hogan. So really, Hulk Hogan's the problem.
Yeah, and like the big talks about Hogan coming in is because they knew like Russo was donezo here, that, you know, he had served his notice and he was actually gone. He was done with TNA. He was moving on. It wasn't a power play. It wasn't any of that. He's just, fair enough. He comes back. Wish he didn't. But
No, he doesn't. Shut up.
yeah, this is the end of him as a character on TV, which is a complicated legacy in many ways. Ruined AJ's first title run, overshadowed it completely. The first title win was all about AJ. That was the first time you got like properly mad on this show.
A legacy.
Again, you felt something. You can't deny it.
Yeah, it was pure rage, but I felt something.
And that is what Vince Russo will always get out of us. We will always feel something.
What a great cut to the YouTube video that'll be.
That brings us to...
Wait. Before we go on to the next topic, Garrett, I have 2 big WWE Raw things to tell you.
Oh, who was the open challenge person?
That doesn't matter. First of all, Garrett, I hate to tell you, the 24/7 title is dead.
No! Vince's legacy is being undone.
Nikki Cross has thrown the title in the trash.
Who is she, Medusa?
Yeah. And B, Austin Theory cashed his money in the bank on the US title.
What is it? Your call your shot trophy over here?
Like, Lashley came out after beating up Mustafa Ali backstage to answer the open challenge, and he killed Rollins, and then Theory came in and cashed his money in the bank on the US title. And then I think he lost.
Oh, no, did he?
Like, I think maybe it was like an interference or a DQ, because like the last clip they've uploaded was Bobby Lashley coming back out and beating up Austin Theory.
I hope that's the end of his run with the case so badly.
Well, it was fully cashed in, so I guess it is.
That would be so good. Please. Please.
On the US title.
God bless Paul. He's killing it. Alright, that takes us over to the Did You Know P.D. Williams is an Amazing Athlete segment of the show.
I did know that he was an amazing athlete. But was this feud amazing? We're about to find out.
So, X Division Championship match was set when AJ Styles won a 6-man number 1 contenders match on the October 1st Impact. It was... Listen to the talent in this match, by the way. AJ Styles versus Kid Cash versus Amazing Red versus Alex Shelley versus Chris Sabin versus Frankie Kazarian. Like, fair enough, not a lot of these people are stars at this stage. But God, you just have like Red, Shelley, Sabin, and Styles in this match just casually.
Yeah. I mean, it's good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a base level of goodness to these matches.
Like, I like this match a lot. It was your classic X Division multi-man flippy match that's 7 or 8 minutes through an ad break. So it's nothing like particularly special, but yeah, real good match. Styles floats from a Rana into the Styles Clash to beat Shelley to win, to become number 1 contender.
How do they pin Alex Shelley when Chris Sabin is right there?
How dare you even suggest the suggestion of pinning Chris Sabin, best wrestler in the history of wrestling?
Shake my damn head.
Early in the show, AJ came out. He's like, Russo, when am I getting a title shot? And then Scott D'Amore was like, we're not giving any title shots to any handouts to any of you people. Even Russo's like, there's no handouts. You'll have to earn it this time. It's like, wait a minute. AJ's always earned it. That's like the whole point.
Yeah. You're saying the quiet part out loud now.
Yeah, and like AJ stood up for Russo as well. At times, like Russo has nobody to support him, and there's times where like AJ's like, I'll support you. And now you're like throwing AJ under the bus.
It's pretty messed up.
And if you remember, like when he returned to the X Division, he didn't just get a shot, he won a number 1 contenders match.
Yeah.
Poor AJ. But yeah, that did set up the main event in which Styles pinned Shelley. He's number 1 contender.
It's very funny that like Mike Tenay's like, Shelley's better without Goldie, and then he loses.
But he's getting better opportunities, you see, Liam. He never got a number 1 contendership match under Goldie.
Damn it. Damn.
October 8th Impact, AJ Styles versus Roderick Strong.
Awesome. This is AJ going out there trying to get Roderick Strong a job. He takes some crazy bumps. Roderick Strong murders him with a bunch of backbreakers. It's really fun.
AJ at this stage just working a 5-minute TV match. I'm like, oh, he's so good.
Against Roddy too.
I'm just marveling at how good he is. Like, all of his bumps, all of his moves, all of his transitions, like everything that was raw material in 2002 is finished article here in October, November 2004. Like, he is AJ Styles in every capacity. And when you just watch him just do this TV match, fair enough, he's wrestling Roddy, who's great. Like, Roddy's not fully Roddy in 04, but Roddy's still great in 04. And AJ's just going out there killing himself. Like, there's a backbreaker in this match. It is literally like the I'm trying to get you a job backbreaker.
Yeah. They go out there and they just crush it.
I don't know. Every time I watch AJ on TV, where he, like, every little thing he does just pops, and you're like, good lord, this guy is just there now. Like, legit, like, he's the best wrestler in this company by leaps and bounds. And as I said, it's not even potential anymore. He is just the guy. And it, like, they know that as well, because, as you know, at the end of Victory Road, he's the guy that comes out as, like, the first face to oppose Nash, Hall, and Jarrett. He's the defender of TNA. He's the defender of the honor and the integrity of the company, because they understand that this guy's just the face of the company now, because that's how good he is, and that's where he should be. And even if he's in the X division, he's still the top guy. No matter what division he's in, he's the face of the company. Straight after this match, you did get the first time they aired the Petey Williams is an amazing athlete video package.
Now, Garrett, did you know Petey Williams
Right.
is an amazing athlete?
No.
And the first Canadian X Division champion.
Whoa.
With a deadly weapon that no one has been able to stop.
What's that weapon?
Canadian Destroyer.
It's a Canadian Destroyer?
Yeah.
They aired this feature so many times. Like, it airs first here. So, what, 8, 15, 22, 29... and it airs 6 times in the month as opposed to 7. So, you know, that's restraint.
Yeah, they could have gone more with it, but they decided to... Well, because AJ wasn't the number one contender yet.
Oh,
so.
no, they air it on the pay-per-view too, so it is 7.
They do air it on the pay-per-view.
That brings it up to 7.
Yes. The pop that we had when they aired it on the pay-per-view is worth going out for the Victory Road watch along.
Yeah, patreon.com/kiddingme. You can listen to the Victory Road watch along, where we do lose our minds when Petey Williams is an amazing athlete comes out on the pay-per-view as well. So October 15th, Petey has a squash match over Jason Picaro, feigned to go for the Destroyer, but won with the Styles Clash instead. Then Scott D'Amore covers up Petey with his jacket as he reveals he's stolen AJ Styles' hood and vest.
Oh my gosh.
And then he does AJ's pose. AJ comes out, wipes out D'Amore and Petey with a dive, and reclaims his vest.
Well, that didn't work out very well.
It did not play the mind games they anticipated.
No.
AJ's vest is a cool piece of wrestling gear, though.
Would you buy an AJ Styles ring-used vest?
Absolutely. Like, for the longest time, anytime I'd take my hood down, I'd do, like, the AJ pull it over the front of my face and then throw it down thing.
I'm going on eBay right now to see if there's AJ Styles ring-worn gear.
Because I'm a giant dork. And straight after this match, they aired the Petey Williams is an amazing athlete feature.
Yeah, did you know that Petey Williams is an amazing athlete and the first Canadian X Division champion? They could unstoppable weapon that was able to stop a Canadian Destroyer.
So on, so forth. October 22, the main event is AJ Styles, Hardy, and Ron Killings against Bobby Roode, Eric Young, and Rafi Silverstein. We already talked about Hardy pinned Silverstein with the Swanton, but during the match, they aired the Petey Williams is amazing athlete video, which they also aired earlier in the show. So this is the twice.
Did you know that?
This is the twice in the show. Petey Williams is an amazing athlete. October 29, we then get the Hardy versus Petey main event, the one where Styles did the run in to cost Petey the match. Then November 5, we get the Styles and Killings versus Jarrett and Petey main event, in which Hardy pins Jarrett because he's not in the match. And then that brings us to Victory Road, in which AJ Styles faced Petey Williams for the X Division Championship. Right before the match, Scott D'Amore did an interview saying that if Petey lost, Scott D'Amore would leave TNA forever.
Which is, like, devastating.
Why would you? This is one of those things. It's like, one, you think that adds stakes to the match. No, it doesn't. It telegraphs the winner. And 2, if you're going to do an angle where hated manager Scott D'Amore is going to leave the company if his guy doesn't win, I would personally do that angle before the pay-per-view so people might buy the show.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things. It's like, oh, it adds stakes. It's like, no, it doesn't. It just tells you that AJ's going to lose.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they thought that they were going to end the Team Canada thing.
But no, they just literally did it. Literally the segment before the match. Hudson has D'Amore. He says that if PD loses, he's never to be heard from again. And they put those stakes on the match literally 2 minutes before the guys do their entrances.
So maybe they thought people were going to end it. Maybe it was for the crowd.
There's no rationalizing this, Liam.
Yeah, that's something you should probably announce in advance to hype up something.
Or just don't do it at all.
They should have put AJ's vest on the line.
Oh, you see, that would have been stakes. I would have bought that. So then, match, X Division title, PD and AJ.
It's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it quite lives up to what I want it to be. I would have liked a 4-star banger, but they go out there, they have a pretty good X Division title match.
Yeah, they were originally scheduled for 18 minutes, but they got cut down to, I think, about 8 or 9, which is the reason it ended up only being a very good match rather than potentially hitting that next level. Also, PD isn't quite, the finished article here the same way AJ is.
When does PD become the finished article?
I think sometime in 05. PD's never, best guy in the division. But, by the time you get to the next AJ PD match, which is, next November, a whole year away, I think PD is as good as PD gets, which is very good.
Because I think that throughout this run so far, I've always maybe pegged PD a little too high. And he isn't quite there yet. So I've been perpetually disappointed by his big matches.
I don't, but at the same time, when you think about where he was when he had that 3-way against Hoovy and Jerry Lynn.
I'm just talking about the whole lead up. Ever since he came in my head, Petey Williams was the Petey Williams that he would become. And he's just not quite there yet.
But he has improved, I think, nearly every time you see him.
Yes.
But a huge vote of confidence here. He wins.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. You'd think it'd be a very easy decision to put the title on Styles here, as we're heading into this genesis of a new era in TNA wrestling.
Yeah, so D'Amore grabs AJ's leg in the corner as PD hits the Destroyer out of the corner. Cool finish. AJ gets a little in on D'Amore, so he's not, completely losing. But, yeah. Again, if I were booking the show, I probably would have just put the belt on AJ. So I think it is a pretty strong vote of confidence in PD to, even with the interference, have him go out there and beat AJ on the first 3-hour pay-per-view.
Yeah.
Even when you think logically about it, when AJ's going in against the Kings of Wrestling and Jarrett, surely you'd want him with momentum and maybe a title. But no, it's PD's our guy, and we're going to back him here. The other X Division story this month is the Gauntlet match, which is the opener for Victory Road. There's a bunch of videos at the start of the month where they announce a bunch of competitors, but most of the names that are in it are ultimately announced in advance. There's not too many surprises. Your usual suspects, your Sabins, your Shellys, your Kazarians, your Michael Shanes, your Maggie Batts, Jarrell Clarks, Nasawa.
The real stars.
The usual suspects, Nasawa.
I love Nasawa.
Well, this is the end of Nasawa, so please do your Nasawa retrospective.
I think Nasawa's been pretty good this run. I think he's had moments where he was actually starting to get over with the crowds. I think it ended a little bit when they did the Florida. But he was getting reactions.
You keep saying this. Even when he came out on the watch long, you're oh, big pop for Nasawa. And I'm
I never said big pop, I said a pop.
I don't know.
Anyway, he's gonna retire in the Tokyo Dome, so fuck you.
I guess no one else on this show is gonna do that. So on the October 22nd Impact, we begin building to this in earnest with a Sanjay Dutt and Chris Sabin against Shazarian 10-minute time limit draw. Good match.
Yeah, again, this makes me wish there was X Division tag titles.
A weird one to choose to go to a draw. Just pin Michael Shane, who cares?
Or pin Sanjay.
Or pin Sabin, or pin Kazarian. You can pin any of them.
Oh, pinning Sabin, you say?
Well, no, not in some scrub Alex Shelley. No, don't fix the knowledge typo. I'm very upset. Liam fixed the knowledge typo in the notes. Thank you. It was misspelled on purpose.
I saw a red line and just...
I had to fight the spell check to get the knowledge typo in there properly. It updated twice. And no, I'm misspelling it on purpose. So if you go to patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com, you can see with the show notes, knowledge is misspelled. And that's on purpose.
It's basically Garrett's TNA book.
Yeah, it's basically...
You're watching it being written chapter at a time.
It is 15 pages for this month. You also get an ad-free episode with the show notes. So there you go. If you're
wow,
I don't want to listen to these ads. You don't have to. For only $1, you can subscribe. Patreon.com/kiddingme. This is Dutt returning from a dislocated elbow. He's been out for about a month.
Yes, ever since he was chucked in a garbage can.
So Sabin hits the cradle shock, but time runs out. Larry Z makes the call, and he awards the match to Sabin and Dutt.
Which makes sense because he was about to win.
It would be funny if he was about to win with his finish, and Larry's like, I pick Shazarian.
He's like, Cesarian dominated about 70% of the match, though, so...
October 29th, we had a mini gauntlet match where the winner would enter the X Division gauntlet at Victory Road at number 20. It featured Chris Sabin, Alex Shelley, Frankie Kazarian, Sanjay Dutt, Michael Shane, and Shark Boy.
I wish Shark Boy won.
Don't you just. This is a real quick match. Entrance every 45 seconds. Dutt eliminated Frankie with a Rana. Michael Shane superkicked Dutt out. Sabin clotheslined Shane out. Shelley dubbed Shark Boy out, which left the Motor City Machine Guns to face off. Sabin and Shelley. Sabin won with a cradle shock.
Boo! And the crowd started booing and throwing garbage in the ring.
Proving he is the superior Motor City Machine Gun once and for all.
Just you wait till we get to that random X Division title match in like 6 years.
And their 2022 match. Which Sabin wins.
Damn it.
No, Shelley wins.
Fuck,
Shelley did win it.
Yes, it counts. I take it back.
Oh, god damn it. Mike Tenay said a cursed line during this match.
Yes.
He said that this match is, in essence, a reverse battle royal.
Oh.
Chills went through our spine. Which one? What are you talking about? It's a regular battle royal. People are thrown over the ropes.
He just wants to get the term out there for when they do it.
But Vince Russo, in that moment, sitting backstage with a headset
He's
on.
like, holy shit.
He pulled out a notepad and wrote down. Actually, no, he ran to the nearest tattoo parlor and got the words "reverse battle royal" tattooed on his chest backwards so he could read it in a mirror. Like this is fucking Memento. And he's like, someday.
Listen, I can't wait to watch that and defend it.
It's stupid, but it's kind of the good kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Sabin pinned Shelley with the cradle shock, so he will enter the gauntlet, number 20.
And he's pissed about it.
Yeah, he does a promo on the next show. So the next show has a 4-way match where the loser, the person pinned, will enter the gauntlet number 1. And then you can think, geez, it's really unfair to the people that are in this match. They have nothing, they have no reward. But to be fair, they did think about that. The people were drawn at random.
Yeah.
So yeah, Sabin does a promo backstage where he's like, I have to share the ring with 19 other guys at this pay-per-view. This should be the Chris Sabin show, which I do agree with the sentiment.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Shazarian walk in, there's it's a conspiracy, all the names in that pod say Kazarian. You might as well just pull out the last name. Franchise pulls out the last name and he's like, ooh, what a surprise.
Well, actually, I think he says they all say Michael Shane. Because he thinks he's going to be put in there to fight Kazarian.
Yeah, so either way, the conspiracy against them, and Franchise is surprised at who the final man in the match is.
It's Michael Shane. It'd be really funny if he's like, whoa, then it just was Michael Shane.
So Frankie Kazarian, Amazing Red, Matt Sydal, and the debuting Spanky faced off in a 4-way with the loser entering the gauntlet number 1.
I thought Spanky looked good here.
Well, the match is 90 seconds.
I meant physically.
He was in good shape, wearing some shorts.
Yeah, good shape, had some good gear. He didn't have the shorts, he had the regular trunks.
Did he?
The pay-per-view with the shorts.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I was excited for Spanky, and then I was like, I'm pretty sure he doesn't do much.
No, this is it. But you're not going to get any more Spanky until 2010.
So I'm curious if there was bigger plans?
I don't know. I think they just wanted a surprise for the gauntlet, and he's a guy with a name.
Okay.
Because there was another name they were looking to get for the gauntlet. You might have heard of him. His name is Jushin Liger.
I'm unfamiliar.
But they couldn't get him. So they were looking for people for the gauntlet. Shane tried to interfere, accidentally cost Kaz the match as Spanky wins with the sliced bread number 2.
You said my favorite move in wrestling.
And he will be in the gauntlet. He gets nothing for winning this match, but Frankie will enter the gauntlet number 1 for losing.
He gets momentum.
That's true. The match was 90 seconds long.
Momentum.
Which brings us to the opening match of Victory Road.
The best match on the show.
It probably was. This match rocks. I love this match.
No, probably. I'm looking at your ratings.
That's true. I did give it 4 stars, and I gave 2 other matches 3.25 stars.
So, yeah, I think this match is great. We were talking about it on the watch-along. This feels like the perfect kind of opener for what could potentially be a bunch of new first-time fans for the company.
Yeah, so Hector Garza defeats Kazarian, Sanjay Dutt, Puma, debuting. Old TJ Perkins over here.
Looked good. I thought he would have been a good addition for more stuff. I think he sticks around more than I think.
He's not like a regular, but he does pop up a bunch.
Yeah, he does like an X Cup.
Yeah, he does like 06 X Cup. Does he do the 2008 X Cup? Either way, he's around.
Hey, Garrett, I found a 6-sided ring on eBay.
I still have my 6-sided ring. Thank you very much.
Oh, did it come with an exclusive AJ Styles?
Is it the red one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the red AJ too.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, don't you question.
Okay, if you had to guess, which 6 wrestlers are on the box, can you remember what it is?
Jeff Jarrett.
No.
Oh, what the fuck? Monty.
No.
Who's that? AJ.
No.
What? Who's on this box?
Ron Killings.
Yeah.
The Naturals.
Of course.
Shazarian.
Naturally.
Elix Skipper.
Those are the 6 people that first come to mind when you think 6-sided ring. So, yeah, sure.
And on the back, we have AJ. These are the actual action figures on the back. The front is a picture. On the back, we have AJ Styles, Abyss, in like his weird tribal tattoo side gear.
Oh, no.
We have Jeff Hardy.
How gutted do you think Abyss is that he took the action figure sample photos the day he had that gear?
I don't mind that gear. You hate it way more than me.
Terrible gear.
Raven, Jeff Jarrett with NWA title,
Naturally.
and Shark Boy.
Give me a shell, yeah.
So if you want that, it's only $299 Australian.
Shark Boy's a very smart person to put in like the first figure on. He's a very distinctive action figure.
And great for he's getting royalties for days on this year.
Those Marvel figures rule too.
I don't think I have any of them. I have the later ones.
So this gauntlet, Hector Garza defeated Kazarian, Sanjay, Puma, LA Park, Jarrell Clark, Miyamoto, Michael Shane, Nasawa, Mikey Batts, Alex Shelley, Matt Seidel, Sonny Siaki, Jason Cross, Shark Boy, Psychosis, D-Ray 3000, Amazing Red Spanky, and Chris Sabin in a 20-man X Division gauntlet match. It came down to Kazarian and Garza as the final 2, with Kaz going coast to coast because he entered first, but Garza rolled him up for the win.
Yeah, after doing all these crazy fucking moves, he gets a roll-up win. But it's really good to see Hector Garza again. Dude is awesome. Love him whenever he shows up.
Yeah, so Garza's getting a push. He looks like a star, and they know it.
Yeah, whenever he shows up, he always impresses very quickly.
So this match was the first time I've seen Sonny Siaki. Like when I was watching TNA for the first time, I was popping in my DVDs, and I had not seen Sonny Siaki before when I saw this match. And there's a 60-second stretch when he comes out where he's throwing dudes around with Northern Light suplexes, with throwing Samoan drops, with pop-up power slams. Like, he seems like the biggest badass ever. So the first time I saw him, I was like, this dude just can't miss. He's going to be the biggest star in the world. Look at him throwing these dudes around. It's insane. But then you watch a regular Sonny Siaki match and you're like, oh.
Wait a minute.
He's actually quite boring.
Yeah, well, that's like the dude should have just been a power junior. That's very clear from what we've seen. All of his best stuff is when he's in the X Division and he's just throwing dudes around,
which they just never did. They just constantly put him in the ring with like David Young. What are you doing? Shelley did the injured shtick on the floor, which was all just to eliminate Matt Seidel. I appreciate the commitment to that bit.
I think his plan was to do it for more, but Seidel just ruined it.
That's not a very good plan then. Goldilocks would have planned that much better.
Yeah.
Sabin did a cool overhead German onto Kaz off the top rope, and then he landed on Garza and rocked. So yeah, Garza wins. That's the X Division done for the month. Let's take things over to the tag division, where Triple X and AMW are still your mismatched tag team champions.
Boy, are they.
Starting the month off hot with my favourite story and Liam's least favourite.
I don't think that's my least. I like the story, I don't know. The match is never delivered.
So, first impact of the month, October 1st, you do get the Naturals versus James Storm and Christopher Daniels in a non-title match. Worth noting, Daniels has his good TNA theme now.
I didn't even notice.
He doesn't have the spin cycle theme anymore. He has the good TNA, the fake. I don't even know whose song that is. I don't know music well enough. Not that I would ever suggest Dale Oliver would rip off a song.
Actually, I enjoy these two together more than I do anyone else.
Oh, so you're Don West. Don West was so into the idea of Stormy Daniels.
Yeah, I'm glad you've decided that was the best combination.
He's like, look at them. Look how well they team together.
Oh, it's reach out and touch base. Do.
Is it?
Personal Jesus? But also Beautiful People? It's weird. It's two songs mixed together.
I adored the finish of this match. So Daniels does a Uranagi and then goes to do the BME, but Storm just picks one of the Naturals up and Daniels just completely misses.
Yeah, he just fucking eats shit. This was a good finish.
Like, they always do they accidentally run into each other finish, which is actually one they do later in the month. But this finish of just, like, Storm doesn't know Daniel's finish well enough, so he just picks him off the mat when he's going for his best moonsault ever is such a good finish.
I also love that the actual tag team of the Naturals win here.
Yeah, which is always a nice touch that the actual team beats the two singles wrestlers.
But they should probably get a title match, huh?
Stevens rolls up Storm for the win. AMW and Triple X got into it as the Naturals and Team Canada watched on. Yeah, you would think the Naturals are the team that get the tag title match here, but...
Nope.
So, the following Impact, AMW and Triple X are arguing. Harris tries to make amends, and he's like, we have to get on the same page to defeat Team Canada for the tag titles next week, as Daniels and Storm agree to give Team Canada a title match.
Team Canada, also on the October 8th show, they get attacked by Team Canada.
Oh, yes, they're coming out. They're supposed to be wrestling Kid Cash in Dallas, but the Canadians attack them and lay them out.
That's when we get Ruffy Silverstein for the first time.
Yeah. I like the way Mike Tenay is like, who's that guy? And Don West is like, it's Ruffy Silverstein. It's like, Don, how do you know?
He's the professor, of course.
This is where also Trio K make the save, which is their only role in the show is just to run out and run people off.
Should we just hit the 3OK stuff while we do it? Because they really just have squash matches.
Yeah, they basically just win a match and they're number one contenders. There's literally nothing to it.
They beat the tremendous team of Eric Stevens, Spider-Nate Webb, and John Thadio.
a great jobber team. Yeah, and then they beat the Naturals? Yeah, BG and Conan beat the Naturals to become number one contenders for the pay-per-view.
I guess that makes sense as to why the Naturals didn't get the shot, but sure.
They did get at least a number one contenders match. So yeah, they have to unite to take down the Canadians. As Don says on commentary, they've got to unite to make sure Canada is vanquished.
And they unite.
So yes, October 15th Impact, the same show where Hardy and Monty at the number one contenders match was main evented by Eric Young and Bobby Roode defeating Christopher Daniels and James Storm to become the new NWA World Tag Team Champions.
I think this would have been better if it had any real build to this, but it doesn't, so it always kind of felt just out of place. Yeah, I think it would have just been better to have the Naturals win.
Yeah, and then you do Naturals against Trio K.
Yeah.
So, yeah, D'Amore, Harris, Skipper were all banned from ringside, 30-minute time limit because it is a title match. They completely bottled the finish. So Young, well, actually it wasn't their fault, to be fair, it was the referee's fault. Young pushed Daniels into Storm, allowing Roode to roll up Storm, like, clearly 100% meant to be the finish, but the referee just didn't count 3, he only counted 2, he said it was a kick out. Then Young grabbed a quick cradle on Daniels. It was relatively seamless, given their finish was just botched by the referee, but it's not ideal.
Yeah. I don't know, this was kind of a flat match.
It didn't even have a good finish like the other one did.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Team Canada, they're your World Tag Team Champions. They hold 2 of the 3 belts in the company now.
It is cool to see Young and Roode teaming up and getting the titles.
And I think it is the right combo, because there was a while where Roode and Petey was the team in this group, and like Divine and Roode, and they tried a bunch of them. I think Young and Roode is the right 2.
If Divine wasn't stabbed, it probably would have been Divine and Roode.
Do you think Divine's pissed?
I think Eric Young did it. I think he orchestrated the stabbing.
Oh, dear.
Eric Young and Kid Cash, they were plotting backstage.
So, main event for the October 22 show is the Styles, Hardy, and Killings against Team Canada match that they lose.
Did you know that Petey Williams is an amazing athlete? And the first X Division champion.
Whoa!
With a devastating move that knows being able to beat the Canadian Destroyer.
After a returning NYC match, we'll talk about the NYC when we're talking about Trinity.
Do we have to?
Yes, we do. AMW and Triple X brawled into the building, and then Daniels made a challenge for a last team standing match at Victory Road. You might be asking, a last team standing match, like a last man standing match with a tag team, sounds like a disaster. You'd be right, but we can talk about that in a sec.
Disaster, but not for the reasons you may expect.
I think it's for the reasons you expect, plus other reasons.
I don't know. I think in theory it works, because if it wasn't the pin thing, it wouldn't work. But the pin makes it work.
Yeah, we'll talk about it in a sec. So, next Impact, October 29, BG and Conan defeat the Naturals to become number one contenders for the tag team titles. Talk to me about this match, Liam. Tell me about your feelings about BG and Conan.
Do you want my feelings about the match or about BG and Conan?
Both.
The match is whatever, and I hate these two.
Good thoughts. BG still, by the way, says NWA-TNA in his spiel. I think it's just TNA now, BG.
Oh my god, BG getting something wrong. These are such like stupid pot shots to take at a guy that's always losing anyway.
But the worst part of this is that like Ron's not doing anything at the pay-per-view.
Yeah, why can't it just be like BG and Ron if you want BG in there so badly?
Why is Ron not in this match? Like, what are you doing? He's not in the tag title match of the pay-per-view either. He's in a random 8-man tag on the pay-per-view.
He has a very important 8-man tag to be in.
So yeah, BG Conan hit their catchphrases. Conan pins Andy Douglas with a powerbomb. And they'll be tag team #1 contenders. November 5th, James Storm faces Christopher Daniels. And it ends in like 50 seconds by disqualification.
Yeah. I was really excited for this match. I was like, cool, a James Storm's Christopher Daniels singles match? Sounds great.
Skipper interferes immediately, causing a DQ.
Yeah.
The Naturals ran in for some reason. AMW dispatched them. Then Triple X handcuffed Harris to the ropes and Pillmanized Storm's leg. Security made the save, and then Daniels still hit him in the chair, in the leg with the chair anyway. It's like, security's kind of pointless.
Rest in peace.
James Storm's leg.
Rest in peace to the greatest 3-week tag team of all time, Stormy Daniels.
Yes, they have imploded here. We get the full Triple X heel turn where they were doing a kind of mutual respect thing with AMW for a few months at this stage. You know, they were at odds with each other, but largely allies and tag champs together for a while, but in both combinations. But now they've turned heel. They attack Storm's leg with a chair, and Daniels asked the question, how do you win a last team standing match if you can't stand up?
Good line. I much prefer Triple X as a heel tag team. I don't think they've ever quite gotten back to where they were the first run. So I'm excited for the prospect of this. I think the match at the pay-per-view would have been really good if not for Elix Skipper dying. So, I don't know. I'm honestly pretty disappointed with Triple X.
Do you just miss Loki?
I don't even think Loki was the thing that was holding it all together, because the tag team did really well too. It's just, I don't know.
I think Daniels can work face or heel. I think he's a better heel, but he can work both. I think Skipper, he's just too naturally cocky to work as a babyface.
Yeah, I don't think I've even outside of that first, like, besides the tag cage match, which was great, I don't think Triple X have done a ton for me.
They had the match against Red and the SAT as well. That match rocked.
Yeah, I don't know, but like it's been 3 years. And that you've named 2 matches.
They did have like more than one good match with AMW, to be fair.
I know, but it hasn't quite lived up to my expectations. What I've learned throughout this month is that my expectations are too high.
You should lower your expectations for these people.
I gotta lower them a bit.
Victory Road, Tree Live Crew defeat Team Canada to win the NWA World Tag Team titles.
I have nothing to say about this.
D'Amore tries to interfere with the hockey stick. Truth runs out to run him off. Conan pins Rude with the K Factor, which is the X Factor, but with a K.
Worst match on the show.
Yeah, probably. The Three Live Crew are your tag team champions for a second time, if you even remember their first run, which I barely did.
Because it was like a week.
And then, AMW defeated Triple X in an elimination last team standing match that was an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
So, Elix Skipper gets concussed in the first 90 seconds of this match. It's either on a heart attack or Harris does a top rope leg drop. It's probably one of those where he gets concussed. And the match just falls to pieces.
And it's kind of scary to watch.
It is. I don't think the other people in the match know Skipper is injured until literally after Daniels is eliminated. Like, they know he's not, like, all there. It's very, very clear as the match goes on that he's not all there. Yeah. But I don't think he actually communicates to them that his bell has been rung until after Daniels has been eliminated, in which it's too late, because then it's down to... So Storm is eliminated after Daniels hits him in the leg with a chair. Then Harris eliminates Daniels with a leg drop to the back of the head, which is a really shitty move to do a 10 count on, by the way. But, though I suppose it might have rung Skipper's bell earlier in the match, so who am I to say?
The thing that is about this too is, like, we're talking about it once again on the watch along, but Daniels is enough of a pro that if he did know, he probably would have been able to just work around it and swap it around and work the last part of the match.
Yeah, I don't believe for a second that Daniels made the call that he knew Skipper was like injured or had his bell wrong, and still made the call to let Skipper do the final part of the match. Daniels is a 10-year vet at this stage, longer. Like, he would full well just be like, all right, Skipper, get out of here, I'll do the last part of the match. Which makes me think, you see on the floor after Daniels has been eliminated, Harris goes out to the floor to Skipper, and you can see them very clearly communicating that's like, oh, he's in trouble, and he's in lots of trouble.
Yeah.
And it's like he's missing moves all over the place. He's falling. He looks like he can barely stand up. It's as he said, it's a pretty scary match to watch.
100%.
Especially when you realize he is like fully concussed, and like the match is a disaster. It's a terrible match. Like the stipulation, I think an uphill climb in the first place to do like a tag team last team standing match, like just to work out the kinks of that kind of match. And they didn't even do plunder either for the most part. They just did a regular tag, which made it a little weirder. So I think that was an uphill climb in the first place, but to then have Skipper have his bell rung literally 90 seconds into the match, literally on like the third or fourth spot in the match, they were doomed, and the match fell apart completely.
Yeah.
Harris hit a catatonic onto a chair. He landed head first. It wasn't ideal. Then Skipper kind of kicked out still, but Andrew Thomas is like, fuck it, that's a 3 count, and counts him down for the 10. Post-match angle, Triple X handcuff AMW, beat them down with chairs to set up Dusty later in the show announcing that Triple X will face AMW in a 6 sides of steel cage match at the next pay-per-view Turning Point.
Mm-hmm.
I am glad that like it would have been such a shame if this was the losing team disbands match. If this was like this is the end of the feud match, and it just ended like this, at least they can come back the next month to do that match.
Yeah, there would have been some awful timing otherwise.
Like if it fell apart for the like this one, that would have been a real tragic end to Triple X as a tag team, whereas I think they get a very triumphant end to Triple X as a tag team next month instead. All right, we're into best of the rest. Let's start with your favorite, Trinity.
Wow. She's not my favorite.
Why not?
I don't know, man. I mean, actually, maybe I take that back because I really did love her effort on the pay-per-view.
So, October 22nd, we get the return of the New York Connection. There's a couple of vignettes earlier in the month, but the NYC are back.
Yay.
They face El Fuego and Scott Papper.
Scott Papper is my favorite wrestling name of all time.
Good shape, Scott Papper. Looks too good to be a job guy. El Fuego's there too.
It's crazy that he got signed to AEW all those years later.
That's true. He is his father, actually.
The Fuego. That means the Fuego in Spanish.
Yes. The Fuego is Fuego in Spanish. This is Swinger and Gilberti's Impact in-ring debut.
Which is crazy.
They've been on the show for the entire time Impact's been on the air, but they're like, let's keep them out of the ring on the show. We can't do it.
How much longer is Gilberti sticking around?
Until the end of the year.
Alright, we're almost out.
Gilberti pinned Fuego after an assisted pedigree where Swinger lifted the legs. And the NYC are back. Trinity was on commentary as well. She made an open challenge for any woman, anywhere at Victory Road.
The Knockouts division is forming.
Oh yeah, this is the beginning. We had the X Division Gauntlet match on the October 29 show. Trinity showed up halfway through. She grabbed a mic. She said, I wanted to be in the match, but Vince Russo wouldn't let me. And then she says the words, Trinity enters ring.
That should be her catchphrase. She should say it every time before she runs to the ring.
Which, you could read that one of two ways. She is declaring that she is going to enter the ring. Or, the way I like to read it, she is reading the stage directions.
That's 100% what happened.
Or, she's doing her promo and then it says Trinity enters ring so that Don Harris can come out and pull her out and carry her away. And she just reads the words, Trinity enters ring.
Yeah.
But I agree. Make it her catchphrase. Own it.
Then you can play it off forever as if it wasn't a fuck
Yeah,
up.
she'd never do such a thing. We had that 4-way X Division match. Spanky versus Kazarian versus Red versus Seidel. Trinity interrupted that one too. In fact, it was a 90-second match where like 30 seconds of it was Trinity on the floor.
Yeah. And 30 seconds of it was Spanky's, debut.
Yeah, so Trinity interrupts and reminds people she'll be on the pay-per-view. Russo comes out and he's like, you will have a match, but you won't like your opponent.
How it works most of the time.
That is generally how it works. It is very rare that people do like their opponents. And usually when that does happen, it leads them to not liking their opponents.
Yes.
That might be the last decision Vince Russo made as Director of Authority, Liam.
No, because he then immediately after that announced who was going to be Jeff Hardy's replacement in the main event.
True. Him putting Ron Killings in the main event is the final decision Vince Russo made as DOA. And then, Victory Road, Trinity faced the mystery opponent of Miss Jackie Moore herself, Jacqueline.
Alright, I'm so into it. I love Jackie Moore so much.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm excited for it. I don't know what... doesn't she, eventually link up with, Storm and shit?
Oh, she disappears after this for 3 years.
Yeah, but, that's, a long, long thing away, right?
Yeah, she does nothing in between, but she comes back as Storm's manager.
I loved some Jackie Moore. I think she's always been real good. And it's fun to... I really enjoyed this match.
And Jackie is one of those people who just has the natural veneer of toughness.
Yeah.
She is the most natural badass. It's like, yes, she will just fuck you up.
Yeah, 100%. It's a fun match, honestly. It's pretty good.
Yeah, she comes out here, she's running wild, she's kicking ass, she's like German suplexing the NYC and Trinity. Eventually, Swinger hangs Jackie up on the rope. She even hits like a crossbody off the apron to take them all out.
I imagine if there was actual plans for the women's division at this point, they would have been like, yeah, all right, stick around.
Yeah, Trinity and Jackie are like, you know, not the 5-star classics, but they're two people you can build a division on.
Yeah.
Swinger hung Jackie up on the ropes, allowing Trinity to hit her moonsault to win.
Hell yes.
I do kind of like that they gave Trinity a match on this show.
Yeah, especially as part of like a rebrand, the third in like 3 months. But like, I think it was important to give Trinity some shine.
Because I do think in many ways, Victory Road is more the end of the Asylum era than the start of the pay-per-view era.
Yeah.
Where you get like the wacky X Division gauntlet, you get the Jeff Jarrett main event, you get the Trinity match, you get the Styles X Division match, you get the AMW Triple X match, you get a minis match for some reason, which is the next thing we're talking about. Mascarita Sagrada defeated Piratita Morgan.
Which is actually a fun match.
It's a nice little match for what it is, but it's like, it's just a random minis match thrown on the show, which is a thing they did for the anniversary show this year too. It's like, it doesn't actually feel like the start of a new era. It actually does feel like the final Asylum show more than the final Asylum show did.
Garrett, while we're on the topic of Trinity, can you name 3 films she did stunts in?
She did stunts in Elektra.
That is
I
true.
know she said that multiple times.
Although, not listed on her IMDb.
Or was it, she did stunts for Elektra in Daredevil? Was that it?
I think it was just Daredevil. But she played Elektra in Daredevil.
Yeah, but there was an Elektra movie separate, wasn't there?
Yes.
But she didn't get to do stunts for that.
I guess
that seems
not.
quite rude.
I'll let you know right now, one of the other movies on here we have already mentioned in this show.
God, what have we mentioned in this show? Sting the moment of truth.
No.
Damn. What are the others?
That would have been a great reach. Spider-Man 2.
Oh, good for her. I'll let you know we mentioned Spider-Man 1, but I'll allow it.
Yeah, no. Some other fun ones that she did. She did Stuart Little 2.
Did you do the stunts for Stuart Little?
I can only imagine.
How would you do a stunt for mice?
Don't worry about it. School of Rock.
Did she do the stunts for Jack Black?
I can only imagine. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Whoa. What were the stunts in that movie?
War of the Worlds.
Did she do the stunts for Tom Hanks? Is he in that movie?
Probably. The Bourne Ultimatum.
Did she do the stunts for Matt Damon?
But she wasn't a stunt double in that movie. She was just on stunts.
Oh, she was guiding the stunts.
Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
She did stunts for Shia LaBeouf.
No, just stunts on that one, not a stunt double. Sex and the City 2.
Did she do the stunts for Sarah Jessica Parker?
No, but she did do the stunts. Wait a minute. But for Kim Cattrall.
What are the stunts in Sex and the City?
In an episode of Sex and the City in 2003.
What are the stunts? Someone take a bump through a table?
Go watch the Domino Effect episode of Sex and the City and try and work out if you can see which bump Trinity takes.
Yeah.
What's she doing now?
It's a pretty legit career, to be fair. These are like real movies.
Yeah, she's like an actual stunt woman. On April 19, 2012, she became competing in roller derby as a member of the Strong Island Derby Revolution.
Hell yeah.
That's like her last thing that's mentioned on here, except for her one night only return. What's happening with Trinity? We need an update.
Yo, Trinity, what you up to? You entering rings?
Of course, 2003 Babe of the Year award.
Well deserved.
Her only one of 2 championships she's ever won.
What was the other one?
The Cyberspace Wrestling Federation Women's Championship.
Well deserved.
Apparently she wrestled as the Untamable Spirit.
It's true. You watch NWA-TNA. No one can tame her. Not even freaking Kid Cash.
Whoa, wait a minute. All right. She was the Italian finesse at one point,
Oh.
but also American Power.
Yeah, she's Italian-American. She can hit both sides.
Pick a side.
Johnny B. Bad made his TNA debut on the November 5th episode. He defeated Tony Stradlin.
Tony Stradlin.
He beat him with a TKO. He hit a Frankensteiner. This is Johnny B. Bad's first match in 2 years.
I'm not into the Johnny B. Bad.
They inform us that Johnny B. Bad, the former Mark Miro, by the way, in case you don't know him by his WCW name, he will be in an 8-man tag team match at the pay-per-view, which he was.
This is the build for this
It
match.
was. That's all there was. So it's Ron Killings, Eric Watts, Johnny B. Bad, and the newly repackaged Empire Saint Pat Kenny face the team of Kid Cash Dallas and the Naturals.
Pat Kenny has foregone his Italian heritage.
He is now embracing his New York heritage, but separate from the NYC.
Oh, much like Trinity. Pick a
He's
side.
a New Yorker separate from the New York connection.
That's a perfect New York accent.
Oh, thank you.
It's because of your Italian heritage.
I've learned from Vince Russo.
Hopefully that's the only thing.
So, Johnny B. Bad hit Stevens with a Frankensteiner. Truth followed with a pedigree, which Mike Tenay, as he always does when anybody hits a pedigree, he called it a double arm DDT.
Great.
This in some ways feels like a tribute to the Asylum, with like acts like Killings, Watts, Kenny, Naturals, Cash, and Dallas getting like a match on the pay-per-view.
Yeah. It felt like a goodbye.
It's a lot of Asylum regulars.
And Johnny B. Bad.
Yeah, and the debuting Johnny B. Bad too.
Yeah, do you want to talk about the Masquerita Sagrada Perita Morgan match now?
I thought we already did, but it was...
I thought you were going to go a bit more into it.
I guess I didn't say the finish. Sagrada won with a cradle.
Yeah, there you go.
What else you want to say? You brought it back up? Go.
Mike Posey got beat up again. He has terrible luck in these kinds of matches.
The minis dude be jumping on Mike Posey.
It's true. Perita Morgan hit a splash and then acted like Masquerita Sagrada died.
He did. It was a big splash.
It was a good bit. God, we have two real highlights that we could end this
We're
with.
ending a Monsters Ball, so let's do Piper's first.
Oh, no.
So, it was announced, Mike Tenay in the ring. He stood in the ring on the first Impact of the month on October 1st. He made two announcements. He announced that Victory Road will take place in Orlando. Big pop, to be fair.
Pulled a great face.
He did pull up a great face, and the crowd, to be fair, did go pretty nuts.
They're very happy to see it.
Announced it will be a big interactive weekend with a fan fest and whatnot. And then he also announced that Hot Rod, Rowdy Roddy Piper, would return to TNA on Impact next week.
And I audibly gulped.
Piper, who is known for some of the worst segments in TNA history, is back and doing it again.
Sure is. He didn't bring up healthcare this time, though.
So October 8th, Piper comes to the ring. He says he's back because he's a wrestling fan. He pays tribute to the Big Boss Man who died a couple weeks beforehand. Then ran down his credentials about everything he's done. Now he's like, he's free and nobody will tell him what to do.
Yep.
He talks about how he will host a special edition of In the Pit with Roddy Piper, not to be mistaken with his other show, Piper's Pit. Completely different. This is In the Pit with Roddy Piper.
Yeah, different. This one's the more popular one.
Totally different format. He'll have a special mystery guest, and he'll ask whatever he wants to ask, and drops the classic, you do not throw rocks at a guy who's got a machine gun line.
Well, let's talk about all the stuff he talked about.
So, for the rest of the show, up until Victory Road, there's a lot of Roddy Piper segments.
Yeah.
Oh, before we go on to those, when Roddy Piper mentioned that Big Boss Man saved his life once, he was referring to a time when he and Kerry Von Erich were high on drugs and standing on the ledge of a building where if either of them had taken one wrong step, they would have fallen to their deaths. So they're apparently so out of it, they were oblivious to the danger, and Boss Man literally grabbed them and brought them to a safe place.
Look forward to that scene in the movie.
Oh yeah, who's going to play Roddy Piper?
That's the question, isn't it?
Oh, it's going to be the GFW dude. It's going to be Brett Grantstaff.
It probably should be.
So in the build up to In the Pit with Roddy Piper at Victory Road, we had a bunch of Roddy Piper reminiscing segments.
Let me tell you right now, never watch any of these segments on 2x speed.
Oh, those would give you a fucking seizure.
It is hell.
They're weirdly edited like YouTube videos from like 2015.
Yeah.
So that like whenever Roddy Piper would say like the word coconut or banana, they would cut to a stock photo of coconuts and bananas.
Yeah. He was doing a video essay.
And it's like hectic. It's hectically edited. He talks about how he was a shooter and nobody wanted to go on his show. He talks about the Snuka one. He goes through like the entire Snuka angle and how that was super famous. He then did the like Vox Pop one. So yeah, there's a bunch of reminiscing about Roddy Piper and In the Pit with Roddy Piper, again, completely separate from Piper's Pit. Which leads us to the pay-per-view, Liam.
Yes.
In which Roddy Piper hosts his edition of In the Pit with Roddy Piper, and his special surprise guest is Jimmy Snuka.
Which is cool because like on the lead up to this, he was really racist to Jimmy Snuka.
Well, that's the whole shtick, that you know, the whole hitting him with the coconut was racist and inappropriate.
Yeah, but like then when he said more racist stuff in the build-up, he didn't apologize for that.
Maybe that's what made him think about it. Maybe he didn't have the mystery guest locked in until they started reminiscing. And then he's like...
And he's like, man, on Impact, I called you some bad things.
I've got to make amends for my wrongdoings. So he invites Snuka out. Piper does the entire spiel about how, you know, you and I made magic in history together, but I was wrong. I should have never hit you with the coconut. It was inappropriate, and I want you to even the score. Hands Snuka coconut and says, hit me. He turns his back on him and is like, hit me.
He doesn't hit
He
him.
doesn't hit him. He shows restraint. Kid Cash interrupts. It does his old running down the legend shtick. Calls because Piper said something to the extent of like Snuka was X Division before there was X Division. Kid Cash was like, "Fuck that! I'm the real X Division guy."
True.
Cash and Shazarian, for some reason, attacked Jimmy Snuka. Sanjay made the save, but then Cash dropped Sanjay with a coconut, and Shazarian were like, "What the hell, man?" While Cash was like, "Hey, look what I did! I hit him with a coconut."
And then, like, when the other bad guys were like, "You took it too far," he's like, "Well, it was already in there. It wasn't my
It's
fault."
like, I didn't bring the coconut to the ring. I just used it.
Yeah, this segment sucks because Jimmy Snuka is in it.
That's a fair assessment.
But yeah, fuck off. I don't care.
That is also a fair assessment. Like, to put yourself in the 04 shoes, how much do people care about seeing Piper and Snuka in a ring again together? I don't know. Like, it was the most pushed episode of Piper's Pit. Like, Mike Tenay was shouting about how like it was their most famous episode. They wrestled a bunch afterward. It's the defining Piper's Pit episode. So I guess it felt meaningful at the time. I don't know. I was 12. I can't. You were what, like 5?
When was it?
04. You were 6, 7. Yeah, you were 7, I was 12. We are not the fair assessors of whether or not people were interested in this Roddy Piper Jimmy Snuka angle in 2004, but I guess it was a thing that happened.
Yeah, when I was 7, I was like, actually, he's a murderer, so...
You were a very annoying 7-year-old.
Yeah, and then I said allegedly after that, too. Although I think he was persecuted and then died.
Which leads to the final story of the month. The build to Monsters Ball.
Woo.
So, Hardy Monty involved Abyss and Raven interfering, which pivoted off into later in that show. Brian Gamble was making his entrance when Raven hit him with a chair. It was meant to be Abyss against Gamble. Raven complains about not being champ. He calls out Jarrett. Was about to hit his catchphrase when Monty attacked him. Abyss came out too. And then the defining part of their feud, they brawled.
Yeah, but to be fair, all these brawls ruled, including the explosion brawl.
Yeah, because it's just 3 guys who are big guys who want to fight, and that's cool.
I guess the backup here would have been if Monty was going to be in the main event, it would have just been Raven Abyss. So, you know, I like all these 3 being here. I love the Monsters Ball rules.
Yeah, so they introduced the Monsters Ball match. It will be Abyss against Raven against Monty. Monty does a promo this month where he seems to suggest Monsters Ball after it's already been announced.
He wants credit.
Yeah, so there's like a video package that announces Monsters Ball, and then Monty's like, "I'm introducing this Monsters Ball idea."
Yeah. Hey man, if you can get away with it, do it.
The Monsters Ball rules, which they will be locked in a dark room without food or water for 24 hours and then unleashed upon each other, rabid, to tear each other apart.
Man, Raven looked awesome in those promos.
Oh yeah, and the ones building up or the ones in the room?
Both! The ones where he was cutting promos in front of like, I don't know, some haunted house extra room. Looked awesome. And then the ones that looked like a paranormal activity scene looked fucking fantastic.
Yeah, they wandered around Universal until they thought they found a Raven-esque room for them to film in.
Yeah, good stuff. I really like all the Raven stuff this month. Raven's great. He really is great.
He is consistently one of the best things going on these shows.
Can't wait for him to win the title.
Impact, October 22nd, Monty beat Eric Stevens, yes, that Eric Stevens, in a squash match.
I loved it. Crushed him. Hit it twice. Hit the bounce twice. Awesome.
I did love when he hit the pounce and pulled him up for the 2 count. The sound guy was thrown off. He played Monty's theme for a second. It's like, ugh.
Which actually kind of adds to it.
Yeah, because even the sound guy was thrown off. Monty hit another pounce for the win. Monty called out Raven. Did what I believe was meant to be an impression of a raven. Where he's like, "Arr!" I think he was doing a raven.
You should have rhymed the cause and done a Raven doing Raven.
Raven does go back to his rhyming promos this month.
He hit a real awful one on like the second last show. Where he's like, "Mom spaghetti, knees weak, arms are heavy." Like,
the man is not a poet.
But he doesn't know it.
Don't you rhyme. Do not rhyme the rest of this show.
There was a bee, you see.
No. Lights went out. Raven appears with a straitjacket. Monty pounced Raven. Lights went out again. Abyss had Monty in the shock treatment when they came back up. Monty fought off, but eventually got dropped with it anyway after being distracted by Raven, and security separated them.
Yes, sir.
Monty, squash again.
I like how he gets the most of them.
He faces Eric Stevens and Mark Stevens. No relation because Eric is spelt with a V and Mark is spelt with a PH.
Are you a PH guy or a V
I'm more
guy?
of a V guy. I don't respect the PHs.
Wow. Disrespect to my uncle.
I hate acidity. Raven did the rhyming poem before this about Monsters Ball, and there was the video package before, and it also announced Monsters Ball. It was in a card rundown video.
Monsters Ball takes a toll.
So Monty comes out with a bag. He pounces and kills Stevens and pins both of them at the same time, stacked on top of each other.
Pretty great.
He cuts a promo on Monsters Ball. There's a straitjacket and an Abyss mask in the bag. He puts them on Stevens and kills them again. He then calls out Brian Cox of the Best Damn Sports Show.
The crowd audibly went, ooh.
And two big NFL stars facing off.
And then we hear a very mysterious voice.
Yeah, a definitely not unrecognizable voice at all. No one could possibly work out who this voice was, hyping up Abyss, saying Abyss will destroy Monty Brown, and he'll destroy Raven at the pay-per-view. Turns out it's obviously James Mitchell. And, like, I was thinking, like, James Mitchell hasn't been on the show for over a year now. Well, not quite over a year. Maybe under a year. What, 7 or 8 months? Was it February or March we last saw James Mitchell?
Oh, we saw him under a hood that was never revealed.
Yeah,
so.
and there was some New Church stuff in, like, February-ish. So, oh yeah, when The Gathering left. So it would have been February, March-ish, because he managed The Gathering for 2 weeks after in the Raven feud. So we haven't seen him since then. So, like, benefit of the doubt, do people forget what James Mitchell sounds like?
To be fair, I think, like, some people would have known, but I bet there was a lot of people who didn't put it together straight away.
I feel like the announcer should have, though.
Yeah. Well, they're playing dumb.
No, it's stupid that Mike Tenay and Don West aren't immediately like, that's James Mitchell.
Maybe they didn't recognize.
They could have just distorted the voice as well, and this isn't a problem.
Maybe leave him alone.
No, fix your things. Go home show. Abyss has himself a little black bag, Liam.
What could be in that bag?
Abyss faces Seth Delay, and he beats him with no delay after a black hole slam.
He beat him today, not yesterday.
There was no delay. He beat him
For Seth Delay.
anyway. A joke I liked so much I wrote it into the show notes. Abyss pinned Delay again, just cause Monty interrupts. Abyss pours out the thumbtacks and Monty looks rattled.
He's like, ooh, pointy. Little does he know, it'll obviously be Abyss going through him.
Yes, we establish a long-standing tradition of Abyss being the one that falls in thumbtacks at Victory Road. Raven does his promo then. He's in that Universal Studios backdrop, which looks very Raven. He talks about violence.
It's awesome.
Decency is dead, whatnot, and that the 24 hours it's locked in a room will either bring him clarity or drive him insane. And really, it's the same difference.
I love this promo because at the end, he, like, has a little twitch where he looks, like, concerned. And it's, like, a little bit of vulnerability that you don't see from Raven's character very often.
It's like he will either mentally break or have a mental breakthrough. And either way, violence will come.
And he doesn't know which one's the good one.
Yeah. And that does bring us to Victory Road, November 7th. The Monsters Ball. We get promos from Monty and Raven locked in the room. We get a Abyss locked in the room making noises too.
Yeah, the Raven one looks so cool. Maybe we can get like a photo of it or some shit. But I think this might be my favourite match on the show. I just thought this was awesome. They just beat the piss out of each other. And the finish is insane.
Yeah, so we do have the masked mystery man watching on from the rafters. Who could it possibly be?
Me.
Abyss takes his thumbtacks out. He pours them. Then he goes to superplex Monty off the top. But then Raven powerbombs him in the tacks.
Yeah. And hell of a tack bump too. All in his arm.
Yeah, so he takes like the full back bump, lands on his knees. All the tacks go on his arm. And you can see immediately blood start pouring out from the tack wounds. It looks gnarly.
Dixie is disgusted.
Yeah, they cut to the reaction shot there of Dixie and she's losing her mind. She's like, what have they done to my Abyss? As you mentioned, the finish, so they have a table set up in the corner and a table on the outside. Raven knocks Abyss off the apron through the table on the floor, and then literally they just cut back perfectly just so that you see Monty come out of nowhere to pounce Raven through the table in the corner, pin him. Monty wins Monsters Ball.
Yeah, it feels good because like I get why people like already wanted him in the main event spot at this point, but I think this was a very necessary win for Monty too.
And once again, he's here on pay-per-view in a gimmick match against two guys who have vastly more experience than he does, and at absolutely no point does he look out of place.
No way. And he gets a pin on Raven.
Yeah, he pins Raven, and it's one of the best matches on the show.
Yeah, if not the best.
Crowder going nuts. Crowder into Monty. Crowder into Raven. Crowder into Abyss. Crowder still into thumbtacks because this is the first time we see thumbtacks in TNA in general. First time somebody actually takes a thumbtack bump. Yeah, great match. just perfect thing. Like, because this could have been just, let's just throw these three guys we have nothing to do with on the show. But it's like, no, we gave them a match. We invented Monsters Ball, which would to this day be one of the classic TNA stipulation matches. And we gave them like a meaningful story going into it, where these are the guys who are the top contenders looking for the next shot, and they want to tear each other apart because they're three big monster guys, hardcore guys who are willing to do anything and everything to win. And the match ruled. Great job. Top stuff.
Yeah. Awesome.
And that is October, November, all the way up to Victory Road 2004.
We are riding the Victory Road.
Yeah, a good month. Nothing blow away, but I thought a very enjoyable month to watch.
And also, if you haven't seen that first show, the first pay-per-view, the first real pay-per-view, I mean, go check it out.
Yeah, it's perfect to perhaps go to tnachat.com and do a watch-along of it, huh?
Wow. That'll make the boring parts fun.
If you would like to hear more from us, we will be back in a week with our next episode of Review It For Her.
There'll be a Rain Takers at some point.
Where we're talking WSX. Our next Rain Takers should be on the 11th. We'll see about that.
Yeah, we'll review the 8-hour Big Egg Tokyo Dome show in honor of the Stardom crossover show.
Well, no, we're talking about Power Struggle 2012, but with a Yujiro Takahashi main event.
Yes, we're just coming off a big Yujiro Takahashi singles match.
We might ask for a day or two flexibility on the date that goes up, but we'll see.
Well, we won't ask. We'll just do it. Fuck you.
That's true. We might double header the recording of that with Wrestling Society X, so it might be a few days late. But it will be there in like a week. Maybe.
Eventually, you'll get it, alright?
You'll get your review of Power Struggle on Patreon as well as Wrestling Society X.
So many goddamn shows that we do. There's so much value.
Plus our watch along of Victory Road 2004. They're in full at tnachat.com, patreon.com/kidding me. Also, worth noting, we should bring it up more often, we have the monthly billing thing, so you don't have to worry about when you sign up.
Anniversary billing.
Whatever it's called. When you sign...
Well, monthly billing implies that it was the old version.
Whatever, it's the good one. The one that's good for you. Whenever you sign up is when you'll get 30 days, as opposed to the annoying thing where it only rolls over at the start of the month. So you do not have to worry about when you sign up at tnachat.com or patreon.com/kidding me.
Maybe we splice that section into the start where we mentioned Patreon, because this is the end of a 3-hour podcast.
Now, I have faith that our listeners will have listened all the way through.
You know what? We do get a lot of people talking about the bits where we're like, no one's listening anymore.
It's actually funny. You can see the stats, and people only drop off of the plugs at the very end, which maybe we should do a little earlier then, but...
Yeah, fuck you guys. Anyone who's listening, you're cool, best friends.
Patreon.com/tnachat.com. Follow us on Twitter at TNHistoryPod. Follow Liam on Twitter at TheGleatMooter. Follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. We'll be back in 2 weeks with the Turning Point 2004 episode. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Do damn thing, woo.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Oh yeah, you could be king of these nuts. You know what I'm saying? It's not live, they'll edit it if they don't like it. Oh. TNA is my world. Welcome to Planet Jarrett. You will feel the power. Period. You get naked.
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity and I don't give a damn!
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 31. We are a TNA history podcast that covers TNA 1 month at a time. This episode we're talking about Turning Point 2004 in December of 2004. I'm Garrett Kidney, and I'm joined as always by Liam Jones.
I fucking love a TNA.
That's an enthusiastic opening right there. You're coming right in, high energy, a deep devotion to the subject matter. What more could I ask for?
I said it, and then like a wave of heat went over my body, and I don't know what that means, but I don't think that's good.
No, that's your body filling with warmth at the love and joy it has for TNA. It invigorates you to the degree that your body gets warm.
It feels like a mild stroke, but I'm sure it's the warmth of TNA.
It's the stroke that Jeff Jarrett delivers every single week on Impact that is just embedding itself within you.
He sure does deliver it every single week.
Our Breewu best friend, AEW superstar Jeff Jarrett.
He had like the third best match on that show.
Well, you do have the consistent like AEW MVP that is Sting.
It's Sting. But he wasn't on any of these shows.
No, this is a stingless environment. There's every other WCW star, but it's a stingless environment.
I'm coming into this podcast with the same energy that Kevin Nash comes into any Impact.
So you're going to go 3 times longer than you were supposed to, is what you're saying.
While simultaneously not doing anything.
Oh dear, Big Kev. We even got a Lex Luger sighting this month, so...
Great. Well, that'll be good for the YouTube views.
Yeah, the entire Best Damn section will be just like, Lex Luger was on Best Damn, and that's what we're talking about for 15 minutes.
He just posed.
He did just pose. So your back is out. That's the reason Liam's in a mild degree of discomfort. So as he sits here for 3 hours, or probably 4.
I haven't sat in a chair in like a day and a half. And let me tell you, it doesn't feel great.
So know that Liam is suffering for this art, which is the real reason you should go to patreon.com/kiddingme and support us.
Pay my medical bills.
Liam can get back surgery, ?
Yeah, let's go. It's from Carrying the Podcast. No, take it back. It's from us carrying the VOW Podcasting Network.
Thank you. That means I can be on board with your arrogance, and it's not pitting us against each other.
Yeah, see, that's why I changed it. 'Cause I'm a team player.
Listen, we're on the same network that has Days of Thunder, so it requires
Don't get me
carrying.
started on Days of Thunder.
We're really building up the beef for when we do the crossover episode for WWA.
I like how one-sided it is.
Uh-huh.
Like, they just called you, like, a racist, and then it's been nothing but, like they threw a pebble and we responded with a machine gun.
That's the way it works. You don't come at us.
Yeah, we're that kind of podcast, you know, don't come at the kings. Do not miss.
We will end you.
By making up mildly disconcerting rumors.
About your love of King Charles. Sorry, my mistake.
Oh, wow. That's my king you're talking about, Garrett.
That is your king. I made I think it was Mason Mount mistake during the World Cup when they were doing the anthems and he sang God Save My Gracious Queen.
Who was that guy? Do you want to talk about Cum Dog?
Sure, your
You brought up the
Australian
World
team.
Cup. That's the only thing I remember.
Your favorite wrestler, friend of Grado, which does tie it into TNA, Cum Dog.
Australian World Cup team member, the Socceroos as we call them, Cum Dog.
You did have your first win yesterday. You beat Tunisia.
Which I've never heard of.
You've never heard of Tunisia?
No. And I asked everyone in my house if they had heard of Tunisia, and they were like, no. And then we came to the conclusion that they were making up countries so that Socceroos could get wins.
This is an anti-Africa agenda from you right here.
This was an enhancement match.
So after they lost to France, a country you've heard of, they're like,
Yes.
let's invent a fake country in order
Yeah.
for us to beat.
Yep, 100%.
An interesting theory.
We should split from Tasmania and then make Tasmania its own country for that same reason.
So you're going to play against Denmark in your final game, which is basically a playoff winner goes through.
We're going to win. I'm telling you right now, everyone who's listening to this podcast, go put money on Australia to win the whole thing.
I like the way not just to beat Denmark, not just to qualify for the round of 16. It's like win the whole World Cup.
It's coming home. It's coming home. It's coming. Football's coming home to us.
Ah, you got the Brits in the end.
Are we getting a World Cup? We have like a Women's World Cup coming up, right?
You have the Women's World Cup coming up next year, which we have qualified for, by the way.
Good promotion. You see, we win the other World Cup, and then we have the Women's World Cup here. Please don't read into the fact that I almost called it the real World Cup.
Wow. Sexist Liam Jones coming in hot.
I was like, no, that's not what I should call that at all.
Cancelled.
It was the AFLW women's, well, I guess that's implied with the W at the end, the AFLW Grand Final today, Garrett.
Oh, who won?
That would be Melbourne.
Are they the best team?
Yeah.
Yes, Liam just like his deep knowledge of women's sports.
We won 19-15,
Mm-hmm.
which is a very low-scoring game, but I imagine it was a lot of technical play.
That's what you say we. You're not from Melbourne.
It's my place. I live here. I voted in the Melbourne and Victorian election last week, 2 days ago.
You were simply a fair weather fan jumping on board the successful sports teams.
In my defense, there's no other team, and the Women's League was established in 2017. There hasn't been any time. There is no Mildura team.
You should have launched it.
Let me see what clubs there are. We got Adelaide, Brisbane, Carlton, Collingwood, Essendon, Fremantle, Geelong. Those are all just the men's teams. Get some exclusive women's teams.
If only there was one for Mildura.
Exactly.
All the more reason you have to create this team, Liam.
I guess technically I would just go Melbourne. I don't know what else is near here. I don't want to go Collingwood. I could never support them. Interesting.
So what else has been going on in your life?
I don't know.
Since we last recorded, we have both played and finished Pokemon.
Yes, it is a good Pokemon game. It may in fact be the best Pokemon game.
There's probably some people on the internet that are going to get mad at you at the prospect of calling that game the best Pokemon game.
Well, I should cry.
They do. It's all they do exclusively. They cry a lot.
I mean, I get it's not like the most polished thing in the world, but you know what? I had a sense of adventure that I have never felt with a Pokemon game before, so fuck you.
Yeah, because I beat the Pokemon League, not even the Pokemon League, I beat the end game yesterday, and I've just been wandering the map, leaping over things on my Rhydon and catching Pokemon, and it's a fun time. It's just a fun time.
Yeah, I am the ace. I am Academy Ace 3 times over.
Oh, I haven't gotten to the tournament yet. I'm only halfway through. Spoilers for the end game. You beat the gyms again, like every Pokemon game, but I'm only halfway through that.
I was very happy about. My favorite one out of all of the gyms that you refight is the Bug Gym.
Mm-hmm.
Have you done that one yet?
I don't think so.
Because at the end of it, she goes, you know, the champion made me promise to be like easy on people because my gym's like closest to the school, but fuck that. You've little fight. I want to be like real tough. So if anyone complains about it, not all pastries are sweet. And I was like, she is the coolest.
I do like that they've actually made that canon, because it's always this thing. It's like this gym trainer has level 4 Pokemon. It's like no, they're meant to be. It's meant to be a difficulty curve.
I'd probably give like the game like an 8.7 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Like. One of the big things that I think would have made it like a slam dunk into the 9s for me would have been if the gyms were scaled to how many badges you had. Because I appreciate that you can do them in any order, but I would have liked them... I just keep them within the level... Make the highest level the gyms can be the top level of the Pokemon you can train without them stopping obeying you. Seems like the easiest way. It's like, oh, the next gym, you can train Pokemon up to 20. Then you go in there, whichever gym you pick has a team of level 20s.
And the way they do the story triggers, I'd imagine that's not that hard to do, because like the story triggers are based on like you go to gym 1, you get story trigger 1, you go to gym 2, you get story trigger 2, as opposed to you get a story trigger devoted to each city.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
like there's nothing like specified, so you could make it based all on the number of gyms that you have.
Yeah, my little quibble with the game is I think the cities are just kind of barren.
Yeah, well, that's been the problem ever since they swapped to like this big 3D open world stuff, though. They all feel like encampments more than they do actual cities.
But even like in all of the other games, you could at least go in most of the buildings, so it felt like at least a real place with people in it. Whereas this one, it's just like there's a gym and there's some shops, and really that's it.
I don't think I talked to like anyone outside of main characters in this game.
No, because nobody gives you anything anymore either. That's the thing. So all the items are on the floor or for beating battles.
This game made me appreciate Sword and Shield, because without Sword and Shield, I don't see how you could have jumped from what Pokemon games were to what this is.
And Legends Arceus as well.
Yeah, for sure. But like, I feel like I'm just talking about mainline games. I think you needed, and because Sword and Shield gets so much hate.
Those are good games. They're just good games. All of these, like, there's very few bad Pokemon games. The ones I enjoy least are X and Y, and even then they're fine.
Yeah, I hated X and Y when I played them. I've gone back since then. I'm like, these aren't as bad as I was treating them to be.
Because they're like standard RPGs. Like the basics of the Pokemon formula, you really can't go wrong with.
Well, X and Y also got a lot of hate because it was the game where they made a lot of changes to be like a regular RPG, but people misconstrued that as them making it easier.
It's just like, oh, they tell you on the screen which move is super effective. It's like, how dare they not need me to have that knowledge?
And they did the actual like every other RPG thing of making everyone in your party get XP.
Which is
And everyone
fine.
Everyone complained about that. But you know what? You know what I really love about these games now? The fact that I don't have to go out and fucking grind this goddamn Pidgey for an hour and a half to do anything with it, because I can just chuck it in my party for a bit and eventually it'll catch up somewhat, and then I can start putting it in battles at the front.
Yeah, and you don't even have to do the thing where you have to switch in the Pidgey at the start to get more experience and switch it back out.
And you can if you want, because you do get more XP for them being in battles. So if you want to do it that way, you can.
These people who are like, I like the inconvenience of the way Pokemon used to be. It's like, guys, stop it. Just stop.
Yeah.
Just move on.
It's like, I get it, but like another thing that I did have a problem with this game is, and I understand why, because I actually think they made this game relatively hard.
Yeah, I was under-leveled a little bit for pretty much the entire game. Like, all of the fights I had against, like, the late-game trainers, they had Pokemon slightly stronger than I did.
Yeah, I went into the ice gym like 12 levels underleveled. Because I picked it ahead of going to like the water and the normal.
Yeah, I went because you can go 2 ways, well, 3 ways, I think, out of the first town once they get through all the tutorial nonsense. And I went the slightly harder way, so it was slightly tougher out that direction.
But like I went into that battle at like 12 levels underleveled, but I had a great time trying to like strategize and win that fight. Because I was so underleveled. When I did feel like I was way too underleveled to like actually do anything, I went out and did some of the goddamn like raids and just got a few like medium XPs, and then I leveled up my stuff to make it consistent, and I was fine.
Or you could do some of the bases, or you could do some of the legendary
I had done all the
Pokemon
bases.
nonsense.
I had done all the bases at that point except for the fighting one. And so I was like, and that area was, I like scummed my way into that area before I did the final Titan. I like flew in from the sides and got in there because I wanted to catch Bishop.
Which I appreciate. And yeah, I saw people giving out about the fact that you can like climb things and Skyrim your way up mountains. Like, no, the game wants to give you that freedom.
Yeah. They'll make it easier for you if you do the Titans, but...
Yeah, even if it leads to like weird jank, it's like, it's cool that the game tries to give you that freedom. It's not bad.
Yeah, I had a great time trying to find... I literally went into the map, looked at areas that I thought I might be able to get my way through. Spent like an hour before bed doing it, caught my Bishop just before bed. I was perfectly content with that. And then, after I beat that Ice Gym, because that was what I did in between, I was like level up high enough to do the final Titan Pokemon.
Yeah, it's a good game.
Because that last Titan Pokemon washed me over and over again.
Which one was the last one you did?
That was the water one that I forget the name.
Oh yeah, the weird dragon-y thing, fake dragon.
Yeah, the fake dragon one. Yeah, that one crushed me because I went in there at like maybe level 40, and that thing is clearly meant for like when you've done at least like 6 or 7 gyms.
I evolved the Dragonite, but then it didn't obey me. So it's like,
well, that's the thing. I caught my Bishop. Oh, this is the hypest moment I had in the entire game. I caught my Bishop. It was at level 56 when I caught it. And I was on like the 7th gym or whatever. I was doing my 8th gym, so like after that I would have had it would have started obeying me. I got down to my there was the ghost gym. I was down to like my last Pokemon. It was just Bishop, and it was just their ace Pokemon at that point. Everything else had been evened out. I went and put out Bishop. I was like, I really need you to obey me right now. It obeyed me after like not obeying me the first time and going down to like a quarter health. I click Night Slash. It finally obeys me, takes it out. I was like, and then in the cinematic moment, right then, I get the badge, so it will start obeying me.
That's nice. Your Bisharp is like, listen, he's gonna get it anyway. I should give it to him.
Exactly. And then me and Bishop, we went out there and we killed 3 other Bishops, and he evolved, and I was very happy.
Oh yeah, I saw that evolve form because the final Pokemon, the champion uses it, and I fucked it up with a close combat. So it's like, oh, what the hell is this? Oh, it's dead.
Yeah. I saw that one in one of the leaks, and I was like, I need that.
See, I avoided all the leaks, so I had the wonderful moments of like, what the fuck is that?
That was me. I had a few of those. Like, one Pokemon I really ended up enjoying a lot was Fido. Was that the evolution, or was that the...
Fido is the first form.
The second one. Once that thing evolved, I was like, oh, this Pokemon's great.
Yeah.
I love that you could change the natures of all the Pokemon now, if like through different mints and stuff you find on the ground.
And there's some world-class Pokemon names in this game, like Flamigo because the game is based in Spain, and it's a flamingo, so it's Flamigo, which is
It's
flamingo
just
and
a
amigo
flamingo.
stuck together.
It's not a Pokemon at all.
It's just an animal. And also, Mousehold is like one of the best Pokemon and two the best Pokemon name of all time. Mousehold is just a sensational pun.
The English translating team had a wonderful time.
I always wonder, with a Pokemon that's called Mousehold, which is the premise, it's 4 different mice. It's a family of mice. I was like, did the name come first or the Pokemon?
That's an interesting one. Well, because what was the Japanese name first? You know what I mean?
Yeah, did you get the wordplay? I don't know. Because if it was just, we came up with a family of mice and then somebody came up with Mousehold, that person is a fucking genius.
Yeah, whoever's on that localization team deserves a raise.
We could do more on Pokemon, and we probably will, but I guess we should get the TNA!
Yay.
Before we do, patreon.com/kiddingme is where you can go to get our extra content, including our Raintaker series, where we cover 2012 New Japan, including our Global Force Wrestling series, all of that sitting there, including all of our Monday Night Wars series sitting there, including our Ring Cat King series, all of which is sitting there, and our Wrestling Society X series, which is in progress. All of that at patreon.com/kiddingme, including watch-alongs. We have watch-alongs now of Victory Road and of Turning Point sitting there waiting for you. And we'll have more and more content coming down the road. We're coming toward the end of the year. We'll do the draft and the end of year awards after we do the Final Resolution episode, because I guess we do have a few more episodes of TV this year to cover. So it'll be after the next episode that we'll do the usual draft and end of year awards. But patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com, you can go there, support the show, and get a lot more content. We're on to 4 full series you can listen to, and multiple ongoing series, and all the watch-alongs, and all our star ratings, and our show notes. And I should emphasize every time, if you're like, I don't really like the ads that are in the show, $1 tier over on Patreon, you can listen to the show ad-free with the show notes. So, all that. Patreon.com/kiddingme. tnachat.com.
Also, go to the YouTube. I feel like we should do that at the start as well, because we always leave it to the end.
Oh, the other thing that we should mention at the start, not 3 hours into the podcast, is we also have the anniversary billing turned on now. So when you sign up is when you will get 30 days. You do not have to worry about the Patreon nonsense of signing up at the start of the month anymore. Whenever you sign up is when you'll get a month's worth of access. Which brings us to the month that is December 2004, building up to Turning Point. Just to upset you, Liam, I'm going to start with the best dams.
I mean, can we just run down both shows at the start? Because they're not really super relevant, so let's just run through the Best Damn Night 1 and 2 and then go to the regular shows.
Yeah, well, then we'll go to the news. But TNA had 2 crossover events with the Best Damn Sports show, which was Fox Sports Net's talk show, basically their equivalent of SportsCenter, I suppose, except more like light entertainment than news, which I guess SportsCenter is more light entertainment than news, but so it is their SportsCenter. I'm going to stick to that comparison. So they would have a half-hour show every night, or an hour show, depends, and TNA had 2 one-hour specials with them, which were basically like more or less just 1 hour wrestling shows that also had an awful lot of antics with the Best Damn Sports Show hosts, who are John Sally, Chris Rose, Leanne Tweeden, Brian Cox, and Tom Arnold.
And they all suck.
It is a terrible glimpse back into mid-2000s like bro entertainment culture, and it's not a welcome glimpse, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, let's all harass this woman for 4 hours.
Like, yeah, the whole thing with Leanne Tweedy is she takes over Shane Douglas's role as backstage interviewer, and everybody who talks to her just sexually harasses her. That's the entire shtick.
And Dusty does like I'm a nice guy routine.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Because, like, she goes to interview the NYC hit on her, she's like, go away, then Dusty comes in and is like, I'm also gonna hit on you, daddy.
It's awful.
Oh, it's bad stuff. And, like, Tom Arnold, who is probably, like, the funniest of them, also makes the most problematic jokes.
Who is a for real, actual comedian.
But also he's a comedian in 2004, so he's punching down, baby!
Yeah.
There is a lot of punching. Like, there is a moment where he's, like, outside interviewing people, and he actually has some, like, funny one-liners, and that's about it.
I don't care about any of this. I wish I didn't watch it, and it's stupid.
I deeply regret making Liam watch it, because I think it soured him on the whole month.
I was not happy. I'll tell you that. I was not happy to be watching any of this. I'm not even happy to do the show this month. Like, you should have. If I could accurately describe how little I wanted to do this month after watching this, I don't think I have the words. I felt empty. I felt lifeless after watching this. All happiness had been sapped from my body. I didn't enjoy a second of it. Then I was kind of like glazed over with all the TVs because of it. And then we got to the pay-per-view and I was just like, thank God Garrett's here so I have someone to talk to because I hate everything.
November 10th, 2004, we had the best damn wrestling event period.
And the
best damn sports
fucking
period.
joke of calling it the best damn wrestling event. I know it's the name of your fucking show. I don't care. I'm angry.
All of the best damn hosts walked into Universal. Chris Rose was calling wrestling fake, so then Jeff Jarrett hit him with a guitar.
Ha ha ha! What a funny joke to do. I love to come and then have the wrestling fake, and then all the wrestlers, they come out and they say, hey buddy, it's not fake, and then you go, haha, and then we all have a laugh.
A laugh is a word for it. So then we're in the Impact Zone proper as JB introduces John Sally, Chris Rose, Leanne Tweeden, Brian Cox, and Tom Arnold. Chris Rose calls wrestling faker than Michael Jackson's nose, Pamela Anderson's chest, and Tom Arnold's wife's orgasms. That's not the only Pamela Anderson joke.
Pan Am in the news.
I don't know. I think she's just famous and she has fake boobs, so they make jokes. Hope she was having a good time for herself while these creeps were far away from her.
Oh no, do not search up Pamela Anderson in a year because it's just like, look at all her naked photos.
Mm.
She could vote in 2004?
I'd imagine she could vote in many years.
Nah, 2004.
Okay, good for her.
Because I think she's Canadian, so she got like her American citizenship in 2004.
So do you think she voted for Dusty Rhodes or Vince Russo?
I think she voted for the show to end. She didn't have any releases in 2004. She was in the Fox sitcom Stacked in 2000. No, that was 2005. She didn't. 2004 was the 1 year she took off.
Yeah, and they're still taking pot shots at her.
What the hell? Who was she married to in 2004? She wasn't even married in 2004.
Yeah, leave this woman alone.
God, she did nothing to you. You cretins.
Yeah, so Roddy Piper interrupts. Roddy, he's a fan of all the hosts other than Chris Rose. Then he invites Rose into the pit with Roddy Piper on the following night show and slaps Rose.
Roddy Piper is insane at this point, and it's kind of cool.
He is fully like losing his mind. The man is just like ranting and raving without any coherence, but in a way that's a little more charming than the Asylum era ranting and raving without any coherence.
Well, this is Roddy Piper, you know. This is even like the Piper that we get in WWE at like the same time, you know.
Yeah, there was always the two Pipers. It's like the Piper who's like real locked in, focused. You think of that Jericho promo we did in the build up to WrestleMania 25, like that promo rocks when he has like something to sink his teeth into. Whereas here, when he just sent him out there, it's like, Piper, go shout at these sports hosts. He's just like, I'm not gonna do anything but shout.
Which is funny because like I was watching the WrestleMania 21, and they did the segment with Piper and Austin, and it was like a weird hybrid of both.
Oh, you get the double-sided Piper. Wow.
Yeah, it was Piper who knew he was on a big stage, so he had to deliver. But it was unhinged NWA-TNA Piper a little bit.
It's always in there. It can come out at any moment.
He was trying his darndest to come out.
This segment continued for reasons past incomprehension. They showed footage of Monty Brown and Brian Cox's confrontation on the previous week's Best Damn. Monty came out, he cut a promo on Cox, but the Naturals jumped him. The Naturals called Monty a big, dumb football player just like Cox, and they say Cox should find a tag team partner for himself.
Oh my god, I wonder who he could possibly pick to be his tag team partner.
Yeah, for the following night it will be Brian Cox and a mystery partner facing the Naturals.
Oh, I have no clue whom it could be. Didn't like someone said it was going to be Stern at some point? They teased that.
Howard Stern finally making his TNA debut after they pitched that Puppet against Beetlejuice segment.
Well, that would have made sense with the return of Puppet, so.
So they went to break, they came back, and they're still in the ring. They pitch to a Victory Road recap, then they come back and they do sick burns in the things you wouldn't say to TNA wrestlers. Kid Cash, Dallas, and Team Canada were the subjects of their jokes. They came out. Trill K and AMW made the save.
Let's do our own things you wouldn't say segment, but we'll do it about Days of Thunder.
Things you wouldn't say to Dave Ryan.
Things you wouldn't say to Dave Ryan. Hey, Dave Ryan, I hate the Queen just like you. I get it, you wouldn't say it because he loves her, you see.
This is a good one. Well done.
Hey, Days of Thunder, more like Days of Plunder, because you rely on gimmicks. Got him. Fucking...
So then we have Dusty is backstage with Leanne Tweeden. She replaces Franchise. She does the segment where she interviews NYC. And then Dusty does in fact hit on her.
Hey, Dave Ryan. More like Dave crying at all the things that we have to say. Lee Malone. More like Lee all alone. Because we're fucking roasted Dave.
You think we're going to get a brief oasis in this desert of nonsense when AJ Styles and Alex Shelley come to the ring?
I think I'm having a heart attack.
And they wrestle for like 90 seconds and Styles wins with a Styles clash.
Made me so upset.
Yeah, Abyss showed up, dropped him the shock treatment, chokeslammed them through a table to set up a tables match for the next night's show.
He's just protecting his baby bear.
That's true. He's a fan of his old pal, Alex Shelley. Goldilocks is gone, but their connection isn't. Even though they hated each other.
His friend, Alex Shelley.
They counted down the top 5 moments in TNA history on this episode.
Yeah, let's rank them.
And the moments they chose were quite interesting. So there was Brian Urlacher killing Johnny Fairplay.
Sure. They're all fucking stupid celebrity bullshit.
That was going to be my point. There's no like Triple X AMW. There's no Raven debuts.
No one watching that show knows who they are.
But that's the point, isn't it? Like to introduce
they're doing
those guys.
Hey, look at all these cool celebrities we have on our shows. You should watch us. We're so major league.
But shouldn't there be a little bit of both? I guess there is a little bit of both because like AMW do wrestle, Style does wrestle, Killings does wrestle. They do introduce the wrestlers in the wrestling matches, and then they're like, "Hey, what about that time Jarrett attacked Hogan?"
They're like, "Hey, it's a fucking country fella who sang about 9/11."
Yeah, number 3 was the Titans, number 2 was Chris Rock, and number 1 was
I remember the
Keith.
Titans. I'm on fire. I'm on fire today. You know about Remember the Titans, Garrett?
Tom Arnold is checking
Remember
T.O.
the
for
Titans
weapons.
2000
He
film
then proposes that T.O. uses kids' toys.
starring
which
Denzel Washington.
That's a joke, you see. He's using kids' toys because it's T.O.
Ryan Gosling was in it.
Leanne has Johnny B. Bad backstage. Even Johnny B. Bad hips on her.
$136 million at the box office.
I don't know why Johnny B. Bad is there to hype up Ultimate X, but that's what he was being interviewed for.
Because the natural order of Ultimate X goes Jimmy Superfly Snuka, Johnny B. Bad, AJ Styles.
That is the progression of wrestlers in wrestling history.
Yeah.
AMW wrestled Kid Cash in Dallas. They actually had a nice little match.
Shut up.
There were 2 good matches on this show. Like, the Ultimate X was a good match too. But, listen, it's a good match.
Did you know that the filming locations for Remember the Titans?
I haven't even seen this film, so shut up about Remember the Titans.
How have you not seen Remember the Titans?
Because what, you said it made like $140 million. A lot of people haven't seen Remember the Titans, I'll have you know.
It made $140 million in 2000. Let me do a conversion.
Lord of the Rings made like $1 billion.
Oh,
stage,
Lord
so you shut up.
Fucking nerd. I've never seen Lord of the Rings in my life, and I never will. You're not helping me out here at all.
Nope, I'm gonna leave you flounder about Remember the Titans.
1, 3, 7. 1, 2, 3.
You have 6 zeros for $1 million, 7 for tens of millions, 8 for hundreds of millions.
Yeah, I think that's right. Let's calculate. Boop, 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 boop. That's like... fuck. 1 more 0. No, I lost it!
Harris pinned Kid Cash with a spear.
What have I done to deserve this fate?
After Brian Cox helped AMW, which moves us on to a trio
$237 million, Garrett.
That's not even as much money as Black Adam made, and Black Adam was a
$30
flop.
million budget.
Again, we're not talking about profitability. We're talking about people actually seeing this movie.
It won many an award. How many awards did Black Adam win?
We're not in award seasons yet, so
Exactly,
who can possibly
shut
know?
up. It has an average score of 6.3 out of 10.
Tree Life Crew had a game of horse with John Sally.
Yeah, whatever.
Tell me all about this game of horse they had, Liam.
I think Shark Boy was there.
He was.
That's cool.
Like, you would think doing a game of basketball with Shark Boy and D-Ray and Tree Life Crew, there's at least some jokes there. They somehow didn't tell any.
The joke should have been that Shark Boy was the best basketball player on the court.
Yeah, because they did the big build-up that, like, Shark Boy was there to take the final shot. And the joke should have been, you're right, that Shark Boy is there, everyone's like, it's Shark Boy, he's going to miss. And then Shark Boy hits, like, a half-court shot, and now he's the biggest basketball player in the history of existence.
Yeah. He has, like, Jordans, but they're Sharkins. That don't make any sense. Quick, think of something. Think of something better. Go.
The Sharks. He
All
plays
right,
for the San Jose Sharks. I think they're a
First
hockey team.
We know so much about American sports.
Yeah, the bit they did do was BG was terrible, and then Conan sank his shot. So at least there's that. They're dunking a little on BG.
Yep.
Mike Tenay and Tom West were there with Tom Arnold and Chris Rose.
I've brought real third hour vibes to this best damn wrestling event period review.
They were talking about what makes TNA special. Mike Tenay was like, you know, there's really the X Division. And then Tom Arnold starts talking about hot chicks.
You think you're special, special.
Jeff Hammond, 6 points of impact with Jarrett. Daniels faced Kazarian. Daniels hit the best damn moonsault ever. Tracy distracted the referee. Shane's interference then backfired, allowing Daniels to hit the end to win. Why he couldn't just win with his move then? Who could possibly say? Let's speed up this review of Best Damn. John Sally did the basketball thing. Jeff Jarrett was attacked by the Titans. Remember the Titans? Tom Arnold was talking to TNA refs about his hardcore match. He was perhaps a little bit problematic. Raven lost to Ron Killings in a terrible wrestling match. TNA did tease that there will be another big debut on Impact. Rolled up Raven out of the Raven effect for the win. Puppet brawls with Tom Arnold backstage because he wants to kill him. He is all of us. We did have the return of Puppet. We should focus some time on the return of Puppet. T.O. defeated Puppet with Tom Arnold as special referee.
We had the return of T.O. as well.
That's true. Do you think the reason they didn't bring back Goldilocks was because they knew they were bringing back Puppet, and obviously they can't work together?
Yeah, there's heat.
So Tom Arnold interfered on T.O.'s behalf, leading to T.O. hitting Puppet with, I believe, a scale, as Arnold countered with a microphone on Puppet's face. Which was very rude of him. And also they're meant to be baby faces here. Puppet's meant to be the heel, beating up these guys as they're teaming up on them 2-on-1.
I didn't get that vibe at all. I thought for sure that like Puppet was meant to be the babyface.
Which means he should have triumphed over all of these guys, teaming up on the poor guy.
Tom Arnold looks strong.
And then main event, Chris Sabin defeated Sanjay Dutt and Neil Skipper in an Ultimate X match.
This is the saddest match I've ever seen.
Why?
Because this was on this show.
It was a good match, to be fair.
It was truly pathetic. I hated every second of it.
They did go out there and had like just a 6-minute Ultimate X sprint.
Which makes it more upsetting. It made it worse that they tried.
This show didn't deserve their effort.
You know who I fucking came out of this having much more respect for?
Who?
Kevin Nash and Scott Hall. Because they said fuck you to being on this.
Well, it was taped before they debuted, but sure.
I don't care. They still could have done it. They could have done a backstage segment.
Oh, by the way, when Puppet came out, no reaction. The Impact Zone are fake fans.
Yeah, they don't know anything about. That's why that was the Eric Watts problem, we call it.
So this match was actually for something. The winner would face Petey Williams at Turning Point for the X Division title. Sabin won.
Petey Williams is an amazing athlete.
Which brings us the Best Damn Sports Wrestling Event Night 2, November 11th. They did 2 nights of this.
Why? Why did they do a second night of this?
This was like, it's such a good show. It's such a good idea. We need 2 whole hours. So Tom Arnold roasted Puppet, roasted in exclamation points. Roddy Piper came out here with live bagpipes. He's hosting Chris Rose on the In the Pit with Roddy Piper. Rose was wearing the Terry Taylor / Bobby Roode / Scott D'Amore robe. We had the TNA return of Johnny Fairplay.
And I like how they both like shit on him. And it makes it even funnier because like Johnny Fairplay was like Roddy Piper's whipping boy.
Yeah, remember when they were like talking about doing an angle with Piper and Fairplay that was going to be Piper's big feud and Fairplay's big feud, and instead this is all they ever do. He comes out in this best damn segment.
I also like that apparently like this is meant to be like the big Rose face turn. But he's still like a giant piece of shit. He got no comeuppance.
Yeah, so Fairplay comes out. He calls himself the biggest star in the history of reality. Do you get it, Liam?
Yeah, it's like reality television.
He's very funny. Then Piper sprayed him with a fire extinguisher, and then Rose gave him a body slam. Not a very good body slam either. Brian Cox, a much better wrestler than Chris Rose.
Yeah, but like Chris Rose has to like get him up, but also he's working with Johnny Fairplay.
Do you think well, listen, I've seen Johnny Fairplay take the sickest powerbomb of all time from AJ Styles. So
yeah, but that's AJ Styles doing it.
I have faith. Brian Urlacher, non-wrestler, hit a damn good press slam on Johnny Fairplay. I have faith.
Again, you're talking about people who actually have like muscle on their frame.
I have faith in Johnny Fairplay's ability to take bumps. So this is all on Chris Rose.
But anyway, yeah, this sucked, and Chris Rose is annoying as shit. But one thing I'll give Chris Rose credit is somehow out of all of them, he was by far the best host.
Oh, what do you have against the rest of them?
They all sucked. They're all fucking annoying. They're all terrible hosts. They're not funny. I hate all of them. Chris Rose is the only one who looks like he's ever actually been on a camera before.
To be fair, his job is literally just host.
Yeah. And he's the one who actually looks like he should be on camera. It's a shame he's doing a terrible gimmick.
Because all the rest are former sports stars who are now hosts. Or Tom Arnold, in his case, a comedian who's now a host.
Tom Arnold.
Listen, Leanne Tweedy's a perfectly fine host too.
She was fine. She didn't do anything. They got her out of there pretty quickly compared to everyone else.
Yeah, so after the power slam, Piper sprayed Rose with a fire extinguisher, which, as we mentioned last month, he went to business for himself, and they very quickly cut away here when he started spraying with the fire extinguisher. Mm-hmm. Leanne has Team Canada. D'Amour's upset about her attire as a journalist. It's like Americans these days. He's going after John Sally. We had 3 live crew against Team Canada, and they captured the flag match. BG got the flag. They won. We ran down the top 5 finishers in TNA history. 5 Canadian Destroyer, 4 Styles Clash. I think I forgot to write down what 3 was, but I'm just going to guess it was the Pounce. 2 was the Swanton, and of course the best finisher in TNA history is the Stroke.
I don't even disagree.
On that list of all those other moves I named, you would put the Stroke as number 1.
Yeah.
I guess it's probably beaten the most people.
Yeah, exactly. The most winningest.
That's what they counted here. Tom Arnold interviewed a bunch of people, a bunch of fans, made some jokes, mostly at Hulk Hogan's expense. Brian Cox was backstage teasing who his mystery partner would be. You had AJ and Abyss in a tables match. AJ would have won with a sunset flip powerbomb through a table. Cool. Leanne had Tom. He said many things, many of which I cannot repeat on this show for fear of being cancelled. Leanne talked to Puppet. He's not pleased that she stooped to interview him. Puppet's like, don't do that. Which is like
fair, by the way.
Yeah, he's like, don't patronize me, bitch.
Yeah.
He goes to threaten Leanne, but Franchise came back. He then had the Tom Arnold versus Puppet match. Puppet's here. Puppet's back. Here. So the T.O. came out, hit a swanton. Then T.O. pinned Puppet, even though he's not in the match.
Listen, what do you want?
I want consistency and I want rules.
Out of the best damn wrestling event period, night 2.
Yes, is it so much to ask to get consistency and rules?
Yes. Have you seen the show?
They showed the Still to Come feature, which was actually from the night before. They fucked up. The show taped like a week in advance, by the way, so they had plenty of time to fix that. Petey Williams defeated Jarrell Clark, Michael Shane, Shark Boy, Sanjay Dodd, Brian Cox and Monty Brown defeated the Naturals. Cox actually, for a non-wrestler, looked pretty good.
I barely paid attention at this point. My brain was turned off.
He hit a power slam, he locked Douglas in the figure 4, Monty hit Stevens with the pounce, and Cox gets the win. Oh yeah, Monty's the mystery partner, by the way.
You know, like, as I was watching this show at this point, I think I blacked out and I started seeing red, and I'm only just remembering it now.
No, Amazing Red wasn't in the X Division match.
Ha ha ha!
They really ruined. Not that it was a surprise.
Remember the Titans?
Brian Cox came out to Monty Brown's music, and they just didn't acknowledge it. And then Monty Brown came out to Monty Brown's music, and they're like, "Whoa, mystery partner's Monty!"
Ooh,
Leanne had Lex Luger backstage for some reason. They were meant to be talking about the Six Sides of Steel main event, but he kept talking about himself, then posed shirtless in a further sexual harassment suit that I'm sure she filed immediately after.
Sounds like Lex Luger.
And our main event, inside Six Sides of Steel, you have Jeff Jarrett against Jeff Hardy. Jeff squared, face off once again. Dusty was on commentary, the highlight of which was when Jeff Hardy pulled his shirt off to go for the swanton. Dusty shouted, "He's getting naked!"
It's a good line. Imagine if Jeff Hardy won this.
He probably just should have, right?
Yeah, there's no title on the line.
It's non-title, it's broadly non-canon. Just put Jeff Hardy over. You beat him 1,000,000 times. You could say he beat him in the build-up to the Turning Point match at least. Like, just have a Jeff Hardy win this match.
Damn you, Jeff Jarrett.
Just beating Hardy
Put
again.
someone over.
Oh, well, he will put someone over later this month.
Put Darby over.
Hardy kicked out of the stroke. It went for the swanton off the cage, but missed. And then Jarrett hit Hardy with a chain and won. Styles hit a crossbody off the cage then to end the show.
Woo! Let's never talk about or acknowledge those shows ever again.
We will have to. Actually, no, we'll mention it here. They were trying, hopefully, to get really good ratings, so that Fox Sports will either do this regularly, fucking God forbid, or at least give them a better TV spot. And the ratings were a 0.26 and a 0.17 respectively for each show, and the show usually does about like a 0.15. So first night, modest success. Second night, a completely average rating for the show, so they never did it again. God bless.
So perhaps if they didn't like blow their load and do 2 shows, they might have actually had a chance of doing it again next year.
Yeah, it might have come across as, a 0.26, that's near, not quite double, but close-ish to double what the show usually does in this time slot. So that's a good success story until they did it again. And it's like, nope, there was one night of this, and that's it.
But and it also probably would have done well if you had just made it a yearly thing.
Also, when you consider the second night was probably like the bigger of the cards. It had Brian Cox wrestling. It had the Six Sides of Steel cage match. It also had a lot of stuff on the first night building to the second night. And then a shitload of people didn't come back.
I feel like you could have just built all that all on the same show, and you would have had a show that was more appealing to their fan group too. Like if you had have built to like the Brian Cox match, and you had have built to the Tom Arnold like getting in the ring thing, and just done them both in like angles building up into that show, I think that audience of that show would have enjoyed it a lot more.
They're like, I'm not coming back tomorrow. I've had enough of this.
Why would they?
Well, that's the best damn sports shows, which we can now never mention again.
Fuck off and die.
That brings us to the news, starting with Cookiegate.
That's our new news segment that we're going to do. We have a little interlude.
Yeah, it's actually, Liam plays that himself with 17 different instruments.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I have a whole ensemble back here. I didn't get to the choir, but...
He hired a whole orchestra just for that musical stinger.
Yeah, it's the people who did the Judas entrance that one time.
That's where your Patreon money is going to, at patreon.com/kiddingme.
And I had to just kick him out because we didn't get there in time.
On November 10th, several WWE wrestlers happened to be at Universal Studios, home of TNA's weekly Impact tapings, to film a commercial. TNA, as a publicity stunt labeled as a friendly greeting, had several TNA wrestlers bring the WWE wrestlers cookies and balloons. WWE is now threatening to sue TNA unless they agree to never air the footage and relinquish the footage.
That's rude of them. They were being very nice, welcoming them to their home arena.
Yeah, it's very kind of them. It's like, we are the holders of Universal Studios, and you were coming to visit to shoot your apparently obscenely expensive Royal Rumble commercial.
I'm sure when TNA runs MSG, WWE will send out the same bandwagon.
And I'm sure WWE have never done any kind of stunt where they sent wrestlers to another company's building and then cried foul when that company threatened legal action. That would never happen.
I'm pretty sure they did do that, and it ended the Monday Night Wars forever.
Yeah, so that's why WWE threatened legal action here, because they knew this instance would end them forever.
Yeah. They knew that, like, oh my god, they worked out the strategy of how to win every single ratings war.
So WWE were there shooting the West Side Story Royal Rumble commercial. Randy Orton, Luther Reigns, Jesus, Jericho, Benoit, were all there. Like they made a whole publicity stunt about it. WWE filed a formal letter of complaint with Universal Studios. A senior WWE official sent a production assistant to TNA Soundstage 21 and delivered a verbal warning that if any WWE wrestlers were filmed by TNA, we will sue your fucking ass.
That Royal Rumble commercial is so good.
Yeah, clearly TNA inspired them. They saw Abyss with his balloons, and they saw Tracy with her cookies, and they're like, we got to do the best commercial we've ever done in our lives.
They should do something more like that. They have all the money in the world. Just make like a full Marvel movie.
Because apparently, like, Dave estimates that commercial cost like $400,000 to $500,000, which is insane when you think about it. But also, you're a $1 billion company. Just do it for fun.
Yeah, especially now. Who do you think signed off on that one? Who had that idea? Do you think Vince just watched West Side Story and was like, wait a minute?
He's finally caught up to West Side Story in his watching of media. You know he's like 20, 30 years behind at all times.
Because like 2005 was like their like movie parody year. Because they did like all the Mania ones too.
The WrestleMania is going Hollywood stuff.
Yeah, so like end of 2004 did Vince finally discover movies?
Apparently. He's like, this newfangled technology they're showing. They have the trains coming toward the screen. No,
he's like, they're not in black and white and they don't have sound anymore.
Oh, they're even in color.
You can actually hear them. I don't know why Vince, in our impressions, is talking like a 1920s radio man.
TNA released a press release saying, in response to media reports about a misunderstanding that occurred at Universal Studios in Orlando, Florida this past Wednesday, TNA Entertainment issued an apology to Vince McMahon and WWE for what was apparently mistakenly perceived as a hostile act. In the press release, Shane Douglas stated, I was disheartened. If our kind gesture was mistakenly perceived as threatening and hostile, we apologize. BG James said, personally, I just wanted some mahi-mahi. The only thing I had to eat that day was a stinking cold sandwich from my cheap freelance producer. Now, I know how the other half eats.
You were there in like all of the 90s. You know how they eat.
You know they have surprisingly good catering.
You know that's like the main takeaway that everyone has from their experience there.
The press release said the silent Abyss was seen with a tear in his eye, still clutching the very same balloons that no one from WWE wanted.
I love that they're like shitting on them in their own press release.
TNA concluded the press release. Some things in life are consistent. Success breeds envy. The bully always picks on the little guy, but we all know how the story of David and Goliath ends.
And isn't it crazy how now in 2022 Impact is the biggest company in the world and WWE's dead?
It did end exactly as David versus Goliath, where Shark Boy shot like a slingshot into the eyes of the Big Show, and WWE fell forever.
Shark Boy sent an email to the press about Vince McMahon's sordid history, and that's the end of that.
Yeah, so when they got there, like David Sahadi was the person who found out they were there, apparently, because obviously he has, I assume, connections still in the WWE production department at this stage, so he found out they were there, brought down some wrestlers to film this. When WWE threatened legal action, like they called up Bob Carter, apparently, and he's like, nah, film, and I'll back you no matter what. Because there was a whole thing this month then where Mike Tenay and Don West stated that on commentary, it's like, WWE sent us a legal letter and we have this footage we shot there, and now we're going to let you decide if we show it or not at Turning Point. So you go to the website and vote on whether or not we will show the Cookie Gate footage. And they're like, WWE are like, no, don't show it, send us to us. And Bob Carter's just like, if they sue us, we have lawyers too.
That's big Tony Khan, I have a lot more money than Jim Crockett vibe there.
Yeah, Bob. So they did eventually show it on the pay-per-view. It's like, when you see the footage, it does make WWE look exceptionally stupid because it's the most harmless thing in the world.
It's such an easy little prank.
It is like the ultimate of like, don't sell the rib. It's like, guys, you sold the rib as much as you could possibly sell the rib.
I'm reading like a bit more about like what went on, and I think like my favorite one there is that they saw that Vince was out there by himself.
Yeah,
and they were like, "Should we go like film something?" But they're all such cowards that they didn't.
Yeah, so like Vince was there, they saw him, they like huddled, and then they like apparently they did decide we should go film something, but then Vince never came back.
That would have been perfect. Imagine that world. In a just world, Kevin Nash and Scott Hall would have agreed to be a part of it instead of turning down the request, and Vince would have been there, and Nash would have gone up to Vince.
Yeah, because they did ask Hall and Nash to be in this one, but Hall and Nash were like, nah.
They want jobs still.
That is true. The two people that were shown, like, you can make them out, there was Luther Reigns and there was Rey Mysterio. Rey Mysterio more obviously evident than Luther Reigns.
Ray didn't give a shit. He's like, they're not gonna fire me.
Yeah, even BG like makes a little quip. It's like, you're fired. And Ray just laughs and chuckles. Because like Conan's Ray's boy, so I'd imagine he's like coming out to chat with Conan.
Yeah, I think Conan probably just like texted him.
It's like, listen, we need someone out here to make us look cool, that we actually got somebody to show up. And this is Rey Mysterio's only TNA appearance. So there you go.
So, yeah, I think they kind of wanted like a confrontation, but like the guys that they ended up talking to are apparently like Jericho, Guerrero, Benoit, Mysterio, and they were just like friendly.
And like the only other people on camera were like production assistants. And Luther Reigns.
Luther Reigns.
Also his only TNA appearance, I believe.
This is fun. This is a fun segment.
Yeah, it's a good bit. It's good antics. I'm on board with it.
I love TNA as an antics promotion above all else.
And they did a bunch of skits on the pay-per-view where they had a fake Vince and a fake Triple H try to invade Turning Point to steal the tape back.
It's perfect.
The fake Vince played by Brian Welch, one of the office workers, and the fake Triple H played by Johnny Devine.
Yeah. So that's who it was. Big Johnny Devine. Who was Vince?
Brian Welch, an office worker.
He had great mannerisms.
I enjoyed Johnny Devine's Triple H as well. He had a better voice impression than the Vince.
Yeah. It's good stuff. I love that shit.
Do you think they walked around backstage being like, do a Triple H impression? Nah. Do a Triple H impression? Nah. Johnny Devine's like,
but
game!
I can imagine once they were in costume, I hope they acted like Vince and Triple H the whole day.
Because yeah, they arrive at the show, they see Mikey Batts, Vince tries to fire Mikey Batts. Then they see a production assistant with a tape. He smashes the tape, and it turns out it's just the best of D-Ray 3000. This is a bunch of skits. It's good stuff. It's good, again, good antics. Well done, TNA.
I like to imagine everyone's seen this at this point, but maybe it is a little gem.
Yeah, because like it's on one of the early pay-per-views as well. It's not like Spike era, so I think a lot of the stuff pre-Spike is stuff that just flies under the radar, and people forget about this kind of stuff.
I've seen this because it was on like the 50 Best TNA Moments DVD.
Yeah, with your Toby Keith moments and your Tennessee Titan moments. Remember the Titans?
I do. I remember those Titans.
I don't. I haven't seen the movie.
Hey Garrett, when we're just to remind everyone when they are playing Pokemon, and they're doing their gym leader challenges and they're running around and they're doing the Team Star stuff, that they also have to remember the Titans.
Ah, yes, it's very important. Jeff Jarrett hosted a party for roughly 30 wrestlers and friends in his hotel room following the Victory Road pay-per-view.
I bet he did.
Kevin Nash attended the party and spent a ton of time telling Jarrett and others that he and Hall were back to stick it up Vince McMahon's ass. Nash also said that while he, Hall, and Jarrett would make a lot of money, there would also be plenty left over for other wrestlers.
I love Kevin Nash so much.
A number of wrestlers who were originally hoping that Hall and Nash would spearhead a power struggle with Jarrett are now bickering because Hall and Nash are featured so prominently with Jarrett. Hall has told friends that he signed a contract for 8 appearances. After the Impact taping, he made a point of saying, 2 down.
What else are you going to do, Scott Hall?
Says one frustrated TNA wrestler, this place has turned into WCW all over again, except it's Hall, Nash, and Jarrett instead of Hall, Nash, and Hogan.
The only time Jeff has ever been compared to Hulk Hogan.
On the topic of the Hulkster, the word on Hulk Hogan is that he doesn't trust Jeff, but is tight with Jerry, who is a long-time good friend of Jimmy Hart, Hogan's closest ally in the business. There was no sign of Hogan at the following week's tapings after Victory Road, nor any mentions of him. And apparently Hogan is leaning against working for TNA, according to a source with knowledge of the situation. If he decides to join the company, it would be likely as a commissioner type rather than as a wrestler. This would be one way for Hogan to feel out the company before agreeing to actually wrestle for them. However, he has told people that he considers TNA to be worse off than WCW was during its dying days. Well, that's obvious. WCW was still on TNT and TBS in its dying days.
WCW was still on major networks and was doing a lot of numbers.
Whereas TNA is on FSN with like 150,000 people watching every week. So Hogan apparently not coming in, and if he was to come in, he would be a commissioner, but it's very, very unlikely that TNA would pay Hulk Hogan money for Hulk Hogan just doing a commissioner role.
Yeah, that would never happen.
Never, ever, ever. So our big power struggle comes to a head this month. In reaction to continued rumors of dissension between Jerry and Jeff Jarrett, Dixie Carter had a long talk with them at Tuesday's TV taping. This was in the middle of the month. It is not unusual to see Jeff or Jerry meet with Dixie, but it is unusual for all three to meet together at once. The discussion lasted well over an hour. Carter also had a long talk with other office workers, perhaps in part trying to find out the source of some of the rumors about political infighting in TNA. Dixie, who by the way is 8 months pregnant at this stage, is like wandering around backstage being like, who is leaking all of this shit?
Like, imagine being Dixie and having to be a part of this like family feud. So ridiculous.
Again, 8 months pregnant and you're stuck between petty wrestling bullshit.
It's kind of a miracle that she stuck around so long.
That was Russo's point. That's like, once she has the kid, she's out of this. She can't possibly give a fuck about this nonsense when she has an actual thing to care about.
Yeah, well, joke's on him.
There were no major changes at that taping. Dutch Mantel and Jeremy Borsche were handling most of the bookings, with Jarrett in the Stephanie McMahon role of overseeing and supervising the whole operation, with Terry Taylor in the truck and Dusty just being a talent. Jeff Jarrett had confronted Jerry last Tuesday about word he was getting about Jerry trying to oust him from power.
So this next line, this quote, Jerry Jarrett, fuck you. You piece of garbage.
You can make an argument before we read what the next line is. You can make an argument that Jerry is intervening for the long-term sake of the company.
Oh, I'm doing a big old jack-off side right now.
Because the company is burning money at a historic rate and the Carters aren't happy. However, the next line, Jerry sees this as a great time to steal power as Jeff is tending to his wife whose cancer has come back.
That is your daughter-in-law, you fucking rat.
Bad. Also, if the company goes under, who gives a fuck? Surely family should be more important.
It's your fucking daughter-in-law, you dog.
Especially when you think about, it's not even their money anymore. If it was their money, it would still be a real problem.
Sure, it's like the family business failing.
They still own a percentage of the company, so I guess they do have a financial stake. But it's the Carters' money now. So, like, who gives a fuck?
Also, Jerry, you got your fucking, like, real estate or whatever the hell business, your car, whatever the fuck it was.
He works in real estate.
You're fine.
The feeling is that Jerry doesn't believe in the office staff that Jeff has assembled, and that's been one of the big talking points. TNA has an office staff filled with the guys who should not be running an office, says one TNA source. For months, Jerry Jarrett has been dropping details into conversations with people about the changes he'd make if he gained power, so the rumors last week of him making a power play came as no surprise to many within TNA. So we do have the big change, middle of the month, that is starting from November 19th. Dusty Rhodes does replace Jeff Jarrett as head booker of TNA.
I like how this comes off. Dusty has no booking power, he's just a talent.
He's just hanging around, chilling out. Oh no, Dusty's head booker.
It's amazing. I like... This is... The great thing about TNA at this point is it's truly a combatant of two people who don't lose. Mm-hmm. You're seeing it's Jeff Jarrett and it's Dusty Rhodes, and they're both fighting for the title of King of Not Losing in this business.
And it turns out for now, Dusty Rhodes is winning. I will say, I didn't remember the exact date Dusty took over. I knew it was sometime this month, but I was watching the Impact that has Scott Hall and AJ Styles in the main event. It's like, Dusty's taken over.
Yeah. I was thinking it was actually the week before that he took over, but you can tell. It feels like a real wrestling show.
Yeah, you can see it's like stuff suddenly starts happening on Impact, a show where famously nothing happens. It's like, oh, you get Styles and Hall in the main event, and the next week you get Jarrett and Monty in the main event, and then it's all of a sudden, oh yeah, we have a new booker now, for sure.
We have allegedly entered the good era?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Let's see how that goes.
Dusty told the wrestlers that he has a different vision for TNA's booking than Jeff Jarrett, and he would begin to implement changes over the next few tapings, though he didn't get specific about what the changes would be. In a thing that ruffled a lot of wrestlers the wrong way, he did tell the wrestlers that they need to show respect for Scott Hall and Kevin Nash because of what they have done in their careers and for the rub they are giving the company. Apparently a lot of the no-name wrestlers were like, blah, 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 blah.
I'm Mikey Bats. I'm so sad that I have to show respect to Scott Hall. But it must be nice to be Kevin Nash and Scott Hall and just be able to like walk into any company and be jerked off so thoroughly.
You command or demand respect, not just command it. You do demand it.
Because you got to be in a group with Hulk Hogan.
Not everyone welcomed that comment with open arms. Actually, you know what? I can't let that stand.
I said it specifically to get a reaction.
To be fair to Hall and Nash, they made Hogan cool, not the other way around. It's like, if it was just Hogan turning heel without like the coolness that Hall and Nash brought next to him, that thing flops. It's just a Hulk Hogan heel turn. Who gives a shit? But Hall and Nash were cool.
Well, Hall and Nash aren't in the Wrestling Is Over Hall of Fame, so shut up, Garrett.
I nearly didn't give you your thing. I nearly just moved right on.
I was giddy when you were like, wait a minute.
Not everyone welcomed that comment about them needing to welcome Hall and Nash and be happy.
Not everyone on this podcast welcomed that comment from Liam about Hulk Hogan being the reason they were popular.
Considering some TNA regulars aren't pleased with how Hall and Nash seem to treat TNA as a joke during their on-air commentary, it's actually quite funny, so shut up.
Yeah, it's actually great.
Nash does not give a single fuck this month, and it is quite amusing.
One of my favorite lines from Nash this whole month was when he was introducing the Kings of Wrestling name.
Mm-hmm.
Because he just said it like, and we've got a new group, and the new group is the Kings of Wrestling, and we're here to take over, and we're going to take over this company. He said it exactly like that. There was no passion or emotion in his voice. He was just saying the lines.
If you go back and listen to me earlier recapping the Best Damn Sports Show...
Which, why would you?
Nash said the name of his stable with the exact same amount of enthusiasm.
Yeah. Yeah. And, like, he's just leaning on the ropes 24/7.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, every little bit of in-ring action, he's been, like, bumping around, so...
He's only working once a month, so he's like, yeah, I'll take a bump or two.
Yeah. When AJ does a run-in, he'll bump for him. He won't give a bump for free, though.
We'll talk about all that when we get to the shows. There's a lot of Nash antics. It's very fun. Dusty and Agent Jerry Lynn met separately later with the X Division wrestlers, explaining to them that he feels their characters have been underdeveloped and he wanted to change that. He told them that they are great athletes, but he wanted them to slow down and tell better stories in their matches.
Suck a dick.
He said that was their role, and his role would be to give them more character development and promo time to get over.
I mean, that's fair. Like, they do need more character time, but don't slow down. You're the only interesting thing on these shows.
He said if they can't get over, he'll shake their hand for giving it a try, but let them go. Dusty's ruthless.
Yeah. Dusty's cutting the Eric Bischoff, if you don't want to be here, go, bro.
That was apparently, like, what the actual comparison was. Is people were like, some people took it well, and some people took it like a big Dusty rah-rah speech to let's kick it on to another level, and some people were like, geez, the ego on this guy.
I mean, it's Dusty Rhodes, though, you know?
Dutch Mantel remains Dusty's booking assistant, although he will probably have less influence over booking matters with Dusty than he did working with Jeff Jarrett.
Good.
Jeff Jarrett was said to be in good spirits, although he fought for the booking job. Once it was taken from him, he seemed to realize a big weight had been lifted from his shoulders.
See, that's what I'm interested, because, like, you obviously know the answer to this, but I don't. I'm interested to see in how Jarrett's role changes with someone else in charge of booking.
Because this is the last time until 2017 that Jarrett basically has the book.
Yeah, which is, like, kind of a momentous occasion that we've reached.
Because he always has influence. He's always in the room. But this is the last time that it's like, Jeff Jarrett had control of creative until he's brought back in 2017 for like 3 or 4 months. So people think of like him as, or think of TNA as like his product. It was only really his product for about a year because it was Jerry's mostly at the start.
Russo.
Then you had kind of like the Russo influence on the team. And then basically from like October 2003 to November 2004, it was Jarrett's creative vision. And that's the period where it stunk. But...
that sucked.
Yeah.
So, like, if you still want to, like, criticize it and criticize him as a booker, like, I get it. But, you know, relative to the company's existence, it was a very short time.
So only for about a year, and if you include the 2017 stuff, about a year and a half of the company's 20-year history was, like, Jeff Jarrett's creative vision.
Does, like, Scott D'Amore have more booking, like, credit to his name at this point?
Yes, absolutely.
So there you go. It's like, there's a bunch of people who have technically had more influence on the booking of TNA than Jeff Jarrett.
Even like Eric Bischoff.
Yeah, Hogan.
For better and worse. Mostly worse.
Well, like, listen, you want to insult Jeff Jarrett's booking, at least Jarrett, it didn't fucking immediately, like, sink it. Because Hogan and Bischoff came in and...
Rhodes didn't make many friends via his first meeting with the wrestlers. A number of wrestlers were insulted by the way Rhodes put over Hall, Nash, and Savage as the reasons viewers ordered the pay-per-view.
This is like when fucking Kid Cash is complaining about AJ Styles getting money.
We're gonna have some things to say about BG James later in the show, trust me.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready. I just cracked my knuckles, like, instinctively, because we're talking about BG James.
One wrestler pointed out that Savage wasn't even advertised for the pay-per-view, and that they noted wrestlers such as Jeff Hardy, Raven, and BG James and other members of the roster also sold their share of pay-per-views.
Oh, well, some of those people did, yeah.
Rhodes' new philosophy is to run fewer matches on TV and make the matches longer, and try to slow down the X Division matches with the old make the spots mean more ideas.
I don't agree with the X Division stuff, but I do agree with less matches on these shows.
Some of them, on this 1 hour Impact, have 6 matches.
Yeah, like, let things breathe a little bit.
There's a bunch of matches that just end up going 90 seconds.
It's the Dynamite problem. Just, like, let things breathe a bit. Give space, because it inherently will make things feel more important.
He also emphasized letting guys have more interview time, and that the guys who can't pick up the slack on their interviews will eventually be replaced by those who can.
Yeah, well, Dusty's definitely... A Dusty booked promotion is definitely going to have emphasis on the promos.
The positive is a lot of wrestlers know that there will be long-term angles. Apparently Dusty planned out his first 6 months in advance. So hopefully, knowing where they're going, they can tell the stories as opposed to the past where the top guy may have 2 or 3 weeks of knowledge of where they're going. But most everyone else didn't know until they showed up at TV.
Well, it's definitely an interesting time in TNA. And I'm cautiously optimistic about the next month.
Like, realistically, I think anybody who listened to this show for the last year of this show covering stuff
knows how much we hated it.
knows that we haven't been particularly hot on Jeff Jarrett as a booker. So, any change to that, thumbs up.
Like, we would have been as excited about the idea of Russo getting full control to show you how little we loved the Jeff Jarrett era.
Yeah, literally, we kind of baby-faced Vince Russo on the way out just based on how bad the Jarrett and Mantell reign was.
Which is, like, insane.
Which again, Dutch Mantell is another one of those annoying cunts who keeps on tweeting.
Oh my god. Did you see that he either learned how to rip off someone's video or he paid someone to make an AEW botching, like, highlight reel? And I don't know which version is sadder.
Like, we watched this year of television that you didn't have the book, you were booking assistant to Jarrett, but it fucking stunk. So you go away.
Yeah. I just want to, like, add Dutch Mantell and say 2014 and they sucked. Dutch Mantell's tweeting about Teddy Hart.
Have you watched that documentary?
Not yet. I probably will.
TNA announced on Tuesday a decision to cut back its TV taping schedule to every other week in Orlando, Florida, saving up to $100,000 per month as a result. This is one of those things where it's like Jerry gets control and cuts back from a TV taping a week to the TV taping every 2 weeks, and it's like, you were really going down there to Orlando to tape an hour of TV every week? What is wrong with you?
Yeah. I don't know. That seems a lot.
Because I think at one stage they eventually they tape the entire pay-per-view cycle in 2 days, which is like, yes, do that.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Going down there, flying everybody, because they'll still be paying people for working twice. So if they like wrestle 2 matches on the show, they'll get paid for 2 matches.
That's good.
What they are saving is like flying everybody down and setting up production every single week. That cuts. If you do that every 2 weeks instead of every week, you save lots of money.
That's good. I mean, anything that's saving money at this point is probably for the best. Garrett, I have a couple more Dutch Mantell tweets.
Oh, God.
At Dirty D Mantell, November 21st. Before I get a bunch of woke snowflakes pissed off at me, I just want to say good morning, all you Elon Musk fans.
What? What?
Okay, seems like @Twitter has severe problems right now. Elon is trying to right the ship, so to speak. The question is, can Elon pull them through? Can he do it, or are you ready to unhitch yourself?
What? Huh? What?
Of course, addicted to botches, AEW has the best. It's just the best. Say what you want about Vince. Mm-hmm. But say this too, he was a heat magnet.
Yeah.
I love you, Dutch Mantell.
The plan is to tape 2 editions of Impact at each taping and shift Explosion from containing first run material to being more of a best of show. I think they stick to this is where the have one match and show highlights of Impact Explosion format comes in. Wrestlers have been told that they will get paid the same for working 1 double taping as they did for working 2 single tapings. The move is considered to be the first of what could be a series of cost-cutting measures implemented by Jerry Jarrett now that he has regained power within the company.
I like that people are like, this is the end.
Well, it kind of is. Like, the reason, like, Jerry could pull this power play is that the characters are getting cold feet at this stage. That, like, they're getting angsty about the amount of money they're pouring into this company without any potential return, like, inside.
Does this investment ever make money for them?
Well, no. Like, there's a period where TNA is profitable on Spike before they start blowing it all on Hulk Hogan related nonsense. There's, like, a very slim period in, like, 2009 where the company is profitable. And that's about it. It made a loss for pretty much most of its entire existence. A substantial one as well in the Carter's pocket.
It must have just become like, even though it isn't their business, like their family business, right? That had to be the only reason they still cared about it.
Because ultimately it became Dixie's thing. And that's really what kept it alive more than anything else.
Yeah.
The wrestlers are reacting in paranoia at the news that the company has decided to reduce the number of television tapings by holding bi-weekly tapings. I kind of don't get that. Because, like, again, it's madness that they were flying everybody down there to do a taped show. It's not like they were flying everyone down there to do a live Impact. That would make at least some degree of sense.
I just think that wrestlers don't know how money works.
Yeah, they were flying everybody down there every week to tape an Impact. It's like, what on earth is wrong with you guys?
Yeah.
Some see it as a sign that the company is going out of business, which, to be fair, they're right. The company is pouring money down the hole. Others point out that Dixie Carter was urged to give a locker room pep talk at the pay-per-view to assure the crew that her family was still committed to the project. When she did not meet with wrestlers, some saw it as a sign that she doesn't have respect for their concerns, while others fear that she didn't hold such a meeting because she doesn't know what the future holds.
Do you think it might be because she's 8 months pregnant and this money in this company is like pissing money?
Yeah. The cost-cutting continues as Jerry Jarrett attempts to extend the time frame the Carter family gives to the promotion, which is the argument for Jerry doing the power play. That, like, as the company stands, there's probably very little time left, and Jerry is trying to slash costs so that at least the money the characters are spending is less than they were spending, and they might give the company a slightly longer leash.
And the key is just give it all to Dixie.
Besides the decision to cut back the tapings from every week to every 2 weeks, now the number of wrestlers being brought into TV each week has been cut back. Again, it's another one of those things where you see, like, they're taping 3 to 5 matches for Impact every week. And then usually they tape another 3 with people who are just flown in for those matches. And you're like, again, what are you doing?
Not a lot of this TV production was formed with economical ideas in mind.
Some might say the very opposite.
Yeah.
A lot of weeks where Raven is flown in. Raven would have, like, probably the top earning wrestlers, but flown in just to work an explosion match. And you're like, why?
Unless he's injured, Raven should be on this show every week.
So 3 of the crew, for instance, were not flown into Orlando for a taping, and even Shark Boy, who's a local wrestler, wasn't used just to save on the payday.
Oh, thank God we're saving Shark Boy's payday. We were really going to go under if we had to pay Shark Boy his $400.
TNA appears to be going with a scaled back crew as one of the many corners that are being cut. It appears that while wrestlers who work 2 matches at one taping may get the same payday as they got when they worked 2 matches over 2 weeks, fewer wrestlers are going to be brought into taping, so the net effect is that most wrestlers won't get the same level of pay with this new schedule. They are also considering moving the tapings to weekends, so that they would get a better crowd, because some of the Universal crowds have been pretty inconsistent because they tape on, I think, Tuesdays. So there's more people at Universal on a Saturday than there is on a Tuesday. But also wrestlers are like, you're not cutting back on the schedule and then cutting into our weekend indie dates. Fuck that.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out.
So yeah, at this point, they have Turning Point scheduled for December. They have Final Resolution scheduled for January. And they have Against All Odds scheduled for February. And that's as far as they have scheduled right now. And a lot of wrestlers were thinking, oh, geez, is that like the time we have left?
That's when they're going to run TNA Big Bang.
Eric Bischoff will turn the company around.
They should have sold it to Eric Bischoff.
No, they shouldn't. A number on Victory Road. It did about 35,000 buys on pay-per-view, which I think is among the most bought pay-per-views in TNA history. Might even be the most bought pay-per-view in TNA history. Also at the much higher price point of $30 rather than $10. So it was a reasonable success for the company.
Well, Tony Khan's Ring of Honor is just crushing TNA.
Well, Ring of Honor is advertised on a much larger television platform, to be fair.
Oh, yeah, excuses, mate.
That excuse won't stand when TNA have 1 million viewers and still do 30,000
Yeah.
pay-per-view buys, but...
I was thinking that, like, I was like, wasn't it this little thing called Spike TV at some point?
At the moment, while they currently have like 150,000 viewers to 200, they're getting, which is pretty good. Like that's over 10% buy on the pay-per-view. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
Randy Savage made a list of demands before he'd return to TNA. Among the demands are that he is taken to and from the shows in a limousine, which I guess is why they have 15 limousines at every episode of Impact now.
Like, well, we might as well use them.
That Bryan Adams can be at the shows as his bodyguard, paid, by the way. Also, Ron Harris, apparently, that he has 2 paid security at all shows. That he have a private dressing room with a lock on the door. And that Jimmy Hart doesn't come anywhere near him in the backstage area because of his relationship with Hulk Hogan. Savage is so paranoid of Hart that he insisted that Hart not be allowed in the gorilla position or the production truck during his matches. Apparently, Savage is concerned that Hart would attempt to sabotage him from a production standpoint in some manner.
Garrett, I have a question.
Go for it.
Is Jimmy Hart there?
Yeah, he's like a backstage guy. He's not there every week these days, but he does pop up every so often, helping out backstage and whipping up fans at Universal.
I love the idea that, like, Jimmy Hart's not even a part of the company. And Randy Savage is like, you keep Jimmy Hart away from me. And they're like, Randy, we don't, like, Jimmy's like barely here. And like, no, you keep him away.
It's like, oh, we fired him for you, Randy. It's like he wasn't here in the first place, but we fired him for you.
And we kicked him out on the way out just for you, man.
Apparently, Savage has not taken off his jacket in front of anybody, which has led to rumors and speculation that he isn't as muscular as he used to be. Which you can see on the pay-per-view. Like, he's not in terrible shape, but apparently, like, he had extreme body issues, like, it brought on by Vince McMahon, just being like, be big, be big.
Time to cycle back on.
Because, like, you watch him when he does take the jacket off on the pay-per-view and come out, he's not Randy Savage anymore.
I mean, yeah, but, like, do you really expect him to be? I think that's kind of an unrealistic expectation at this point. But perhaps it isn't if you're booking him and promoting him as such.
Yeah, when you're bringing him in as the top guy, your top challenger for the world champion Jeff Jarrett main eventing pay-per-views, you do need him to be at least some degree of Randy Savage still.
Yeah.
Apparently he was less on guard and more like joking around with wrestlers more later in the month when he showed up.
It's like Hogan's not here, Jimmy Hart's not here. We're good.
He's calmed down. And the final news though, Billy Gunn is expected to sign a TNA contract once his 90-day no-compete clause expires.
Thank God, Kip James.
There has been talk of having him feud or team with BG James.
Did you know that the BG in BG James stands for Billy Gunn?
Whoa, that's long-term storytelling.
I mean, I'm way more into Bill Gunn than I am Road Dogg.
I was going to say, it would be interesting to like go to the alternate reality where Billy Gunn isn't like a television star in AEW at the Acclaimed right now to get like that Liam's reaction to news that Billy Gunn is coming in. I think it would be a lot less positive.
Yeah. Oh, you know, you can't fault the man for having a good back end to his career.
Yeah, for becoming a star all over again.
Like, I was never like a giant Billy Gunn fan. I think I always like appreciated him, but it is astonishing that he's like managed to be a part of like a billion hot acts.
Yeah, and especially this TNA one coming up.
Oh, the James Hickenbottom.
I hope WWE demand to hand over that tape too.
They should, and then TNA should do it.
Just to save us all from it.
At the Alamo.
Alright, that leads us into the shows, starting with the not main event feud for Turning Point, the semi-main event feud. The Kings of Wrestling against Jeff Hardy, AJ Styles, and Randy Savage.
K-O-W, King. K-O-W, King. Kings of Wrestling.
There was a note in like the Torch being like, can't believe how generic the name Kings of Wrestling is. And then it's like, Ring of Honor choose it for a tag team as well.
Well, I think they were a CZW team first, weren't they?
I don't know wrestling.
You should. You've been like watching it for like decades.
Listen, being old does not give you any expertise in anything. That's what we learn in life.
I mean, like, I get it. It's funny because it wasn't like one guy in the crowd when they announced it that was like, that name sucks.
It's funny when you sit down and watch like quiz shows and you see an old person, it's like, they've been old. They should have accumulated knowledge. And then you see it's like, no, they haven't. Ah, well.
No, definitely not. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're not my kings of wrestling, but I appreciate it. God, imagine the real kings of wrestling versus like AMW.
Or the real kings of wrestling against like Randy Savage and AJ Styles.
Oh my god. Is Sarah Del Rey the third in the six man?
Yeah, sure. Sarah Del Rey working with Jeff Hardy.
Oh, the dream.
First day back of the month, November 12th, 2004. We had the Kings of Wrestling. Well, Mike Tenay was in the ring first. He was hyping up how great Victory Road was before the Kings of Wrestling interrupted. Jarrett, Hall, and Nash walked out to the ring.
I mean, they strike a powerful image, don't they?
Well, Hall and Nash do. Jarrett's there too.
It's so funny how he's like so clearly like a tag along.
He is the third wheel on the Kings of Wrestling tag team as the NWA champion TNA star.
And he's not cool at all.
No, he's lame. He's terrible. Because it's like, we're literally talking about how Hall and Nash dragged Hogan up. At least Hogan like eventually met their level with like the luck of Hollywood Hogan. And
yeah.
Jeff Jarrett cannot.
No. There's no Hollywood Jeff Jarrett.
So Kevin Nash gets a microphone.
And everything after that is perfect.
So Nash's promo here was meant to be 5 minutes. He ended up talking for 15.
Is this the one where, like, he says something vaguely derogatory to a woman in the front row, and Scott Hall's like, it's okay, they can edit out what they don't like on the mic, and they left it in?
Yeah, because Nash starts this promo with, like, a little quip that's like, oh, I'm not used to this, no one gave me a script. And then Hall leans over to him, it's like, it's not live, they'll edit it if they don't like it.
But then they left it in.
They did. It's a good bit. I approve of them leaving it in.
It's a good bit to leave in that they'll edit it out, I suppose.
Says they won't miss Turning Point on December 5. Nash quips that he doesn't have a script. He then gives a history lesson on his career, or he jumped to the WWF with Diesel. They did the NWO in WCW. Then they cut the Hall rolling his eyes at the words WCW. I
mean, it's so eye-rolling to hear these two talk about their careers at this point. I've seen too many shoot interviews.
Then he officially dubbed them the Kings of Wrestling.
No. You said that with too much excitement. Please say it correctly.
He officially dubs them the Kings of Wrestling?
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
You up-talked at the end, which Kevin Nash would never do. But
he would trail off.
It'd be, yeah, it's the Kings of Wrestling.
The highlight of this promo, you don't actually hear the heckle, but I assume somebody in the crowd said something to the extent of shut up and wrestle.
I heard the heckle.
What was the heckle?
The heckle was, it was very similar to that. I believe it was just, when are we going to see you wrestle?
And then Nash turns around to the guy in the crowd and says the words, son, if you're telling me to wrestle, then you haven't watched much of my career. Oh, God bless Big Kev.
I love Big Sexy so much. I hope there's never a point where I get sick of him in this run. Because I love him so much right now. There's only one person in the history of wrestling who can make you like them more by caring less.
And it is Big Kev.
Yeah.
The less he cares, the more entertaining the man gets. He worked it out far too late in his career, but...
Yeah. Yeah, we are the podcast who will sit here and say that Kevin Nash cared too much in WCW.
Yeah, if he cared less, he would have been much more entertaining.
Yeah, Dave Lee.
Says the roster should thank them for guaranteed money, which then drew an incredible Mike Tenay face.
It's so mean.
And even at the end of the promo, like Jarrett does a promo as well, who cares? He cuts a little promo about how they'll leave Savage in a pool of his own blood, how Hogan ran from Hall, Nash, and Jarrett, and how they'll take out TNA's top dogs before the end of the show. Blah. But then Kevin Nash ends the promo being like doing the $1 million face with his pinky finger on his lips. And it's just like sensational.
Imagine having that much natural charisma flow through you.
Yeah, imagine like not caring so much that you come out more charismatic.
Effortlessly cool.
Which brings us to the opposite of effortlessly cool.
Someone who, like, at a point was cool, I suppose, for a certain demographic, but with so much effort behind it.
So BG James came unglued after Kevin Nash's longer than scripted promo caused his Impact match to be cut short at the November 9th tapings. Right after this match, Tree Life Crew defeated Jason Static, Justin Cage, and Scotty Matthews. James, who was agitated and in a bad mood even before the taping began, was upset in part because he and Conan were left lying by Team Canada following their match. James showed his frustration in front of fans by throwing his tag title belt into the tunnel before storming backstage.
I have a quick question.
Shoot.
Wasn't BG James the guy who got real mad at Sasha?
Oh, was he? He probably did, yeah.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to reaffirm that.
Once there, he sounded off on Jeff Jarrett, Dutch Mantel, Bob Ryder, and America's Most Wanted. James was upset that Tree Live Crew was left lying by Hall and Nash at the pay-per-view. Although he didn't agree with management's decision to put his team in that position, he was more upset that they were not given a chance to address the attack in an Impact promo. Jarrett told James that he had Trill K take the beating to put heat on the heels, but James said he's sick of his team always being put in that position. When Mantel tried to intervene, James threatened to punch him if he said a word. Mantel quickly walked away. BG James was in fine spirits at the following week's tapings, joking about his meltdown last week. There is more details about this meltdown that are a great deal less flattering.
Here's a little quote from BG James on the Sasha walkout.
Oh, go on.
There was business differences and sorry to announce we had to take the titles from them. We're holding a tournament. You know what I mean? To me, that's how you leave it, and you don't air dirty laundry because some of that dirty goes back on you.
Oh, does it now?
Joke's on you, Garrett. He was actually talking about WWE in that quote. He's a Sasha defender all along. Workers' rights, says Road Dogg. Actually, Garrett, I have a backup quote.
Oh, sure, go for it.
Sasha, same, entertaining young lady, great wrestler, great professional wrestler, but had some stuff in the past where she bucked up against the system a little bit. BG James would never buck up against no system.
No, he's the company man.
Company bear through and through.
During his rant at the November 9 TV tapings, BG James was harshest on Bob Ryder, Chris Harris, and James Storm. He sounded off about his team always playing second fiddle to AMW in terms of the way the teams are portrayed in the storylines.
Have you tried being as good as AMW?
No, they never would. He pointed out that AMW get promos and video packages and other perks and are attributed the favoritism to Ryder using his influence to get his favorites a better push, even going so far as to accuse Harris and Storm of granting Ryder sexual favors in exchange for their push.
BG James sucks.
He also, while complaining about the Tree Live Crew push, said that we're pushed like a derogatory gay slur. The problem is, like, there's a lot of people who apparently came up to BG like that needed to be said. It's what, like, throwing slurs and accusations at James Storm and Chris Harris.
I'm sorry that they try and they go out there and they deliver and they get pushed because of it.
It's the thing where, like, it's even kind of the same thing with Hall and Nash, where it's like they get lots of attention. Why don't we get attention? It's like they get attention because they're Scott Hall and Kevin Nash. It's like it's the very same principle with AMW. It's like, why are these guys getting pushed and not us? It's like those guys are getting pushed because they're the best tag team in the history of the company, and they have consistently been the best tag team in the history of the company, and are thus pushed as such. You Tree Live Crew go out there and you can't even have good 5-minute wrestling matches.
But we were stars in 1997.
That's the thing. That's all it comes back to. We used to be stars, and you're not anymore. You have a catchphrase that even, like, the crowd aren't even super into the ladies and gentlemen catchphrase. They don't even give a shit about that in TNA.
Don't worry, Gary. We're almost at the end.
He told both wrestlers that AMW are over-pushed and overrated and referred to them as Bob Ryder's fluff boys.
BG James hates gay people.
Yeah. Observers do not expect management to fire James, and several wrestlers have vowed to stand up in his defense by meeting with Dixie Carter if anything should happen.
Okay.
Well, there you go. There's a lot more notes in the show notes if you'd like to read more about BG James going off.
Come on, James Storm, can you just kick his ass?
At the same time BG James was sounding off after his match, Conan and Raven had a brief altercation.
Great, let's go.
The tension between the two wrestlers had been building for months, as Conan has made it clear that he considers Raven to be a prima donna. After his match, Conan walked backstage where Raven was having a conversation with Jerry Jarrett at the gorilla position. Conan shoved Raven with his shoulder, to which Raven responded with a shove. Chris Daniels grabbed Conan while Raven stood next to Jerry Jarrett. Raven flipped off Conan for the next minute or two, while Daniels and Monty Brown tried to keep Conan cool.
Christopher Daniels, he's always too close to the fight. What can you say?
eh?
He's always separating these backstage incidents, isn't he?
But Garrett, why wasn't this gigantic news? And why wasn't everyone calling for every side to be fired? And why was there an internal investigation?
Yeah, at the same time, BG is like lobbing gay slurs backstage and accusing people of doing sexual favors to get their push, even though they're far and away the best team in company history. While Conan is also like getting into it at the very same time with Raven, and like everyone's just like, to bring things back to Hall and Nash.
Yeah, where it's the good stuff.
It should come as no surprise to no one that Jeff Jarrett made the decision to align himself on camera with Scott Hall and Kevin Nash. He knows they'd overshadow him, noted one source. They still do, even though they're standing next to each other.
Yeah, I suppose he's like hoping for the rub.
However, Hall and Nash are not complaining about being paired with Jarrett on the air. Sources also believe that Hall and Nash will re-sign with the company once their 8-day contracts end, assuming the financial details can be worked out. Nash lives 45 minutes from Universal Studios and Hall is just 15 minutes away. So they like the idea of having fun a few times a month without having to travel.
I mean, let's be real, that sounds awesome, doesn't it?
It does sound like the dream, that literally you're 15 minutes away from work, you go there, you show up. Like, Hall does wrestle. Nash doesn't even do that. He's there in a towel.
Yeah, he doesn't even have to, like, bump. It's like 15 minutes of actual work, too.
Although Nash is high on AJ Styles, he knows there wouldn't be money in working a match with him. However, Nash wants to work with Styles on camera, so an eventual Styles versus Hall singles feud is probably in the works.
He's like, listen, I can't keep up, don't worry about it.
I appreciate that, though.
Yeah. I like that, but also we could tell just from watching it that, clearly Nash was high on AJ because he bumped huge for him.
Yeah, he took a real bump for AJ. So, main event of that show was AJ Styles and Jeff Hardy facing the Naturals.
It was okay.
It was a perfectly solid little match. Hardy threw Stevens over his shoulders into a Styles Clash. Pretty cool finish. Like, he elevated him like a full flip into the Styles Clash. Then Jarrett attacked Styles and Hardy with a chair, allowing Hall to hit Styles with the Razor's Edge and Nash to hit Hardy with the jackknife simultaneously to go off the air.
It's kind of like every interaction between these guys.
What, where just babyfaces get beaten up?
Just like, attack, beat up, end the show.
November 19th, we go full NWO, we're taking over.
It only took them a month.
So, yeah, the Kings of Wrestling attack folks backstage, including Red comes out of a little trailer, jumps on Nash, and then Nash lawn darts him into the trailer just like he did Rey Mysterio.
Would have been a more apt spot to do a year ago, but okay.
Why a year ago?
When Red was still good.
Oh, okay. He's just a guy now. But the idea is Red is like TNA's Ray, I guess.
He was.
He sure was. Jarrett defeated J-Rock in the opener. Hall and Nash were on commentary.
I had to go back and rewatch this episode because I missed this match. It was so quick.
How did you miss the match?
Like, I was watching it. I must have turned for half a second, turned back, and there wasn't a match. And then I went back to go put my ratings in for the AMW NYC match. And I was like, wait, there was a Jeff Jarrett J-Rock match?
Yeah, Jarrett won with a stroke.
I'm surprised.
So Nash demanded that there be no surprises at this taping because him and Hall were on commentary. And then a limo arrived.
Just a spit in his face.
So they were on commentary for most of the first half of the show. AMW faced the NYC. Hall and Nash were still on commentary. They were like, hey, why aren't they going to fight Triple X? They're a bunch of cowardly bitches. Later in the show, a second limo arrived, and then Kings of Wrestling were in the production truck being like, no more surprise. Third limo arrives.
I love, like, we've finally reached TNA proper, you know what I mean? I don't know if it's irony or if it's just poetic. But TNA arrived with Kevin Nash.
He brought the spirit. Kevin Nash and Dave Sahadi, the two people truly responsible for TNA.
It's not wrong because the TNA humor that we've been dying for and that we love. I got like a lot of reaction on the tweet that I made about the Thanksgiving TNA clips. Because I was like, this is why we're here. This is why we want to cover TNA, for angles and spots like this.
Yeah, you get Kevin Nash this month. You get the Triple H Vince stuff this month. It's a lot of good TNA stuff.
You get them filming at like WWE's, like while they're trying to film their fucking Royal Rumble thing. But like you get Nash here and then like in the room, and then the guy's like to Jeff Jarrett, don't touch me again or I'll sue you. And they cut back to Nash and Hall going, ooh.
Oh, they're very good. I enjoy them.
If Terry Taylor was in the production truck, they should have used him in that spot.
So after the main event of that show, there was Kid Cash and Shazarian against Sanjay Dutt Siaki and Hector Garza, which is a match that they just ran back on the pay-per-view.
Yeah.
This Cash hits Siaki with a coconut to win. Shark Boy shows up and eventually gets a Superfly Splash, stereos with Garza and Siaki. Before Kings of Wrestling arrive, Stroke to Garza, Razor's Edge to Sharky, Jackknife to Sanjay, before the, frankly, pretty awesome babyface army of Randy Savage, Jeff Hardy, and AJ Styles come out to challenge them to a 6-man tag team match at the pay-per-view.
It feels like a good flow of generation here. You know what I mean? Like Savage, Hardy, Styles. It just feels like a natural progression a little bit.
You get like the biggest babyface of like the late 80s, early 90s, the biggest babyface of like the late 90s, early 2000s, and then probably what should have been the biggest babyface of like the late 2000s, early 2010s.
Who then found out he was a tremendous heel.
It turns out very strange.
It's like that realization we've been having a lot lately, is where it's like, it's not like, oh man, these great babyfaces can play great heels, and it's like, no, they're just great wrestlers. It's not like a heel face thing. It's just, oh, they're really good at what they do.
And there are some people who are like much better. Like Styles for a long while was a much better babyface than a heel, but also he's a great wrestler, so he learned how to be a great heel too.
Yeah, my favorite run ever of Styles is him as a heel
In New Japan Pro Wrestling,
yeah,
which we will watch in Rain
which we'll
Takers.
get to covering soon.
Yeah, there we go. Both stereo plugs for the patreon.com/kiddingme, Rain Takers.
There you go. What's our next Rain Taker show, Garrett? It's World Tag League.
If you insist on us doing World Tag League, it will be World Tag League.
We can do a World Tag League.
All right, because we're recording this weekend anyway for Wrestling Society X, it makes sense to double shot it, I suppose.
Let's do World Tag League.
All right, so World Tag League will be coming your way on December 2nd, I think, or was it 12th? Sometime in December, you'll have the World Tag League finals from 2012.
It might be the last thing you get for the year.
It will be, because the next thing will be Wrestle Kingdom.
Yeah. I also meant just like with this show too, because unless we're gonna like record December 20th.
Well, I figure we haven't locked these plans in yet, so we probably shouldn't
On
talk about
air
them, but
production meeting.
We'll do the Final Resolution episode, which will be in 2 weeks. And then 2 weeks after that, we'll have the Days of Thunder crossover with World Wrestling All-Stars, which we haven't officially locked in yet.
Oh my god, we're confirming that. Maybe this isn't an on-air production meeting and we edited it out.
We've been shouting at Dave and Lee. They probably won't want to do it after all we've said about them. But
yeah, we'll have to run to someone else.
it's the classic, we'll work it into a shoot. But I figure Final Resolution, that, and then we'll come back in the new year with the first episode being Against All Odds.
Sounds about right.
But we'll see how that goes. Yeah, 6-man tag at Turning Point. It will be Hall, Nash, and Jarrett versus Savage, Styles, and Hardy. Savage does do a little physicality here. He does drop Jarrett with a punch.
I was going to say, like, well, so you think it'll be that 6-man tag.
I enjoyed as Savage made the challenge, Savage music then started playing, and Nash started playing his theme on air guitar, or chair guitar, I guess.
He does not give a shit at all, and it's so cool.
The man is just coasting and having a good time.
And he does it for like the next 8 years.
So November 26th opens with my least favorite segment this month.
Oh yeah.
So there's a bunch of X Division guys either side of Scott Hall and Kevin Nash's door.
How do you hate this segment?
I don't mind it in like it being silly, but in the way they presented this, I think it's so stupid.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't make them look cool, but it does make them look dumb, and Kevin Nash delivers a great performance here.
So they have AJ Styles and a bunch of X Division guys either side of the door. They knock on the door as Scott Hall answers, and AJ Styles hits him with a sucker punch, and they all run away, while Kevin Nash is sitting on the chair in a towel.
Yeah, I thought he was like getting ready to like sunbathe.
You can hear them there. He's like, Scott, order food.
Maybe he's like, oh, Scott, did you order food? Go get it from the door.
So if they had anybody other than AJ be the one to sucker punch Hall, I'd be like, all right. You know, if it was Shark Boy who hit him, it's like, all right, that's not bad.
What if it was Chris Sabin?
I'd also have a problem. It should have been Shark Boy or D-Ray.
I don't know. I feel like I don't mind it being someone higher statute than that, but it should have been Red.
At least, yeah, that would have made more sense for him to potshot Hall. The problem with it being AJ is like the announcers play this up as this like great act of defiance.
Or at the very least, like AJ should have enseguried him or something. It's just a punch.
Like they really present this as AJ standing up to the Kings of Wrestling. It's like, no, he fucking cheap shotted them and ran away like a bitch.
It would have been better if he like actually just laid them both out. You can still like jump them because like they're jumping them and it's turnabout as fair play. But he shouldn't take one punch and then run away with all his friends.
Yeah, it's the running away. And yeah, they even had like the numbers. Even if they beat them up like 6-on-2, I'd have less of a problem.
8 of them there.
Yeah, there's like 6 to 8 of them outside the door. They knock on the door, they take a cheap shot at Hall, and they all run away snickering.
And Nash is just confused. He looks around like, what's happening?
I hate this segment. I hate the way this segment is meant to portray AJ.
That being said, it is awesome.
Main event of this episode, Scott Hall versus the phenomenal AJ Styles, and which I thought was actually pretty good.
Yeah, this is fun. It's nice to see something like this. And Hall can still do it, you know? He can still go.
You see the snap on his moves and the way he moves. He's obviously much bigger than he used to be.
He also feels like a star still.
Because he's gigantic.
He has that aura. And he's wrestling AJ.
Yeah, so he has that star order. He's wrestling AJ. It's just a fun match on paper. Scott Hall versus AJ Styles.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, it's not a special match, but it's nice to have a big, meaningful main event between top stars on television, something they just don't do.
Yeah, this is Dusty.
Yeah, this was Dusty's first episode, and even like he has big announcements, like he announces Hall and Styles for this match, and he announces Jarrett against Monty for next week. So it's very much him coming out there and being like, we're doing stuff on TV now.
Yeah, the Jarrett Monty one definitely felt like. I don't know if I want to I don't want to criticize it as feeling like a little rushed or a little ham-fisted, but in a way it was, but also it's something happening on the show, so can I get that mad at it?
Anyway, they have been building toward it since like July.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel. It feels like they also have stopped building to it. You know?
Well, they did do it on TV.
I guess. I don't know if I love it.
So in that Hall and Styles match, Nash came out the ringside. Nash hit AJ in the back, allowing Hall to hit a chokeslam, but Styles kicked out. Hardy ran out, drop kicked Hall, but then Hall kicked out. Oh, Styles went for a Styles clash, which I would have loved to see. I don't think the logistics of Styles clashing Scott Hall would work, but either way.
Who is the biggest person AJ has Styles clashed?
He's done it to Abyss, but I don't think he hooked the arms. He just did like a gotch pile driver more than anything.
Like maybe someone in New Japan he hit that was big.
He Styles clashed Joe before.
Joe's, yeah, but I don't know if I consider Joe like that. If he did it to like Archer, I would be more impressed.
Well, Joe's a very large man. Styles went for the Styles clash, but then Jarrett hit Styles with the guitar, allowing Hall to win. Then Savage ran all the babyfaces out of the tunnel, and Savage cut a quick promo, just ooh yeah, his way to Turning Point.
Yeah, I would have given Savage a couple more words, but hey.
Yeah, he doesn't got any long promos. He does just be like, Turning Point, we're gonna take you down. Yeah, dig it. Then be a man, Hulk. December 3, the big development here is, as we mentioned, Jeff Jarrett defends the NWA World Heavyweight Championship against the alpha male Monty Brown.
Yeah, I think this was alright. I liked some certain parts of it. Mm-hmm. I like that they tried to give Monty an out.
Yeah, Abyss attacked him earlier in the show, hit him with a plank.
I think... Listen, you probably don't want to end Jarrett's reign on a TV, but I think they would have maybe gained some hype if Monty had won this, and like they had the 3-way, they had a singles for the title with Monty and Abyss, and then they had the main event with the tags, 6 Sides of Steel. I think that's a slightly more interesting version of the show that we got.
Even if you're Dusty, coming out on your first TV taping basically as a booker, it's like, let's do something that that's a statement of intent. We're going to get behind Monty Brown.
But there's no way Jarrett agrees.
That's the problem. Jarrett's still in the room. Jarrett's still a voice, and Jarrett's still probably not willing to put over Monty because they keep insisting he's not ready. Even though everything you see from him tells you he's ready.
And even like what is ready for this company.
Yeah, at the level he needs to perform at for an NWA World title match in this company, he is more than there right now. They have this match where he looks more than there right now. Monsters Ball, more than there. Hardy matches, more than there. Raven matches, more than there. He's the guy. This idea that Monty wasn't ready for this title in November, December, January 2004, 2005, it's just complete and utter nonsense. He absolutely was. They just fucking bottled it.
Do you think it's a nonsense excuse, or do you think that like perhaps because it's the NWA title they're trying to like hold it to some standard? I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm just throwing it out as a devil's advocate thing.
I don't think. Like, if you can't say we can put the belt on Monty Brown, then you just keep the fucking thing on Jarrett forever, you know? If you're like, Monty's not good enough to hold this esteemed belt, then just leave it on Jarrett. Who gives a shit anymore?
Yeah. Also, maybe like
just it's your belt. Just do the TNA title. What are we doing? We're not NWA-TNA anymore.
Like, they don't need a committee vote anymore. Like, they have control of the NWA title.
Yeah.
They make unilateral decisions about who wins this belt. Just put it fucking on Monty. And I'm fine with Monty losing here, because Jarrett retains the belt. But we may be less fine when we talk about Monty in our next episode.
I think I'm gonna be pro Jarrett. I think I'm just feeling that.
So Monty's ribs were taped from Abyss's attack. TNA tells us that they're sticking with this match until the very end. The classic Tony Khan gimmick where it's like, we're gonna stay live no matter what, even though the match ends within the hour anyway.
I mean, I like it.
It does sell importance. Even like when Monty was coming out, Mike TNA was explaining that like Monty didn't have posters of football players on his wall. He had posters of wrestlers. It's like he may have played in 2 Super Bowls, but this is his dream.
I like we got another like old school wrestling ism from Mike TNA as well, where he's like tape machines are rolling.
Yeah, the classic tape machines. We don't have tape machines anymore, but they're still rolling.
The digital tape machines are rolling.
There's a bunch of like little, like when Chris Sabin hit a pile driver on Petey Williams at Turning Point, Mike TNA shouted that it's a regulation pile driver, and just something about that gave me a chuckle.
Especially since he did like a weird like facebuster powerbomb before.
Yeah.
Was that regulation as well?
Jarrett hit Monty with a guitar, but Monty didn't even go down. Then Monty kicked out of the stroke. Hall came out. He fought off Hall. He hit a pounce on Hall, pounced Jarrett, but Jarrett followed with chair shots to retain. Styles and Hardy were shown laid out. Savage checked on them, as that's our go-home show. As a car approached Savage in the distance. There was no payoff to what that car was or what it was doing.
It was him leaving.
It was eventually the one that like kidnapped him, but
it was his Uber.
He's just like, oh, you guys are laid out, but I gotta go home.
Maybe it was DDP.
So Jarrett retains the NWA World Heavyweight title over the Alpha Male. Earlier in the show, Hall and Nash were in the ring. Hall says they're taking Savage, Styles, and Hardy to school. The crowd starts chanting boring, so Nash starts singing instead.
He's like, yeah, oh, you don't want to hear me talk? Maybe you want to hear me sing?
And then he gets out of the ring and he takes like a slight fall on the apron. And it's like, that was nearly a bump. You nearly got a bump for free.
God, he's the best.
And then they hijacked a camera for no reason. I guess they were the ones. No, because Savage was there, so they wouldn't have been the ones filming the attack. So they just took the camera for no reason, I guess.
Because they're taking over.
Which brings us to Turning Point, in which the semi-main event, not the main event, was Randy Savage, Jeff Hardy, and AJ Styles facing Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, and Jeff Jarrett. Earlier in the show, Savage did a promo with Scott Hudson, same thing, ooh yeah, dig it, before he was kidnapped. My favorite thing about the kidnapping segment is they don't show them actually shoving Savage into the car.
It's all implication.
They show them throwing Savage's hat into the car, slamming the door, and then the car drives off as Mike TNA is like, is that Savage? Did they kidnap Savage?
Savage, just do the fucking angle. Jesus Christ. Jump in the car. Have a fucking... I don't know. That strikes me. Like, they're paying you a shit ton. Just do the bit. You don't even have to wrestle on this show.
Hey, he works very hard. So you do get the match. It ends up being a 3-on-2 handicap match for most of its 18-minute runtime.
Oh my god, this match was so fucking long.
This match was impossibly long. And, like, irrationally long, some would suggest.
Illegally long. This should not be.
So they do the 3-on-2. It's like, it's technically fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not like Hall's falling over the place or anything, but there's very little good there until the very last minute, which is still not very good, but at least Randy Savage shows up. By the way, it must be noted, before we talk about Savage,
it must be,
that the Kings of Wrestling come out to the Flying Elvis's music.
With tremendous gear.
Yeah, where Hall and Nash are wearing Elvis jumpsuits, but Jarrett isn't. Jarrett didn't commit to the bit.
Why is Jarrett not committed to this bit?
He sucks. Jarrett stinks.
He's ruining it for everyone. Jarrett's a great grifter, but he's no Kevin Nash when it comes to coolness, is he?
No.
I suppose who is?
He wishes he could get as much money for doing as little work as Big Kev did.
Not wrong. If Big Kev was running the live event business for AEW right now, we'd all be talking different.
Oh, then we'd be getting a bunch of Big Kev against Sting matches.
Who would they team Big Kev
No,
with?
just put him in the Jarrett slot where he's with the old X Division guys, the Paparazzi Productions reunion.
Oh my god. Well, then you have to bring in Alex.
So Savage walks out, locks Jarrett in a sleeper as the other two lock the other two in a sleeper as well. Then Jarrett goes for a sunset flip. Savage punches him, sits down in the sunset flip, and pins the NWA World Champion.
Hell yeah.
They very clearly present this as the guy just pinned the champion. Shouldn't he get a title shot? Which was the plan, but Savage walked out.
Yeah, how would you feel about Randy Savage versus Jeff Jarrett?
Based on what you see of the, 30 seconds of them interacting just on this show, I kind of would have liked to see it out of morbid intrigue.
How do you think it would have done?
Because they would have insisted on doing, a 15-minute match minimum.
Oh, 100%. It might be good because Jarrett won't be able to pull his bullshit with Randy.
But also Randy can't do anything.
Yeah, but Randy can probably walk and brawl with the best of them, so...
It's true, they just go all over the entire Impact Zone.
Yeah.
They brawl all the way to the Asylum and back. So just 2 days after pinning NWA World Champion Jeff Jarrett at Turning Point, Randy Savage walked out in the promotion. Savage showed up at Universal Studios in Orlando, but ended up having a 3.5-hour meeting with Jerry Jarrett, then walked out without appearing on camera as scheduled. His future with the company is unknown, but at this point it appears he is at an impasse over either money or plans on how he wants to be used. He was scheduled to face Jarrett in the main event of TNA's Final Resolution January pay-per-view. The big rumor is basically that he insisted when he came in, he's not losing to Jeff Jarrett. He's not going to put over Jeff Jarrett. So that when they were like, we're going to put you in a pay-per-view main event against Jeff Jarrett, he's like, hey guys, what's the result of that match?
That was my first thought, was like, there's no way in hell, if they do that match, that Randy wants to lose.
Yeah, so when it became increasingly clear that they wanted him to lose, he's like, fuck it, peace out.
Which is kind of base, to be fair.
Yeah, apparently he was making between 10 and 25 grand per show, which is insane money.
Also, maybe Randy just do the job ski.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're not getting signed anywhere else. Just take the money.
When you think about the lengths they had to go to protect him, even in a 6-man tag, you realize there's probably a lot going on in Randy's head at this stage of his career.
What was Randy Savage's last match?
This is the last match of the Macho Man Randy Savage's career. Randy Savage, Jeff Hardy, and AJ Styles versus Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, and Jeff Jarrett.
It's kind of an interesting, weird wrestling fact, isn't it?
TNA have a surprising number of people's last matches.
I wouldn't brag about that.
No, they have Chyna's. They had Ric Flair's until Ric Flair had another last match, I guess.
Hogan?
Hogan's last match as well, yeah. So that's the weird TNA legacy. I was at Hogan's last match. It was a house show.
The last 3 companies Randy Savage worked: TNA, WCW, New Japan.
He did do appearances at WWA.
He didn't wrestle.
So yeah, that's the end of Randy Savage's career. The final match of the Macho Man. The final time he was seen on television as a pro wrestler. He did acting stuff after this, but
I mean, listen, I don't feel like someone who's really educated enough to talk about Randy Savage's career at length.
I feel like we have to put what I call the Kurt Hennig proviso. If somehow the only match you've seen of Randy Savage's career is this one, this one TNA match, I would highly recommend you go watch some more Randy Savage.
I heard that Ricky Steamboat Randy Savage match is pretty good.
Yeah, it's like a 3 3/4 star match, but still.
People seem to like that one.
The biggest disappointment, honestly, is Savage's thing is his charisma. You know, he is one of the most iconic promos of all time.
He doesn't even cut a promo.
All his promos are just standard, see you at the pay-per-view, yeah. You don't even get a deranged Macho Man promo.
They don't even give him a Randy and Jeff being weird together promo. Of course, they never let Jeff Hardy talk in general, but
Or just patting AJ on the head, being like, oh yeah, you're the future of the business.
Oh my god, imagine AJ trying to keep up with Randy Savage and Jeff Hardy.
There's a funny moment on the Best Dams, I'm sorry to bring them up, where Chris Rose is trying to go banter for banter with Roddy Piper. It's even if you think he's a pretty good host, the man can't go barb for barb with Roddy Piper.
And watching that WrestleMania, it was very funny seeing Austin and Piper going back and forth together, and then it's just all right, Carlito, good luck.
So Savage pins Jarrett. He was meant to challenge in January, but he walked out, and we'll pick that up in January.
Don't worry, I'm sure they'll bounce back accordingly.
Which brings us to the actual main event of Turning Point 2004, which is Triple X versus America's Most Wanted inside 6 Sides of Steel.
Which is funny, because,
I feel like this month didn't really have a crazy build to it either. I think the build to the first cage match was a lot better.
Yeah, it's funny because like at Victory Road, they did announce the cage match. You know, Dusty comes out, accepts his Director of Authority position, democratically elected, and then one of his first decisions is to make that match. It is AMW against Triple X.
Pam Anderson's first vote ever.
She was like,
in America.
I would like to see Triple X in AMW, so I'm going to vote for the American Dream. So he did make the match on behalf of Pamela Anderson inside Six Sides of Steel, and yeah, they're not even on the first Impact of the month.
Yeah, it's kind of a disappointing build-up, but once you get to the match, who gives a shit?
I guess like they might consider the match built to, which they're probably not wrong.
Yeah, but you know, you can give me a little some in between. Yeah, like there's like it may already be built to, but there's nothing that hurts it from trying to add some more heat to it.
So November 19th Impact, franchise has Triple X backstage. They've set up a cage in the parking lot.
It kind of looks like a dog, like one of those dog cages that you'll get to put in your yard when they're like a puppy and they can't be like out in the yard by themselves.
I was trying to think, it must be pretty hard to set up a six-sided cage like that.
I'm sure they have enough stage hands.
Because like when you're attaching it to the ring, you at least have the frame of the ring to tie it to. Whereas I was thinking like when you set up like the first side of it, you have to hold it in place while you set up the next few sides until it can balance itself.
Yeah, with a four-sided cage, you can probably do it all at once. Do you think they attach them all like on the ground, laying down, and then they just put it all up at once and attach the one link between the last two?
That would be very elaborate.
I don't think it would be. You just attach them all side by side on the ground, and then you pick them up and you move them into the shape.
That's probably a better way to do it. I was just thinking of like hold one side,
doing it while they're all trying to you have two people holding up the cage as you put it in
while you attach the sides, and then eventually it'll balance itself. Yeah.
I don't think that would have been the way. Hey, maybe it was.
So Triple X invite AMW to come out to the parking lot in their Six Sides of Steel cage set up there to end it right now. AMW have a match against the NYC immediately after, so like that's the reason they don't go to answer the challenge, even though Hall and Nash are on commentary being like, those nerds, they're not answering the challenge.
They're cowards.
Hall and Nash jump AMW to cause a DQ. They brawl to the back where Triple X locked them in the cage and then beat them up.
Yeah, I did not like this match.
Well, you liked it so much you got to see it again. November 26th. It's America's Most Wanted versus the NYC round 2.
I did not like this match.
AMW pinned Gilberti with the death sentence. It was a perfectly normal, forgettable TV match.
At least at least this one actually was a match.
And AMW did pin Disco, and Disco has shiny pants now.
Yeah, sure does. And does not have the body of a Disco Inferno of a year ago.
Yeah, he is no longer jacked. He was jacked when he got that title shot, which was, I assume, how he earned the title shot, by being jacked.
Well, that's what we even mentioned at the time. The dude looked like $1 million.
But now he is a man who knows he's a mid-card act and has a body accordingly.
Yeah. Hey, they went from they got to a hot 2 out of 5 rating on this match, and the match before I gave a useless out of 5.
So December 3rd, all there was an AMW go-home promo.
Yeah, again, like, I don't know. I don't need a lot. Maybe like they kind of promo backstage and they get bloodied up by Triple X or something. Just give us some heat for the big cage match that's main eventing your show.
Yeah, even like the one angle they had, which was the cage in the parking lot angle, that ended up being more about the Kings of Wrestling than it ended up being about Triple X and AMW.
Yeah. You could have done that on the go home. Like when they were doing their promo, you could have attacked them and dragged them out to the cage and bloodied them.
But that does lead us to Turning Point. Main eventing over the final match of Randy Savage's career, no less. It is inside Six Sides of Steel. Oh, we forgot to mention, Dusty at one stage comes out to the ring and mentions it'll be a losing team's disbands match. That happened somewhere this month too.
Yeah, it's a little known fact.
Yeah, so losing team must disband. It's America's Most Wanted versus Triple X. The defining tag team rivalry of TNA history. The rivalry that began as a part of tradition versus sex has all the way built to the main event of their second monthly pay-per-view as the two best teams in TNA history try to top the cage match they had in the middle of 2003.
Listen, I think AMW is perfectly accepting in that role of one of the best, if not the best, tag team in company history. I don't think Triple X.
All right, if you were to say the second best team in TNA history is X, who do you say?
Motor City Machine Guns.
No, I mean at this point, not ever.
Oh, yeah, okay. I thought you were like saying all of TNA history.
No, Triple X wouldn't make top 10. Well, they'd probably make top 10.
You said it in a very affirmative way, and I was like, I don't agree with that. I can agree with AMW in that role. Honestly, I think I've been kind of down on Triple X in general
throughout this. Like, I think the build when they first came in was good. I think the build to the first steel cage match was really good. But ever since then, I haven't really enjoyed Triple X very much.
Because they were basically gone after the cage match. Like, that wasn't a losing team disbands, but they were basically gone. The sex angle went away. Daniels and Skipper went to do Japan stuff, and then Daniels had a little singles run. Skipper came back and had a little singles run. And then they came back together as a babyface tag team.
And I didn't like that at all. And I haven't enjoyed any of that up until the first match that they had at Victory Road. Obviously, that's kind of thrown out because, you know, everyone died. But I didn't really like the build up to that. I didn't like that match, obviously. I didn't like this month because nothing really much happened with them. So I think overall, I'm kind of not super into Triple X.
So even here,
as much as I was...
December of 2004, would you not even give them the second best team in TNA history ranking?
Oh, I probably would, yes. This is my summary of Triple X up until this point, though. I just don't think there's a lot of competition either. Like maybe AJ and Jerry Lynn,
which they had like 3 matches together.
AJ and D'Lo.
Yeah, you'd have AJ, D'Lo. You'd have the Naturals. You'd have the New Church.
Honestly, I might put the New Church.
I think I might put the New Church too. Might have Diamond and Swinger, but they only really had good matches with AMW. So
I was gonna say, yeah, I think it might be the New Church.
Might be the second best team in TNA history to this point.
It might even be Julio and Punk.
It's not Julio and Punk.
I probably put New Church above them.
Julio and Punk didn't have a single match better than 3 stars. Don't you retcon them into being a good tag team.
No. Okay, what if I say Julio and Alexis?
Yes, they had that Clockwork Orange match against Jeff Jarrett. It was a dream match.
Which was great, so...
Don't you retcon. I will not accept you retconning Julio and Punk into being a good team in this company when all they ever did was have 5-minute matches that weren't very good.
Alexis. Stop yelling at me. Yeah, so honestly, yeah, I think I would put New Church above Triple X so far. But that being said, I'm going to probably just pass it over to you because this is your match. They obviously came together here and had another incredible, crazy match. I like the first one more, but maybe I'm just a hipster nerd. Because Garrett, you think this is the best ever.
Yeah, let's start where we should start, which is Elix Skipper's cage walk.
I mean, what if he could have just died?
He could have died. Again, I say this every time I talk about this match, but if you've never seen this spot, go watch it.
Then you mustn't be following Garrett on Twitter.
I post it like twice a week. But if you've never seen a TNA steel cage, it's not the WWE steel cage where you think, oh, walking the top of a cage, that's fine. Same with the AEW cage. They have those big thrusters at the top that are very easy to get your balance on and very easy to walk on.
By the way, they probably should have, and it's good that they do have them. But they'll never have a moment as cool as Elix Skipper walking across a fucking 1-inch thick piece of metal.
Yeah, so TNA's cages are like 1 inch, maybe 2 inches wide tops. And Elix Skipper does his rope walk spot. He calls it New School, rope walk Hurricanrana. And at least like 20% of the time he falls when he does that on the ropes. Never mind anything else. So in this match, you have Daniels and Chris Harris brawling on one side of the cage. Harris is sitting on top of the cage while he's occupied with Daniels. Skipper happens to be standing on the other side, like a cage length apart, one of the cage sides apart. Skipper walks that 1 to 2 inch steel cage and Hurricanranas Chris Harris off of it in what is, I think, if you were to list the best high spots in wrestling history, never mind TNA, it's right up there. It might even be the best. It's definitely like top 3.
It's crazy. And also, I don't think like Chris Harris gets enough credit for taking that damn bump as well.
Yeah, that man takes a flip bump off a cage and gets absolutely no credit for it.
And also, like, it's not even like... It obviously is the craziest thing that happens in that match, but there's a bunch of other wacky, insane bullshit in that match too. Like, the top rope powerbomb.
Yeah, James Storm just power bombs, or is it Harris? Skipper gets power bombed off the cage anyway.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. They do so much crazy shit in this. I think this is definitely more of the high spots match than the last one. And the last one was more of like a classic Southern style brawl with lots of blood, you know?
Yeah, even like Daniels, immediately after Skipper does the cage walk, Daniels drops an elbow off a cage. Nobody remembers it.
No. Because like, how do you top that, you know? The only way Daniels tops that is if he does the PME off of it.
That would be the best moonsault ever, to be fair.
Yeah. So, just insane, crazy shit. But it's not enough to win it for Triple X.
Yeah, people would have a problem with that. It's like, oh, it wasn't the finish. It's like, oh, who cares? Shut up. Go away, you nerds.
But also, those people didn't watch any of the build-up or, you know, they don't really know anything in the lead up to this. Those people just saw that spot and go, oh, it wasn't the finish.
Also, like the crane cam TNA uses, which is like a very TNA thing, but it creates like the perfect shot for that skipper cage walk, where it's not like shooting from the floor up, even if that would probably look pretty cool in its own right, but or shooting through a cage. It literally has you like from Skipper's perspective, almost looking over his shoulder as he like takes a few like tentative steps and then takes a few much quicker steps to do the ran off the cage. It's insane. It's the coolest moment in TNA history, maybe. It's one of the coolest moments in wrestling history. As I said, if you were to list the top high spots in wrestling history, it would be very, very, very high on that list, with such a small margin for error, because if he falls, he looks like the biggest fool on earth and also probably dies.
It's like that Foley falling through the Hell in a Cell.
Yeah, and if he falls like either onto the guardrail or into the crowd, you know, or if he falls the other way, he just collapses into the ring.
There's like a 5% success rate on that, and he just managed to hit it.
And we were mentioning on the watch along, TNAchat.com, patreon.com/kidding me, where it's like he's the only one in this match that doesn't bleed. The rest bleed buckets. And there's probably a good reason. If he's going to walk that steel cage, it's like, I probably don't want any blood loss as I walk that steel cage.
We also thought, like, maybe he's just not a blood guy because we don't think he bled in the other steel cage.
Yeah, he didn't bleed in the first one either. I think he was the only one who didn't bleed in that one either. So he's just like, no thank you to the blood. Which, honestly, I'm a very pro-blood and wrestling guy. I think blood rocks. But I also fully respect anyone who's like, yes, I would not like to cut my forehead. Thank you very much.
You actually picked quite the hot topic with blood, because that's quite the Twitter debate today.
It's just because WWE were doing a War Games without blood. Did they have blood in the end? I didn't watch the matches.
I don't believe it had... Oh, no, I did. I watched that main event. It did not have blood.
Cowards, the lot of them.
And, so you're one of these blood-hungry AEW marks who need blood.
It's like, I would have liked Mox and Max if Mox had bled, but for once, Mox didn't bleed, so -5 stars.
I'm pretty sure he didn't bleed because they didn't want to pay out on the the fucking, what do you call it?
The DraftKings thing.
Yeah, the DraftKings, because the DraftKings thing was like, will Moxley or MJF bleed? And and I even said when that happened to the people in the room, oh, that's easy money.
It's the safest bet you'll ever make in your life, and there's no blood.
Exactly, so I think they did that on purpose.
So yeah, this match, they introduced the handcuffs for the first time, which would become an America's Most Wanted staple, but are used here. Harris is isolated in handcuffs for a while until he gets free, and then the finish is that they handcuff Daniels to the rope, playing back to the whole idea, like the build for the first match was the numbers game, the numbers advantage, so they're even playing off that idea for the final finish of their match too, where Daniels is tied to the ropes. They're going for a death sentence, and Harris says no, because Triple X hit AMW with a death sentence earlier in the match. AMW are like, fuck them, we're going to beat him with their own move. They hit Triple X's Powerplex on Skipper. 1, 2, 3. Skipper and Daniels have to break up.
So how do you think Loki feels?
Yeah, it's for Loki. It's Triple X. It's not Double X.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck, guys? Our stable just broke up and I wasn't even involved.
It's kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
So I think we suggested on the watch along that Dusty should have been in the AMW, and they should have brought Loki, and it should have been a 6-man.
American Dream's Most Wanted against the true Triple X.
Yeah.
That would be a good match. Imagine Loki and Dusty. Actually, Loki and Dusty have interacted, haven't they?
Yes. I was going to say we should get Loki versus Dusty in a singles just to settle it now.
You had that Triple X and Russo against, was it the Road Warriors, Dusty and Jarrett, that match?
Yes.
I have to go back and check that Dusty and Loki interact in that match.
That's the truest test now. Did we ever get a Dusty Loki interaction? Like, knowing Loki, he was probably like, yeah, I gotta get like a bionic elbow from Dusty or something.
He probably does eat one, yeah.
The problem is, he might just be like, I want to take like the Doomsday or something, you know what I mean? Like, he might just be like so starstruck by the idea of getting to work with the Road Warriors that he's like, he forgets about Dusty for a second.
So you're saying he's not so starstruck about the idea of working with Jeff Jarrett?
No, I wasn't saying that.
I think this match is like the bar for like ending blood feuds, because you can argue about how they built to it or how your love of Triple X heading in, but when you say losing team disbands steel cage, this is what you should get. You should get two teams bitterly and bloodily fighting to stay alive as tag teams in every way that these two teams do, with some of the most insane moves you will ever see in the history of pro wrestling. Again, and when like a power bomb off a cage and an elbow drop off a cage, and we didn't even mention the Tower of Doom where Daniels nearly died. In all of those spots, which are just like background fodder for the cage walk. That's the bar. That's what you should do when your teams are on the line inside a steel cage.
I was also going to say, like, I think that the complaint about the the cage walk not being the finish is stupid because it's losing team disbands. It's every ounce of your being to kick out of these big spots. Like literally everything's on the line. It's more than titles. It's your existence as a pro wrestler. So I can buy kicking out of things that you never would believe a kick out from in a different kind of match. This is like getting mad at watching like a big mask versus mask match in Mexico and some crazy shit happens and being like, oh, why did Pentagon kick out of that fucking table spot? You're like, well, because it's mask versus mask, motherfucker.
Yeah, but also even when you think about it, like built into the match, Daniel's on top of the cage. Skipper hit the cage walk Rana. Skipper's taken out because he just freaking ran at somebody off a cage. He can't go for a pin. And then Daniel's on top of the cage. And fair enough, he drops an elbow off the cage and then somebody kicks out. But still, it rocks.
Yeah. I just think you can give some leniency in these kind of matches because it's meant to be these big emotional epics where you're kicking out of everything.
Yeah, because this is like the defining feud of TNA. Like TNA in general, not just tag teams. This is probably like the TNA feud for the space of the last 18 months. And they're doing a losing team disbands match finally. And yeah, go wild. Do everything you can.
For sure.
The locker room gave Chris Harris, James Storm, Christopher Daniels, and Eli Skipper a standing ovation when they returned to the locker room following their cage match.
James is off crying and jacking off in a corner.
He lost the tag titles earlier tonight, but we'll talk about that in a second. So, not only did he lose the belts, but AMW have outstaged him once again.
Fucking what a loser.
Observers, Daniels was in tears once he got backstage. Observers believe his reaction were to the fact that he and Skipper will no longer be teaming, as much as they were to the reaction the main event received.
Aww.
Because like Daniels and Skipper were like, I love Eli Skipper, but like he's not a great pro wrestler.
You know, he's a high spots guy.
Which is the reason like the Triple X team worked so well, in that you have Daniels, who is a great pro wrestler and can paper over the cracks in Skipper's game to form a team that is better than the sum of their parts and can have a match like this. But we will get some Skipper singles stuff, so you can look forward to that, I guess. And also Daniels Skipper stuff. You can look forward to that.
I was going to say, I think I'm more excited for the Daniels stuff, but hey, we'll get to it.
So the tag team title feud heading into Turning Point was the Tree Live Crew versus Team Canada.
Yay, let's talk about this.
November 12th, Impact. Tree Live Crew win a real quick match against Jason Static, Justin Cage, and Scotty Matthews. Great jobber names.
Fuck, marry, kill. Based on name exclusively. Jason Static, Justin Cage, and Scotty Matthews.
Oh, okay, you kill Scotty Matthews, that's easy.
Okay, we're both agreed we're killing Scotty Matthews.
Who seems like a better long-term relationship than Jason Static or Justin Cage?
Well, you know with Static, it's going to get Static.
That's true, so you do the one-night stand with Jason Static and you really marry Cage, so there you go.
Yeah, I think that's it. This is the best podcast that's ever existed.
Tree Live Crew win with their lifting axe kick. Team Canada attack them after the match, and BG James rages afterwards.
He goes into a fit of anger.
I'm not sure is there any other angles. Like, there's like Petey Williams and Bobby Roode beat Jarrell Clark and Mikey Batts. That's more to build to the PD match than anything Roode's doing.
Yeah.
There's the angle where the Kings of Wrestling attack Conan to take him out. He's ambulanced away.
Which then we get Ron Killings replacing Conan in the pay-per-view match. We gave a lot of praise to Victory Road's hype of with every match feeling like it was the natural crescendo of something, basically. This one, not so much.
It probably doesn't help when that you switch booking regimes mid pay-per-view cycle.
Sure, but like even the first couple weeks, you know, you're not really getting much progression.
I guess you would also ask yourself the question, how much build do you want to Eric Young and Bobby Roode against BG James and Conan?
True.
Yeah, that's it. That's basically it. They take out the Kings of Wrestling, take out Conan.
You get Ron Killings and Bobby Roode in a singles too.
Oh yes, you do. Conan been taken out, so Truth had an axe kicks, but D'Amore had the ref distracted. EY tried to interfere, but then BG even the odds. Truth won with a pedigree.
Sorry, double overhook facebuster.
Oh, or the DDT, as Mike today will always call it. Yes. It's a modified DDT. So BG cuts a promo being like, "We're."
They'll need their socialized medicine.
Yeah, it's a decent line, a turning point, and then they'll be coming for the Kings of Wrestling after that.
They should respond with, yeah, well, Conan's going to need to be $50,000 in debt because he spent one night in a local medical facility.
Owned. Turning point opened with Eric Young and Bobby Roode defeating BG James and Conan to become the new NWA World Tag Team Champions.
Well, I'm excited for Eric Young and Bobby Roode as Tag Team Champions. I wonder what BG feels about it.
I wondered, was the plan all along to take the belts off them, or is there a little bit of like, you're going to blow up at us, we're going to take the belts off you?
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like that.
So D'Amore looked to interfere, but then Johnny Devine made his return running in. Also, the game, Triple H.
Thank God that Johnny Devine made his return here.
He cracked BG with a hockey stick. Canadians win the belts.
It was okay.
It was a perfectly fine whatever I get. I probably threw 2.5 at it, just being generous.
Yeah, I think, but also it was like opening pay-per-view excitement too.
So that probably helps. TNA filmed the injury angle with Conan at the final Impact show before the pay-per-view so that they could pull him from the event. He took a booking the same night in Mexico for AAA promoter Antonio Pena. It was the first time that Conan has worked for Pena in over a decade.
I'm very interested in Conan as a star in Mexico. It's always something I've heard about but never delved in. I saw one match recently and I was like, yeah, I see it. I understand.
Yeah, because I don't think I've ever seen a prime Conan match in Mexico.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't think I've ever seen a prime Conan match full stop. All I've ever seen is like his WCW stuff, which is bad, and his TNA stuff, which is also not very good, except as a manager, where he's fantastic. So I don't think I've ever seen Conan as like the peak of his powers, which I should probably look into.
That's right. Our next series, the Conan Mexico retrospective.
We'll watch 3 matches and be like, yep, he was a big star.
People went crazy for him and there's 50,000 people in this venue. He's in the Hall of Fame, right? The Wrestling Observer?
I think so, yeah. We had a lot of big debuts in October, November. We have only one real big one in December, and that's the debut of Diamond Dallas Page.
I just want to clarify, he is in the Hall of Fame, 2009.
So DDP made his TNA debut.
DDP. Okay, so I'm into this a lot. I love DDP coming in. I think that's a great addition. It's one of the few WCW, because I've seen a lot of NWA, Jim Crockett stuff. But, which is weird to say now. But I haven't seen a lot of actual WCW Monday Night War stuff. The one guy I've seen a lot of is DDP. So I'm into this idea of DDP coming in. I'm into him and Raven coming in together because I think that's a really big mid-card feud. What I'm not into is this weird subtext of Raven fucking DDP's wife and Eric Watts.
What's that, Liam? You said you're not into Eric Watts?
Well, this is a different era, there's no Goldilocks here.
You're saying Goldilocks was carrying him entirely?
I would say so.
So yes, Diamond Dallas Page makes his TNA debut on the November 12th Impact. Raven opens that show shouting at Larry Zbyszko, demanding he be booked in a match with Monty Brown coming off of Victory Road. Larry's like, yeah, I'll go for it, who cares? Monty pounced Raven into the referee. Abyss comes out and black hole slams Monty, but then Diamond Dallas Page appears out of the crowd, out of nowhere, hits Raven with a diamond cutter, allowing Monty to score the win as a hooded figure. Watch Abyss from a distance.
Who could that be? This was alright. A good debut for DDP.
I thoroughly approve of the number of diamond cutters that are thrown this month.
Yeah, well, that's why you're here, DDP not in the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame.
I'm waiting for the episode of Impact that has a pounce, a black hole slam, and a diamond cutter, which I actually think about it, this match had all 3, making it the best match in TNA history.
My God.
Because Monty pounced Raven, Abyss black hole slammed Monty, and then DDP diamond cuttered Raven. That is the trifecta of great finishes all in one match. Well done, TNA. You nailed it in one.
If only AJ was here to Styles Clash DDP at the end.
Yeah, throwing a Canadian Destroyer, just PD hitting Saban with a... Actually, no, he would never hit Saban with a Canadian Destroyer. Hit Red with a Destroyer on the floor.
Yeah, then we would have been perfect.
DDP's leaving the building. Franchise catches up with them, asks him, what are you doing here in TNA? DDP says Raven knows exactly why he's here.
DDP kind of big leagues Shane Douglas a lot.
I approve of it.
Is there Jersey heat?
You know my pro Scott Hudson philosophy. Anybody big league in Shane Douglas is good in my book.
Listen, I agree that the loss of Scott Hudson is terrible, but I don't think we should take our anger out on poor franchise.
I'm like Goldilocks when Hudson took her job.
How dare. Actually, that's why I'm happy that he's gone now. I'm like, you screwed Goldilocks, now Goldilocks screws you in the long run.
November 19th, Johnny B. Bad faced Raven. Hey Liam, tell me about Johnny B. Bad. Tell me about Johnny.
I fucking hate Johnny B. Bad.
Why do you hate Johnny B. Bad?
Does nothing for me. Isn't he a real nice guy? I bet he's a nice guy.
That's the classic Brian Alvarez. It's I'm sure he's a nice guy, but...
I'm sure he's a nice guy, but I never want to see him on TV.
Yeah, when he comes out, he shoots his boomstick or whatever they call it into the crowd.
Oh, great. You know me, I'm all about the boomstick.
You do love confetti. You fall all over yourself whenever you see it.
Yeah, no, I hate John B. Bad.
He hits a TKO, he hits a Frankensteiner.
Oh, the worst fucking move of all time.
Wow, why do you hate a Frankensteiner?
No, the TKO, you know what I'm talking about.
I do.
The ultimate jag move.
I think I went on a 5-minute rant about his hatred of the TKO on the watch along.
Ultimate jag move. You know how you know someone's not going to be a star if they do the damn TKO?
Hey, Johnny B. Bad's been in wrestling for like 15 years at this stage, so what do you know?
I suppose that's true.
He's facing Raven here. He accidentally bumps the referee. Raven hits the Raven effect, but then DDP hits the ring, drops Raven with a diamond cutter, allowing Johnny B. Bad to pick up the win.
Right. Good John B. Bad push.
Same thing as the week before. Franchise stopped DDP on the way out. It says Raven's been living rent-free in his head for 2.5 years, and now rent's due.
How much is rent, do you think?
How much is rent in DDP's head? Probably pretty expensive.
Probably the same as living in the fucking DDP yoga house.
Franchise has Raven. Asks about DDP. Raven said that Eric Watts is responsible for all the heartache and agony. And then does a rhyming promo, which I'm going to recite in its entirety.
In the voice.
DDP, you should have stayed retired. You're weak, decrepit. You should have never been hired. You want to make this a game? Take careful aim. You've lost your fame. Be very afraid, because I'm coming to maim. Bang! It's not the cutter. It's the Raven effect. 6 feet under. You'll have time to reflect. Watch the CD-ROM. I'm dropping the bomb. Intellectual Vietnam. You never cross Raven in his home. Goodbye, Paige. Welcome to the Terror Dome. Quote the Raven. Nevermore. As I do, in fact, strike the pose.
You didn't stumble on the Terror Dome line, though.
Yeah, because I'm a pro. I can hit my poetry.
Yeah, that sucks. That's really bad. That's like me at like 12 being like, yo, I can probably rap.
Watch the CD-ROM. I'm dropping the bomb. Intellectual Vietnam.
Intellectual Vietnam is such like a rap bar.
Oh, dear God. Bless Raven. Bless him and his rhyming promos.
I love him.
November 26th, Raven is meant to face Vordell Walker. Bell rings, but then DDP hits the ring. Coming out to his Smells Like Teen Spirit knockoff, by the way.
Yeah, is it better than the WWE Smells Like Teen Spirit knockoff?
Well, they didn't do one.
I suppose the WCW Smells Like Teen Spirit knockoff.
That's my big problem with WWE. They're fucking cowards. And not only
did they not do one?
Not only did they not do a Smells Like Teen Spirit knockoff, but they've edited the WCW one off of old episodes.
Oh my God. I thought they did one because he has one in the games.
Very upset, but here he is with his Smells Like Teen Spirit knockoff here in TNA. Probably better than the WCW one, honestly, as knockoffs of songs go.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
DDP's mad because Raven talked about how Raven was the one who made DDP. DDP talks about how he won the title with Hogan, Sting, and Flair in the ring, and Raven is just jealous because Raven never won a belt.
Hey, what the fuck? Raven was ECW champion. That counts.
We don't respect belts like that here in the NWA-TNA.
Well, you know what? Only one of these two people will win the NWA title, won't they?
That's a very good point. So the subtext here, they talk a lot about it, is that there is some past between Raven and DDP.
Is it subtext?
Well, they don't. They're being like obtuse about what they're actually saying. It's like
they're being coy.
You don't want to say what you're really mad about. But there's an issue between Raven and DDP about Kim. The subtext being Raven banged his wife, but Raven's like, no, it's Eric Watts you want to talk about. So is it like Watts is the one who banged his wife?
And why is DDP so mad about people banging his wife anyway?
He loves banging more than anybody else. He's the bang man. He cannot give out about banging.
Yeah, he should be approved. He should be. Sorry, I just got distracted by a Rikishi tweet.
What was the tweet? Please read it in verbatim.
There's nothing to read. It's a picture.
What's it a picture of?
I'm going to send it to you and you can deem how to describe it.
Oh, I'm going to get distracted by the Rikishi tweet. Okay. Liam shared a tweet. What did... Alright, so it says, now this is unacceptable. Not acceptable, unacceptable. With a picture of a monkey with his ass out? So...
I think it's his balls.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, either way, Rikishi's not pleased about it.
Yeah, if you ever have any time, go through Rikishi's old tweets. It's nothing but bangers.
Well, I don't even know where we were. Watts, Raven, DDP, Kim love triangle of some sort.
Yeah.
So Raven has some new minions he hangs around with.
I want to know who these minions are.
You want to know who's under the mask? It's probably just Johnny Divine. It's apparently always Johnny Divine now.
Yeah, not wrong.
I think your guess that it was the Naturals might not be off base because they do nothing else this month.
They're also like very skinny.
They tried to attack DDP, but DDP hits them both with diamond cutters, which again I approve of. The more diamond cutters, the better.
Bang.
Raven did have a good line in this where the DDP is like, "You shoved a knife in my back," and Raven's like, "There's so many knives in your back. How do you know which one is mine?"
That is a really good line. I thought Raven's still very good. Like he gets a little hokey, he gets a little ham-fisted. I'm using ham-fisted a lot in this show, but he's still like
one of the biggest stars, if not the biggest star there.
And one of the more enjoyable things is still, again, a Raven program this month, because this DDP program has Diamond Cutters, and I approve.
So I was thinking about our end of year awards. I have no clue.
Oh, it's tough, isn't it?
I was thinking of like wrestler of the year, and I was like, AJ? No.
It's
Raven? No.
if you pick AJ, it's like the default I guess answer.
But like, I don't want to give it to AJ.
Monty?
Yeah, I was thinking Monty. Chris Harris?
He had a good year. You can't say he didn't have a good year. Abyss?
It's not been a good year.
Goldilocks?
It might be. I mean, best promo. I don't even know what our own award categories are, but
I think we have best character rather than best promo, but I'd have to check.
we should do. We need to change it to best. We need to add a best segment now because we've entered the TNA segment era. Yeah. I do not know who I'm giving rest of the year to this year.
Which will make our award show even more interesting when it comes after our next episode.
There's not a lot of options. BG James?
How dare you? Don't you even mention it. December 3rd, Impact. DDP comes out. Go home show. DDP. I like the way DDP comes through the crowd for his entrance. It's a nice little touch, a little different.
Shades of John Moxley.
I also appreciate, like, he comes out the tunnel, he does his bang, and then he steps off of the ramp into, like, the crowd.
He does his bang.
He does do his bang. We're all about banging here with the Diamond Dallas Page. So yeah, he comes out, he's going through the crowd, he's doing his poses. Raven attacks him from behind, they brawl for a while. Looks for a diamond cutter, Raven bails, as Eric Watts watches on from the crowd.
What could it mean?
What could it mean? It's a very good question.
What's could it mean?
No. Turning Point.
Do you remember the Titans?
Turning Point. DDP.
That was a reference to 3 hours ago.
We're pretty deep, alright. We had the 3-hour mentality very early in the show, so...
Which I think we've gone in reverse, because now I'm feeling like I have the energy of hour one.
You got the Watts energy, that's what we call it. That's why he's called Watts.
Yeah, got all these kilowatts.
You're powered up. DDP faced Raven with Watts on commentary at Turning Point. DDP's in-ring debut.
There's always Watts on commentary. How else would they run the mics?
I already made a Watts joke. You can't just double down.
I can double down.
I like this match. It was a good enough match for what it was.
I mean, like, am I going to get mad at a DDP versus Raven mid-card match on my TNA pay-per-view? No.
It was a little overbooked, but who cares? It's DDP and Raven.
Bang. They should swap and just do DDP versus Jeff Jarrett.
We'll see that before long.
And DDP should win.
Well, we'll see.
It doesn't make me feel like he's gonna win.
They kicked out of the Diamond Cutter. They kicked out of the Raven Effect. Funny that he does a Diamond Cutter near fall in his first match. He's like, I probably won't be around very long. Might as well have him kick out of it.
Well, I feel like they well, yeah, but like I feel like that's been the build of the match too. Is like they're just gonna do their moves. They're gonna hit their DDTs. They're gonna hit their Diamond Cutters, and everyone's gonna kick out.
Yeah, when DDP hit the Diamond Cutter, Don West shouted about how it's the Stone Cutter, and then Mike Tenay's like, Diamond Cutter! Two of Raven's henchmen tried to interfere, but Watts killed them both with choke slams, feigning to be on the side of DDP until it turns out he turned on DDP and clotheslined him too.
Fucking swerve.
Went to choke slam him, but DDP just dropped him with a Diamond Cutter.
Awesome. What sucks too, he gets fucking jobbed out hard.
Yeah, and then DDP hits a second Diamond Cutter on Raven to pick up the win in his TNA debut.
Bang.
Nice little mid-card pay-per-view match for what it was.
Yeah, let's see where this goes, I guess.
And as always, I will keep saying it, more Diamond Cutters, the better.
Bang.
Brings us over to the X Division, starting with the X Division title feud, Petey Williams versus Chris Sabin.
Did you know that Petey Williams is an amazing athlete?
No, there's a new one this month. He's won 3 Ultimate X matches.
Didn't they like start one of the promos off with Petey Williams, and I was like,
yeah.
And then I think they changed it.
I nearly popped out of my chair when I heard the Petey Williams, but then it was something else because it was like Petey Williams has the most devastating finishing move. It's like, oh,
yeah. But it started with the same Petey Williams, and you're like, oh my god. Because it was like, it wasn't even like the week after. It was like November 19th or something.
The story of this match, Chris Sabin became number 1 contender on the Best Damn Sports Show. He won the Ultimate X over Sanjay.
Stop talking about that show.
Fair enough. But he won that match. He's number 1 contender. But the story of their match is that they came up together. They trained together in the same school, in the same training class under Scott D'Amore. But Chris Sabin has the counter to the Canadian Destroyer.
And that is to not jump on his own head.
I will say, I have to say, Chris Sabin, I love you, but if you have the counter to the guy's finishing move, I'd maybe not show it off until the pay-per-view.
Yeah, you should just take the Canadian Destroyer for a few weeks, and then he'll think that he's got it, and he'll lower his guard.
Then you can do your little take a knee, hit a cradle shock.
Also, yeah, his strategy is to just fall down.
Yeah, he drops through a knee, he lifts them up. At least, like, he does counter straight into his own finishing move, which is a good touch.
Yeah. This is like when Kenny would counter the Rainmaker by just falling over.
November 12th, Impact. Chris Sabin faces Alex Shelley. Very, very quick match. It probably was meant to be longer until Kevin Nash talked for 6 hours.
Ah, damn it, I'm off the Kevin Nash train now.
PD was watching on from the ramp. Sabin wins with a cradle shock. PD jumped Sabin after the match, went for the Canadian Destroyer, but Sabin did his counter where he drops the one knee, then lifts PD up in the fireman's carry position and hits the cradle shock.
We are firmly disapproving the commentary's idea that Alex Shelley is better without Goldilocks, because it is not going better for Alex Shelley without Goldilocks.
It has only gone downhill. He has no title matches this month, so...
He barely has matches.
He does. Actually, that's the only Alex Shelley match other than the Styles match at the best time, isn't it?
Don't talk about that, sure.
November 19th, P.D. Williams and Bobby Roode face Jarrell Clark and Mikey Batts. P.D. Williams wins with a Destroyer on Clark. Sabin comes down, reverses the Destroyer into the cradle shock again after the match.
He's really showing up. He's giving PD ample time to devise a new strategy.
To work out the counter to the counter.
Yeah.
Following week, we have a three-way match. Sabin versus Shane versus PD. Once again, Sabin reverses the Destroyer into the cradle shock for the win. Pins the X Division champion heading into Turning Point.
Why is Michael Shane in this?
They wanted Sabin to reverse the move and pin PD, but they didn't want to give away the singles match. To which you just say, just do Sabin and Sanjay against PD and one of Team Canada. But listen, we can't all have good ideas here.
But why Michael Shane?
He's there as a body so they don't give away the pay-per-view match, while also wanting Sabin to pin PD.
But why Michael Shane of all people?
Because he's just a guy in the X Division. It could have been anybody. They just chose Michael Shane.
Should have been Shelley. Should have been Shelley.
December 3, Kid Cash faces Chris Sabin.
Kid Cash has been somewhat busy on these shows.
He's winning most weeks at least.
And speaking of winning...
Yeah, for some reason he pins Chris Sabin.
I guess... Yeah, the idea here is that, like, okay, you've got the answer to PD stuff, but, you know, you can get caught up in your own stuff, too.
Yeah, because the finish here is Sabin goes for the cradle shock, Cash rolls through, pins him holding the tights. So, like, the entire story of the month is that Sabin has the counter for the Canadian Destroyer, Sabin has the counter for the Canadian Destroyer, Sabin has the counter for the Canadian Destroyer, until the final show of the month, where it turns out somebody has the counter for the cradle shock, where maybe Sabin is too full of his oats, maybe he's focused too much on the Canadian Destroyer and not winning matches.
Yeah, and, I'm pretty... Which doesn't make sense because he won the last match. But when this happened, I was like, oh shit, are we getting a three-way with Kid Cash in it? And I was like, way more excited for that.
It turns out that match rocked between Sabin and PD, so you can't give out.
Yes, I know. But I was very excited for the prospect of Kid Cash in that match too.
Kid Cash is too busy running back a six-man tag they did on Impact.
Yeah, well, that's... what the fuck's up with that? We'll talk about that next.
Turning point for the X Division Championship, PD Williams faced Chris Sabin in, I think, the first great X Division title match maybe since 2002.
This feels like the best stuff since Sabin had those like Hoovy matches.
Yeah, which weren't even title matches, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is the best matches. It probably is the best match in the X Division since that Super X Cup final.
Oh no, Garrett, I got sad because I started thinking of Paul London again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why can't I have good things?
You only got a little bit of Spanky too.
I'm blaming Jeff.
Jarrett or Hardy?
Both.
Yeah, these two went out. They absolutely rocked it. Great match. They went out there, tore the house down. PD's thing was he went for the sharpshooter rather than the Canadian Destroyer to try and beat Sabin.
Which I thought was really good touch. I love that every Canadian... Like, Brett, imagine being so over that everyone from your country can use your move as a second finish.
Yeah, and it's like the Eddie Three Amigos thing, isn't it? It's like the free pop as a Canadian as you do a sharpshooter.
Yeah, but it's like if the Three Amigos was also a finish that you could use.
Yeah. Somebody should use the Three Amigos as a finish.
Well, like, didn't Eddie used to do it into a brainbuster as a finish?
Well, it used to be the setup for the Frog Splash, didn't it?
Yes, but like I thought there was like a time where he would like do the last Amigo as a brainbuster, and you would pin people off that.
That would be a cool finish because the brainbusters rule.
Brainbusters do rule. They rule so much that Austin Theory taking a brainbuster led to him winning a match today.
I didn't see that. Well, that makes me sad because that means he's a champion, doesn't it?
Yes, in that three-way with Seth was bringing him up for a suplex, and Bobby speared Seth and then fell out of the ring, and as he came down, he brainbusted Austin Theory, but Austin Theory landed on Seth and got the pin.
Oh.
It was a
a great match.
It's much better last time when we were recording and Austin Theory could be dunked on for cashing in his briefcase on the US title.
Yeah, now I suppose this is instead of finding positives, let's find faults and find places to dunk on people, because that's really weird booking, you know? He cashed in and lost like a big loser and then just won a match like 2 weeks later.
Once again by complete fluke.
Yeah.
Good booking. Well done, Paul.
Paul's great. Garrett's still, he's off the pole patrol now.
I haven't watched WTV in like 2 months. I've been like, it was better when I watched it, but I haven't watched it.
Sounds like you're Paul out.
Oh, owned Triple H.
Please add applause audio in there
I can
after that joke.
Okay.
Yeah, but I want like a roaring, like full venue applause.
So these two went all out, PD and Saban. Saban hit a cool dive to the floor where he went over the ring posts. He also hit a cool float over into an alley-oop, followed by a regulation pile driver.
Awesome.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Finish was a little flat. PD just grabbed some knucks out of his trunks and punched him. Retained the belt. PD, like, he did continue countering the Destroyer. It's not like he worked out the counter to the counter, because the finish was he countered the Destroyer into the cradle shot, but DeMore pulled PD down, and then he knocked him. And they did the terrible knocks where they like did the knocks wrapped in, it's like the tape one or cardboard one. It's like, just use regular knocks.
Probably hard to find.
I don't care. If you're going to do a knocks finish, go find some brass knocks.
How much more angry would you have been at the fucking Full Gear main event if they handed the like rolled up knocks?
I would have thought it was even worse than it already was. Just use the ring then.
I'm a big fan of the thing of coins, because when you hit them and they explode.
That's a good visual.
Yeah.
So PD retains the X Division title, and as I said, probably the best X Division title match, the best X Division match full stop in over a year.
Yeah. It's that Saban guy, he's pretty good.
He is pretty good, and like we were talking about, when's the first time we really see PD? It's like, this was pretty close to seeing PD.
Yeah. Well, we'll see where we go with the next month's pay-per-view.
So, coming off the back of the Jimmy Snuka segment at Victory Road, we have the Kid Cash and Sanjay Dutt Hector Garza feud thing that's going on here. So,
sorry, we have breaking news about Vince Russo.
Oh God, go on.
From JRH in the You've Got to Be Kidding Me Discord channel.
Please inform me, JRH.
And I quote, "Finally getting around to listen to the third WSX episode. Good. Believe it or not, Vince Russo actually does have a job in wrestling in 2022. He actually runs his own shindy promotion called Devotion Championship Wrestling, which has a weekly fight show. I think the promotion is technically affiliated with OVW in some way, so you know the quality you're gonna expect there."
I think we have to go watch that show now.
I think we have to watch Devotion Championship Wrestling.
Let me look into the degree of involvement Russo has, and if it's very heavy, we'll do at least one or two of them for Patreon.
We got sent a screenshot for a number one contendership triple threat match, triple with two Ps, which involves Brett Buffshay, Bud Birch, and Red Matthews. And this what appears to be labelled as Season 3, Episode 20.
Dear Lord. If he's actually producing that much wrestling in 2022, how does nobody notice?
Probably because it's Devotion Championship Wrestling. So I look forward to seeing what that's about, perhaps. At the very least, me and Garrett will finish recording this and we'll go watch it to see what it is.
We may even do some for Patreon if it doesn't seem either too bad or too boring.
Or too offensive.
That's always an option.
And I don't mean as like mad. I mean like offensive to my sensibilities as a human being. I've started Mad Men, okay? I don't have time for Devotion Championship Wrestling.
You've already watched the best M's. You've already committed as much time as you have to bad wrestling.
Yeah, I paid my dues.
November 12th, Impact. Kid Cash and Shazarian defeat the trio of Hector Garza, LA Park, and Psychosis. For some reason, Garza's the one pinned here?
I guess because they're planning to do something with Garza moving forward, like with him and Cash. That was my guess. Maybe I'm off base with that.
Well, yeah, that's the feud for the month, I guess. But, like, you just had Garza win the gauntlet, and you have two other people in this match who aren't going to be around anymore.
They want to build heat to the singles match.
But they just do the singles match at Impact then.
I don't know. I'm devil's advocate. If you want to shit on Dusty's booking, that's on you.
Well, this is pre-Dusty coming in. Thank you very much. This is still Double J and Dutch's fault that Garza lost this match.
Yeah. Why don't they should have just done that singles match at the paper.
They probably went better off, or even just Cash against Sanjay.
Cash against Sanjay or Cash against Hector. God, Cash versus Hector would have been good.
Garza's team jumped their entrance. They came out to kick Cash's music.
Which
Maybe they just like the music. My name is Kid.
Well, that's not a song, but sure.
It is. Kid Cash rocks. There you go.
Garza was going for the tornado, but Tracy distracted him. Kid Cash hit him with a coconut for the win. They do this match again, basically, the following week with different partners. It's Kid Cash and Shazarian against Sanjay Siaki and Garza this time.
I'm be real, I thought it was the same team, basically. These matches have all morphed into one match in my brain.
Cash hits Siaki with a coconut for the win, and then Shark Boy shows up and helps them hit Stereo Superfly splashes before they get beaten up by the Kings of Wrestling.
That's a good bit.
Getting beaten up by the Kings of Wrestling?
No, the Superfly splashes.
November 26th. Is there any build to this match on this show? I don't think there is. Oh no, Kid Cash faced Hector Garza. There you go.
There you go. They should have done that on the paper.
Shazarian comes out as Tracy distracts the ref. Garza takes out Shazarian and then rolls through on the Moneymaker for the win. Cash hits Garza with a coconut before the rest of the X-Division make the save.
I wonder what Kid Cash's feelings are about having a coconut gimmick.
It's a good weapon.
It's a solid weapon.
I feel like getting hit with the coconut would knock somebody out.
Oh my god. Kid Cash should obviously have the roll of coins that we were talking about earlier.
And he's like, this is the real Moneymaker.
You know why they call me Kid Cash? Because I have $7.50 in coins on me at all times.
It's this. He should make the $7 in his pocket rock catchphrase his catchphrase, but it's a roll of coins he hits people with.
He should do a pocket sand, but instead it's just a fistful of loose coins that he throws in people's face.
That would actually be a tremendous gimmick.
That would be awesome.
Just hurling 15 coins out of your pocket right in somebody's eyes.
That would hurt so badly.
Turning point. Hector Garza, Sanjay Dutt, and Sonny Siaki face Kid Cash and Frankie Kazarian and Michael Shane.
I'm just imagining Kid Cash throwing loose change in people's faces. With his shitty little grin.
And then you do a thing where a wrestler's real thrifty and he starts gathering up the change and he gets rolled up.
Yeah. No, Kid Cash tries to pick it all up to do it again and gets rolled up.
This was a nice little match. Siaki launched Sanjay like 15 feet into the air for a dive.
That was fucking crazy.
Tracy tried to interfere, but accidentally hit Kaz with the pie in the sky, allowing Garza to follow with the tornado, and Garza picks up a win.
Yay, Garza winning things.
We're going to strap the rocket to Garza next month, so have fun with that. And then he's going to be gone, so have fun with that too.
Like he's saying have fun with that as if I won't have fun with the Hector Garza push.
You're very anti-Hector Garza. You're like, he sucks. Why is he even on TV?
That's me. Definitely not a guy who's put over Hector Garza at every opportunity.
Kid Cash continues to be on his best behavior. He's even getting along well with people he had problems with in the past, said one wrestler. He's been used in 6-man tag matches at the last 2 pay-per-views, but there was talk of having him work an angle with Roddy Piper. However, Piper rejected the idea. The feeling in the locker room is that Cash is on probation with the office right now based on some of the problems he's caused in the past.
Garrett, just a quick update for you. There has been no score in Belgium and Morocco yet.
I do have it on next to me. Costa Rica beat Japan.
Damn it. I'm rooting for Japan.
There was rumblings that they were looking to do like a tag match with Piper and Snook.
I thought you were going to give me like World Cup rumblings.
No, Piper and Snook on either side of tags, but that apparently was not particularly on the horizon.
Why would Piper and Snook be on opposite sides? They're friends now.
That's true. They've made up. They have forgiveness in their hearts now.
Well, there's so many easy jokes that I'm not going to take.
We have a couple more things to cover in Best of the Rest. We've mostly talked about all the actual angles that led to Abyss versus Monty Brown. There was the attacks during the Raven DDP debut. The Abyss basically cost Monty the world title by attacking him from behind with the plank and injuring his back.
Which looks stupid, by the way.
They should have done a slightly stronger attack on Monty if that was going to be his out for losing the NWA title match.
Or just acknowledged it in some way, but I don't know. He should have had Janice.
He hit him in the back with a plank once. That's it. It wasn't like he wailed on him or choke slammed him on something strong or hard. He just hit him with a wooden plank, like a 3-inch thick wooden plank once. And Monty's like, "Oh, my back."
But they could have done a big spot out the back or something. Put him through something.
Because you're building to Serengeti Survival, where the rules are
put him in the tax.
Pinfall, submission, or tax. Put him in the tax. That builds the pay-per-view match, and you give him a good visual, and that gives him an excuse for losing. Yeah, so clearly we should give us the book 2014.
Or any company. Devotion Wrestling Championship or whatever the fuck. Give us the book.
There was also a squash on the November 19th back to where Abyss beat Kevin Jones. Any relation?
Yes.
Cool.
But you won't know where.
Abyss hit him with the Black Hole Slams. The hooded figure watched on. Then Abyss picked him up and hit him with a pounce to send a message to Monty Brown. Made the ref count 3 twice, got his tax, but Monty made the save.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much to say about this match, despite it being pretty alright.
Yeah, so turning point, Serengeti survival. The alpha male Monty Brown defeated Abyss by hitting an Alabama slam into the tax, where Abyss mostly he went head first into the tax.
Yeah, which is not good because visually it looks bad, so it got booed, but probably hurt way the fuck more than landing in a flat back bump into the tax. Fair play to Abyss for choosing to roll around in them, so he at least had some visible tax in his arms.
Yeah, Abyss, a true pro who knew he basically not quite missed it. As he said, he did go head first into them, but that means there were very few visible tacks, so he did just shimmy his way into a few more tacks.
Probably should have just like called it and had like Monty like powerbomb or something.
I guess the issue is like immediately the ref started ringing for the bell.
Yeah,
so
because that was the finish.
Yeah, so they didn't really have any time to improvise because you have rules of Serengeti survival. Everybody knows them.
Garrett, what is your favorite Serengeti survival match?
This one. It's only one. When you're out in the Serengeti, Liam, you're facing down a lion. You look him in the eyes.
Yeah, I'm imagining I'm there right now.
You have 3 options. You can pin the lion, you can submit the lion, or you can slam the lion in thumbtacks.
I'm gonna throw a pocket of loose change in its face.
I'm gonna throw a pocket of loose thumbtacks in its face.
How many? Okay, that's ridiculous, Garrett. How often do you have loose thumbtacks in your pocket?
How often do you in 2022 have loose change in your pocket?
More than you'd think. I'm poor.
But do you not live in a cashless society?
Nope.
I don't remember the last time I've had a pocket full of change.
I think I have change in my wallet right now if I were to look.
I do have access to change. I have a tin of change that I could draw from.
Change the world.
But I don't have a pocket full of change.
Or maybe you should, Garrett. Maybe you should get down here with the working man sometime.
I just go boop with my card and it takes money out of my ones and zeros.
Oh, look at you with all your ones and zeros. I'm all zeros.
The last thing to talk about had no build. It's turning point. It's Johnny B. Bad and the Empire Stain Pat Kenny versus the NYC.
They call him the Empire Stain.
He is an Empire Stain on this podcast, I'll tell you that much.
Oh.
Heavy shot at Pat Kenny, perhaps unnecessary.
He's not even the worst guy on his team.
Johnny B. Bad is right there, and also Disco's in this match, so.
This was a match that existed.
It was like a playoff of last month's pay-per-view match, which Jack Willett was special referee, so it was building off the Trinity and Jackie match. Trinity was scheduled to be at the pay-per-view, but called at the last second to say she got a stunt gig for Steven Spielberg movie in New York, and thus couldn't make it.
Alright, let's find out what movie this was.
It's probably War of the Worlds, right?
A little-known film. No, that is the... Trinity Wikipedia does not take you to the wrestler first. It takes you to the Christian doctrine.
I would have thought I would take it to the Matrix character.
No, the Christian doctrine, I think, is a little bigger. Although, 2004... War of the Worlds, it was 2005, but... maybe it was in pre-production at some point. Maybe they were doing some stunt work.
It would have absolutely been filmed in 2004, especially with a June release in 05. That would have been filmed in 04. So it's probably War of the Worlds.
All right. Fair enough. Probably War of the... Well, what else was Spielberg doing, That hack. Just burned my bridges earlier. Maybe it was Munich.
Was she in Munich? Did she do stunts for Munich?
I'm not gonna check. Maybe, Garrett, it was The Terminal.
Oh, she would have done the shaving stunts with Tom Hanks?
Maybe it was Catch Me If You Can. Maybe it was Minority Report.
Both those movies were already out.
Maybe it was The Fabelmans.
Little very far in advance he's shooting that one.
Maybe it was the BFG.
Again, very far in advance.
The Bound for Glory.
No, that's not until next year.
What's your favourite Spielberg movie, Garrett?
I'm very fond of Jurassic Park. Believe it or not. I enjoy Catch Me If You Can.
A little underground one.
Catch Me If You Can is fantastic. His Tintin movie fucking rocks.
Is that like the semi-recent-ish
The
one?
2011 one, which he made with Peter Jackson.
Yeah.
Which I've been meaning to rewatch. I should rewatch that.
You're one of these perverts who liked Ready Player One.
I do like Ready Player One. People think it's like the worst movie of all time. And I'm like, it's a perfectly fine little movie. Get over yourselves.
Is not good.
It has that shining sequence that rocks.
So, Garrett, I obviously will pick Schindler's List,
Of course.
So maybe you would have never have picked for your favourite.
AI, artificial intelligence.
Because you hate Liam Neeson.
I watched some of Taken last night, and that film rules. Liam Neeson,
it does rule.
It reaches the point. It's reached the point of cliche now, so people might roll their eyes at it. But that film rules.
I'm gonna say Hook.
Send Hook.
Send Hook, the 1991 American adventure film.
An Irish Christmas movie, by the way.
We have an update on the fucking Devotion Championship Wrestling. JRH comes in clutch again and says, I asked, thank you so much for alerting this to us. How much involvement does Russo have? He says, I don't know for sure, but the little I've watched, you can tell he's the one booking.
We might have to do some for Patreon, Liam, as a special Christmas present.
We should make those fuckers at Days of Thunder duel with us. This should be our counter to the WWA, is that they have to watch an episode of Devotion Championship Wrestling.
Hey, maybe they'll enjoy it. They watch Thunder. They're sickos.
I mean, who are we to talk? We're literally talking about the Empire Saint.
We are doing anything but talk about the Empire Saint.
I'm still really interested in what Trinity Stunts in Stuart Little 2 were.
Again, she played the mouse.
She played the house.
Gilberty pushed Jackie, who was special ref, out of the way, and Pie faced her, so she body slammed him, and Bad won with a TKO.
So, Garrett, I have a football question.
Shoot.
I have Belgium and Morocco up on my second screen.
Notice I said shoot, that's a nice little football thing, but yeah, continue.
I gotcha. That's also a wrestling reference, you see, so it's pretty leveled, that joke. How much time do these games get?
What do you mean?
Because it says 30:53 on my screen right now. That seems like a long half.
Halves are 45 minutes long in football.
Oh, this Belgium fellow seems to have died.
Plus
he's holding his leg.
Plus injury time.
Oh, I kicked him right in the shin. That's fun. That was the kneecap. That's not fun. I can relate to the kneecap, not the shin.
You have familiarity with kneecap injuries?
Yeah, as someone whose kneecap went the other way around once.
So yeah, 45-minute halves.
Seems to be all right now. All right, well, that seems like that's a long time to be running around.
Plus, there's injury time usually, of which in this tournament it's usually 5 minutes added on minimum.
That's a lot.
I insist that the main reason Americans don't like soccer is that their entire brain is conditioned to watch sport in 30-second chunks because they're built around ad breaks over there. So they don't have the attention span to sit down and watch a game for 45 minutes without getting bored.
I also think it's a lack of scoring big moments like that.
Yeah.
Because I think that's the same thing here with this is what people came here for. The same thing with Aussie rules football here is that we don't go to ad breaks until a goal is scored. So you're guaranteed to get a score. You might get points in the meantime, or behinds as they're called sometimes. But you won't get an ad break until an actual goal is scored. So you can there's guaranteed action before you go to the break, and they're normally very high scoring games. But I think it's almost for people who I guess don't watch football, the idea of watching a whole hour and a half of sport and the score being 0-0 or 1-1 at the end is very hard. It's a hard barrier to break through.
But it is the most continuous action. Actually, no, the fastest field sport in the world is hurling. It's an Irish sport. There you go. But there is continuous action, which you don't get in baseball or American football.
But I think the problem is you can watch basketball and you get continuous action that also scores 1 billion points.
Yeah, but I think basketball is one I can never get into just because of how continuous the scoring is.
Do you think that might be coming from a football fan background?
But no, because I can watch a rugby game, you know?
See, basketball is the sport I can put on the easiest. Because I put it on, it's all action, shit's going on, it's interesting, it's fun to watch with friends because there's constant movement. Although every time I've watched football in a live setting, at a bar or with people, I've always enjoyed it too.
Yeah, basketball doesn't have enough peaks and valleys. It's too continuous.
No, it's all these high spots. These exhibition kids need to slow it down.
So there's Garrett and Liam's 10 minutes on sport to round out the Empire Saint and Johnny B. Bad beating the NYC at Turning Point.
And talking about Steven Spielberg movies.
That is December 2004. That is Turning Point 2004. We'll be back in 2 weeks with the Final Resolution episode, and that'll probably be our last episode of the year, bar the Days of Thunder special. So you look forward to that.
We're really confirming this Day of Thunder special that we haven't actually ironed out in any way.
No, we said it on air. That means Dave and Lee have to do it. Those are the rules.
Oh no, but we've been so mean to them. By we, I mean, I guess me. How I laughed that it hurt my back.
Good. Pain. You deserve it. We'll be back in 1 week with Reviewed for Her, our Wrestling Society X series, our next episode. That'll be next week on Patreon, along with the World Tag League show that Liam is insisting we do. We'll also do that next week as well. Yeah. So that'll be on patreon.com/KDME or TNAchat.com within the next week. As we mentioned, the watch along for Turning Point 2004 is there right now, where Liam discovered that his recording stopped working because his computer ran out of space. That's a fun time.
Yeah. You want like some discussion about me learning that space management is a thing?
It's the reason the audio quality will be slightly worse because we had to use the backup recording because Liam literally ran out of space on his computer because he doesn't know how hard drives work.
I didn't know where downloads downloaded to.
But yeah, that's on patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com. Follow us on Twitter @TNAHistoryPod. Follow me on Twitter @GarrettKinney. Follow Liam on Twitter @TheGleatMooder. You can follow us on TikTok @TNAHistory. You can follow us on YouTube @You've Got to Be Kidding Me.
What's the other one? Hive? We give our hives out?
Oh yeah, @GarrettKidney and @TNA Wrestling on Hive.
Yeah, follow me @TNA Wrestling. We got the donation thing. You can donate to us. What else we got? We got
I think we've run out.
YouTube. Go subscribe to the YouTube.
Our TikTok does have 17,000 subscribers.
Yeah, come on. All of you, everyone else is slacking compared to the 17,000 people who are listening to us from TikTok.
Ideally, we'd get another about 500 people subscribing to the YouTube and then watching about 1,700 hours worth of content, and then we can make some money there, so that would help. But yeah, all that there, social media, all out there in the world.
And then we'll start uploading full TNA shows. Don't worry about it. Like, they will never know. It'll be really great.
No one at the company will be able to find out. No one at all.
Yeah. We'll bury it deep.
Oh dear. So yeah, we'll be back in 2 weeks with the final resolution episode. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Do the damn thing.